Chapter 221. Meanwhile, March arrived. Among the new banana varieties planted last September, the early ripening Little Mac bananas were finally ready for harvest. The Cheongjo branch, which closely monitored the growers' progress, immediately ordered the harvest after discovering the first batch of Little Mac bananas were ready. The already established storage center, cold storage, hemp press, and hemp processing plant were quickly operational. In a small town in eastern Cheongdong, a large field of Little Mac bananas was being harvested by growers or hired migrant workers. At this point, the bananas' skins were still green. During transportation, the bananas would naturally produce ethylene, accelerating ripening. In addition to the migrant workers harvesting the bananas, several others followed behind, severing the banana stalks from their roots above ground level and then removing the leaves. A large banana stalk was loaded onto a nearby press. As the stalks were pushed into the press, most of the moisture inside was instantly squeezed out, spraying across the field, leaving only the dry stalks. Soon, 10 acres of bananas were harvested. The purchasing team weighed and inspected the bananas and stalks. A large, black, and chubby man nearby had a nervous look on his face. The team leader glanced at the data. A total of 58,937 kilograms of bananas, 5 yuan per kilogram, totaling 294,685 yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, a team member nearby produced a commercial bill. 27 tons of banana stalks with a moisture content of 25 points, 800 yuan per ton, totaling 21,600 yuan. After receiving 2 commercial bills, the large, black, and chubby man nervously asked, "Captain Zhang, how do we use these?" "Go directly to our company's designated location to exchange it. Isn't the address written on it? Just go there. Remember to bring your ID." "Okay, thanks. I treat you to dinner later." "Forget it then." Captain Zhang knew the company's wariness about this kind of thing. If he casually went out to dinner with farmers, he'd easily be targeted by the inspection department, and he didn't want to draw fire. The big, black man shook his head. "Your company is really strict. Enough talking. I need to buy from other farmers. See you later." In addition to the bananas purchased from farmers, the Cheongjo branch also has 60,000 acres of bananas grown by the company itself. Because these bananas were planted earlier, they can be harvested about 2 weeks earlier. Cheongjo branch manager Zheng Siwen wasn't there to watch the banana harvest. He was at the hemp processing plant in eastern Cheongjo. As the company's own farms and cooperative farms gradually entered the harvest phase, the factory's daily intake of dehydrated banana straw is increasing. 2 weeks ago, it was receiving around 150 tons per day, and now farmers' banana straw is also arriving. "Director Wu, how's production going?" "Not bad," said Director Wu, a middle-aged man in his 40s. Next to him was a white-haired old man. "Although the quality of this albaca isn't as good as Manila hemp, it's much better than regular jute." The old man was a technician at a domestic hemp processing plant. However, their products couldn't compete with South Asian jute, and coupled with the shrinking scale of domestic hemp cultivation, their factory was naturally unable to continue. Zheng Siwen asked with concern, "What is the current raw hemp production capacity?" Factory manager Wu replied, "Dehydrated coarse material yields 40 kilograms of raw hemp, which means 1 ton yields about 400 kilograms. Several people arrived at the warehouse where the raw hemp was stored. After rinsing and drying, the raw hemp had been bundled and stacked inside. The veteran technician gently stroked the raw hemp, unable to help but exclaim in admiration, "This is all excellent stuff. If our old factory could achieve this kind of quality and output, we wouldn't have lost market share to others." "Old Huang, what's the difference between our yellow albaca and jute?" In response to Zheng Siwen's question, Old Huang smiled and said, "Generally speaking, jute fibers are shorter and softer, while albaca fibers are longer and harder. The main difference lies in the cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin content. Although our yellow albaca isn't as strong as Manila hemp, it's still stronger than jute and flax. After being soaked in quicklime solution, it becomes even softer than jute. Its long fibers make it suitable for use as a textile raw material." "I see," Zheng Siwen said, suddenly realizing. The group then moved on to the deep processing area next to the raw hemp warehouse. The spinning workshop spun bundles of processed raw hemp into yarns of varying thicknesses according to the spinning process. Old Huang pointed to one of the production lines and said, "We spin the secondary raw materials produced during the combing process into coarse yarn, which is then sent to the rope weaving workshop to be made into hemp rope and sacks." He then pointed to another production line. "This is premium raw hemp, which can be used to produce carpets, home furnishing linen, and the like. The last production line uses premium raw hemp for the production of clothing linen. Following these production lines, we arrived at the linen yarn warehouse, followed by the sack workshop, hemp rope workshop, hemp carpet workshop, and linen cloth workshop for further processing. Jung Si-won picked up a large piece of finely woven linen. It felt quite soft, with a pale yellow sheen. Pulling it a few times, he found it to be very flexible and elastic. Old Huang, isn't it said that linen textiles have poor elasticity? Old Huang explained with a smile. Manager Zheng, this is a blend of linen and cotton yarn, so it naturally has good elasticity. How much cotton is needed? If you use ordinary jute, for clothing textiles to be comfortable, you need at least 70% cotton. What about our albaca hemp? Our albaca hemp is naturally flexible and elastic. Only about 30% cotton is needed to make the linen cotton fabric very comfortable. Factory Manager Wu suggested. Manager Zheng, let's go see the finished product workshop. Okay. We arrived at the finished product workshop. Many workers were making linen clothes. Manager Zheng, take a look. These are linen clothes. Let me try them on. Jung Si-won took off his t-shirt and put on a short-sleeved shirt. He stretched out a bit and found it didn't feel noticeably hard on him. The clothes felt soft and comfortable. Not bad. Are these work clothes? Yes, headquarters asked us to produce a batch of employee uniforms. Linen clothes are perfect for summer wear. They're sweat-wicking, breathable, and moisture-wicking. Especially in our Cheongjo region, where the weather is hot year-round, linen clothes are ideal. Jung Si-won changed back into his own clothes. Indeed, the southwest region is also suitable. The humidity there is higher. Besides the company's orders, do you have any other ideas? In addition to the workwear orders from head office, we also added several styles of linen and cotton clothing to our specialty store. I'm thinking of giving some away as gifts for customers to try, Factory Manager Wu suggested cautiously. After hearing this suggestion, Jung Si-won thought for a moment and nodded. I coordinate with the physical and e-commerce departments. For other products, we currently focus on 4 main categories: tablecloths, curtain fabrics, carpets, and seat covers. Have any garment factories come to purchase? Factory Manager Wu nodded. Several of my former customers have come to see our high-count linen cotton fabric. They really like it and have placed orders for quite a few. How much is a square meter of high-count linen cotton fabric? The market price is 30 to 35 yuan per square meter, but for large orders, I've given you a discounted price of 25 yuan per square meter. Old Huang smiled and added, our high-count cotton fabric has a 1-to-1 cotton-linen ratio, but its performance is superior to other manufacturers' 7-to-3 cotton linen fabrics, and the cost is much lower. Jung Si-won was very clear about the cost. Currently, high-quality jute raw material costs over 8 yuan per kilogram, while imported jute from the Dongbao region costs around 7,000 yuan per ton. Haelyafeng Company purchases albaca hemp from plantations at an average cost of 5,500 yuan per ton after processing. After extensive processing, 1 ton of albaca hemp yields 400 kilograms of premium-grade raw hemp, which, when blended with cotton yarn at a 1-to-1 ratio, can produce 5,000 square meters of premium-grade, high-count cotton and linen fabric. The raw material cost of these 5,000 square meters of high-count cotton and linen fabric is approximately 18,000 yuan, or about 3.6 yuan per square meter. The bulk of the raw material cost comes from purchasing long-staple cotton. However, the real cost of high-count linen fabric lies in the processing stage. The entire production process costs 12 to 18 yuan per square meter, primarily due to the complex production process. Adding these two costs together, the high-count linen fabric costs at Cheongdong Textile Factory is approximately 18 yuan per square meter. At a wholesale price of 25 yuan per square meter, the gross profit is only 7 yuan. A 28% gross profit margin is already a good profit for the manufacturing industry. After all, many domestic manufacturing industries are internally competitive, reducing gross profit margins to below 5%. For the Cheongjo branch, hemp products are merely a byproduct of banana production. Currently, with 60,000 mu of self-operated farms and 87,000 mu of bananas from contracted growers, the company expects to produce approximately 15,000 tons of various raw hemp products each month. This production capacity can basically meet a large portion of domestic demand. Of course, this assumes that the cultivated area in Cheongjo does not expand. If the area is expanded, annual production capacity will quickly soar. To avoid a significant impact on the domestic market, the Cheongjo branch has recently been adjusting planting scale, striving to encourage other domestic hemp-producing areas to undergo industrial transformation as quickly as possible. In fact, transformation is inevitable. With the increase in Cheongjo's yellow abaca hemp production capacity, yellow abaca hemp, with its improved properties and suitability for textiles, and its role as a byproduct of banana production, is directly outperforming other hemp crops. Cheongjo currently has approximately 620,000 mu, approximately 16,000 hectares, of banana cultivation, of which 147,000 mu, approximately 16,000 hectares, are cultivated for abaca production. If all of this were converted to abaca, the annual production of raw hemp as a byproduct would reach over 600,000 tons. This is just the Cheongjo region. If we include traditional banana-growing regions like Lingnan and Guangxi, there are 5 million mu, approximately 1.1 to 1.2 tons, of banana planted area nationwide. With an average yield of 1.1 to 1.2 tons per mu, that's over 5 million tons. Take note, India, currently the world's largest jute producer, only produces 2 to 2.5 million tons annually. This would completely decimate the global jute industry. But without promoting its cultivation, this is certainly impossible. Therefore, China must urgently adjust its industrial structure to better accommodate large-scale abaca production. Just as Zheng Siwen was inspecting the factory, his assistant called. He soon arrived at the factory entrance. Several minibuses were parked at the factory gate. The Cheongjo Academy of Agricultural Sciences had also arrived. They had been invited to conduct the inspection and were accompanying us as technical advisors. Manager Zheng, hello. Give my regards to President Jiang. The group exchanged pleasantries. On the cargo access lane on the other side of the entrance, tractors carrying banana stalks lined up in an endless stream, waiting to enter the factory and unload. The president of the National Textile Association and others, invited by the Cheongjo Academy of Agricultural Sciences, arrived at the raw hemp production workshop. Looking at the hemp fibers, mechanically spun and then soaked in a quicklime solution, one of the energetic elderly men asked, "How many kilograms of abaca per mu does your company's dual-purpose bananas yield?" "About 1,100 to 1,300 kilograms, old Huang replied. "Yield per mu?" The old man was a little shocked. He had consulted many relevant researchers at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences before coming here. "That's the yield per mu." The president of the Textile Association raised his glasses, looked at Zheng Siwen, and asked, "Incredible. I remember your variety only takes about 6 months to harvest in Cheongjo, right?" "It's the Little Mac variety. The other 2 varieties take 7 or 8 months, Zheng Siwen explained. Another person asked, "Do you have any finished yellow banana hemp?" Director Wu led the way. "Yes, everyone, please follow me." Arriving at the combing workshop, they saw low-grade, premium, and superb hemp yarns. Then, they saw these hemp yarns blended with long staple cotton yarns, creating yarns of varying specifications. Many of the guests from the Textile Association were professionals, and they could tell at a glance the content and specifications of the yarns. After handling the hemp yarns, they could get a feel for their comfort, flexibility, and elasticity. The quality is excellent. The high-count cotton and linen yarn is also excellent. Chairman Liu, do you think Cheongjo could develop a large-scale abaca industry? The president of the Textile Association nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. Given the abaca yield of the new banana varieties, if all the hundreds of thousands of acres of bananas in Cheongjo were planted, it would likely soon become the world's largest raw hemp producer. But a vice president of the Textile Association quietly warned, although the abaca industry has enormous potential, we still have to consider the market. The development of the Indian jute industry is driven by European and American companies. It's not easy for domestic abaca products to enter the international market. The group toured the production line. They discovered that Heliafeng's production line was very comprehensive, encompassing everything from sourcing, primary processing, deep processing, and reprocessing. Chairman Liu picked up a cotton and linen short-sleeved shirt and said with a smile, "Your company's production line is truly comprehensive. This product is also very good. Is it your company's own work clothes? Our workshop only supplies internal work clothes and the like. We don't have any plans for large-scale production of clothing for now," Zheng Siwen replied, shaking his head. "I see." Chairman Liu put down his clothes. The raw hemp market and related industries will undoubtedly change accordingly. I wonder how Heliafeng Company plans to promote cultivation. The others paused their conversation and listened carefully, as this mattered deeply to the development of the entire industry. Zheng Siwen replied calmly, "Our head office has already formulated a plan. We estimate that it will be rolled out throughout Cheongjo within 3 years and nationwide within 10. Upon hearing this timeline, everyone immediately began to discuss. 3 years for Cheongjo. 10 years for the whole country? That's a good time. Promoting it only within Cheongjo for 3 years is indeed safer. If anything unexpected happens along the way, the smaller ship will be easier to turn around. The director of the Cheongjo Academy of Agricultural Sciences was concerned about something else. He leaned over and whispered to Zheng Siwen, "Manager Zheng, are your banana varieties ripe yet? I'd like to bring someone to try them." Zheng Siwen immediately guessed his thoughts. Perhaps he was worried about the banana's flavor. He checked the time on his phone and nodded. "Okay, it's almost noon. Let's go to the banana warehouse together." The banana warehouse was next to the albacore factory. In addition to the unripe bananas destined for shipping to the mainland, a small portion was stored here, ready for distribution to specialty stores across Cheongjo. "Ah, Zhou, do you have ripe bananas in the warehouse?" "Yes, I get them." A moment later, Ah Zhou, the warehouse management team leader, arrived with several boxes of bananas on a cart. These are a small number of bananas that can't be shipped by sea due to delayed logistics and a high degree of ripeness when harvested. Zheng Siwen squatted down, peeled off the plastic wrap, and called out to the crowd, "Everyone, please feel free to try them and give your opinions." The president of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences and several researchers studying banana breeding immediately broke off a few half-yellow bananas. The others followed suit. After taking a bite, one of the banana breeding researchers frowned, then took another, savoring it carefully. "This really tastes like a gros Michel." The president of the Textile Association, after taking a bite, was surprised. "Why does this banana taste different from other bananas?" "It's a bit like the banana candies we ate as children." Another banana breeding researcher nervously asked, "Manager Zheng, is this variety related to the gros Michel?" Zheng Siwen understood what the researchers were worried about. "Yes, but we're using brand new technology, so we don't have to worry about things like yellow leaf disease." "I see. I never thought the gros Michel could be revived." After trying the Little Mike banana, the president of the Cheongjo Academy of Agricultural Sciences knew this variety was not bad. While its flavor wasn't quite as good as a real gros Michel, it was at least 70% similar, and it was very sweet. The others were also amazed by the taste. This distinct sweetness was one of the core competitive advantages that made the gros Michel a global banana powerhouse in the last century. This bolstered everyone's confidence in the new banana variety. Chapter 222. The Pearl River Delta, Yangtze River Delta, and Beijing-Tianjin regions, as coastal areas, were the first to receive Little Mac bananas. Currently, the Cheongjo branch harvests 2,300 to 2,400 tons of green bananas daily, transporting them in refrigerated containers by sea. To ensure the bananas are ready for immediate shelf life upon arrival, storage centers across the country have established dedicated ripening rooms. In fact, it typically takes 7 to 10 days for bananas to arrive at the Tianjin port warehouse from Cheongjo. Even at a comfortable 13 degrees Celsius, these bananas are already very close to ripeness. Therefore, bananas from the Beijing-Tianjin region rarely require secondary ripening upon arrival and can be shipped to specialty stores. Tianjin Port South Storage Center. Staff began unloading the bananas with a forklift. "Lao Qin, these bananas are quite ripe. Put them on the shelves immediately," called out Xiaodong, the quality inspector responsible for sampling and retaining samples. "Got it." The bananas were packed in cardboard boxes, each covered in plastic wrap. Several workers in charge of handling them quickly moved boxes onto cartons. On the shelves of the warehouse supermarket next door, they were filled with unopened bananas. "Waiter, give me 50 boxes. I want the greener ones," a middle-aged man in a fur coat called out directly to the waiter. The waiter immediately recognized the fruit shop owner, who had taken 20 boxes of bananas from her a few days ago. "Bossly, the greener ones are coming to the warehouse. Tell me how ripe you want them. I arrange for them." "You can arrange for them? That's great. Show me around." "No problem." Entering the warehouse area, Bosley surveyed the vast warehouse of bananas, ginseng fruit, strawberries, tomatoes, and other fruits and vegetables from farmers contracted by the Hailifeng Company. He was surprised. "You handle so many fruits?" The waiter smiled and introduced. "The produce with the black label is from our own farm, and the produce with the red label is grown by our partner farmers. The quality of all products is under control. I sell premium fruit. If I want to order from you, can I make a reservation?" At this moment, the warehouse center's marketing director came over. "Hello, I'm He Xiaoshu, the director of this warehouse center. What's your name?" My last name is Li." "Hello, Director He." Bosley smiled and extended his hand. After shaking hands, Bosley asked, "Can your warehouse ship directly to the big city next door?" If you're not in large quantities, you might as well ship it yourself. We charge a fee for cross-city delivery, He Xiaoshu suggested. For a premium fruit store like this in the county town, since the Hailufeng company hasn't yet opened a franchise store there, it's profitable. However, fruit shops in surrounding major cities rarely come to Hailufeng's warehouses to pick up fruit. The reason is simple. Even if they do, they can't compete on price with the Hailufeng specialty stores. As long as the Hailufeng specialty stores cover an area, their prices are significantly lower than those of their competitors. Of course, this depends on transportation costs. If shipping by sea or inland waterway is possible, prices can generally be maintained nationwide. However, if this isn't possible in certain areas, prices will definitely need to be adjusted. For fruit shops like Mr. Li, who specialize in small county towns, if they're willing to pick up their goods themselves, they can still make a relatively good profit. Soon, Boss Lee took 50 boxes of bananas and a large pile of other fruit home. Over at the warehouse supermarket, there were quite a few customers coming in to shop. This was mainly due to the fact that the Hailufeng specialty store app's registered user base finally surpassed 90 million during the Lunar New Year holiday and is currently stable at around 93.24 million. These users formed a large private domain. Through them, the Hailufeng company has secured a relatively stable customer base. With low prices, excellent quality, and same-city delivery, a 3-in-1 solution, competition is difficult. These bananas are so expensive. 10 yuan per pound. A girl muttered quietly. Her boyfriend pointed to the label and said, "Look carefully, it's 10 yuan per kilogram, 5 yuan per pound. That's quite expensive, isn't it? I'll only get 2 or 3 yuan per pound in Cheongzhou." "You said Cheongzhou, so where is this?" Her boyfriend was speechless. "Don't you love me anymore, baby?" The young man threw up his hands and said, "I'm just being honest. Don't talk nonsense. Want to buy something? If not, I take it back. Bye. The girl picked up a large bowl of strawberries. "Damn! You only pick the expensive ones." She looked at the vanilla strawberries, which cost 99 yuan per kilogram. The bowl weighed 5 kilograms. Although they had a 10% discount at the warehouse supermarket, it was still too heavy to handle a 5-kilogram bowl. "Are you going to buy them?" "Okay, bye. That's all right." The young man, faced with this question, had no choice but to accept the outcome and pick up a large box of bananas. A 10-kilogram box of these bananas costs 100 yuan, but after the 10% discount at the warehouse supermarket, it's only 90 yuan. In fact, this box of bananas weighed more than 10 kilograms. Supermarkets often add an extra 5% as a reserve to account for moisture loss. Jayan District. Old Zhao, who had just returned from driving, had just parked his car when he received a call from his son. He hurried to the community gate. Upon reaching the west gate, he spotted a van parked on the roadside, bearing a sticker from the Hailufeng specialty store. "Hey, pick up your stuff," the deliverman asked. "Do you have a QR code for receiving your delivery?" "Yes," he said, handing the deliverman a screenshot of the QR code his son had sent him. The deliverman scanned the QR code with his phone and said, "Sir, you have a lot. Let me help you carry it up." "A lot?" Old Zhao was a little skeptical, and just as he was about to say no, the deliverman pulled out a box of Little Mac bananas, a box of Gone and Navel oranges, and a box of Black Pearl cherry tomatoes from the van's trunk. Then he took out a cart and loaded the 3 boxes onto it. "So much?" Old Zhao almost wanted to hit someone. "That's all. Uncle, lead the way." "Okay." 3 boxes of fruit were delivered to his home. After thanking the deliverman, Old Zhao closed the door and called his son, giving him a barrage of scolding. His wife had just returned home to see her furious husband and 3 boxes of fruit in the living room. "Old Zhao, who offended you?" "It was your good son, who quietly bought 3 boxes of fruit. How can you eat them? Can you even think of them as a meal?" Gone Li Mei smiled and shook her head. "Calm down. I scold him later." She put her coat away, took a utility knife, and cut open the linen bandage that had been placed on top. Inside were small, shiny black tomatoes. "What kind of fruit is this? Grapes?" A closer look revealed the appearance of the fruit stems, and Gone Li Mei realized it might be a tomato. "Is it a tomato?" The box below contained bananas, and at the very bottom were navel oranges. "Old Zhao, try some bananas." A row of bananas was brought out, and Gone Li Mei broke off one for herself and one for her husband. Old Zhao, watching TV, peeled the banana and casually took a bite. The couple was slightly stunned. "Old Zhao, why do these bananas taste a little different?" You think so too? I thought it was just my imagination. Old Zhao took another bite. He finished the smaller little Mike in just a few bites. Gan Limei then washed the tomatoes and cut a navel orange. The couple tasted everything and found it all delicious. At 6 o'clock in the evening, old Zhao's son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter all returned. Biao, how much is all that fruit today? Old Zhao asked. Zhao Biao, peeling a banana for his daughter, said, just over 300 yuan. Old Zhao, with a look of impatience, said, do you think I never go to the market? Dad, why would I lie to you? Dad, these bananas are delicious, said the little granddaughter, munching on them. The cheapest bananas at the market are 7 yuan per jean, approximately 100 kilograms. You have this huge box of 20 jean, approximately 100 kilograms, plus navel oranges and cherry tomatoes, and you're telling me it's over 300 yuan? Old Zhao sneered. Zhao Biao shook his head, took out his phone, took a screenshot, and sent it over. See for yourself. I'm too lazy to explain. Opening WeChat and looking at the screenshot for a moment, old Zhao looked incredulous. 200 yuan for bananas? 60 yuan for 10 jean of navel oranges? 80 yuan for 10 jean of cherry tomatoes? That's not right. How can a product of this quality be so cheap? Old Zhao, what do you mean by cheap? Gan Limei came out with a plate of navel oranges. Old Zhao said, surprised, I mean, these fruits are really cheap. It's a little shockingly cheap. Old woman, you go to the market often. How much are cherry tomatoes, navel oranges, and bananas going for per pound right now? Dad, stop guessing. The daughter-in-law rolled her eyes at her husband and explained, these fruits are bought from the Hailifeng Company's supermarket in the suburbs. Their products are famous for their good quality and low prices. Hailifeng Company? Is that the company called Sinza Bean? Old Zhao had a vague impression. That company? The daughter-in-law nodded. This navel orange is good, Mom and Dad. Come on, eat it. I just ate it. Gan Limei shook her head. Let Xiaona have it. I had my teeth cleaned a few days ago, and now I feel uncomfortable eating sour things. Zhao Biao, who works at the Agricultural Bureau, finally said, this banana is good. Good? Doesn't it just taste better? Old Zhao said, eating his navel orange. Haha, this variety is an improvement on an older variety. There used to be a banana called the Big Mac, and its taste was different from the bananas on the market today, Zhao Biao explained convincingly. Old Zhao agreed with the Little Mac banana's taste. This banana does taste different from regular bananas. If that old variety was so good, why didn't they grow it anymore? Of course. Zhao Biao explained the Big Mac banana's history. The family listened with rapt interest. As Little Mac bananas began to appear in Hailifeng specialty stores, they naturally attracted considerable attention. Agricultural professionals, in particular, were the first to buy Little Mac bananas to try, and they found the taste to be truly different from regular bananas. Chapter 223. Yang Yang, who had previously collaborated with Hailifeng Company, happened to be in Cheongzhou and called Li Zixuan. The next day, a video was posted on various social media accounts. On Platform B. As soon as Yang Yang's Fruit Hunter account posted the video, it quickly gained numerous views. The video's content. I received many private messages from viewers asking me to talk about the Little Mike banana. Today, it's here. The scene shifted. Yang Yang arrived at the Hailifeng banana farm in Cheongdong, Cheongzhou. The view that greeted him was a banana forest resembling a vast green ocean. This is the Cheongdong Banana Farm, one of Hailifeng Company's 6 large banana plantations in Cheongzhou. Mr. Jiang and I have collaborated before, and now I'm taking you on a tour. The video quickly became flooded with comments, like connections and neighbors. Xia Yingming, the director of Cheongdong Banana Farm, was perhaps facing the camera for the first time. He said nervously, hello everyone. Director Xia, do we grow Little Mike bananas on our farm? The two followed the camera to a large field of Little Mike bananas being harvested. They watched as workers quickly cut down the bananas. No, we have 10,000 mu, approximately 10,000 acres, of bananas on Cheongdong Farm, divided into 3 varieties. The ones we're harvesting are Little Mike bananas. Yang Yang asked curiously, what are the other 2 varieties? One is the red Big Mike banana, and the other is the new Big Mike banana, Xia Yingming replied with a smile. Red Big Mike? New Big Mike? Does that mean all 3 varieties share the same lineage as Big Mike? Speaking of professional matters, Xia Yingming quickly responded, yes, they're a highly resistant variety bred using new technology based on the original Gros Michel banana. Yang Yang immediately chimed in, new technology? I'm curious. What kind of technology is it? I'm sure the audience is curious too. I wonder if Director Xie would be so kind to explain. It's not inconvenient at all. Our boss uses cell fusion technology, similar to the method used to cultivate polyploid crops. He transforms triploid Gros Michel banana cells into hexaploids, and then continues various manipulations, ultimately turning them into diploids, allowing the original Gros Michel banana can be bred naturally. I see. Yang Yang's face lit up with sudden enlightenment. You may know about the Gros Michel banana, but you're certainly not sure why scientists haven't used breeding techniques to improve it, making it resistant to yellow leaf disease. The reason is that the Gros Michel banana is triploid, making it difficult to reproduce naturally. This makes it difficult to improve the Gros Michel through hybridization. Mr. Yang is right. This technology is still very difficult, so don't try it rashly, Yang joked, watching the bananas being cut down. Suddenly, a worker ran over. Xie Chong, there's a banana that needs to be registered. Oh! Take me over. Xie Yingming turned and said, Mr. Yang, let's go take a look. Okay. Several people followed the worker to a banana weed. Xie Yingming looked at the slightly yellowed peel and said, it's ripened early. Give me the mark. Okay. The sign was placed and QD03 was hand-sprayed on it. Yang, standing by, immediately guessed, QD03? Does this represent the third bud mutation of Cheongdong? Yes, this is the third bud mutation variety discovered at the Cheongdong banana farm. Yang explained to the audience what bud mutation is. Bud mutations are actually natural mutations in many plants. They may be affected by solar radiation, temperature, soil, and other factors, causing genetic mutations. While these mutations are common, mutations in a positive direction are rare. Xie Yingming had already had the large bunch of bananas cut off. He quickly packed 10 bags in special sealed bags, then cut off a few leaves and packaged them separately, writing QD03 on the bags. Are all these bud mutations going to be sent for research? Yes, Mr. Yang. Xie Yingming smiled, cutting a few bananas and sharing them with everyone. Try them all. I record any changes in texture and flavor. No problem. I'm really lucky to have encountered something like this right on arrival. Yang took the banana, peeled it, and took a bite. It's the same as the ones I bought at the supermarket. No noticeable difference in texture, sweetness, or flavor. After the others had their bites, they shared their opinions. Xie Yingming quickly wrote down their feedback on his phone before picking up the banana and taking a few bites. After a while, Yang smiled and said, this bud mutation has some value. Perhaps we can cultivate an even earlier maturing variety. Xie Yingming put away his phone. Thank you for your kind words. However, this kind of work is still handled by the company's research team. Let's continue to explore the farm. Okay. The video quickly introduced the characteristics of Little Mac, Red Big Mac, and New Big Mac, as well as the fact that their straw can produce albacore. This surprised many fans. Many then searched the Haliafeng Specialty Store app and discovered that they indeed carry cotton and linen clothing, albacore carpets, curtain fabrics, seat covers, and other products. Many placed orders or purchased directly from nearby Haliafeng specialty stores and warehouse supermarkets. After trying them once, many customers found these bananas truly unique. Coupled with a relatively affordable price, families with large families often bought whole boxes. Of course, a retail price of 5 yuan per gene, approximately 500 G, is still relatively high in the market, especially in Lingnan, Guangxi, and Cheongzhou, where local bananas generally cost 2 or 3 yuan per gene, approximately 500 G. Some people buy them at 2 or 3 yuan per gene, and others buy them at 5 yuan per gene, approximately 500 G. After all, imported bananas don't taste as good as Little Mac bananas, yet they can cost 7 or 8 yuan per gene, approximately 100 G, or even over 10 yuan per gene, approximately 100 G. As a result, the high prices of bananas sold at boutique fruit stores were dealt a heavy blow. Many customers who tried Little Mac bananas were captivated by its rich, sweet flavor, feeling that imported bananas couldn't compare. Little Mac's also offered a significant price advantage, offering the ultimate value for money. Many customers of boutique fruit stores were gradually being drawn to the Haliafeng specialty stores. Some fruit wholesalers were already contacting Cheongzhou, hoping to secure Little Mac bananas. Rather than seeking out the trouble of visiting the Haliafeng company's farms, these individuals sought out contracted farmers. In a small town in eastern Cheongzhou, several young people arrived at a plantation dedicated to Little Mac bananas. A banana farmer and his family were busy inspecting the bananas, which were ready for harvest in 2 weeks. Next door, another farmer, also cultivating Little Mac bananas, was installing steel racks on the hilltop. "Brother, are your bananas a new variety?" The old banana farmer, who had already noticed the group, took the other's cigarette, but didn't smoke it. He tucked it behind his ear and asked calmly, "Are you here to buy bananas?" "Yes. Just call me Achiang. Our company is strong. We've been buying fruit in Cheongjo for over a decade, and we guarantee fair prices." Achiang bared his bright white teeth. "Don't waste your time. These plantations are under contract." The old banana farmer shook his head. Achiang said with a smile, "Brother, we can do it even after signing the contract." However, the old banana farmer burst out laughing. "How much can you offer? Halyafeng Company is offering 2.5 yuan, and they're also collecting banana straw. And then they're selling it to you, and they're still charging you a penalty. What's the point of eating?" 2.5 yuan? 2.5 yuan per pound? Achiang's eyes widened. "Yes." After hearing this answer, Achiang and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Before coming here, they had overestimated the farm gate price of Little Mac bananas, but they hadn't expected it to be so high. The old banana farmer reminded him again, "The penalty is 100,000 yuan per acre. If you're willing to pay it, I don't mind selling it to you. By the way, semi-dehydrated straw is 1,000 yuan per ton. Do you want it?" "Haha." Achiang was speechless. If he dared to accept that price, the boss would chop him into 8 pieces with a fruit knife. A steel frame has been erected on the mountaintop of the banana plantation next door. A steel cable connects to a steel frame at the foot of the mountain, along the concrete road. Bunches of harvested bananas are hung on the cable, then pulled down by a pulley system, traveling at a constant speed along the cable. This equipment was provided by the Halyafeng Company's procurement team, but the farmers paid for the concrete base and steel frame. All mountain orchards that work with Halyafeng Company have this type of equipment, and even flatland orchards have it, too, though its prevalence is relatively low. This equipment is primarily intended to reduce labor intensity. After all, a bunch of bananas weighs dozens of kilograms. Relying solely on manual labor, even for farmers themselves, is not a sustainable solution. Such high-intensity handling puts excessive strain on lumbar discs and knees. At first, the banana farmers thought Halyafeng Company was too much of a hassle, but now, after using it, they immediately found it truly convenient. The bananas and banana stalks slide down the steel cable to the roadside at the foot of the mountain. Workers load the bananas onto a large truck. Banana stalks, on the other hand, are squeezed by a machine, removing most of the moisture. This typically reduces the weight of the stalks by half, reducing the burden on transportation. Achiang and the others watched for a while before retreating. Back at a convenience store in town, they saw the owner, making a phone call on the roadside. "Achiang, how's it going?" A middle-aged man, with a large gold chain, a cigarette between his lips, handed a bag of drinks to the group. Achiang took a sip from a bottle of Dongpeng special drink, and began recounting his recent trip to the countryside to harvest bananas. "Brother Fong, there's nothing we can do. Those farmers have signed contracts with the Halyafeng Company, and they're paying us 2.5 yuan per gene, approximately 100 grams. We can't afford it. $2.50 a pound? What's Halyafeng doing? The purchase price is so high, but the selling price is only $5. They only make a profit of $1.50 per pound. Bullshit." The middle-aged man cursed. Achiang continued, "Brother Fong, Halyafeng also buys banana stalks. An acre of stalks is worth over $2,000. We don't have the resources to buy stalks." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, and felt that the current situation was simply unsolvable. Even if they set up their own farm to grow Little Mac bananas, they still wouldn't be able to get past Halyafeng. He shook his head helplessly. "That's impossible. Go harvest other fruits this afternoon." "Okay." As for the idea of causing trouble for Halyafeng, the middle-aged man was just talking for fun. He didn't have the courage to actually do it. Other fruit buyers, who had attempted to enter the market, encountered this insurmountable obstacle, and had to abandon the idea of purchasing Little Mac bananas. After all, the Agricultural Cooperative Department knows exactly how many acres of bananas are planted under the names of Halyafeng's contracted farmers. The purchase price for bananas is 2.5 yuan per gene, approximately 100 grams. For contracted farmers to choose to breach the contract and sell their bananas, the purchase price must be higher than 3 yuan per gene, approximately 100 grams, to make them feel it's a reasonable deal. And this assumes Halyafeng doesn't pursue contracted farmers for breach of contract, which is obviously impossible. After all, bananas can't be cultivated on a single plot of land for long periods of time. Generally, After 5 or 6 years, they need to be moved to a new location. To move to a new location, banana seedlings must be purchased. The Mac series is Hailufeng's patented variety. Planting them without permission will result in a lawsuit. Cheongjo officials have recently been exploring ways to support Hailufeng Company's local banana industry and strive to keep the industry in Cheongjo. After all, the dual-use albaca from the Mac series is incredibly fragrant. Even if a typhoon hits during planting, the fallen banana stalks can be hauled away to extract yellow albaca, thereby increasing banana farmers' resilience. Furthermore, the Mac series fiber strength is inherently high, especially the shorter Little Mac banana, which is highly resistant to typhoons. In mid-November, eastern Cheongdong experienced a direct landfall from a strong typhoon. However, compared to other banana plantations planted with Little Mac bananas suffered significantly less damage, only about 1/3 of the damage sustained by ordinary banana plantations. The damage was primarily caused by broken leaves, not broken stalks, and recovery was rapid. The typhoon-tested Little Mac banana is even more popular with local banana farmers. After all, in typhoon-prone areas like Cheongjo, farmers' biggest fear is encountering a typhoon. This is another reason many farmers prefer to grow betel nut, as it's less susceptible to typhoons and won't be wiped out by a single typhoon. The Mac series, with its high straw fiber content and high fiber strength, enhances its overall wind resistance. Even a 417 typhoon making landfall would only break the leaves, not the stalks. Under these circumstances, the complaints of a few fruit buyers won't shake the Hailufeng Company's presence in Cheongjo. For the Cheongjo locals, albaca production is even more valuable. This can be used to make textiles, and developing an industry chain centered around albaca is more important than simply growing bananas. After all, even if bananas bloom, they alone won't make local farmers rich. But albaca is different. It can undergo various processing steps. Local authorities are already studying the possibility of removing some of the betel nut crops and encouraging farmers to grow Mac bananas instead. At this time, the retail price of Mac bananas must not be too high, as this would affect overall consumption. The market wouldn't be able to absorb so many Mac bananas, and the scale of Mac banana cultivation would naturally be limited, which would in turn affect albaca production. In fact, over time, Mac bananas have begun to dominate the northern banana market. The reason is simple. Because bananas aren't native to the north, the retail price of bananas there is generally higher. This improves the value for money of Mac bananas. In the south, closer to their origin, local bananas are very cheap, so Mac bananas can only capture the mid to high-end market. Of course, this doesn't mean ordinary bananas in northern China are unsaleable. This year, the wholesale price of ordinary bananas in northern China is generally 27 yuan per 17 gene banana, or only 1.58 yuan per gene. Reselling them at home for 3 yuan per gene is still acceptable. Only in the mid to high-end market is the battleground between Hailufeng's Mac bananas and imported bananas. The current situation is that imported bananas are losing ground, forcing them to lower their prices to 5 or 6 yuan per gene to compete head-on with Mac bananas. As for premium domestic bananas, like Emperor bananas and small bananas, the market is still healthy. After all, not everyone likes Mac bananas. This is especially true for the more flavorful Big Mac. Before the new Big Mac hits the market, a small Mac alone still seems a bit underwhelming. However, these two new varieties will be available in mid to late April, by which time, they will essentially cover the mid to high-end market. The news of the Big Michel banana's return has garnered considerable attention within the domestic agricultural community. Even the 17 Village channel dedicated a special interview video to the issue. Experts and scholars in southern banana breeding, as well as experts and scholars in various hemp crops, have also flocked to Cheongjo for research. Although not as popular as the Sinza soybeans, the dual-purpose Mac banana series, combining albaca and hemp, has indeed garnered considerable attention within the domestic agricultural community. After all, it is associated with tropical fruits, textile raw materials, and paper-making raw materials. In addition, the Little Michel banana is already available, while the Sinza soybean has never been officially marketed. To be more precise, the Sinza soybean is not currently sold as food, but rather as seed. Partnering companies have already secured large quantities of seed from specific regions. Although spring hasn't fully arrived on the major desert farms in the northwest, this hasn't stopped them from making preparations. The seed factory at the Amonan branch of Hailufeng Company currently has over 60,000 tons of Sinza soybean seeds in stock, enough to plant only 12 million mu, approximately 1.5 acres. Thus, the maximum farm development capacity for each company is 24 million mu, approximately 1.5 acres. Why 24 million mu, approximately 1.5 acres, and not 12 million mu, approximately 1.5 acres? The answer is simple. Because at the Amonin branches to Michigan farm, various experts and scholars are paying close attention, especially research teams from agricultural universities, like Northeast Agricultural University, who have even stationed many personnel there. As daytime temperatures at Michigan farm reached over 7 degrees Celsius on March 13, the soybeans planted last year began to sprout again. Chapter 224. Michigan farm. As the temperature broke through 7 degrees Celsius, the underground root bulbs of the Cinza soybeans, stimulated by the temperature signal, began to sprout rapidly. Their shoots broke through the sandy soil, and their lush leaves painted the entire Michigan farm green. They really sprouted again. A professor at Northeast Agricultural University beamed with excitement as he looked at the densely packed soybean fields. Although laboratory experiments on temperature-controlled resprouting had successfully caused Cinza soybean root tubers to sprout a second time, this was the first time such resprouting had been observed under natural conditions. Many soybean researchers began recording various data. Including Haliafing's own researchers, they were also conducting various studies and recording data. Unknowingly, a week had already passed. During this week, the conditions at Michigan farm naturally attracted widespread domestic coverage. Farms involved in desertification reclamation have already received soybean seeds from Haliafing. Aside from the over 10,000 tons of seeds Haliafing retained for itself, the remaining 50,000 tons have been sold. From these soybean seeds alone, Haliafing has earned 1 billion yuan. Selling seeds can be a significant profit. After all, the average sowing volume for Cinza soybeans is 5 kilograms per acre, and each kilogram of seed costs 20 yuan. If the total cultivated area is 200 million mu, and reseeding is repeated every 3 to 5 years, an average of 50 million mu of soybean fields would require the purchase of Cinza seed each year, generating 5 billion yuan in seed revenue annually. Furthermore, starting in the second year after planting, a patent fee of 5 yuan per acre is collected. Based on this scale, approximately 150 million mu of soybeans are planted annually, resulting in a total annual revenue of 750 million yuan. In addition to the soybeans at Michigan farm beginning to sprout again, those at the neighboring Milan farm have also begun to do so. The higher the temperature, the faster these soybean seedlings grow. Although there has been no rain in Zarim city since the beginning of spring, and the weather is dry and windy as usual, the radish beans don't rely on precipitation at this time. Instead, they rely on the moisture and nutrients stored in their underground tubers from the previous year. Furthermore, they can collect dewdrops on their leaves at night. Therefore, even without precipitation, the radish beans can still grow normally. Teacher, the weights are out, a graduate student approached, holding a test report. Professor Li, who was inspecting the experimental field, squatted next to a soybean seedling. How are they? The graduate student smiled and replied, compared to a week ago, our instrumentation shows that the moisture content in the tubers of the radish beans in the experimental field has decreased by 2 to 3%. We estimate that the stored moisture in the tubers will sustain their growth until the harvest season in mid-June. It seems that the radish beans have truly broken the mold of traditional soybeans, Professor Li said happily. On the one hand, he was happy that China had acquired this powerful food resource, and on the other hand, he was finally able to publish a paper on the topic he'd been researching since last year. At the Michigan farm, there are over a dozen research teams, large and small, all dedicated to studying the Cinza soybean. Some are studying the various characteristics of the Cinza soybean to prepare for further promotion. Some are researching how to use the Cinza soybean as a female parent for secondary hybridization, and still others are studying how to utilize soybeans. Some of these research teams are government-funded, while others are Haliafing companies' own research teams. A small number of research projects are collaborative projects with universities. At this moment, farm workers at Michigan farm, operating small lawn mowers, were using lasers to eliminate overgrown bean sprouts between soybean rows. Sizzle. Laser beams burned across. The roots of those sprouts that grew beyond the range were burned off. These sprouts are offshoots that developed after a portion of the root tuber was severed from the main root system. If left unchecked, they would quickly develop into new soybean plants. If plants are too densely packed, the gaps between rows become narrower, not only robbing the soil of phosphorus, potassium, and other trace elements, but also leading to poor ventilation and an increased risk of fungal and bacterial infections. Thinning out the weeds is therefore essential. In addition, spray drones began applying pesticides and foliar fertilizers. The entire farm became increasingly busy. To prevent bees from approaching pesticide-treated soybean fields, microspray towers emitting pheromones that are uncomfortable for Chinese bees are placed in these fields. These pheromone potions were developed by Jiangmiao, specifically targeting the genes of Chinese bees. The main ingredients of this pheromone repellent potion are aromatic hydrocarbon compounds extracted from natural plants, such as mugwort and other plants. When the spray towers are activated at the edge of the pesticide-treated area, the Chinese bees, upon smelling the pheromones, sense danger and begin to actively avoid the area. This technology has been very successfully implemented in bee farms throughout the South, preventing bees from collecting toxic nectar, reducing both the risk of bee poisoning and the risk of pesticides contaminating the honey. However, the soybean fields used as forage grass were not sprayed with pesticides at this time. Only a foliar application of fertilizer was done by drone. Because this batch of soybean forage grass is the first forage grass of the spring in Monan, it will only take about 45 days, around late April, for harvest to alleviate the local shortage. Besides the soybean yield, there's no need for pesticides. Recently, Jiang Haibo, who was in Monan, inspected the various operations of the Monan branch and received instructions from Jiang Miao. A few days ago, Jiang Haibo called to schedule an appointment with Lu Zhenwei, Executive Director of Beijing Energy International. Today, Lu Zhenwei and his team arrived at the Tamanchagan base. Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. I'm Jiang Haibo. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Haibo didn't waste time. He had already briefly discussed the details with Lu Zhenwei over the phone before arriving. So, he led Lu Zhenwei directly to the Tamanchagan base. The area before them was the recently renovated Power Storage Center. Hailifeng's headquarters in Gongping Town have been expanding their production lines and refining their processes. Their current daily production capacity is 1,300 cubic meters of sponge batteries. A week ago, headquarters delivered a large shipment of sponge batteries. The batteries were immediately installed upon their arrival at the pre-modified site. Lu Zhenwei looked at the rows of large battery boxes before him and asked, "Are these the sponge batteries your company produces?" "Yes, a total of 2,000 cells, with a maximum storage capacity of 900,000 kilowatt-hours and a maximum output power of 192,000 kilowatts," explained the technical director of the battery storage center, standing beside Jiang Haibo. Lu Zhenwei wasn't particularly interested in how many batteries were used. What really concerned him was their cost. "Mr. Jiang, what's your quote?" "Our company uses a leasing model. The rental fee is 10,000 yuan per cubic meter of battery cells, plus a 10,000 yuan deposit." 10,000 yuan? Lu Zhenwei looked at the cost accountants on his team. They immediately understood and began calculating costs based on this figure and the data provided by Hailifeng. About half an hour later, one of the cost accountants whispered something in Lu Zhenwei's ear. Adding in the construction costs, the cumulative additional cost per kilowatt-hour is 0.0524 yuan? Lu Zhenwei was shocked by this figure and quickly discussed it with the other management members of the other teams. "Vice President Lu, what do you think?" Lu Guishi raised his glasses and expressed his opinion. "Mr. Lu, if Hailifeng is willing to sign a long-term contract, I think we can consider cooperation." "That's right. A long-term contract is necessary. If Hailifeng suddenly raises prices in a few years, wouldn't we be in a very vulnerable position? How many years do you think a contract would be appropriate?" "The minimum contract term is 10. If it's the Zelima City project, the wind farm has only been in operation for a little over 2 years. A 15-year contract would be ideal, by which time the farm will be nearing retirement." Clearly, for Jingning International, the current high-quality, low-cost batteries are extremely attractive. Their only concern is future price increases from Hailifeng. You have to remember that while their Zelimu City wind farm has an installed capacity of 2.43 million kilowatt-hours, the storage system it's equipped with only 476,000 kilowatt-hours. This accompanying energy storage system is not only extremely expensive, but also extremely inefficient. You should know that wind power is even more unstable than photovoltaic power. For example, in early spring in Zerim City, the wind is extremely strong, and daily power generation can reach 35 to 40 million kilowatt-hours. How can a supporting system with a storage capacity limit of only 476,000 kilowatt-hours absorb so much electricity? The result is that some power is wasted to maintain stability. In other words, even if the storage system's 476,000 kilowatt-hour capacity is fully utilized, it can only regulate approximately 2 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity annually. Based on the 2.43 million kilowatts installed capacity of the Zerim League wind farm, which generates an average of 3,000 hours of electricity annually, This translates to 7.29 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity generated annually. Even if a portion of the wind turbine power could be fed directly into the grid through voltage regulation and rectification, at least 2 to 3 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity would be wasted annually. Currently, the on-grid electricity price for Beijing Energy International's project in Zelimo is 0.36 yuan per kilowatt-hour, meaning potential annual revenue of 720 million to 1.08 billion yuan is unrealized. As for purchasing lithium iron phosphate and lead-acid batteries, and further increasing the storage system's capacity, Beijing Energy International can no longer afford it. The green alcohol and green hydrogen projects, much touted by many, are also unsuitable for wind power. More precisely, they are unsuitable for unstable wind power. For large-scale industrial production of methanol and hydrogen, an unstable power supply system would not only lead to low production efficiency, but also increase costs, safety risks, and difficulty in regulation. When Lu Junwei heard that using Heliofeng's batteries would only increase costs by 0.0524 yuan per kilowatt-hour, he was immediately attracted. After an internal discussion, Lu Junwei couldn't wait to find Jiang Haiba and get straight to the point. Mr. Jiang, we plan to use the Zelimo wind power project as a pilot project to initially build a 2,000 cubic meter battery cell storage and control center. It's a pleasure to work with you. I'm sure your company won't regret this decision. Chapter 225. Gan Province, Xuanyang City. Number 1 Jiangxin Avenue, Shuangzhong Town, Huka County. Chairman Dai Qigua and General Manager Lu Daoyang both came out to greet him personally. Zhang Xinqing's car slowly stopped at the shipyard entrance. Mr. Zhang, welcome to Jiangxin Shipyard. I'm Dai Qigua. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Lu Daoyang. Mr. Dai, Mr. Lu, hello. Zhang Xinqing shook hands with both men and continued, what are your thoughts on the ships we customized? Mr. Zhang, let's discuss this inside. Okay. Entering the shipyard, Dai Qigua expressed his concern for the inland transport vessel order requested by Heliofeng Company. He presented several design proposals, and presented them to Zhang Xinqing one by one. However, Zhang Xinqing made a request. Mr. Dai, I know that your company, or rather, China, currently has very mature technology in the manufacture of inland transport vessels, particularly diesel-powered transport vessels. But I have a request. Mr. Zhang, please feel free to ask, Dai Qigua said as he poured tea. Our company requires all custom-made transport vessels to be electric-powered, and the battery standards must conform to our company's requirements. I wonder if that's acceptable to you, Mr. Dai? Hearing this, Dai Qigua didn't change his expression. After all, Heliofeng Company was the client, and naturally had the right to do so. However, he still reminded him, Mr. Zhang, to be honest, there's nothing wrong with using electric motor technology on transport vessels. But the most crucial point is, if there's no way to solve this problem, I don't recommend he use electric transport vessels. Mr. Dai is worried about batteries and range, right? Lu Daoyang followed up, Mr. Zhang, our chairman's suggestion is based on our company's experience. After all, we built electric transport ships for other companies before. But battery costs are currently high. Lithium batteries are too expensive, and lead batteries are too heavy, making them difficult to use. However, Zhang Xinqing shook his head. Our company has its own battery technology. We are currently planning to build battery swap stations along the Ganjiang River, the Guangdong-Jiangxi Canal, and the Beijiang River. Oh! Your company uses its own batteries? What are the battery specifications? Dai Qigua asked quickly. After all, the other party's statement was so convincing. He suspected that Heliofeng Company must have something. Zhang Xinqing's assistant handed Dai Qigua a document. Mr. Dai, please take a look. Dai Qigua took it, and began to look through it with Lu Daoyang. As they read for a while, their expressions grew increasingly solemn and excited. The document already contained rough calculations, including basic battery performance, how many cubic meters of batteries would be used for a certain tonnage transport ship, how battery containers should be designed, and how battery swap stations should be designed. Therefore, the two men could intuitively discern the power of this technology, which explains their expressions of both solemnity and excitement. The solemnity stemmed from their foresight of the impending transformation of the shipbuilding industry. The excitement stemmed from the fact that they were among the first companies to enter the electric transport ship market, ensuring they wouldn't be eliminated due to lack of responsiveness. Dai Qigua took a deep breath and immediately made a decision. Mr. Zhang, I need your company's battery test data, and would also like to receive a batch of battery samples for field testing. No problem, Zhang Xinqing nodded. If the sponge battery's performance truly lives up to the hype, we accept your order. Then I wish you a happy cooperation in advance. Happy cooperation. After signing a letter of intent, Zhang Xinchen gave Daichigua the contact information for the logistics department. On the third day, a transport ship unloaded 10 20-foot containers onto the dock at Jiangxin shipyard. Daichigua and Lu Daoyang had been busy for the past 2 days, removing 2 battery containers from a 2,000-ton electric inland transport vessel they had previously built for testing. As soon as they received the battery containers from Heliafeng, they immediately installed them and quickly arranged for electrical engineers to adjust the circuits. With swift action, they completed the entire modification in just 3 days. Mr. Dai, charging is complete. How many kilowatt-hours of electricity did you charge? Daichigua asked with concern. 1 tank charges 4,500 kilowatt-hours, so 2 tanks charge a total of 9,000 kilowatt-hours. Hearing this answer, Daichigua's face lit up with excitement. Okay, I arranged the sea trials immediately and charged the other battery containers at the same time. Yes, Mr. Dai. Their company's sea trials team quickly boarded the ship and began various sea trials on the Yangtze River. First, they tested the ship at a constant speed with no load. At a constant speed of 15 kilometers per hour, the average power consumption was approximately 4 kilowatt-hours per kilometer, and the cruising range was approximately 2,000 kilometers. Then came the fully loaded sea trials. At a constant speed of 15 kilometers per hour, the average power consumption was approximately 10 kilowatt-hours per kilometer, and the cruising range was approximately 800 kilometers. How good is that? For example, the 2,500-ton ship Union No. 1 has 2 removable batteries on its deck that can store 2,200 kilowatt-hours of electricity, allowing it to travel approximately 120 kilometers, with an average power consumption of approximately 18.3 kilowatt-hours per kilometer. Of course, constant speed sailing is impossible in practice. Inland transport vessels frequently accelerate, decelerate, maneuver, and brake, all of which incur additional power consumption. Furthermore, other internal equipment consumes considerable power. Thus, the range reported in the constant speed test should be discounted by 70% to 80% in actual operation. Even so, the 800-kilometer constant speed range achieved when fully loaded means a range of approximately 600 kilometers in actual operation. During this test, rapid battery swapping and charging were also performed. After receiving these measured data, Daichigua looked at him with astonishment. Why are the numbers provided by Heliafeng so conservative? Conservative? Lu Daoyang picked up the test report and flipped through it, noting the same thing. Indeed, 9,000 kilowatt-hours of charge and 8,000 kilowatt-hours of discharge. The actual discharge was 8,287 kilowatt-hours. That's significantly more. The captain in charge of the test cautiously speculated. Perhaps they're worried about a drop in battery life in winter. After all, battery power decreases in cold weather. Unlikely. Daichigua had recently delved into Heliafeng. The company had a strong and distinctive style. Their products were completely different from the industry's practice of inflated product labels. Each product was labeled with tangible information. Another deputy manager, who had previously purchased an electric car, let out a wry smile. Boss Dai, this is a good thing. After all, batteries with inflated battery ratings are really harmful. Indeed, they're using genuine materials to make their products, so we definitely have to support them. Lu Daoyang nodded. As companies that purchase or use batteries, they naturally want the battery labels to be as authentic as possible. This not only impacts product quality but also costs. Daichigua discussed the next steps with the company's management. Based on the test results, if sponge batteries maintain their current operating costs, I believe battery swapping has great potential in the future. Lu Daoyang asked, Director, how much does Heliafeng charge for battery swapping? I called Mr. Zhang yesterday, and Heliafeng charges 4,000 yuan for a fully charged small cabinet, with no other fees. 1 yuan per kilowatt-hour? That's a reasonable rate. Indeed. Using their 2,000-ton experimental transport ship as an example, with 8,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity for a 600-kilometer voyage, the average cost is 13.3 yuan per kilometer. However, if the winds and seas are favorable, or if there's a long stretch of sailing with a relatively consistent speed, the power consumption can be significantly reduced. Furthermore, Heliafeng sponge batteries typically have 1 to 2% more energy than the actual rated capacity. This excess energy, when added to the cost, will further reduce electricity costs. For a 2,000-ton diesel transport ship, the average fuel consumption is 14 to 21 yuan per kilometer. The upper limit of battery electricity costs is always lower than the lower limit of diesel engines. If we compare no-load energy consumption costs, diesel engines are instantly outperformed. After Daichigua and others discussed the cooperation, he personally led his team to Hailufeng's headquarters to secure the order for the inland transport vessels. On the other hand, Hailufeng also contracted 5 new docks on the Ganjiang and Beijiang rivers. These docks were different from the old ones. Many of the old docks were located close to cities. However, Hailufeng took a different approach, selecting remote towns for its docks. This strategy was partly to reduce land costs, and partly because Hailufeng's industries were concentrated in rural areas. Building docks near cities would obviously increase their land transportation distance. There was another reason as well. These docks also served as ship traffic exchange stations. To avoid congestion on the docks and the river, they had to be located in relatively open sections of the river, perhaps even requiring widening of the river. These renovation projects clearly couldn't meet the needs of rivers near cities, as there were too many buildings and industries along the rivers. Widening the river, for example, would involve the complexities of demolition and relocation. The locations for the 5 docks have already been selected. They are Ganjiang Xinchi Station, Ganjiang Fumin Station, Ganjiang Nantang Station, Beijiang Jiankou Station, and Beijiang Shuping Station. These terminal hubs not only handle battery replacements for ships, but also serve as Hailufeng's own cargo terminals and service stations. Furthermore, solar farms will be constructed around these terminals. Although this is an experimental route, with Hailufeng's technological expertise, the prospects are very promising. After all, the government is also promoting the electrification of ships. The motivation for this is partly to promote the development of the new energy industry, and partly to reduce pollution, as diesel engines can pollute the river. As for cost reduction and efficiency improvement, without the technological support of Hailufeng, electric transport ships simply cannot achieve this. If cost reduction and efficiency improvement were truly possible, there would be no need for official subsidies and promotion. Shipowners would have already proactively placed orders. Currently, there are very few electric transport ships, and the reason is that there's no way to reduce costs and increase efficiency. Inland waterway transportation is already highly competitive, and electric transport ships offer no cost advantage. Private enterprises, not state-owned enterprises, naturally wouldn't pursue electric transport ships. April 8th. Daichigua and his team arrived at Hailufeng's headquarters. At the same time, Beijing Energy International's headquarters in Beijing. After 2 weeks of testing, the 1,000 cubic meter sponge battery pilot project at the Zelamu City Wind Power Station in southern Mongolia officially began operation 4 days ago. Daily usage data is reported back to Beijing Energy International headquarters. After learning about the recent operational status, Liu Zhenwei couldn't wait any longer and immediately convened a management meeting. The sponge battery trial run is going very well. Let's take a look at the detailed report. After a while, one of the executives looked up, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Mr. Liu, is Hailufeng really willing to accept a full life rental rate of 10,000 yuan per cubic meter? Li Jiahao, the technical director in charge of technical management, said, Vice President Zhu, let me explain. Based on the sponge battery samples we received, our laboratory conducted a comprehensive study and discovered some of its secrets. You can turn to page 13 of the report. The others quickly flipped to page 13 of the report. Recycling? Is that so? No wonder they chose a leasing model. Li Jiahao continued, as you've seen, according to our preliminary research, the core of sponge batteries is composed of organic materials with a sponge structure, soybean oil as the battery fluid, and a certain amount of potassium chloride and other trace elements. Does this sound familiar? Someone had already realized. This stuff? It's all from agriculture? Li Jiahao nodded. That's right. Although these materials will deteriorate after the battery reaches the end of its lifespan, this doesn't prevent them from being used as organic fertilizer or biodiesel. And according to laboratory analysis, the other components of sponge batteries can be recycled at least 30 to 40 times. This makes the actual cost of sponge batteries very low. How low can it be? According to the cost accounting department's analysis, if the components are recycled 30 times, the converted cost of 1 cubic meter of sponge battery cells will not exceed 300 yuan. Li Jiahao had just finished speaking. Damn! So low. No wonder Hailufeng chose a leasing model, earning 9,700 yuan per transaction. Mr. Liu, can we import the technology? If we can, we certainly consider it. Will Hailufeng be willing to license the technology? Liu Zhenwei shook his head. Forget about acquiring the technology on our own, but a joint venture should be possible. A vice president hastily suggested, Mr. Liu, there's no time to lose. Let's quickly secure a partnership before other battery companies react, even if the terms are a bit harsh. That's what I was thinking. Even if we don't sell batteries, learning from Heliofeng's battery rental model would also generate significant revenue. By the way, what is the composition of that sponge structure? Can it be produced industrially? Li Jiahao replied, according to our laboratory analysis, it's most likely a fungal organism, somewhat similar to a mushroom. Its composition and structure are very complex. I suspect Heliofeng uses microbial cultivation to produce it, which shouldn't be imitable using conventional chemical methods. Inimitable? Good thing it can't be imitated. The other vice president's smile widened with satisfaction. After all, the inability to imitate it through chemical methods means the technology won't spread, at least not in the short term, which is beneficial for product sales. Similar to lithium batteries, there are numerous domestic companies producing them. And Dhaka and Japan also have lithium battery technology. If Europe and the United States hadn't been so foolish as to support a European battery company in the Arctic Circle, instead fully supporting battery companies in Dhaka or Japan, they wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat in the lithium battery industry. Although lithium batteries present challenges, at least the chemical industry can be relied upon for its continued success. But sponge batteries are different. Without electricity generating bacteria, no matter how advanced your chemical industry is, it's useless. After all, the artificial synthesis of complex organic compounds has always been a challenge in the industry. This involves the type of organic compound and its stacking structure. Individual small molecule organic compounds can be synthesized artificially, but complex large molecule organic compounds, coupled with a myriad of complex stacking combinations, present a truly daunting challenge. Thus, the technical foundation of sponge batteries lies in obtaining electricity-generating bacteria. Once the bacteria are obtained, specialized cultivation methods are required. Lu Junwei immediately made a decision. I take my team to Heliofeng headquarters right away. Director Li, you come with us. The rest of us will first conduct an industry analysis focusing on sponge batteries. No problem. After the meeting, Lu Junwei didn't rush off. Instead, he called Jiang Haiba to propose a collaboration and expressed his desire to visit Jiang Miao at Heliofeng headquarters. Jiang Haiba said he could arrange a time. As for the joint production of sponge batteries, he reassured Lu Junwei that Heliofeng didn't object. Hearing this, Lu Junwei felt relieved and even more enthusiastic. Although he knew that even if Heliofeng agreed to the partnership, it would likely take a significant portion of the profits. Heliofeng held the core technology, so their willingness to cooperate was a blessing. Heliofeng would undoubtedly take the lion's share of the profits. He and Jiang Haibo agreed on a rough date. After Jiang Haibo hung up, he quickly called Jiang Miao to discuss the matter with Jingning International. Okay, let's do it the day after tomorrow at noon. I happen to have some free time. Then I let Jingning know. Yes. How's the Monan branch going? Everything is going well. The farms are progressing very quickly. We estimate we can transform around 5 million mu this year. Very good. By the way, how are the tests going at the United Mining's mining experimental base in Monan? United Mining? Oh, the biophosphate mining project, headed by Lu Mingyuan? That's the project. I spoke with Lu Mingyuan the night before last. He said the experimental tests were very good. The current estimated production cost is around 700 yuan per ton of pure phosphorus. If the upcoming tests go well, we expect to start construction of the first pilot production base in June. Okay. Keep an eye on it. Chapter 226. Jiangxin Shipbuilding's chairman Dai Qigua and his team quickly secured orders for 30 inland waterway transport vessels and 10 ocean bulk carriers from Heliofeng's logistics division. These vessels are all electric transport vessels. The inland waterway order includes 10 1,000-ton bulk carriers, 10 2,000-ton bulk carriers, and 10 5,000-ton bulk carriers. The 10 ocean bulk carriers are 5 10,000-ton and 5 20,000-ton vessels. In addition, Jiangxin Shipbuilding was tasked with developing and producing 2 battery supply vessels. One is for inland waterways, capable of carrying batteries, and equipped with equipment for quickly swapping battery containers. The other is for offshore use, with a design similar to the inland waterway model. The battery supply vessels were designed primarily out of concern that electric transport vessels might run out of power while en route, or that nearby ports would be unable to accommodate vessels of this size, forcing them to refuel offshore or en route. This is similar to a fuel tanker. For the sluggish shipbuilding industry, this large number of orders should keep Jiangxin Shipyard busy for at least half a year. After all, traditional transport ships are not only low profit, but also highly competitive. Among the various ship types in the shipbuilding industry, only building natural gas tankers is more profitable. Just after Jiang Miao saw Dai Qigua and his group off, Nandian Group General Manager Liu Shanhe visited again. Not only did they come with him, but also representatives from State Grid, China Merchants International, COSCO Shipping, State Power Investment Corporation, China Three Gorges Corporation, China General Nuclear Power Group, and Huadian Heavy Industry. These companies fall into three categories: power grids, port operations, and power generation. These state-owned enterprises are clearly more informed than private enterprises. They had actually received news about Hailifeng's development of sponge batteries over a month ago, and for the past month, they've been either researching their performance or discussing how to utilize them. The power grid's idea is to use sponge batteries to regulate power supply fluctuations. The port operations prefer to develop battery swapping services using sponge batteries. The new energy power generation companies prefer to use sponge batteries to manage wasted electricity and shorten their payback period. After discussing this, they discovered that Hailifeng was also developing inland electric transport vessels and battery swapping terminals, and they decided to collaborate. After listening to Liu Shanhe and the others' description, Jiang Miao had no objection. I understand your idea. Their three-party idea was simple: to renovate the port and establish a battery swap station there. This station would be used to offset peak loads and sell electricity. If this could be achieved, the new energy landscape would be fully revitalized. Jiang Miao explained Hailifeng's plans. We plan to operate by leasing batteries. Leasing batteries? Mr. Zhao from China Merchants International had never heard of the term before, so he asked curiously, how will Mr. Jiang rent batteries? Jiang Miao didn't mince words and got straight to the point. It's very simple. The rental fee for 1 cubic meter of battery cells over their full lifespan is 10,000 yuan, plus a 10,000 yuan deposit. A deputy general manager of the State Grid Corporation of China did the math. Your company's batteries have a lifespan of 600 cycles. A single discharge is 400 kilowatt hours, and the full lifespan is 240,000 kilowatt hours. 1/24 is approximately 0.0416, so the battery costs about 4 cents per kilowatt hour? Liu Shanhe shook his head. That's not the right calculation. We can adjust the battery cell combination to keep the discharge power of each cell below 60 kilowatts. This way, the battery cycle capacity can reach around 800 times, giving a total lifespan of 320,000 kilowatt hours, and a battery cost of around 3 cents per kilowatt hour. That makes sense. Taking into account infrastructure, power losses, maintenance, and labor, the increased cost per kilowatt hour is around 6 or 7 cents. This cost is within their acceptable range. After all, the current factory price of lithium iron phosphate battery cells is around 33,000 yuan per ton. A ton of lithium iron phosphate battery in relatively good factory condition, with a storage capacity of 160 kilowatt hours, can cycle 2,000 to 3,000 times. Assuming 2,500 cycles without exhaustion, it can store 400,000 kilowatt hour over its lifetime, with a power loss of around 10%, meaning a total discharge of 360,000 kilowatt hours. The average battery cost per kilowatt hour is around 9 cents. In reality, this battery cost is certainly around 1.2 cents per kilowatt hour, or even higher. Adding in other costs, the cost of a complete energy storage system comes to around 1.5 cents per kilowatt hour. It's important to note that the current electricity price the power grid pays to new energy power generation companies is just over 30 to 40 cents per kilowatt hour. A single energy storage system consumes 1/3, or even nearly half, of this cost, leaving even less to cover other costs. Take large-scale onshore wind power as an example. Currently, the comprehensive investment cost of onshore wind power projects has been reduced to around 1,200 to 1,500 yuan per kilowatt of installed capacity. Based on this cost, if electricity is sold at 0.45 yuan per kilowatt hour, it would take approximately 2,666 to 3,330 hours of full power generation to recoup the investment. However, if a supporting energy storage system is installed, and daily operating and maintenance costs are added, the cost per kilowatt hour of electricity rises to around 0.26 yuan. If the grid-connected electricity price happens to be low, only about 0.01 yuan per kilowatt hour of electricity will be generated, which can be used to offset the investment and construction costs of the wind turbines. This requires 12,000 to 15,000 hours of full power generation to achieve a payback period. Looks good. After all, the wind power project's construction area can generate electricity for an average of about 3,000 hours per year. which translates to about 4 to 5 years. However, the reality is harsh. Power generation does not equal grid-connected power. In many cases, wind power is generated, but the grid doesn't need that much power, and the wind power company itself doesn't have a large-scale energy storage system, so the power is wasted. Ideally, onshore wind projects can pay back their investment in about 10 years. Offshore wind projects are even more daunting. Currently, the comprehensive cost per kilowatt of installed capacity for offshore wind projects is 3,000 yuan, which ideally requires 20 years to achieve a payback period. Offshore wind projects, especially those along the southeastern coast, face a fatal problem. If a typhoon strikes, an unlucky wind turbine could completely destroy it, further increasing overall costs. As a result, wind power projects have become stagnant in recent years without official subsidies. The use of sponge batteries can reduce overall battery costs by approximately 50%, while also increasing the grid's absorption capacity and fully utilizing the generated electricity. The CEOs of these new energy companies are constantly calculating the costs. Using sponge batteries, they have concluded that the payback period for onshore wind projects can be shortened to approximately 5 to 6 years, and for offshore wind projects to approximately 10 to 12 years. If they were lucky and experienced several years of stable and efficient power generation, these wind power projects could even shorten their payback periods. Compared to the previous payback periods of more than 10 or 20 years, they considered this a very good outcome. Although they knew Heliofeng was undoubtedly making a lot of money from its sponge batteries, they understood that this was due to their superior technology, and their own was inferior, so they had no choice but to pay up. Soon, the CEOs of these state-owned enterprises borrowed Heliofeng's office to hold a meeting to discuss further cooperation. The result of these discussions was the establishment of two operating companies, Southern Power Storage and Northern Power Storage. Each new energy company contributed its best-in-class funds, and by investing in Southern Power Storage and Northern Power Storage, they could quickly recoup their losses. After the discussions on the new joint venture were finalized, Southern Power Storage and Northern Power Storage signed lease contracts with Heliofeng for up to 200,000 cubic meters of sponge battery cells. The plan was to initially build a number of battery swap stations along coastal ports. Once these stations were built, even if no electric boats needed to swap batteries, they could still make a considerable profit annually by regulating the power supply of the grid. After more than a week of deliberation, they finally planned a press conference in Shanghai district. At this point, Heliofeng's sponge battery could no longer be hidden. The news reached not only other state-owned enterprises, but also domestic new energy companies. Concept stocks related to wind power, photovoltaics, electric motors, and shipbuilding surged, hitting the daily limit almost daily. Lithium battery stocks, on the other hand, plummeted. Amidst this dizzying situation, the press conference officially took place at the Pinqing Lake Government Affairs Center in Shanmei District. Jiang Miao was not in attendance, but Lin Shuya and Lu Haitao, the battery division manager, represented Heliofeng. In addition to domestic and international news media, the venue was also filled with representatives from various new energy companies, including technical R&D personnel, CEOs, and senior executives. They were all excited, some gloomy, and some whispering, the whole scene resembling the bustle of a market. Lu Zhenwei of Beijing Energy International was also present. He had previously agreed with Jiang Miao to form a joint venture to establish a battery production company. Heliofeng would hold a 49% stake in the joint venture, while Beijing Energy International would hold a 51% stake. Beijing Energy would be responsible for management, with Heliofeng providing only financial oversight. The company would be called Beijing Energy Battery Company. There was also another condition. For every cubic meter of sponge battery cells produced, Heliofeng would pay a 3,000 yuan patent fee. Although Heliofeng would take 80% of the profits, this was an acceptable condition for Beijing Energy International. In addition, State Power Investment Corporation, SPIC, also partnered with Heliofeng Company under similar terms to establish another battery joint venture, Guodian Battery Company. The battery companies that had just arrived had already learned about the cooperation between Heliofeng, Beijing Energy, and SPIC, which surprised them, and at the same time, left them feeling frustrated and anxious. Although Heliofeng had not yet entered the core automotive and mobile phone battery markets, the battery swap projects they had heard about alone were enough to cover every domestic seaport. But there was no point in being anxious. Now they could only pray that Heliofeng would give them a buffer, otherwise domestic battery companies would be doomed. Chapter 227. Seeing that everyone who was supposed to come had arrived, Lu Shanhe, general manager of Nandian Group, one of the organizers of the press conference, took the stage first. Dear guests, colleagues, and friends from the press, welcome to take the time out of your busy schedules to attend this press conference. On behalf of Nandian Group and other partner companies, I would like to clarify a few matters. Those in the audience who were still unaware of the situation quickly listened attentively. The first thing is about the newly established joint venture. The above companies will jointly invest to establish the Southern Power Storage Company. The above companies will jointly invest to establish the Northern Power Storage Company. The second thing is about the business plans of the two power storage companies. In the future, the two companies will engage in battery swap services, power storage scheduling, and waste electricity disposal. The third thing is about the cooperation agreement between the two power storage companies and Heliofing Company. Within the next year, the two power storage companies will purchase 200,000 cubic meters of battery cells from Heliofing Company to establish a power storage system with a storage capacity of 90 million kilowatt hours. This system can regulate electricity up to 216 million kilowatt hours per day and 78.84 billion kilowatt hours per year. The reporters below were typing away on their laptops, their eyes flickering with shock. The bosses and executives of the new energy power generation companies, however, were excited. They felt that this time, wind and solar power had a chance of survival. It wasn't just the wind power and photovoltaic companies that showed joy. The management of thermal power companies or companies with thermal power projects also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this difficult-to-dispatch waste electricity from renewable energy sources is no longer needed to power their thermal power plants. As industry insiders, thermal power company managers deeply dislike renewable energy generation. It's not that they dislike wind and solar power taking away their power generation business, but rather the losses it incurs. This loss isn't due to a reduction in power generation, but rather to sacrificing the stable generation model of thermal power in order to dispatch and absorb the power generated by renewable energy sources. Frequently adjusting the power output of a thermal power plant is not only a waste of resources, but also a significant detriment to the gas turbines. Face to face with this situation, if it weren't for mandatory regulations, thermal power plants would have ceased operations long ago. After all, what company would want to engage in such a self-defeating, albeit mutually beneficial, venture? Now they see hope. The proportion of renewable energy sources like wind and solar power requiring thermal power regulation will undoubtedly decrease significantly in the future, finally freeing them from the constant fear. As for solar power, will wind power completely replace thermal power? The answer is impossible. At least not at this stage. Even with large-scale storage systems, the temporal and spatial instability of wind and solar power remains significant. Photovoltaic power experiences daily fluctuations, seasonal fluctuations, and weather fluctuations between sunny and cloudy days. Wind power also experiences seasonal fluctuations. Although sponge batteries, when stored for a year, lose approximately 0.2 to 0.5% of their power per month, or 2 to 5% per year, compared to lithium batteries, they appear to be significantly better than lithium batteries. However, this ultra-low frequency usage of storing power for a year will lead to increased costs. While the battery lifespan is not affected, management costs will continue to accumulate. Therefore, sponge batteries are best stored and used quickly to avoid excessive management costs. Storing even a few months of power is a colossal waste. Therefore, at this stage, the guaranteed status of domestic thermal power plants remains unshakable, and seasonal fluctuations must be adjusted through thermal power plants. However, these multi-month scheduling periods are barely acceptable to thermal power plants, at least compared to constantly adjusting power generation daily. They consider it a good deal. If power generation companies are all jubilant, then the automotive industry has a mixed bag. Automakers without automotive battery production capacity are considering battery swaps. Li Bin, CEO of Future Auto, was beaming with joy, knowing that the opportunity for Future Auto had arrived. The most unhappy group at the scene was undoubtedly the management of the battery companies. They knew that the energy storage sector was doomed, and that automotive batteries were also in dire straits, with only a limited market for batteries used in mobile phones and electric devices. Fourth, our power grid plans to gradually eliminate tiered electricity pricing over the next 5 years. Simultaneously, we will gradually eliminate the price differences between industrial and commercial electricity and residential electricity, achieving a unified electricity price. After hearing this news from Luciana, although everyone was surprised, they also felt it was within acceptable limits. After all, as the domestic power system's power regulation capabilities improve, continuing to implement tiered electricity pricing and industrial and commercial electricity prices will actually suppress electricity demand and higher growth in electricity consumption. Fifth, the power grid will continue to develop other types of energy storage systems in the future to supplement sponge battery storage systems. Hearing this news, management from companies involved in pumped hydro, gravity storage, air storage, and flywheel storage breathed a sigh of relief. In reality, their concerns were unnecessary. Neither the power grid nor the government would rely solely on one thing. Betting solely on sponge batteries is clearly not a safety-conscious move. Since the domestic economy has improved, the country has stopped betting on a single technology path and instead opted for multiple, parallel approaches. Ultimately, no matter which technology path succeeds, it won't affect the overall situation. Although lithium batteries currently cannot compete with sponge batteries in terms of cost, and solid-state battery technology is immature and even more expensive, the government remains committed to investing in this area. After Liu Shanhe announced these news, it was He Yifeng's turn to speak. Representing He Yifeng was Liu Haitao, Battery Division Manager. He slowly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the company, I would like to make the following remarks. First, regarding the performance of sponge batteries. As Liu Haitao spoke, He Yifeng employees handed out performance test reports to the audience. As soon as they received the battery performance test reports, everyone carefully reviewed them. Although many people had obtained a small portion of the sponge battery's performance parameters through various channels, it wasn't an official report from He Yifeng, so some data was undoubtedly missing. This 32-page test report meticulously documented various performance parameters, testing methods, and detailed information on various environments and usage scenarios. On the stage, Liu Haitao spoke slowly and attentively. In the audience, everyone listened and watched. Despite having overestimated the sponge battery's performance, many battery industry professionals present were still astounded by its performance. Li Pin, vice president of Hiching Times, looked grave. Although it's a bit bulky, its energy density is incredibly high. Each cubic meter of battery cell can store 450 degrees of energy and discharge at over 400 degrees. Wang Guixin, one of their company's technical leaders, was equally grave, but his focus was on a different point. Mr. Li, there's another key point. Its degradation coefficient within a certain number of cycles is only about 1%. 1%. Li Pin knew what this figure represented. This means that within a certain number of cycles, the battery's storage and discharge power will only degrade by about 1% over time. This is one of the characteristics of sponge batteries. Within a certain number of cycles, their storage and discharge power won't significantly decrease. However, once the number of cycles is exceeded, caution is advised, as the entire cell will suddenly fail, and the storage and discharge performance will plummet. This is different from lithium iron phosphate batteries. Even after 2500 to 3000 cycles, the performance of lithium iron phosphate batteries will decline. However, this decline is gradual, not a sudden drop to the bottom. Wang Guixin whispered, "Another point to pay attention to is the low temperature characteristics. It's on page 21. Li Pin flipped to page 21 of the test report and, after a moment's study, gave a wry smile. This thing is terrifying. Wang Guixin had to admit the sponge battery's impressiveness. Yes. Sponge batteries generate heat as they discharge. In winter, simply adding an insulating outer casing keeps the battery's charge level the same as in summer. Even more terrifying, even in winter, the battery's charge level is virtually non-depleted. Nowadays, automotive lithium batteries face the problem of reduced charge during winter in northern China. This northern region encompasses northeast China, North China, and northwest China, particularly the densely populated North China. With such a large consumer market, this will have a significant impact. Wang Guixin continued quietly, but fortunately, sponge batteries aren't perfect. What are their shortcomings? Li Pin asked quickly. Miniaturization. Miniaturization? Can't they be made smaller? According to the data in the test report, sponge batteries are relatively large, and they use soybean oil as the battery fluid. If they want to be miniaturized, they must ensure that the battery fluid doesn't leak, which requires a larger protective layer. Nowadays, mobile phones and other products are all about miniaturization. Wang Guixin then added, furthermore, sponge batteries have a higher heat generation characteristic than lithium batteries. If the protective layer is increased, it will lead to severe internal heat accumulation. It seems that the market for mobile phone batteries and some home appliance batteries can be maintained. Li Pin scratched his head. Mr. Li, you don't have to worry too much. At least the overseas battery market won't be lost. Why? Li Pin was momentarily stunned, then suddenly snapped out of his wits. You're right. There's no need to worry about the overseas market for now. Anyone who reaches senior management positions must have a decent IQ. After careful analysis, he understood what Wang Guoxin meant. Sponge batteries are indeed impressive, but they have a fatal flaw. They only have a cycle life of 600 to 900 cycles. For domestic use, Li Pin knew from insider information that, in addition to Heliofeng, Beijing Energy International and State Power Investment Corporation also produce sponge batteries, so there wouldn't be any battery supply issues. However, foreign companies need to consider other risks, such as a sudden supply disruption. This is absolutely a risk that must be considered. What if the sponge battery supply suddenly runs out? Sponge batteries themselves can only last 600 to 900 cycles. For a frequently used car, their lifespan is estimated to be only 3 to 4 years. If used in power dispatching, their lifespan is estimated to be only about 1 to 2 years. While these batteries are inexpensive, a supply disruption would have devastating consequences, meaning the company would have to quickly find another supplier to replace all of its batteries. This is unless Heliofeng Company licenses its technology to foreign companies. However, Li Pin has recently learned about Heliofeng Company, and its relationship with European and American investors is quite ordinary, even to the point of being hostile. Furthermore, given the severe international situation in recent years, official restrictions on the export of core technologies have been increasing. As a uniquely Chinese technology, sponge batteries are likely to be prohibited from export. Given the risks involved, European and American companies can only purchase the batteries, not the technology. Regardless of the price, they would be hesitant to purchase sponge batteries. Although test reports indicate that sponge batteries are environmentally friendly, and after the batteries are scrapped, the battery fluid can be used to refine biodiesel, and the battery core can be crushed and used as organic fertilizer, European and American companies need to consider not only environmental issues, but also regulatory risks. Wang Guoxin said with a wry smile, "Mr. Li, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least sponge batteries won't appear on the international market. Furthermore, as sponge batteries squeeze the domestic power battery and storage battery markets, overcapacity in lithium batteries will inevitably lead to a sharp drop in the market prices of various rare elements." "I hope so." Li Pin nodded slightly. However, no matter how low the cost of lithium batteries is, they can't beat sponge batteries. As practitioners, Wang Guoxin and Li Pin both knew that the raw materials used in sponge batteries are commonplace. If you ignore R&D costs and processing techniques, and consider their recyclable and reusable nature, the raw material cost is estimated to be only a few tenths of that of lithium batteries. At this cost, no matter how low the cost of lithium batteries is, they can't beat sponge batteries. Unless they quickly invent a new battery with significantly lower cost and comparable performance to sponge batteries, it will be difficult to recapture the market. The solid-state batteries, much touted by major battery manufacturers, likely have no chance of defeating sponge batteries. Perhaps solid-state batteries can surpass sponge batteries in terms of storage and discharge performance, but the problem is their high cost. For large ships and power plants, the most important factor is the cost-effectiveness of batteries. How will the cost of developing a costly solid-state battery be recouped? You can't just rely on government subsidies. Everyone present had seen enough. Lu Haida slowly began to discuss the next topic. Secondly, regarding sponge battery pricing, our company adopts a unified leasing model. The rental fee for each cubic meter of battery cell over its entire lifespan is 10,000 yuan, with a 10,000 yuan deposit. Some people already knew about this. Those who didn't know now also knew. Leasing? 10,000 yuan per cubic meter? The discussion erupted again. Lu Haitao continued, regarding the leasing management of automotive batteries, our company plans to authorize 2 or 3 companies in the future to form a dedicated battery swapping network, also to facilitate centralized battery recycling. Many present immediately became agitated by this. They had clearly seen a huge business opportunity. Obtaining the authorization for battery swapping from Heliofeng would mean securing a significant share of the market. Future Auto, which had already begun implementing battery swapping, and other related companies were all eager to get involved. Of course, obtaining battery swapping authorization would likely be primarily for automakers, as they were the battery buyers. If they were unwilling to improve their vehicles to accommodate the sponge battery deployment, then Future Auto, like those willing to promote battery swapping, would be the only ones to slowly seize the market. However, these automakers, if they had their heads in the sand, would not abandon the battery swap model. After all, no matter how fast charging is, it's certainly not as fast as battery swapping. Especially for truck owners in a hurry, battery swapping would undoubtedly be their priority. Furthermore, trucks are used very frequently. Unlike private cars, a large portion of private cars are used very infrequently, resulting in a low number of battery cycles. Therefore, even after 5 or 6 years, battery degradation is not serious. However, vehicles like large trucks and buses are different. These vehicles are used very frequently, and their batteries are very large. Once a battery reaches the end of its lifespan, replacing it is a significant expense. Therefore, owners of frequently used electric vehicles prioritize those with battery swappable features. The CEO of NIO was already rapidly calculating. He was shocked by the Haliofeng company's lease offer, but another idea also occurred to him. His idea was very simple. That means making money by replacing batteries, rather than just selling the car itself. If an electric car's battery were free, the cost of the vehicle could be reduced by 40 to 60%. Because battery costs often account for 40 to 60% of the total cost of an electric vehicle, the higher the price, the higher the battery cost. Now, with a leasing model, the battery no longer belongs to the car manufacturer or the owner, but to Haliofeng. Given this, the battery cost naturally cannot be calculated into the vehicle's total cost. For example, the Firefly in the future car uses Zinwangda's lithium iron phosphate battery, which costs 32,500 yuan. The battery weighs 250 kilograms, has a storage capacity of 50 kilowatt-hours, and an energy density of 0.2 kilowatt-hours per kilogram. If the lithium iron phosphate battery is eliminated, the cost can be reduced by 32,500 yuan. If the battery is replaced with a sponge battery, the usable energy of a 250 kilogram sponge battery is 55.5 kilowatt-hours. The Firefly, which originally cost 148,800 yuan, can be reduced to 116,300 yuan. Battery storage performance has improved. The driving experience is better. User purchase costs have been reduced. Of course, there are even cheaper electric vehicles. Considering the ultimate cost-effectiveness, the cost of a microcar can be reduced to under 20,000 yuan after removing the power battery. Future auto CEOs are well aware that domestically produced cars will enter a new round of price cuts, with mid-range models expected to fall into the 80,000 to 120,000 yuan range. A major industry reshuffle is imminent. Chapter 228. The press conference wasn't over yet. However, the sudden emergence of sponge batteries has caused a stir in both domestic and international industries, with stocks in the global new energy sector experiencing various surges and declines. In response to the cooperation announcement from Haliofeng, various parties are trying to find ways to join. Lu Haitao naturally knew that a host of troubles would ensue, but Haliofeng had already prepared a plan. Everyone, our company will standardize the specifications of domestic swappable power batteries, with Jingming battery and Guodian battery. Considering pricing and recycling issues, we have also offered an alternative solution, a proportional fee. Hearing this proposal, many people immediately reacted. The reason for this solution is primarily because automotive power batteries are not as fixed as marine batteries. There are only 3 marine battery companies, Haliofeng, Southern Power Storage, and Northern Power Storage. While they appear to be 3 companies, they are actually one. Their batteries can be used interchangeably, and their swap stations are managed and accounted for uniformly. Every quarter, we sit down and review the accounts, splitting the revenue according to a ratio of 10% for Haliofeng, 45% for Southern Storage, and 45% for Northern Storage. This way, there's no problem paying for battery rentals. However, with so many companies seeking to enter the automotive power battery market, a change in model is necessary. Our company's approach is to give you the batteries, and you charge for each battery swap. We take 0.1 yuan per kilowatt-hour. As for how you charge, that's up to your battery swap station. This is also the agreement reached by Haliofeng, Beijing Energy Battery, and Guodian Battery, to standardize battery standards and pricing. A group of eager executives also discuss quietly with their own colleagues. If this pricing standard is followed, then Haliofeng can charge 40 yuan for each battery replacement per cubic meter. With a full lifespan of 600 to 900 cycles, and taking the middle 750 cycles as the benchmark, Haliofeng can make 30,000 yuan per cubic meter. This is higher than leasing. Adding to the fact that the power grid will not provide cheap electricity to battery swap stations in the future, the price per kilowatt-hour is estimated to be around 0.5 yuan. After deducting the power losses during the charging and discharging process, adding other supporting costs and management costs, and the battery manufacturer's 0.1 yuan commission, the cost per kilowatt-hour will be around 0.75 yuan. Thus, for each battery replacement, the selling price per kilowatt-hour of electricity at rated discharge must reach at least 0.8 yuan to be profitable. To make more money, the price must be raised to a standard of 1 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Of course, there is another option: to build your own photovoltaic panels, wind turbines, microbial fuel cells, etc., and generate your own electricity and sell it yourself. If you do this, you can make money at just 0.5 yuan per kilowatt-hour. This presupposes the capital to invest in new energy power generation equipment. The photovoltaic panel manufacturers present were practically ecstatic. They felt selling electricity to car owners was more profitable than selling it to the grid. After all, the current on-grid price for photovoltaic power is very low. It's a bit higher in the southern coastal areas, reaching just over 0.3 yuan per kilowatt-hour, while in the northwest, it's already fallen to around 0.16 yuan. Before, when subsidies were available, photovoltaic power could fetch 0.60 to 0.70 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Now, if a small investor sets up a photovoltaic battery swap station, with an investment cost of 600 to 800 yuan per kilowatt of installed capacity, and sells it for 0.5 yuan per kilowatt-hour, as long as they can generate stable power for 1,200 to 1,600 hours, they can essentially recoup their investment in the panels. Including other investment costs, it takes approximately 3,000 hours of stable power generation to recoup the full investment. While photovoltaic panel manufacturers know that highways and urban cores will undoubtedly be dominated by large companies, rural and township areas are certainly areas where they can enter. They can consider not only providing electric vehicle battery swapping services, but also developing a home battery business. In rural areas, where houses are larger, open space can accommodate a large battery. These photovoltaic panel manufacturers have already devised various promotional models, and are eager to enter townships and villages to implement a direct photovoltaic electricity sales model. This is the type of business that various companies will naturally pursue once batteries become cheaper. Since battery manufacturers, like Heliofeng, have chosen this model, other companies are left with no choice but to follow suit. To prevent unpaid battery usage, Heliofeng, Jingming Battery, and Guodian Battery will need to finalize the control system for swap batteries. Charging is only permitted when connected to a specific system, ensuring that charges are met. Of course, Heliofeng also allows businesses or individuals to directly buy out batteries, with 1 cubic meter of cells costing 30,000 yuan. Customers who believe they don't need frequent battery replacements and can tolerate a full charge in 5 hours can naturally purchase the batteries directly. After the press conference, Lu Haitao invited management from relevant companies and, after over a week of discussion, finalized the standards for automotive power batteries. 3 specifications were developed: 50 kilograms, 100 kilograms, and 150 kilograms. There are also battery dimensions, such as length, width, and height, as well as charging voltage and power standards, discharge voltage and power standards. These standards all need to be finalized one by one. After these things were completed, it was already May. Throughout April, domestic upstream and downstream companies in the battery, new energy, power grid, automotive, and shipbuilding sectors were extremely busy. Even leading lithium battery companies, like Hitching Times, were rapidly preparing for the upcoming wave. The 3 major oil companies were leveraging their various domestic gas stations to increase battery swap and photovoltaic projects. Various automakers announced plans to launch battery swap models within the next year. Some even forego developing models altogether, switching directly from plug-in electric vehicles to battery swap models, focusing on a time-sensitive approach. It wasn't just traditional car manufacturers making changes. Even engineering equipment manufacturers like Sany Heavy Industry, XCMG, and Zoomlion Heavy Industry announced their embrace of new energy and plans to develop electric construction vehicles. In less than a month, the orders for photovoltaic panel companies were fully booked. Heliofeng, Beijing Energy Battery, and Guodian Battery have already received orders worth tens of billions of yuan before their battery factories had even begun construction. Perhaps fearing another overheating of the industry, the authorities have acted swiftly this time, requiring local governments to strictly review photovoltaic, wind power, and integrated battery swap projects, prohibiting blind and duplicate investment. Despite this, the domestic new energy industry is as hot as this summer. The domestic economy has reversed its sluggishness of the past few years, and is now somewhat resembling the development trend from 2008 to 2018. Various media outlets have reported on this development. Phrases like industrial upgrading, Industry 4.5, Golden Age, and high growth have appeared almost overnight in online and new media articles. The industrial upgrade driven by sponge batteries is enormous. From photovoltaic and wind power generation to grid regulation. From automotive and marine batteries to battery swap services. From integrated development and direct electricity sales to battery production, thousands of companies are involved upstream and downstream. The biggest impact is actually the news of an upcoming electricity price reduction. This applies not only to residential electricity, but also to industrial and commercial electricity, and agricultural electricity. As the foundation of today's industry, every penny reduction in electricity prices represents a significant benefit to society's production costs. According to announcements from several power grids, by 2030, domestic electricity prices for industrial users will be reduced to 0.3 yuan per kilowatt-hour, residential users to 0.25 to 0.5 yuan per kilowatt-hour, depending on region, industrial and commercial users to a uniform 0.3 yuan per kilowatt-hour, and agricultural users to 0.25 yuan per kilowatt-hour. This adjustment will be made gradually, incrementally in line with the progress of new energy planning. At the same time, efforts should be made to reduce the proportion of domestic thermal power generation to approximately 20% of total power generation by 2030, and to completely phase out thermal power by around 2050. European environmentalists and businesses are now completely stumped. Based on this standard, their proposed carbon tax model will not only fail to profit from Serbian businesses, but will actually be self-defeating. While European and American companies have considered other options, they simply have no idea how to proceed when faced with sponge batteries. Soybeans are used as a raw material, and since they are grown in the ground, controlling them is impossible. After all, the tens of millions of acres of desert soybeans currently being reclaimed in northern Serbia indicate that Serbia will soon achieve soybean self-sufficiency, and could even consider large-scale exports if necessary. Chinese companies now control much of the land in soybean-producing regions, like Brazil. All possible avenues for action are blocked. Even if they could disrupt South America through their old methods, it wouldn't have much of an impact on Serbia. China currently maintains a large soybean import volume from South America, not because of a shortage of soybeans, but to maintain a trade balance. If European and American capital persists in its old ways, they will have to consider the consequences of chaos in South America, including their own food supply problems and the massive influx of impoverished people into North America. In any case, Serbia won't have a significant impact. If South America runs out of soybeans and corn, they can still use their own resources, and refugees can't fly in. Unable to find a way forward, European and American capital can only shrink its influence and begin to erect ever more exclusive trade barriers. This includes a strict ban on European, American, Japanese, and Korean automakers from purchasing sponge batteries, and funding to support battery companies in Dhaka and Japan, allowing these companies to build factories in regions like India and Annan. Clearly, these European and American investors have given up on developing batteries domestically. They previously supported a battery company, only to see tens of billions invested only to find that it failed to produce a single battery, leaving them with a psychological scar. Originally, several European companies were considering developing their own batteries, but upon hearing the proposal, they resolutely refused. After having suffered a significant loss, they no longer believed that batteries could be produced domestically in Europe. Chapter 229. May sweltering in. Under the scorching sun, Shantaumezhou high-speed railway station saw a significant increase in passenger traffic with the arrival of the May Day Golden Week. Another high-speed train docked at the platform, and a large number of tourists poured out of the exit. There was already a large Hailufeng service station at the exit. Seeing passengers exiting, several young interns immediately ran out of the chili container service station. Welcome to Hailufeng. Are there any guests who need tour services? Guests, please take a look at the Hailufeng tour services. Guests, we have a durian orchard. Would you like to go pick some? Several middle-aged people, seemingly part of a group, one wearing a bright pink t-shirt, asked, "Hey, do you have any durians?" "Yes, they just gone into mass production this year. If you're interested, we can arrange it." The middle-aged man in the bright pink t-shirt looked at his short-haired wife, wearing sunglasses, and said, "Wife, how about you?" "Yes. Durian is my favorite." "Aku and Xiaoqing, how about you and your wife?" The long-haired middle-aged woman holding a parasol nodded, "Sure, we're here for a trip anyway." Akuan, with his slick-back hair, looked a little worried and whispered, "Brother Tung, is this a scam? Trying to get us to spend money or something?" The middle-aged man in the bright pink t-shirt became a little worried after hearing what he said. The tour guide, with his sharp ears, quickly explained, "Don't worry, everyone. Our company is a nationally renowned enterprise. You're familiar with Hailufeng, right? That's our parent company. Halyafeng? The one that developed senza beans and sponge batteries? Akun asked in surprise. Yes, big brother, you're truly knowledgeable, the tour guide quickly flattered. Haha, I heard about it from a friend too. Then I'd join your group. Akun burst into laughter. This left the ever-considerate Tung brother speechless, and he could only shake his head. Alright. The group was led into the service station. This service station, converted from 2 shipping containers, had no vending machines or anything like that. The main reason was that there were convenience stores inside the high-speed rail station, and they weren't allowed to be located at the platform exits. The physical business department didn't insist on this. The front desk clerk quickly inquired, "Guests, welcome to the Halyafeng Tourism Service Station. How many days do you plan to stay with us? We can arrange accommodation, meals, and itineraries." Tung brother was the first to speak. "We plan to stay here for 3 days. 3 days? Okay. Would you mind staying in a homestay?" The clerk asked again. "Sure." Tung brother nodded. "Okay, give me your IDs and I check you in. We have single rooms, double rooms, and family suites, priced at 100, 150, and 200 yuan per day, respectively. Which one would you like?" "2 double rooms." "Okay." Soon, everyone checked in. After paying, they were given a card. This is the room card, which also serves as a bus and consumer card. It contains a 50 yuan bonus from our company. I wish you all a happy trip. Huh? Thank you. Akun took the room card, which was printed with a view of the village gate. The tour guide received a backup card, which served as a backup for the others. He quickly reminded them, "Guests, if you lose yours, please let me know immediately. I have a backup card. Please add me on my work WeChat." "Your service is really good," Xiaoqing said with a smile. "This is what we're supposed to do." Soon, after adding each other on WeChat, the tour guide had gathered 20 people. He smiled and clapped his hands. "Everyone, to make the trip easier, we give each of you 2 pieces of clothing. Go next door and pick out the ones that suit you." "Free clothing? Let's go and take a look." Several university students were already eager to join. In the container next door, a variety of cotton and linen t-shirts were displayed. These t-shirts were printed with the Halyafeng company logo and various product information. The designs were cartoon-like, with strong local characteristics and oil painting styles. These were all specially designed by someone. Soon, everyone had changed into their clothes, and the linen bags were also filled with a cotton and linen t-shirt and their spare clothes. The tour guide quickly introduced, "Guests, these clothes are all made by our company. The raw materials come from Cheongjo farms. They're made of pure natural plant fibers, and are very dry and breathable in the summer." "Linen? It's a bit rough, yes, but it's acceptable. I bought a few linen clothes before, and they felt rougher than this. This is pretty good." Several guests smiled. After all, it was a gift, so they weren't too picky. The tour guide led 20 tourists to the curb below the high-speed rail station and boarded a blue-gray bus. Seeing everyone board, he smiled and raised his bus card. He continued, "Guests, your bus card has 50 yuan. This money can be used not only for shopping, but also for riding the bus. Just swipe it. When you get off at your stop, pay with your card. The amount depends on the amount. Download the Halyafeng store app." The bus slowly started moving. However, it didn't head to the city's core area, but instead to Gijuling village in Hongqiao town. The bus drove directly into the village. It arrived at the entrance of a guest house, a complex of self-built homes converted into goose houses, owned by the Gijuling Village Cooperative. To be more precise, the entire area is managed by the village cooperative, encompassing 50 self-built homes used as goose houses, 3 restaurants, 1 convenience store, and 1 specialty shop. The restaurant, convenience store, and specialty shop are all contracted out to the villagers, with the cooperative collecting rent and a 10% share of the profits. These tourism service facilities are overseen by Halyafeng Company's physical business department, as these guests are brought in by Halyafeng Company, and the company is responsible for them. Not only are fee standards set, but regular spot checks are also conducted on these businesses regarding food safety, product quality, and service attitude. If a village's comprehensive service evaluation fails to meet standards for 3 consecutive months, Halyafeng Company will terminate its designated cooperation. After all, there are a total of 35 villages in the first batch of local villages included in the tourism cooperation. While your village might not want to participate, other villages are eager to receive support from the Halyafeng Company. To ensure a steady flow of guests, the cooperative's management attaches great importance to this, and has issued strict instructions to BNB operators, restaurants, convenience stores, and specialty shops. They are required to swear an oath in front of the villagers and ancestors at the ancestral hall before starting their business, pledging to operate with integrity and abide by the rules. These B&Bs are beautifully decorated. They strive for a minimalist style to minimize the added costs of complex renovations, while also incorporating local characteristics. Of course, the necessary amenities were plentiful. The tour guide led everyone straight to check-in. Using their bus card to open the door, Akun and Xiaoqing took a look at the room's layout. The room was approximately 50 square meters, with an indoor bathroom, a large balcony, and 2 beds. The walls were painted white, and the ceiling, also painted white, lacked a false ceiling, giving the room a spacious feel. On the wall, besides an old-fashioned clock, were 4 Chinese paintings depicting bamboo, orchid, plum, and chrysanthemum. The waiter brought out the wrapped air-conditioned quilt and said with a smile, "Guests, if you would like laundry service, you can put it in this basket and press the button. It's 10 yuan per basket." Xiaoqing examined the buttons on the bedside table: laundry, fire, emergency, errands, room delivery, and other. The buttons were protected by transparent covers, and a telephone head was mounted on the wall to one side. "Okay, thank you." She glanced at the basket by the bathroom door. It was quite large, easily enough to hold a day's worth of clothes for 2 people. "You're welcome." The waiter left the room. Xiaoqing and Akun put their luggage in the locker. Opening the sliding door, they found a table and 2 chairs on the balcony, breathing in the fresh air. After draining the water, Akun called out, "Honey, let's go. Don't forget your phone." "Got it." The group arrived under a large banyan tree again, where the tour guide was already waiting. The guide pointed to the hills behind the village and said, "This village you arrived at is one of our company's durian farms. We have 4,200 acres of durian planted in this area. I take you to pick some durian. Let me be clear, there's no forced consumption, and the prices are clearly marked. 15 yuan per pound, in the shell." 15 yuan per pound? So cheap? Damn. Guide, hurry up. I can't wait. However, the tour guide still warned, if you have high blood sugar, or high blood sugar, I recommend limiting your durian intake, especially for those with high blood sugar. "Don't worry. I'm perfectly healthy," a middle-aged man replied, patting his chest. "Yes. We're fine." The tour guide smiled and nodded, but the video camera on his collar recorded his words and the tourists' responses, just in case and to protect the guide. Led by the tour guide, the group walked along a village road until they arrived at the entrance of the durian farm at the foot of the mountain. Many other groups of tourists were already there, gathering in groups of 3 or 5 to sample the durian and take photos. Brother Tung looked at the durian tree by the roadside, 5 or 6 durians hanging from its branches, and exclaimed, "Really durian?" The tour guide quickly warned, "Stay away from the durian tree to avoid being hit by the fruits." The farm workers also came over and handed bamboo safety helmets to the tourists. The tour guide again used a loudspeaker to announce, "Everyone put on your safety helmets and follow the farm manager inside for the tour." In the durian orchard, besides the durian trees, there were alfalfa plants beneath them, and small bees occasionally fluttered around. Everyone hurried to take photos. Brother Tung pulled the tour guide aside and asked, "Guide, how much are the durians?" "The farm staff will take you to select them. The ripe durians here have been picked by the previous guests, so we have to go a little further." The tour guide pointed to the end of the terrace fields and added, "You can also go to the service station at the entrance and buy the fresh fruit picked today directly from the farm." Tang's wife, wearing sunglasses, shook her head. "Of course we have to pick them ourselves. Otherwise, what's the point of coming here?" "My wife is right," Tang nodded. Soon, the group followed the farm machinery path and arrived at an area where durians could be picked. A farm worker called out, "The durians here are ready to be picked. Let me check their ripeness." The farm worker, who came over with a stepladder, took out a stick and tapped the durian shell. The surrounding tourists looked on curiously. Hearing the sound, the farm worker cut off the stem and said, "This one is ripe, but it should be dry." "Dry? Give it to me, I want it," the middle-aged woman in sunglasses exclaimed happily. Half an hour later, 20 tourists, each holding a durian, carried their durians down to the rest area at the farm entrance. Many people didn't open the durians, but instead bought drinks from the vending machines before weighing their durians at the service counter. Brother Tung patted the durian he paid for, then weighed it in his hand. About 7.3 gene. Ding! The number on the electronic scale was indeed 7.3 gene. Your hand is really accurate. Haha, I run a herbal medicine shop. I can tell the exact weight the moment I pick it up. I see. Do you want it split open? Or take it away? Split it open. Xiao Wu, split the durian for you. Got it. The durian, still tinged with a hint of green, was quickly split open by Xiao Wu's fruit knife. The woman in sunglasses, carrying another durian, and Xiao Qing, along with a Kun and his wife, arrived at a table in the lounge area with their split durians. As soon as they sat down, the woman in sunglasses took off her sunglasses, picked up a large piece of dried durian flesh, and stuffed it into her mouth. Wow! So delicious. It's truly tree-ripened fruit. So much better than those shipped by sea. Is that really the scent of the golden pillow? Such a strong floral fragrance. Akun was also very surprised. It smells really good. Xiao Qing nodded as well. The tour guide at the next table explained with a smile. This bud of the golden pillow can actually be called the flower-scented golden pillow. This whole patch of durian is all flower-scented durian. Tour guide, have a piece. Brother Tang handed over a piece of durian flesh. The tour guide smiled and shook his head. I eaten too much these past few days. I don't feel like eating anymore. He wasn't lying. With the durian ripening these days, tour guides like him have been eating durian almost every day. Now he doesn't feel like eating anymore. You locals are really lucky. Brother Tang didn't force him, and ate the piece of durian flesh himself. The woman in sunglasses burped. Burp? Tour guide, how long will your durian season last? Until mid-July of this year, but another batch using new technology will be ripe at the end of the year, probably around November. I'm so envious. I love durian so much. I haven't dared go to Southeast Asia these past few years. Luckily you grown durian. I definitely come here to eat tree-ripened durian. The woman in sunglasses was delighted. The tour guide smiled and said, I envy you durian lovers too. I'm not a big fan. I can enjoy a bite or two, but if I eat too much, I get really sick of it. Tour guide, is the next durian season in November? Asked another table of tourists. Yes, to be precise, it starts in November this year. Durian will be available year-round here. Oh! Durian can be harvested year-round? Akun was curious. In Southeast Asia, it can bear fruit year-round. We need new technology here. Brother Tang wiped his mouth. New technology? So impressive? Did you see that durian tree? The tour guide stood up and patted a durian tree near the rest area. The middle section is a genetically modified rootstock, specifically designed to supply nutrients to the old durian branches. Genetically modified? These durians are genetically modified? Xiaoqing was shocked. The tour guide shook his head. It's the rootstock. The rootstock is genetically modified, while the old branches bearing fruit are native durian. It's like the genetically modified rootstock only provides nutrients, while the fruit remains native. Several tourists also stood up and looked at the grafting sites on the tree. The tour guide handed the interested tourists a special brochure explaining how durian is cultivated in the Lingnan region, and how to control the timing of durian flowering and fruiting. After reading it, the tourists gained a general understanding of the new durian cultivation techniques, and felt more at ease. Brother Tang didn't care about GMOs. He glanced at the surrounding durian trees and asked, Guide, aren't these durians bearing too few fruits? Because this is the first year of fruiting, our farm will only keep a small portion to ensure quality. Starting next year, things will be much better, with one tree potentially bearing 40 fruits. Is that so? It looks like durian will be very cheap next year. The tour guide shook his head. Our company's retail price is 15 yuan per pound, and it will be the same next year. The woman in sunglasses was a little surprised. Your durian is of excellent quality. Much better than those in Siam. Selling it so cheaply, aren't you losing money? Siamese durians are still around a dozen yuan per pound in their local area, if converted into Huayuan. They're very cheap wherever they're produced, and our company has its own logistics system, so we won't lose money. The woman in sunglasses nodded. As long as we don't lose money, that's good. That way, our customers can enjoy affordable and delicious durian every year, and you can make money too. If you like them, you can pre-order them through our app. If we happen to have a franchise store in your city, we can deliver directly to your door. The quality is guaranteed to be top-notch. Thank you. I check it out later. The tour guide went to other guests to promote the product, but he was very strategic and didn't force it. If a guest showed little interest, he would quickly move on. The durian farm in Gizilan village welcomed over 400 tourists in a single morning. Some of them came to Shamay specifically to eat durian, after being introduced to the Hailifeng franchise store in person or through the app. Others were brought in from the high-speed rail station. Although the price was only 15 yuan per jean, approximately 15 kilograms, over 300 durians were sold in that morning, with each durian weighing an average of 3 to 5 kilograms. Adding to the sales of beverages, durian ice cream, and alfalfa honey, this farm service station raked in nearly 50,000 yuan in revenue that morning. Currently, Hailifeng Company has opened a total of 10 durian farm service stations in Shantou and Meizhou, specifically catering to tourists. The first batch of durians was small, so the company prioritized local sales through tourism services, with the remainder being sent to specialty stores in the Pearl River Delta. Over 50,000 mu, approximately 16,000 acres, of harvestable durian trees are expected to produce 13 million durians, equivalent to approximately 52,000 tons. This is just enough for local consumption in Lingnan. Other locations will have to wait for the arrival of new plantations at Cheongzhou Farm and Shantou and Meizhou. National sales are not expected until November of this year. Chapter 230. After 2 hours of playing at the Gizhuling Village Farm, it was almost noon. The tour guide gathered everyone together. It's about an hour until noon, so it's still early for lunch. Let's go to Nanfen Village in Hongqiao Town. There's a strawberry farm, a morel mushroom greenhouse, and 5 local restaurants partnered with our company. You can order whatever you want. Soon, the tour bus they had booked arrived at the village gate. Another tour group from Nanfen Village happened to be passing through Gizhuling Village. After they got off the bus, the tour guide took Akun, Tunggu, and the others to the bus. The two villages are only about 4 kilometers apart. They soon arrived at Nanfen Village, which was filled with strawberries, ginseng fruit, and tomatoes. A special area had been designated for picking, and many tourists were already there. If you want some fruit, you can buy a basket and go pick it. Then bring it back and weigh it, and you can eat as much as you want on site. The tour guide pointed to a nearby pond and said, "You can fish here. There's a restaurant next to the pond. Order whatever you want. Let's go! Let's go fishing. 50 yuan per spot? Only for an hour? How about giving it a try? You guys go fishing. I'm going to pick strawberries. I'm going to pick strawberries too." Akun and Tunga rented a spot and walked to a plank road, where individual fishing spots were set up with fishing rods, buckets, bait boxes, small benches, and solar visors. They sat down, smoking and chatting while fishing. Over 10 minutes passed unnoticed. Hey! A fish. With a tug on the fishing rod, a 2-pound Egyptian catfish emerged. An Egyptian fish? Ha ha, Akun, do you want one? An Egyptian fish is an Egyptian fish. Better than nothing. The two fished for a while longer. Cleaning up his cigarette butt, Akun suddenly asked curiously, "Brother Tung, why didn't we encounter any mosquitoes today? I usually catch several in less than 10 minutes when I go fishing." Huh? It seems there really aren't any. Brother Tung was also a little surprised. I don't think we encountered any mosquitoes when we went to the durian orchard just now. Are there no mosquitoes here? That shouldn't be possible. Shantou and Meishan are connected to the Pearl River Delta. How could there be mosquitoes in the Pearl River Delta and not here? Brother Tung was puzzled. The two had been fishing for over a decade and knew that mosquitoes were plentiful in Lingnan in May, especially near ponds. Their strange reaction was perfectly normal. The others weren't as observant and didn't notice this. The reason these tourist villages are mosquito-free is because several nearby spray towers continuously spray a modified pheromone. This product is a derivative of bee repellent, also made from extracts of mugwort and several Asteraceae plants, creating a natural mosquito repellent. Currently, this mosquito repellent is widely used in tourist areas and within the Hailifeng Company's internal facilities. To produce this natural pheromone specifically designed to repel specific insects, the Hailifeng Company has built an environmentally friendly pesticide factory in Lufeng and contracted with numerous farmers to grow mugwort and other useful plants. Because the pheromone is specifically tailored to mosquito genes, it deters mosquitoes from entering areas covered in the aerosol. Without mosquitoes, guests are guaranteed to avoid being bitten. Before they knew it, it was already 12:30. Akun and Brother Tung, who had been fishing for an hour, had caught 2 mullet and a small grass carp. The grass carp was too small, so they released it. Their wives had also returned. Xiaoqing was carrying a basket of white cheese strawberries, while the woman in sunglasses was carrying a basket of black pearl cherry tomatoes. The woman in sunglasses didn't know much about mullet. You fished for half a day, and you only caught 2 fish? Are these fish edible? Yes, Brother Tung said awkwardly. Akun quickly changed the subject. There are 5 restaurants here. Which one do you want to eat at? Xiaoqing quickly said, of course, a local food stall. I asked the uncle who manages the strawberry farm, and he said this local food stall has good panlong eel, eggplant casserole, oyster omelet, and stir-fried kale. This one? The local food stall in Nanfan? It should be this one. Then let's go! We just ate a lot of strawberries and tomatoes. Let's take a break. Brother Ting, carrying a bucket, went to find the food stall owner. The boss saw him carrying a bucket with 2 Egyptian fish in it, and understood what he meant. He smiled and said, "Brother, these Egyptian fish are really delicious. I charge you 20 yuan for 2. Boss, I know about these Egyptian fish. Just add some spices, or they won't overpower the earthy smell." The boss smiled and shook his head. "Brother, you don't know? The Egyptian fish in this pond are specially farmed. We go to the Helyafing Company's farm every week to bring them back and stock them. These fish don't have any fishy smell at all." "Really? I make you a zhuzha stewed catfish later. I guarantee it tastes exactly like the local catfish." "Then I'd like to try it." In a private room on the 2nd floor. In less than half an hour, their orders of oyster omelet, stir-fried broccoli with pork lard, bitter melon and sesame fish soup, and Egyptian catfish sizzling pot were all served. Since there were 2 Egyptian fish, they didn't order the dragon eel. As soon as the Egyptian catfish sizzling hot pot arrived, Brother Ting eagerly grabbed his chopsticks. After taking a bite, a hint of surprise crossed his eyes. This tastes exactly like the local catfish. No, the earthy smell is even less pronounced. Really? Akun quickly took a bite. It really is. The woman in sunglasses, who also took a bite, nodded. It tastes really good. I can't handle even the slightest earthy smell. I can't even detect it. This fish is good. Sister Chin, this kale is very sweet. Try it. This oyster omelet is delicious too. Damn it! Why did I have to go pick strawberries? Sister Chin, the woman in sunglasses, looked annoyed. After a few bites of each dish, she felt full. Akun didn't even bother trying to get the free rice. He figured they wouldn't be able to finish all 4 dishes. It's a good thing we didn't order the extra dragon eel, otherwise we definitely wouldn't be able to finish it. "Honey, how much are these dishes?" Sister Chin asked as she sipped the milky fish soup. Brother Ting calculated. The zhuzha pot is 20 yuan for processing. Broccoli is also 20 yuan, the oyster omelet is 25 yuan, and the bitter melon and sesame fish soup is 40 yuan, for a total of 105 yuan. It's a great value. Yeah. I thought tourist areas like this would be incredibly expensive. Sometimes when we have free weekends, we can come here for a road trip. I think the prices in Shanmei are quite low. Brother Ting shook his head. I heard online that prices in Shantao and Mei are incredibly high. Why does this seem a little strange? Logically, tourist areas should be more expensive than outside. Akun also looked puzzled. The group ate and chatted. By the time they were almost done, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so they took another half-hour break. The tour guide notified everyone in the impromptu group chat. Soon, the tour bus took them back to several local attractions, new ones maintained by the Helyafing Company, such as the ruins of an ancient artillery fort, an ancient human remains, and a beach park. After wandering around all afternoon, they arrived in Magong town for dinner in the evening. Magong Fishing Port Boulevard faced the harbor as the sun set. Fishing boats of all sizes were moored at their berths, and the sea surface shimmered in the evening breeze. The fishy smell of the sea was somewhat dissipated by the smoky atmosphere of the restaurants lining the avenue. Many tourists from other places were taking pictures along the newly renovated road. What should we eat? Maong buffet? How about something cold? Brother Ting suggested. Great. It's so hot, but the bus shelter here is really unique. It's air-conditioned. Sister Chin, standing next to the bus shelter, felt the cool breeze. Akun agreed. Let's have a cold buffet. I think it's quite crowded. The group entered the restaurant called Magong Buffet. Upon entering, they realized it was a sashimi restaurant. The waiter smiled and handed them the menus. First time here, right? Yes. Brother Ting wasn't too worried about the restaurant being rip-offs, because he had specifically asked the tour guide that afternoon and received an unexpected answer. That's the area the tour guide brought them to. It's full of Helyafing Company contracted individual businesses, small companies, cooperatives, and the like. For example, all the buildings on this street have been purchased by Helyafing Company and transformed into a dedicated tourist area. If tourists have any issues with their purchases within the tourist area, they can report them directly to the tour guide, and Helyafing Company will naturally provide an explanation. Then I recommend this 4-person set meal, Exploring Helyafing. Tung didn't think too much about it, and decided immediately, Exploring Helyafing? Huh? So that's what the set meal is called? That's it. Okay, please wait a moment. After about 10 minutes, the waiter arrived with a food cart. Everyone, this is the first dish. It's colorful, and all the ingredients come from our own farms and partner farms. It was actually a fruit salad, black pearl cherry tomatoes, amethyst ginseng fruit, cheese strawberries, fruit corn, and red dragon fruit. This is shiomachi oysters, the finest oysters from our town. This is flame sockeye salmon, a Pacific salmon from our town that can be eaten raw. This is pink salmon sashimi, also locally farmed Pacific pink salmon. This is marbled steak, from our company's own farm in Imonan. This is salmon roe and glass eel. Tung, somewhat intimidated by the waiter's introduction, quickly asked, "Waiter, are you sure this set menu is 688 yuan? Not 6,888? Please rest assured, sir, we clearly mark all prices." Although the portions on the table weren't large, the value for money was excellent. The waiter set down a bottle of tangerine honey water and quietly left. Akun had already started, picking up one of the 4 oysters, squeezing some lemon juice on it, and slurping it up. "This oyster is good. You can have mine. I'm not used to oysters." Xiaoqing picked up her chopsticks, picked up a well-cooked beef strip, and dipped it in the white truffle salt on the plate. That's quite a generous portion of beef, almost half a pound. Brother Tang also picked up a strip of beef. "But it's cooked this well, isn't it too tough?" "No. It's delicious." Xiaoqing thought the beef was delicious. Sister Qin picked up a large bowl, which was covered with a layer of sockeye salmon, decorated with a griddle pattern, topped with cheese, and lightly grilled over a flame. She used her chopsticks to pull apart the fish, revealing a large bowl of sweet and sour rice underneath. It was essentially a sushi-like dish. "Honey, this pink salmon sashimi is so fresh and sweet. Try it." Brother Tang took a bite of the thinly sliced pink salmon. The crystal-clear flesh had a faint pink hue. After the meal, they were both very full. After all, with the sockeye salmon, beef, and fruit salad, plus rice, drinks, and a complimentary scoop of vanilla ice cream for each person after the meal, it was definitely possible to fill up. Chapter 231. On social platforms like Note Platform, B Platform, and Little Red Potato, Shanmei durian and salmon quickly became a domestic internet sensation. Of course, this wasn't just due to spontaneous promotion by tourists. To boost Shanmei's tourism industry, the Public Relations Department of Heliafeng Company invested 30 million yuan on major domestic social media platforms, specifically for advertising, soft copy, and travel and food videos. Local officials also took this issue very seriously, launching a comprehensive market crackdown as early as March. Stores that failed to clearly mark prices or shortchanged weights were essentially ordered to rectify their behavior. To support the strategic development of a tourist city, an internal service ranking system was implemented on the Heliafeng Store app. All stores that signed a cooperation agreement with Heliafeng Company were included in this system, with ranking changes announced weekly. If a store ranked last for 3 consecutive times, the Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives would conduct a detailed investigation and take strict action. Currently 546 stores across Shanmei have partnered with Heliafeng Company, primarily restaurants and specialty stores. As for convenience stores and the like, Heliafeng doesn't need to worry about them. After all, the convenience store, small supermarket, snack shop, and grocery store industries have already reached their limit of internal competition. If problems arise, they will be quickly eliminated by the market. The industries that truly require Heliafeng's intervention are restaurants and specialty stores. These two industries are full of small-scale workshop production styles, resulting in many product quality issues and a lack of consistent quality control. This is the real problem in these industries. The raw materials of Heliafeng's partner companies are all purchased centrally by Heliafeng, ensuring their safety. Of course, the company also made a considerable profit from this. After all, centralized purchasing significantly reduces costs, and the price difference represents the company's profit. The production process has also been comprehensively optimized, improved, and modernized. Everything from raw materials to craftsmanship is meticulously controlled. If the product still fails to meet standards, it simply indicates that the operator's competence is questionable and unsuitable for being a partner of Heliafeng. The vast majority of these partner restaurants use open kitchens and display raw material samples prominently for customers to see. Pricing is also very transparent. While Heliafeng doesn't force partner restaurants to set low prices, it does require clear price tags and must display prices on dish models. This means that the size of a dish in a restaurant is clearly visible on the dish models, and the price is also very intuitive. There's no such thing as a single serving of shrimp, or a dish of shrimp calculated individually, resulting in a cost of hundreds of yuan. On Ermelo Road, there's a Shanmei specialty store. A row of durian stands at the entrance. A dozen people are queuing. Boss, how much is it per jean? The proprietress smiled and said, 18 yuan per jean with the shell. If you only want the flesh, it's 45 yuan per jean. Don't farm sell them for 15 yuan? A young man asked. That's the wholesale price at the farm. We have to make a few yuan in profit here, the proprietress said bluntly. The young man shook his head. Forget it. Give me one. Pick a good one for me. They're all good. These are the best durians the farm has pre-selected. If there's any white flesh, dead flesh, or spoiled flesh, we replace it. The proprietress casually picked up a durian weighing about 4 kilograms and placed it on the scale. 8.3 jean, 149.4 yuan. That's 145 yuan. The young man nodded, agreeing that the weight was about right. Help me split it. No problem, old man. Help this handsome guy split the durian. Wait a moment. The shop owner, who was splitting the durian, wiped his sweat, turned around, picked up the air conditioner remote, and turned down the temperature 1 degree. Inside the specialty shop, there were 2 tables. Several customers were enjoying the durian, and many were buying other items. There were 4 similar specialty shops on Ermelo Road. Together, with the specialty shops in other neighborhoods, there were a total of 12 specialty shops in the entire city selling durian. This made other fruit shops afraid to sell durian. The main reason was that they had to go to the Hailifeng company to get the durian, and the purchase price was 15 yuan per caddy. They were also required to clearly mark the price. However, the Hailifeng franchise store and its partner specialty shops all sold durian at a uniform price of 18 yuan per caddy. They only make 3 yuan per pound, and since the durians lose water once brought back, and the damage is too much, they only make about 2 yuan per pound. This is clearly not an acceptable outcome for them. But for Hailifeng company, a moderately low price is key, as it can boost sales. If it remains around 30 yuan per pound, as in previous years, it would discourage many consumers from buying. Currently, the cheapest Annam Golden Waste durian has fallen below 14 yuan per pound in the wholesale market, and the Siamese Golden Pillow durian has also fallen below 16 yuan per pound. Malaysian frozen Muzang King durian is relatively affordable, still around 40 yuan per pound. However, in the Pearl River Delta region, imported durian is rarely competitive with Shantou and Meizhou durian. The reason lies in the quality difference between tree-ripened and imported fruit. No matter how high-quality imported fruit is, it can't compare to tree-ripened fruit. Shanmei durian is transported by road to the Pearl River Delta, or by rail to surrounding areas in just a few hours. After a few hours of transportation, the quality of the durian at this stage is almost as good as farm-picked durian. This has also encouraged many tourists to flock to Shanmei to enjoy durian, especially durian enthusiasts, who come specifically for the experience. With its sunny beaches, durian cultivation, and unique local cuisine, it's a perfect alternative to Southeast Asia. The 35 tourist villages partnered with Hailifeng Company have over 13,000 goosehouses, and the overflow in traffic has led to a surge in tourists in hotels in urban areas and county towns. The bus company's previously idle fleet of 600 buses has gradually been put back into service, serving tourists daily at various scenic spots and tourist areas. During the May Day holiday, the Hailifeng Company and its partners alone welcomed 2.29 million tourists. While many were repeat visitors, this method of calculating visit counts each time a customer makes a purchase at a store. There is certainly some margin of error. However, the amount spent is unlikely to be significantly off. The cumulative total amount spent reached 837.14 million yuan. If we include excess spending, the city's tourism revenue during the May Day holiday is estimated to be around 7 billion yuan, an increase of nearly 2.6 billion yuan compared to the same period last year. Even after the May Day holiday, the number of tourists visiting Shanmei has not decreased significantly. There are many reasons for this. On the one hand, there was a lag in promotional activity, which offset the decrease during the May Day Golden Week holiday. On the other hand, Shantou and Meizhou are too close to the Pearl River Delta. Lingnan, as the province with the highest number of tourists and the highest spending in China, offers a vast pool of tourists that could be directly channeled into Shantou and Meizhou. Other factors include the high safety risks of Southeast Asian travel, which has shattered the rosy image of Europe and the United States, leading some tourists, who had intended to travel abroad to choose domestic travel instead. The combination of these factors has resulted in Shantou and Meizhou maintaining tourist traffic at the same level as during the May Day Golden Week holiday. In particular, weekend self-driving tourists from the Pearl River Delta account for 60 to 70% of Shantou and Meizhou's visitor numbers. This demonstrates the vast scale of Lingnan's local tourist resources. May 10th. The third day after Golden Week. The influx of tourists was so overwhelming that the Hailifeng company had to coordinate with the cooperatives of the various villages to add nearly 3,000 goose houses. Gongbing town receives a significant number of tourists. The town boasts stunning scenery and a prime location. To the east, it borders the Gongbing Reservoir, the core drinking water source for Shantou and Meishan. To the west, the scenic Lotus Mountain. To the north, Luhe County, the hometown of green plums, and to the south, Haifeng County, a thriving commercial and transportation hub. Last year, Haifeng Real Estate Company invested in and built an employee residential complex in the southern part of Gongbing town. Several Haifeng factories, including the durian processing plant, Yingxiong Dairy, and the honey processing plant, are also located nearby. This employee community currently has 1,800 units in use, with a 50% occupancy rate. The remaining units have been converted into BNBS, and a second phase of 1,800 units is under construction. Many tourists stay at the community, and right at the entrance is a specially developed tourist commercial street. Several newly arrived tourists immediately headed to the tourist commercial street. Let's go eat durian. Over there. The commercial street is near the entrance of the durian processing factory, and the air is filled with the faint scent of durian, that sweet, pungent smell that will captivate those who enjoy it. Many internet celebrities and travel bloggers come here to live stream or film videos. This place is practically a durian special zone. In addition to fresh durian meat, there's also durian pizza, durian ice cream, durian millefeuille, durian cake, durian snow meringue, durian pies, durian pastries, and charcoal grilled durian seeds. The durian processing factory processes all substandard, overripe durians into frozen durian puree. Durian derivatives sold on the street outside are made from this frozen durian puree. A woman wearing glasses looked at the dazzling array of durian products and was momentarily unsure which one to try. There are so many, it's hard to choose. Xiaobai, don't worry, let's eat the fresh fruit first. Another girl with bangs pulled Xiaobai towards the fresh fruit section. At this time, under the solar awning in the fresh fruit section, about 70% to 80% of the dozens of tables were already occupied. Groups of tourists were enjoying durian. Xiaobai and the other two bought a smaller durian. The clerk moved quickly, splitting the shell with a fruit knife. Due to the price of the flesh the two people had chosen, the clerk quickly put on disposable gloves and cut open the flesh, removing the core from within, leaving only the pure flesh. 1137 grams of pulp, 102.33 yuan. I scan it. Xiaobai handed the payment code to the clerk. The girl with bangs took her plate and disposable gloves and went to find a seat. The other girl bought 3 cups of lemon honey water. After finding a seat, the three of them began to taste. The girl with bangs was the first to take a bite. This has a really strong flavor, and the texture isn't that sticky. The older woman next to him smiled and said, that's the characteristic of tree-ripened fruit. If you pick it and leave it for 2 or 3 days, it have a sticky texture. However, imported fruit is usually picked when it's about 70% to 80% ripe, so the flavor is hard to compare to tree-ripened fruit. Sister, have you been to Southeast Asia before? Xiaobai speculated. Yes. I'm from Hong Kong, and I used to visit relatives in Siam often. The tree-ripened fruit there tastes similar to this, but the quality isn't as good as here in Shantou and the United States. The older woman smiled and nodded. The girl with bangs was curious. Why can't it compare? Isn't Siam the place of origin? The quality there should be better, right? The older sister explained convincingly. It's a management issue. Siam can't control the durian growers or the buyers. Plus, the management of the cultivation varies. If you want good durian, you have to pay a higher price in Siam. The uncle at the same table with the older sister smiled and said, you don't know about the origin. We often travel to Southeast Asia for business, and are very familiar with the situation there. Durian of this quality would cost 20 to 30 yuan per pound locally. If that's the case, it's more cost-effective to eat it in Shanmei, Xiaobai said, biting into the golden durian flesh. The older woman raised her eyebrows. It's not just a good deal, it's a very good deal. The plane ticket to Southeast Asia is enough to buy dozens of tree-ripened durians in Shantou and Meishan. I already eaten 3 durians these past few days. If it weren't for the ban on bringing durian through customs, I have taken a dozen back to give to friends. It doesn't matter really. If you want to eat durian, just buy it in Shenzhen. The Hailufeng Company has a specialty store in Luohu District, or you can come directly to Shantou in Maishan. The uncle smiled and took a sip of the oil orange honey water. The older woman nodded slightly. Okay, I come back next month, otherwise I have to wait until the end of the year. The girl with bangs is also a durian lover. I don't know when they be available in Shanghai. The uncle casually shared his gossip, probably by the end of the year. I heard that the Hailufeng Company's durian plantation in Cheongzhou will be shipping by the end of the year. The durian planting area there is already over 200,000 mu. It's actually not as much as you might think. Although the Cheongzhou branch has planted 100,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of durian itself and contracted farmers to cultivate nearly 160,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, and the Hailufeng Company has expanded its durian planting area by nearly 90,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, in the Lufeng, Luhe, and Haifeng regions of Shantou and Maishan. The current durian planting area has reached 410,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres. However, only about 60,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, will mature by the end of this year, with peak production expected after June of next year. Furthermore, with the Hailufeng Company's durians booming in Shantou and Maishan, local and Cheongzhou fruit growers are increasingly inquiring about contract agreements. It is estimated that within the next 2 to 3 years, the durian planting area in both regions will soon exceed 1 million mu, approximately 1,000 acres. Then, the entire nation will be able to enjoy affordable and high-quality durian. Although the retail price of 18 yuan per kilogram is still relatively high, it ensures healthy market development. Hailufeng Company's unified purchase price to farmers is 12 yuan per kilogram. Durian trees using new technology can bear fruit 3 times in 2 years, yielding 4 to 6 tons per mu each time. This yields approximately 180,000 yuan in 2 years, and 90,000 yuan in 1 year. After deducting costs, this is still a very considerable profit. In terms of planting scale, Hailufeng Company will control the area to approximately 1.5 million mu, with an annual durian production of approximately 11 million tons. The average annual per capita consumption is 7.8 kilograms, including the shell and pit. If only the pulp is counted, the average annual per capita consumption is approximately 2.4 kilograms. Of course, Hailufeng Company does not only sell fresh fruit, it also collects any unsatisfactory durian to make durian puree, which can be used to make various derivative foods. According to harvesting data from Gongping Durian Farm, even with excellent management and rigorous screening, the proportion of defective fruit remains as high as around 20%. If cultivated by farmers, this proportion is estimated to rise to around 30%. The standard purchase price for defective fruit is 6 yuan per gene, approximately 100 grams, with an average flesh yield of around 30%. They also produce a large number of durian seeds, which are prepared similarly to caramel chestnuts. The wholesale price of durian puree from defective fruit is 25 yuan per gene, approximately 100 grams. After durian processing plants separate the flesh and core, a large amount of durian shells remain. These shells, after being crushed, can be used as biomass fuel and organic fertilizer for microbial fuel cells. Hailufeng Company has been developing strategies for the comprehensive utilization of agricultural resources. The goal is to maximize the value of agricultural products, ensuring a better outcome for businesses, farmers, and consumers. Although Shanmei currently has 146,000 mu, approximately 16,000 acres, of durian planted, the resulting industrial value is immense. Beyond the durian fruit itself, there's also vast understory space that can be utilized. Durian also generates a significant amount of tourism traffic. While durian tourism will undoubtedly return to normal over time, due to competition from Cheongzhou, Shanmei remains the only durian-producing region in mainland China and a relatively mature durian tourism destination. Although Cheongzhou boasts a larger planted area, cooperation between the local government and the Hailufeng Company is limited. This is primarily due to the higher level of local government in Cheongzhou compared to Shanmei. Shanmei has offered almost all its support to the Hailufeng Company, providing land, personnel, and policies. Cheongzhou clearly cannot match this level of support. As the headquarters of the Hailufeng Company, Shanmei, after nearly a decade of economic development, has realized that Shanmei's future as an industrial city is unlikely. Tourism is the future of the region. How to develop the area into a tourist destination has long been a subject of exploration and research by local administrators. In recent years, the economic development driven by the Hailufeng Company, as well as its unique agricultural tourism, have resonated with local administrators, sparking their strong support for the company. Hail Yifeng Company positioned Shanmei's tourism industry in 3 key words: good value for money, affordable and frugal, and a home-like experience. The first 2 can be achieved through technical means, but the latter, a home-like experience, requires the full cooperation of local administrators and strict discipline of relevant operators, encouraging them to refrain from unsavory practices. For example, practices such as shortchanging, counterfeiting, forced sales, and poor service can easily undermine the image of a tourist destination. Prices should be clearly marked. Give what is expected. Otherwise, tourists who are ripped off a few times will be deterred from returning, creating a one-time deal that will only further degrade the local tourism industry. Following the current trend, with more and more locals joining the tourism-related industries, the entire tourism industry has officially become a pillar of the local economy. Jiang Miao personally made several phone calls to communicate with all parties, urging them to be on the lookout for any bad apples, lest a single bad apple spoil the whole bunch. After all, building a tourist city is not easy, but a bad apple can easily ruin it. Chapter 232. Yangcheng. Jiangnan Wholesale Market, the nation's leading fruit and vegetable wholesale market, is also one of the core wholesale markets for imported Southeast Asian fruit. Area A of the wholesale market specializes in the wholesale trade of Southeast Asian fruit. Area C also carries imported Southeast Asian fruit, but Area C primarily handles the delivery of goods by the container. At this moment, the durian wholesaler in Area A had an extremely grim expression. "Old Huang, what's the situation?" The middle-aged man being questioned shook his head with a bitter face. Durian from Hail Yifeng has already flooded into the Pearl River Delta. Their specialty stores and warehouse supermarkets in the Pearl River Delta are selling for 17 or 18 yuan per kilo, and the shipment volume is enormous. How many acres do they have planted? Another young man holding an iced tea frowned. Old Huang shook his head. I asked friends back home. The Hail Yifeng Company has planted over 100,000 mu, approximately 10,000 acres, of durian in Shanmei, and over 200,000 mu, approximately 10,000 acres, in Cheongzhou. This is the first harvest, with over 50,000 tons in the summer. Starting at the end of the year, we be producing 50,000 to 60,000 tons every month. Damn! That much? Lao Tu, how much did you order from Siam this year? The middle-aged man who had asked the question initially scowled as he surveyed the boxes of durian in the shipping container. 200 tons of golden pillow. How much did you order? AB durian is 33 yuan per kilogram. Add shipping and other costs, and the landed cost is around 45 yuan. At this price, I can't sell. I invested tens of millions, and I'm only going to get a fraction of that back. Lao Tu's face was grim. What do we do now? A skinny boss gritted his teeth. What do we do? Run away. Quickly ship the durian north. Sell all our inventory before the Hail Yifeng Company moves north. Yes, old monkey is right. Old Huang, what about you? I plan to sell this batch and go back to growing durian, Old Huang replied with a smile. Old Tu was speechless. Hail Yifeng's durian is so cheap, how can you make money growing it? Do you think China is Siam? Old Huang smiled and shook his head. I heard that Hail Yifeng's durian uses new technology. It bears fruit 3 times in 2 years, and the second harvest is the peak yield, yielding 4 to 6 tons per mu each time. So much? Old Monkey was shocked. The high-yielding old trees in Siam can only produce about 5 tons per year. Didn't Cheongzhou in China say they were producing over 1,000 kilograms per mu a few years ago? Haha, can other companies' technology compare to Hail Yifeng's? Old Huang reminded with a smile. The old monkey nodded. Well, Hail Yifeng Company is really impressive. Another boss stroked his stubble. If we harvest 3 times every 2 years, 4 to 6 tons of durian each time, we can make a decent profit per acre per year. Old Huang didn't hide the information he gathered. I found out. The total cost of pesticides, fertilizers, watering, farm machinery, labor, and other miscellaneous expenses for 1 acre is around 15,000 yuan. Add in the rent, and it's 3,000 to 5,000 yuan per acre. Hail Yifeng Company buys grade A durian for 12 yuan per gene, and grade B durian for 6 yuan per gene. That's about 76,000 yuan per acre per year, so I can probably make around 56,000 yuan. Do you have land? Old Tu asked with a sneer. Haha, I do. So many people have left my hometown to live in the city that there are only about 20 households left. If we cut down the lychees, longans, and mangoes in the village, and add the barren slopes, we could probably reclaim 500 to 600 acres. The old monkey nodded slightly. 5 or 600 acres? That would make over 20 million yuan a year, better than wholesale. Old Huang, do you have any connections? I also like to go back home and grow durian, another boss asked eagerly. Haha, forget it. Old Huang shook his head. Why? Haileyafeng Company issued an announcement yesterday, announcing that they will only promote new durian cultivation technology in Cheongzhou and Shanmei, and the total planting area is limited to 1.5 million mu. If you want to lease land, you can only try your luck in Cheongzhou. Damn! Why impose restrictions? Without restrictions, everyone will rush to plant, and no one will make any money. 1.5 million mu is already plenty. That makes sense. I go to Cheongzhou right away. Old Lu, aren't you from Cheongzhou? Help me, brother. Get out of here. Who are your brothers? Come on, kid, don't forget, we went to Danshui a while ago. Damn. Don't talk nonsense. The durian wholesalers at the wholesale market went their separate ways. Some people were rushing to ship durians north to sell off. Fearing the Haileyafeng Company might move north, they pushed prices extremely low, practically hitting cost. Some were asking factories in Siam and Annan to delay shipments, attempting to avoid the Haileyafeng Company's durian market launch. Some were heading to Shanmei or Cheongzhou, planning to lease land and switch to growing durian or bananas. Even in Yancheng Warehouse Supermarket, a fruit shop owner said, Alan, 100 boxes of durian and 20 boxes of Red Big Mac. Sure, do you want delivery? No, I called a taxi. Hurry and get the goods to me. Wait a minute, I issue you an invoice, and you can pick it up at the warehouse next door. Okay. Although the price of the goods reached 16 yuan per jean, they were selling them for 19 yuan, and with services like home delivery, they were still able to sell them. It might seem like they were only making a little over 2 yuan per jean, but with the strategy of small profits but quick turnover, this fruit shop could sell 100 cases of durian in 2 days, each weighing a standard 17 to 20 kilograms. The same goes for the Max Series bananas. With small profits but quick turnover, they can still be profitable. Currently, Haileyafeng Company imports approximately 18,000 cases of premium durian to the Pearl River Delta region daily, yet demand still outstrips supply. After all, Haileyafeng's durians are comparable to Siamese A++ fruits, with very consistent quality and a pleasant floral aroma. Combined with the advantages of tree ripeness and price, they're snapped up by consumers and fruit shops as soon as they arrive. Many consumers buy by the box. Although it's a few yuan more expensive than the 15 yuan per pound directly from the farm, many consumers prefer not to go to the production site and simply accept the added cost. In fact, going to the production site may actually cost more, given the considerable cost of transportation, accommodation, and food. So, whether or not to go to the production site depends on the consumer's preference. If you don't have time or are simply too lazy, buy from nearby specialty stores or fruit shops. If you have the money and the time, visit the production site and enjoy the affordable and delicious fresh, tree-ripened durian. The fruit shop owner received the order and hurried to the warehouse area next door. Without even selecting, he and his staff loaded 100 durians and 20 bananas onto the pickup truck. These durians had been carefully selected, and the fruit shop owner, having purchased several times, was too lazy to check each box. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Old Wu, are you here to buy some goods? Turning around, he realized it was Old Dai, the owner of the seafood shop next door. Yes. Are you here to buy something too? I'm buying some sockeye and pink salmon. Old Wu glanced at the seafood truck aerating its oxygen supply not far away. What kind of fish is this? Salmon, Old Dai replied with a smile. Old Wu looked at the vibrant red sockeye salmon and asked Salmon, isn't salmon silvery white? How can it be red? This is another kind of salmon. Does Haileyafeng Company also farm this kind of fish? They have a farm in Shanmei. Old Wu suddenly asked in a low voice, Old Dai, I heard that freshwater salmon, like rainbow trout, have parasites. Sockeye salmon shouldn't have parasites, right? No, this sockeye salmon is farmed in the sea. And you know Haileyafeng Company? They're renowned for their high quality and strict food safety standards. Old Dai had obviously done business with Haileyafeng many times. After a while, both of them had loaded their goods and each took their belongings back to the store. As soon as Old Wu's durian arrived at the store, several customers gathered around. One, a middle-aged man wearing a golden Nama bracelet, eagerly asked, Boss, are these durians from Haileyafeng? Of course. I wouldn't dare sell fakes. Old Wu quickly grabbed a utility knife and cut open the packaging tape. Look, bosses. These are premium durians. Taking in the shape and size of the fruit and the faint, pungent aroma of durian, several people nodded. How much is it per pound? Another middle-aged man inquired. Old Wu was unequivocal. A whole box is 18 yuan, and a single piece is 19 yuan. The middle-aged men discussed quietly for a moment, and then pooled their resources to buy a box. After unpacking the box, they found 6 fruit, and since there were 5 of them, they decided to split one right there. Old Wu had become quite skilled at selling these tree-ripened durians these days. His knife was sharp and precise. Not bad, all dry and yellow flesh. The middle-aged man, with the bracelet, grabbed a piece. Another middle-aged man, tearing the durian flesh apart, said, "This has the texture of chicken floss. The durian I used to eat in Siam was like this." Old Wu had just finished splitting the durian, when several more customers arrived. These customers were even more generous, bringing in 3 boxes. He also sold 2 bananas. Within just an hour, his private fruit shop received over 20 orders, many requesting pre-cut pulp for delivery. This is a key profit model for many fruit shops. Unlike imported durian, tree-ripened durian cannot be cracked open. Instead, it must be chopped directly with a fruit knife. Many consumers who encounter this type of durian for the first time find it difficult to open. Many fruit shops have capitalized on this and launched direct pulp sales and home delivery services. 9 out of 10 orders received through private fruit shops are for direct purchase of pulp. Many consumers are gradually becoming accustomed to this consumption model, finding it more convenient to purchase the pulp. While the price may be slightly higher, they are willing to accept it, as the convenience is the key. Chapter 233. If durian can leverage its already large consumer base to generate significant consumption, salmon products are less so. However, Helyafing Company didn't blindly sell at low prices to the market. As time progressed to mid-May, Helyafing Company's physical franchise stores had finally expanded to 677, covering nearly all major first- and second-tier cities nationwide. With the exception of the Snowy Plateau and the western regions, they had a presence in all other regions. The number of warehouse supermarkets reached 78. In addition, Jianghai Restaurant, focusing on affordable fast food, and Magon Cold Meals, focusing on high-end dining, have also begun rapid national expansion. Currently, there are 22 Jianghai Restaurant locations and 6 Magon Cold Meals in the Pearl River Delta and Yangtze River Delta. To expand these businesses, Helyafing Company's physical business division acquired a significant amount of property in the first half of this year, becoming a major real estate investor nationwide. Fortunately, the real estate market has remained stagnant in recent years. Even with last year's bean industry and desert farmland development, coupled with this year's sponge battery stimulus, the real estate market hasn't regained the roaring growth of a decade ago. However, real estate prices have barely stabilized in some areas. In contrast, housing prices have risen slightly in cities on the edge of the Northwest Desert, but only a few have the courage and determination to settle in such desolate desert cities. Agricultural companies, like COFCO, like Helyafing, are developing farmland alongside employee housing, preventing the real estate market from capitalizing on these enterprises' surpluses. Actually, there's no other way. Advancing into the desert naturally requires employees to be stationed on the farms long term. In this case, real estate companies certainly won't build buildings in the desert. Initially, the agricultural group will have to rely on its own construction. Since I already built the employee community myself, there's no real estate company involved later. The farms of the China Railway Construction Company, in particular, have long been looking for places to house their employees and secure long-term, stable projects for the company. Is there anything more stable than farming? As a result, the China Railway Construction Company has accelerated its progress, undertaking very large projects. After all, they're construction companies with extensive equipment and personnel. They don't even need training, they just get to work. Currently, 11.7 million mu, approximately 1.7 million hectares, of desert farmland has been transformed in the northwest and southern regions of the desert. These fields are being sown rapidly recently, and harvest is expected in September or October. For soybean pastures used for forage, the first crop of grass can be harvested in August, followed by a mix of other grasses to enhance forage diversity. According to the plan, deserts with abundant rainfall are generally converted into farmland. Desert areas with less rainfall are transformed into pastures. The two types of desert farmland require different planning and design during their transformation. For pure soybean fields, a portion of the sand dunes must be preserved. These dunes will serve as natural barriers, providing both windbreaks and firebreaks. Because soybeans and grass grown on sand dunes need to be harvested regularly, and due to the relatively short harvesting period, the soybeans have a very high water content and a very low oil content, making them less susceptible to fire. Mature soybeans, however, have a low water content and high oil content, making them easily ignited, leading to widespread fires. This was the practical conclusion drawn by Haliafang Company last year, after burning hundreds of acres of soybeans at Mulan Farm. Based on this situation, agricultural companies are leaving portions of natural sand dunes as barrier strips when reclaiming desert land. In July and August, satellite images of desert farms after pasture harvest reveal a very clear grid-like layout of farmland. The barrier strips crisscross the pastures, separating the soybean fields in between. Even if a single soybean field ignites, irreversible damage is prevented. Of course, major groups aren't just building barrier strips. For example, a subsidiary of China Railway Construction Corporation has jointly developed a desert fire extinguisher with Zoomlion Heavy Industry Science and Technology Company Limited. This fire extinguisher doesn't use water or carbon dioxide to extinguish fires. Instead, it adapts to local conditions, utilizing the abundant fine sand in the desert as a firefighting material. It can simultaneously pump in and spray sand to cover the fire area. If combined with a farm's drip irrigation system or a spraying aircraft, it can quickly create a highly humid muddy sand, quickly suppressing the spread of the fire. Knowing this risk in advance, major corporations will certainly not sit idly by. Yancheng, Panyu District. Magong Cold Meals, a high-end restaurant, recently opened and has attracted many sashimi-loving customers. If you were to ask which regions in Lingnan enjoy sashimi and cold dishes, Shun and the eastern Guangdong coast would undoubtedly be the most popular. Shun sashimi and Kaoshon pickled vegetables are highly appreciated by those who enjoy them, while those who don't find them difficult to swallow. Magong Cold Meals' main offerings are Shun sashimi and Kaoshon pickled fish, incorporating cooking methods from other sashimi dishes across China, and incorporating elements from Japanese cuisine. However, the core quality that allows Magong Cold Meals to be labeled high-end is safety. That's right, it's safety. Compared to other raw fish, oysters, and pickled fish, there are risks of parasitic and bacterial infections. Magong Cold Meals completely addresses these issues from the source and through its craftsmanship. The freshwater fish used in the sashimi, such as crispy anhui fish and native ling fish, are all raised indoors to high standards. From seedlings to water, feed, and transportation, they are completely isolated from the natural environment, preventing parasites and bacteria from infecting the fish. Jiang Miao, observing his parents' fondness for pickling, dedicated several days to researching the raw pickling techniques. They use natural spices, salt, sugar, and soy sauce, and employ modern processing techniques to minimize harmful bacteria. Magong Cold Meals, located in Panyu District, didn't initially become a huge hit, but it still attracts a significant number of customers. After all, there are many locals in Guangzhou who enjoy eating raw fish. Dad, don't go anywhere else for sashimi. We just dewormed it last month. This time, I'm taking you to try something different. The young man brought his father and mother to the entrance of Magong Buffet. What are you afraid of? At worst, I just take some insecticide. The old man wasn't afraid. After all, he'd been eating this way for decades. The young man earnestly advised, Dad, don't do this. The doctor told you to eat less in the future, otherwise you get liver cancer. Haha, that's just my thing. Xiaodong, you know your father's stubborn temper. Just go to the hospital for regular checkups. The old man's wife shook her head. Tian Xiaodong knew his father's temper. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't eat sashimi 4 or 5 times a month. So, after hearing about it on his social media, he decided to bring his father to try Magong Buffet to see if this restaurant, known for being the safest raw food restaurant, could alleviate his father's risk of parasitic infections. Entering the restaurant, the waiter led them to a private room on the 2nd floor. Dear guests, this is our menu. Would you like me to explain it in detail? Beautiful lady, do you have crispy sashimi? The old man, having spent a week in the hospital, was already craving it. Yes. But Tian Xiaodong shook his head and pointed to the set menu. Give me a large sashimi platter for 2, a grilled beef, a charcoal grilled sockeye salmon, a half-dozen shiocho oysters, and a fruit salad plus. After glancing at the menu for a moment, Tian Xiaodong noticed there was no alcohol on it. You don't sell alcohol? Sir, I'm very sorry, but our company has a policy of not selling alcohol and not accepting bring-in alcohol, the waiter replied apologetically. This was the first time Tian Xiaodong had heard of a restaurant not selling alcohol, but it saved him from wasting time trying to convince his father. He nodded. Okay. Then add a pitcher of lemon honey water for 3. No problem, I repeat. Sir, is that all right? If so, I arrange for the dishes. Yes, that's all right. Okay, just a moment. 20 minutes later, the dishes arrived one after another. The sashimi platter was modeled after the Hengxiang County sashimi style in Guangxi province, with the various spices and ingredients chopped very finely. Translucent crispy trout and dace fillets, pale pink salmon fillets, and orange-red sockeye salmon fillets, along with blanched fish skin, were arranged in a chrysanthemum-like pattern. The old man eagerly picked up a piece of crispy trout, wrapped it in shredded perilla leaves and a drizzle of soy sauce, and popped it into his mouth. Wow! Not bad. This fish is excellent, crispy and sweet. Tian Xiaodong ignored his father, and looked at his mother. Mom, try this charcoal-grilled sockeye salmon. The fatty sockeye salmon, after being charcoal-grilled, had fully developed its Madeira reaction, giving it a completely different flavor and texture than when eaten raw. Its flavor is rich and delicious. Sockeye salmon possesses a rich, fishy, umami flavor. This umami is a pure, natural marine flavor, a unique taste accumulated from its long life in the ocean, where it feeds on plankton and native fish and shrimp. The aquaculture base uses artificially simulated feed to achieve this flavor. Tian Xiaodong also took a bite, and was impressed by the rich, fresh flavor of marine fish and the dry aroma of lychee wood, as well as the firm, slightly chewy texture of the meat. This is because the flesh of sockeye salmon is relatively firm and elastic, and its firmness is noticeable when chewing. Unlike some fish with looser flesh, each bite offers a solid, flavorful experience. Despite its firm texture, the sockeye salmon is also delicate and tender. Its fine texture allows the fish to dissipate smoothly in the mouth, without any roughness or astringency. Taking a closer look, Tian Xiaodong discovered that even after being charcoal grilled, the fish remains tender and juicy. This is primarily due to the high oil content of sockeye salmon, which keeps its flesh tender and juicy even when cooked or eaten raw. The moment you bite into it, the oil and juices spread throughout your mouth, adding a rich and satisfying flavor. The old man, on the other hand, ate a few slices of crispy tuna and dace before examining the sockeye and pink salmon sashimi. What kind of fish is this? Tian Xiaodong flipped open the menu, which contained a detailed description. Looking at the description, they should be sockeye and pink salmon, fish similar to salmon. Ocean fish? The old man picked up a piece of orange-red sockeye salmon. Sockeye salmon lacks the white markings of Atlantic and king salmon, and is a brighter red. Ranked by fat content, king salmon has the highest fat content, followed by Atlantic salmon, followed by Pacific coho salmon, Pacific sockeye salmon, Pacific chub, and Pacific pink salmon. Of course, the high fat content can make it easy to get greasy. The old man took a bite of sockeye salmon sashimi. Besides a slight chewiness, it was also rich and deliciously fatty, with a hint of sweetness. He then took a bite of pink salmon. Pink salmon is tender and relatively soft. Its texture is noticeably smooth, without any roughness or toughness, and it crumbles easily with a gentle chew. It also has a certain springiness and firmness. When bitten, the fish bounces back slightly, preventing it from falling apart. This elasticity adds to the enjoyment and satisfaction of eating it, enriching the taste. Pink salmon is also rich and smooth. The moderate amount of fat in pink salmon spreads throughout the mouth when eaten raw, creating a smooth and fragrant flavor. It's not overly greasy, but rather imparts just the right amount of richness to the fish, making it even more nourishing. The final flavor is a light, fresh sweetness, a natural flavor of the meat itself, especially in fresh pink salmon, where the sweetness is more pronounced. It's accompanied by the refreshing aroma unique to saltwater fish, without a strong fishy smell, giving a refreshing taste experience. This pink salmon is good, but that sockeye salmon is a little too fatty. The old man was a bit uncomfortable with fatty sockeye salmon. Luckily, he had never tried king salmon, which is truly greasy. Tian Xiaodong also took a few bites of sockeye salmon. No. This sockeye salmon is much lighter than salmon. For those who have tasted salmon and king salmon, sockeye and pink salmon are actually very suitable for the taste, with a moderate fat content, not dry, but not too greasy. Xiaodong, this beef is delicious. I thought it was a western steak with blood in it, but it's well done and not tough. I wonder how it's cooked. On the first floor of the restaurant, there is a table similar to a Japanese teppanyaki grill. The chefs could be seen preparing various items. Many guests were seated at a row of tables, facing the chef's workstations. A waiter brought a large, densely marbled slab of beef and placed it before the group, introducing it. This is marinated beef from the Teminchigan farm in Imonan. Today's special, 58 yuan per person. Give me one portion. Waiter, do you have shiomachi oysters? Yes. Give me a half dozen. Okay, "Wait a moment, sir." The waiter quickly opened the oysters, arranged them on the plate, and added the toppings. The chef had already cut the beef into strips, and began cutting them. In reality, most of these chefs weren't professional chefs. Aside from the one specializing in sashimi cutting, the others were newbies, who had been trained for over a month before being assigned to the job. However, this doesn't affect the quality of the dishes, as dishes like grilled beef strips, grilled beef, charcoal grilled sockeye salmon, and flame cheese sockeye salmon aren't particularly difficult to prepare. As long as the chef follows the instructions step by step, the product won't be bad. It's essentially the benefit of enjoying good ingredients. The finest ingredients often require only the simplest preparation. It can be said that Magong Cold Meals is a high-end restaurant built on a vast array of premium ingredients. No top-tier restaurant has ever boasted such a robust raw material supply chain. Even large fast food chains, like KFC and McDonald's, can only rely on centralized procurement to barely control a portion of their upstream supply chain. Hailifeng's industrial chain is an independent system built by itself. Even its partners are tightly controlled, ensuring that they cannot easily escape Hailifeng's influence. Under these circumstances, Magong Cold Meals can claim to be the safest. Since the opening of the 6 Magong Cold Food restaurants, with the exception of a few diners who experience gastrointestinal discomfort due to difficulty adapting to the raw marinated food, no other diners have experienced any gastrointestinal discomfort, nor have any reported any risk of parasitic infections. This is the strength of Magong Cold Food restaurants. This driving force has attracted a number of mid to high-end catering businesses, which have placed orders for oysters, crab roe, mantis shrimp, salmon, white-leg shrimp, lobster, and hairy crab produced by Hailifeng. Why has domestically farmed triploid rainbow trout been unable to impact the imported salmon market? The reason is that these companies lack effective marketing and lack confidence in their products. When selling its products, Hailifeng Company directly issues announcements, publishing very detailed testing reports and standards. They also welcome anyone to conduct inspections, as long as they don't deliberately smear or distort the facts. If any problems are found, Hailifeng Company will directly reward the tester with 100,000 yuan. However, no one has successfully claimed this money to date, and several bloggers who deliberately fabricated false information have been sent to prison. It's not that the imported salmon wholesalers and distributors aren't anxious, they are also secretly spreading rumors about Hailifeng salmon. But no one dares to spread rumors online in China, primarily because Hailifeng's legal department is notorious for its savagery, and its public relations department is constantly monitoring any online activity. Spreading rumors may feel good for a while, but the consequences are serious. In the salmon industry, Hailifeng Company doesn't use the salmon brand name. Instead, it has established its own system, Hailifeng Salmon. Many exclusive product names have been registered, including Hailifeng Red Salmon, Hailifeng Silver Salmon, and Hailifeng King Salmon. This separation avoids boycotts from the salmon industry and creates a clear distinction between Hailifeng and domestic rainbow trout. This division is designed to create a top-tier brand. It allows Hailifeng Salmon to completely surpass both Atlantic salmon and domestic rainbow trout. Since we're all salmon, why are we divided into different levels? The answer lies in safety. Even Atlantic salmon, New Zealand king salmon, and Chilean coho salmon, often touted as safe, still carry a small risk of parasitic infection when consumed raw. This is determined by their farming environment, and without changing the farming model, this problem will never be resolved. This is because these foreign salmon are typically farmed in large cages in deep, cold waters. These cages are unable to isolate them from the natural seawater and marine life. This is also the fundamental reason why the incidence of internal parasites is so high among those who enjoy eating raw fish, both domestically and internationally. The risk of parasitic infection is fundamentally eliminated by fully isolating the Hailifeng salmon for farming. Chapter 234. As time went by, the reputation of Hailifeng's durians grew in China. This attracted the attention of numerous investors and investment companies. However, after carefully studying Hailifeng's cooperation announcement, these investors discovered that investing in durian cultivation was extremely difficult. It wasn't that local villagers couldn't rent land, but rather that Hailifeng had blocked many aspects of the contract. For example, the scale of the planting, when to induce flowering, when to harvest, what standards the fruit must meet, how to determine the purchase price, and whether it could only be sold to Hailifeng. All of these details were set in stone. Many investors were dissatisfied with the annual gross profit of just over 50,000 yuan per acre. After all, they had seen durian prices in the domestic market often reaching over 30 yuan per kilogram. This made many investors dissatisfied with such a demanding and low-profit investment, and they also secretly cursed Hailifeng for meddling in other people's business. However, Hailifeng continued to forge ahead. After all, controlling planting scale, ensuring quality, and regulating the planting cycle are the only ways to ensure the stable development of the entire durian industry. If investors and fruit farmers are allowed to plant fruit arbitrarily, the result will be the collapse of the entire durian industry. The cases of mandarin oranges and sunshine roses serve as a cautionary tale. For this reason, Hailifeng Company has always been very assertive regarding cooperative fruit planting, refusing to license its technology to other companies. The reason is that these companies, after obtaining the technology, may blindly expand production capacity. The Agricultural Cooperation Office of the Cheongjo branch. In just 2 weeks, it received no fewer than 700 inquiries from farmers and companies seeking cooperation. Across from the Cheongjo branch office building, the manager of a large fruit store chain and several of his subordinates exited the Cheongjo branch office building and headed to a convenience store across the street. Manager Liu, what should we do now? Manager Liu, who had just bought a bottle of water, looked at the bustling traffic at the entrance to the Cheongjo branch with a grim expression. Hailifeng won't budge, and there's nothing we can do. If it were any other company, they would have used their connections to tamper with it long ago. The problem is Hailifeng's unique nature. No one in China dares to touch it. After all, the fruit and luxury agricultural product industry isn't the food sector, which is crucial to national prosperity. It's one of the few sectors that state-owned enterprises disdain. Hailifeng has a strong backing, so private companies really can't mess with it. As for the idea of using local influence to secretly tamper with Hailifeng, even a person with a few peanuts wouldn't go to such lengths. You know, Jiang Miao's selection as an academician this year is a sure thing. Faced with such well-connected individuals, who would dare risk their lives for the sake of a few private enterprises, so, regardless of the outrage of these company bosses and executives, Hailifeng Company is not afraid at all. After all, this is market competition. Over the past 2 weeks, the approved durian plantations in Cheongjo have been largely divided up. Including the area owned by Hailifeng Company's own farms, Cheongjo's durian cultivation area now stands at 900,000 mu. In Shanmei, the area is 600,000 mu. At the same time, the approved area for the Mac Banana series in Cheongjo has reached a staggering 1.5 million mu. The cultivation area of these two fruits has suddenly become one of Cheongjo's pillar industries. In return, the Hailifeng Company secured a monopoly on all Mac Bananas in the Cheongjo region. However, the banana straw from Mac Bananas was open to the market, allowing other companies to purchase it for abaca extraction. Manager Liu and his colleagues weren't the only ones who encountered setbacks. Since the planting area for durian and Mac Bananas was essentially complete, those or companies that arrived late could only regret it. Those who had obtained planting permits hurried back to prepare their land. To facilitate management, the Cheongjo branch established management offices in counties and cities to oversee these contracted plantations. Just as Manager Liu finished half a bottle of water, a figure appeared in front of him and handed him a cigarette. Hey, are you here to invest in durian and banana farming too? Manager Liu calmly took the cigarette and said, yes. But I'm late, and I don't have any more durian. What's your name, brother? My name is Heisey. No, your name is Liu. Brother Heisey, is there anything I can do for you? Heisey looked around and whispered, if you want to grow durian, there are ways. Oh, what's your plan? Manager Liu narrowed his eyes slightly, but he was secretly on guard. Heisey explained quietly, a friend of mine got a 150 mu durian planting quota, but he was in a car accident a few days ago and feels he have trouble managing the farm in the future. He'd like to transfer the quota. I wonder if Brother Liu is interested. 150 mu. Manager Liu lit a cigarette. Huh? That's a little small. Brother Liu, do you think it's too little? Heisey glanced around again and continued quietly, if Brother Liu is willing to pay a small fee, I can get you 1,000 mu. 1,000 acres? Manager Liu smiled faintly, but he felt no real interest in the deal. He knew full well that Hailifeng Company wouldn't allow such a loophole. So, the man in front of him, Heisey, was either a scammer or had connections within Hailifeng Company, having secured a portion of the quota through clandestine manipulation. As for the villagers, or the local cooperatives selling durian planting quotas, Manager Liu didn't believe a word. Although a single durian seedling using the new technology cost 3,000 yuan, and 30 durians could be planted per acre, the seedling cost for planting 1 acre of durian would be 90,000 yuan. This investment would be fully recouped in about 2 years. The villagers or the local cooperative wouldn't be so foolish as to sell such a golden goose. But Manager Lu's disbelief didn't mean he wouldn't act. The two quickly agreed on a partnership. Heisey showed him a durian planting quota confirmation letter from Haliafang Company, along with a blank cooperation document. However, the internal numbers listed in these documents can be found on the official website of Haliafang Company. Manager Lu became increasingly certain of the man's identity. After obtaining some evidence, he proactively transferred 50,000 yuan to him to gain his trust. Watching Heisey leave, a bespectacled subordinate beside Manager Lu whispered, "Manager, there's something fishy about this guy. If Haliafang Company discovers anything wrong later, we'd be in trouble." Manager Lu smiled and shook his head. "Haha, book me a flight. I need to go to Shantou and the United States." "Going to Shantou and Maishan?" "Yes, hurry up and book your tickets." No matter how dumb the subordinates were, they guessed the manager's plan. That afternoon, the group arrived at Haliafang Company headquarters. Lu Weibin, head of the planting division, happened to be at headquarters. He heard that a team from a certain company had a very important matter to meet with the company's management. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to take the time to meet with them. "Hello, Manager Lu. I'm Lu Keifu, the sales manager of Southeast Fruit Industry. It's a great honor to meet with you." "Manager Lu, please get straight to the point. I'm very busy." Lu Weibin didn't want to waste any time. Lu Keifu didn't feel offended. After all, Haliafang Company was already a domestic agricultural giant, and as a sales manager for a small company, he was nothing compared to them. He nodded and got straight to the point. He recounted his experience that morning at the Cheongjo branch office and sent Lu Weibin the contents of the documents he had photographed. After hearing Lu Keifu's account, LV Weibin's face darkened. He opened the internal system and checked the internal numbers of the documents. He discovered that they existed, but hadn't yet been distributed. Only internal personnel could access them. "Manager Lu, thank you very much for your report. If this is true, our company will not treat you unfairly. Please leave me your contact information." Lu Keifu's heart was instantly filled with joy. He quickly took out his business card and said, "Manager Lu, this is my card. I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye, Xiao Zhang. Please see you off, Manager Lu." Assistant Xiao Zhang saw Lu Keifu and his group off. Lu Keifu didn't leave Shanmei, but instead found a hotel in nearby Jinqing Bay. During dinner, a subordinate curiously asked, "Manager Lu, how did you guess that Heisey might be a mole at Haliafang? And what if this was done by a Haliafang executive?" Hee. Lu Keifu, after a glass of wine, smiled and said, "If it was done by a Haliafang executive, they wouldn't have needed to wait for us to come out. They could have hinted at us directly in the Cheongjo branch office. But they didn't do that in the Cheongjo branch office. That only explains why they're not in a high position." In reality, things weren't as Lu Keifu described. He was just taking a gamble. After all, he wouldn't get the durian planting quota. If he took Heisey's 1,000 mu, he could report it to his boss. But if something went wrong later, he would definitely be implicated. So, he took a risk and flew directly to Haliafang headquarters to report it. If he failed, the worst that could happen was that he wouldn't get the planting quota. If successful, he have established a connection with the senior executives at Haliafang, a significant gain. "Manager Lu, you're truly observant. Manager Lu, I toast you. Tonight, we should all learn from Manager Lu." Just as they were toasting, Lu Keifu's phone rang. He glanced at the number and quickly stopped everyone. "Hello, is this Manager Lu?" "Manager Lu, good evening. Our boss is very pleased with your reminder today. Please come to our headquarters tomorrow at noon. Are you available?" Yes, I'll be there tomorrow at noon." "Okay, see you tomorrow." After hanging up, Lu Keifu clenched his fists. No more drinking today. Tomorrow's important matters. Everyone, get ready. Yes. Chapter 235. The next day, at noon. Jiang Miao rarely came to the headquarters cafeteria for lunch. Lu Keifu, invited along, seemed a little reserved. "Mr. Lu, we're planning to go to Cheongjo to set up a durian plantation?" Lu Keifu quickly replied, as if pecking at rice as a chick, "Yes, our boss was originally thinking of partnering with your company to see if we could produce and sell our own products." Jiang Miao took a sip of his soup and then said with a smile, "Self-production and sales aren't impossible. How many distribution channels does your company have?" Hearing this, Lu Keifu was ecstatic, but he didn't lose his composure. He quickly replied, "Our company has its own stores on major e-commerce platforms, and we have 184 physical stores in first-tier cities. You're quite capable. We're just small businesses. We can't compare to yours. Lu Keifu spoke the truth. His boss was truly envious of Heliafeng Company's wealth and its direct property purchase methods. You have to know that their company's brick-and-mortar stores across the country face the challenge of rising rents each year. Only the few stores they acquire can maintain high profits. You can grow your own fruit too. How about this? We just uncovered a number of shady durian and banana planting quotas in Cheongjo. I'm planning to give some of them to your company, but your headquarters is in Liezhou, right? Hearing this generous offer, Lu Keifu nodded. Yes, Mr. Jiang, our headquarters is in Liezhou. Jiang Miao directly granted special approval to Southeast Fruit Industry. Then we grant the planting area to Southeast Fruit Industry in Liezhou. You can grow your own fruit there. Of course, you should understand the rules. I understand. We definitely abide by the rules. Lu Keifu naturally agreed, and he was also deeply grateful to Jiang Miao. He knew full well that if Heliafeng Company gave its Cheongjo planting quota to Southeast Fruit Industry, employees within the Cheongjo branch would likely secretly target Southeast Fruit Industry. Furthermore, these problematic quotas would undoubtedly involve local tyrants, who would undoubtedly cause trouble for Southeast Fruit Industries, durian and banana plantings there. Now that the quota has been shifted to the Liezhou Peninsula, the Cheongjo branch and the local tyrants are naturally out of reach. At the same time, Lu Keifu was unaware that Jiang Miao's other motive for this was to intimidate the locals in Cheongjo. By granting a small portion of the planting quota to the Liezhou Peninsula and reducing the quota for Cheongjo, he was sending a message to the Cheongjo locals. Don't think that just because I granted durian and mac bananas to Cheongjo, you can do whatever you want. If this matter isn't dealt with seriously, Heliafeng Company will continue to reduce its planting scale in Cheongjo and shift its planting to Liezhou and southern Guangxi province. I chatted with Lu Keifu for half an hour. That afternoon, Heliafeng's official website announced the results of the handling of the case, along with a special reward for the whistleblower, Southeast Fruit Industry, which was granted special approval to grow durian and bananas in Liezhou. As soon as this announcement came out, local authorities in Cheongjo swiftly addressed the relevant personnel, releasing the results that same evening. Clearly, the local authorities had sensed Heliafeng's intentions. If the matter wasn't properly addressed, they would be relocated. With two multi-billion-dollar industries, anyone who dared to be careless would definitely be leaving. Spurred by this incident, the number of reports surged. In just 1 week, 109 reports of various types were filed, covering a wide range of issues, with a key focus on the approval process for durian and banana plantations in Cheongjo. Conversely, the situation at headquarters remained relatively unscrupulous. This was understandable, as headquarters was under Jiang Miao's watchful eye and frequently under the scrutiny of company executives. Having been subjected to repeated beatings, they naturally hesitated to act recklessly. Based on these reports, Jiang Miao's covert investigation, and the swift intervention of the supervisory department, Heliafeng Company swiftly dealt with 46 employees with serious problems. This act of punishing the company's increasingly impulsive atmosphere was a decisive blow, deterring the company's increasingly impulsive nature. The employees dealt with this time included not only those in Cheongjo, but also mid-level employees from headquarters, the Gannan branch, and the Amonan branch. A week later, Heliafeng Company issued another announcement on its official website. It announced that the shares of 8,700 acres of durian and 16,400 acres of bananas illegally handled by employees and related personnel of the Cheongjo branch would be completely revoked. At the same time, any individuals or companies that illegally obtained quotas had their cooperation agreements terminated and are no longer permitted to work with Heliafeng Company. Aside from 3 companies and 6 individual businesses that managed to retain their quotas by promptly reporting the issue, all other individuals and companies that illegally obtained quotas were blacklisted. These quotas were transferred to Liezhou. In addition to Southeast Fruit Industry, 38 other whistleblowers or companies also received these quotas. Southeast Fruit Industry, as the leading company, received a special license to produce and sell its own fruit. They only had to pay Heliafeng Company a royalty fee of 2 yuan per kilogram for durian and 1 yuan per kilogram for bananas. Southeast Fruit Industry received a total quota for planting 1,000 mu of durian and 3,000 mu of bananas. The shares received by other whistleblowers were exclusive purchase quotas granted by Heliafeng Company and could not be used for their own production and sales. Seeing this kind of reward, many people became jealous. The employees within Heliafeng Company also became increasingly cautious, and many with ulterior motives gave up on taking risks. After all, in the current situation, if illegal operations are discovered by the company, not only will the employees be in trouble, but the collaborators who profited from the illegal activities will also be affected. Add to that the reward for reporting and the risk of being blacklisted for not reporting, and it's likely that most collaborators who come into contact with such matters will choose to report secretly. Jiang Miao didn't pay much attention to the matter. After all, the company had a process in place, and he only needed to focus on the key information. He would take time out these few days to secretly investigate, and then, through a friend, he would transfer the materials to the company's compliance department. Then, he would determine the overall direction of the matter. There was no need to worry too much about other matters. However, this incident also inspired the supervisory department. May 28th. Early in the morning, during breakfast, Li Haoran, the head of the supervisory department, reported the results to Jiang Miao. He then suggested, "Boss, relying solely on internal supervisory oversight can still leave loopholes. For example, in this case, collusion between local employees and local tyrants prevented the supervisors from discovering the problem." Jiang Miao put down his chopsticks. "What are your ideas?" "My idea is to establish a new office, disguised as a cooperative enterprise, cooperative farmers, or consumers, to contact various departments of the company. This way, we can determine if anyone in those departments is operating in violation of regulations." Jiang Miao pondered Li Haoran's proposal for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, go ahead and implement it. Considering the large number of people at the headquarters and other branches, you can set up training centers in Guangzhou, Shanghai, and Tianjin Port, completely independent of other departments. Thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of the personnel involved, and ideally, avoid any connections with people from other departments." "Yes, I implement it as soon as possible," Li Haoran noted down. After breakfast, Jiang Miao held a video conference with other executives. He planned to increase the rotation of management across regions, and mid-level managers would no longer be allowed to serve in their hometowns. From now on, mid- and upper-level managers at local branches will have two choices: either continue working at the grassroots level or seek a promotion elsewhere. This was one of the key issues exposed in the Cheongzhou durian quota incident. Many mid-level managers had many relatives in the local area, leading to them being dragged into the fray. To combat this culture of favoritism, the only way to curb it was to assign them to positions elsewhere. After all, if a mid-level employee who deals with local business on a daily basis is a local, his friends and family will inevitably have ulterior motives. If the employee is relatively principled, the problem won't be a big deal. But if the employee is less principled and heavily influenced by their parents at home, they may succumb to their parents' earnest persuasion and agree to help their friends and family. In this incident, 9 employees were dragged into the situation by their parents and friends and family. For this reason, Jiang Miao has resolved to strictly enforce the relocation of mid- and upper-level managers to other locations, freeing them from the social circles of their hometown. This is for the good of both the company and the employees, so they don't succumb to the various requests and favors from their parents, relatives, and friends and end up in jail. After arranging this, Jiang Miao instructed all departments to prepare and gradually complete the relocation adjustments by the end of the year. Jiang Miao resumed his daily research. However, he hasn't continued his breeding research these past few days, because Shuya's team has further improved the sponge battery process. In the laboratory, Jiang Miao looked at a brand new sponge battery. Shuya explained the situation to him. "I discovered some defects in sponge batteries a few months ago and have been working on improvements over the past few months. This is one of the 2 results of those months. It's an uneven structure." Jiang Miao had already known about it, but he didn't mention it. After all, the sponge battery he had at this stage was sufficient. Shuya gave him a speechless look. "Yes, it seems you already figured it out. What's the situation now?" Due to the influence of Earth's gravity, the first-generation sponge battery's sponge cells became dense and chaotic during the repeated sponge structure formation process, resulting in a decrease in energy storage and a reduction in the number of cycles. This is because the sponge structure of the sponge battery requires 3 generations of superposition to ensure the required energy density. The previous processing method involved first crushing the first-generation sponge structure and then adding it to the culture solution from the second generation. Repeating this process twice would produce a sponge battery cell with an energy density of 400 kWh per cubic meter. However, this process has a fatal flaw. Once the sponge-structured powder enters the culture solution, it is quickly affected by the Earth's gravitational potential energy and rapidly settles to the bottom of the reaction vessel, resulting in an uneven sponge structure. "How did you solve this?" "I adjusted the particle size of the sponge powder and the process sequence." Shuya explained the improved process in detail. The new process uses a 3-in-1 method. The particle size of the sponge structure is precisely controlled to a size that is just large enough to pass through the sponge's pores, but not easily fall out. The sponge structure powder is then placed into a complete primary sponge structure and subjected to homogeneous vibration to ensure that the powder is fully distributed within the sponge structure. Finally, a nutrient solution is injected to generate a secondary structure, which fuses the sponge powder and the complete sponge structure together. Production time is shortened, the internal structure is more uniform, and defects are reduced by 90%. What performance changes have occurred? The storage density has increased to 623 kWh per cubic meter, the maximum discharge density has reached 607 kWh per cubic meter, and the average discharge density can reach 602 kWh per cubic meter. Shuya continued, the maximum charge and discharge power reaches 112 kilowatts. Regarding the critical cycle number, even with extreme charge and discharge, that is, long-term charge and discharge power exceeding 100 kilowatts, it can only sustain 500 to 600 cycles. If the charge and discharge power is between 80 and 100 kilowatts, it can cycle 600 to 800 times. If the power is between 60 and 80 kilowatts, it can cycle 800 to 1000 times. If the power is below 60 kilowatts, the cycle number can reach approximately 1500. Jiang Miao was quite surprised by this achievement. Not bad, but this technology doesn't need to be released anytime soon. Let's wait a few years before updating it. We can build up our technical reserves first. I know. Shuya knew the performance of the first-generation sponge battery was sufficient, and there was no need to rush into a second-generation product. What about the other achievement? Didn't you cultivate rubber grass before? How's that going? Why do you ask? Jiang Miao explained the rubber grass. According to the harvest results from the experimental field, the best performing variety can yield 4,300 kilograms of rubber grass tubers per acre. The tubers have a gum content of around 16.7%, yielding 718 kilograms of gum. What about inulin? Inulin? It's quite high. The rubber grass tubers have a sugar content of around 3.9%, and the leaves and stems have a sugar content of around 1.2%. 1 acre can produce 200 kilograms of inulin. Shuya produced another document. Take a look and you see. Jiang Miao took it and looked at it. He quickly understood what the other technology was, and why Shuya had specifically asked him about inulin. This technology is another variation of microbial fuel cells. Compared to using cow dung, sheep manure, and straw as biofuels, this technology directly utilizes more direct raw materials, sugar and protein powder. Shuya knew that the company would likely have excess production capacity for protein powder and sugar in the future. This is especially true of tea seed cake protein and inulin. The cost of extracting the protein from tea seed cake is higher than that from soybean meal because tea seed cake contains a large amount of saponins, which are toxic to aquaculture, poultry, and livestock. It cannot be simply processed into feed protein and must undergo refining, which is undoubtedly more expensive than plant protein extracted from soybean meal. However, inulin has a limited application range. Currently, it's only used in low-sugar foods. Because humans can't digest it directly, it's broken down by intestinal microbes through fermentation, and the energy absorbed by the body is only 10% to 30% of that of sucrose. For this reason, inulin is used as an additive and supplement in health foods, enhancing their low-sugar properties while also increasing dietary fiber. Clearly, these characteristics of inulin make it difficult to be widely used like sucrose. Once the Monan branch begins large-scale rubber grass cultivation, those millions of acres of rubber grass will produce at least hundreds of thousands of tons of inulin annually. China can't handle this much inulin production capacity all at once, and since it can't be used as feed, it can only be used as biofuel for microbial fuel cells. Thus, Shuya has spent the past few months researching how to utilize these raw materials to develop a unique microbial fuel cell. Now she's succeeded. Is this the high-energy fuel cell you're researching? Jiang Miao put down the documents and looked at another box in the lab. Shuya smiled and said, I use 15% inulin, 6% tea seed protein, 18% tea seed cake residue and straw powder, 60% water, and 1% inorganic salts and trace elements. This allows me to elevate the power generation per cubic meter to a whole new level. According to the experimental report Shuya just provided, currently, this variant of the microbial fuel cell can generate an astonishing 621 kWh per cubic meter, with a stable power output of 3,982 watts, and a stable power generation duration of approximately 156 hours. This battery is designed entirely to consume inulin and TC protein. Of course, if that were all, this technology wouldn't be worth mentioning. After all, no matter how cheap inulin is, the market price per ton is at least half that of sucrose, or around 3,000 yuan per ton. A cubic meter of biofuel like this requires 225 kilograms of inulin to generate 621 kilowatt-hours of electricity, which is clearly extremely uneconomical. What really makes this technology valuable is that Shuya incorporates yeast into a co-fermentation process, allowing the inulin to be broken down by the electric bacteria and then rapidly fermented into alcohol. Inulin, combined with TC cake cellulose, straw cellulose, and other materials, can be co-fermented to produce approximately 144 kilograms of alcohol. Currently, the market price of industrial or edible alcohol fermented from cassava is around 5,000 yuan per ton, so 144 kilograms of alcohol is worth 720 yuan. While generating electricity, it also produces 144 kilograms of alcohol and approximately 100 kilograms of organic fertilizer. This business is still viable. Alcohol has many more uses than inulin. Even if it's not used as food, it can be used as gasoline. Following biodiesel, Heliafeng Company is expected to expand into the ethanol gasoline business. After all, they must produce at least hundreds of thousands of tons of inulin annually. They must find a way to sell this material. Selling it directly would collapse the market, so they have to find another way, fermenting alcohol and selling derivative products to make money. Chapter 236. That's all I achieved. Next month, I'd be returning to my edible fungus research. Jiang Miao didn't force her to research sponge batteries and microbial fuel cells. He nodded. Okay, you can do it yourself. Shuya smiled as she opened the lab door. Actually, there's still potential to be explored in sponge batteries and microbial fuel cells, but I plan to hand it off to other researchers. After all, the follow-up work isn't that difficult. I understand. Through the disinfection tunnel, the two of them arrived at the cafeteria in the research area. After picking up the lunch box, Jiang Miao asked, "Which edible fungus are you planning to research next?" "Altissima. And maybe we can get rid of the black truffles we've been holding back from last year." Shuya scooped a spoonful of sugar-free yogurt. "How about you?" "We completed the rubber grass experiment and are currently working on hybridization. We expect to release a hybrid rubber grass variety next year." Jiang Miao took a bite of the seared sockeye salmon and continued, "We completed the first generation of hybridization for the Sinza soybean, the Sinza silk soybean. We see how the harvest goes in September. If all the characteristics meet the standards, we also start planting next year." "Sinza silk soybean?" "Oh." Shuya picked up a piece of braised lamb. "Is that the soybean variety that uses genetically modified technology to insert silk and spider silk protein genes?" "Yes, that's the project. These Sinza silk soybeans are at the Lufeng experimental planting base. Do you want to find someone to make some silk?" Shuya piqued her interest. "Sure. My cousin is getting married in August, and I can't be there, so I give her some artificial silk. The Lufeng experimental planting base has 3,000 mu of silk soybeans. Besides preserving seeds, we should be able to produce 200 tons of soybeans. With that much soybeans, we can produce over 1 million square meters of artificial silk. But will we have enough time?" "Yes, we have. Our company recently acquired the Wansheng knitting factory in the city. We recently imported a large amount of silk production equipment and built an artificial silk experimental workshop. We have nothing to do this afternoon, so why don't we go over and take a look?" Shuya suggested. Great. The two of them hadn't rested recently. With nothing to do these past few days, they could take a few days off while exploring the city's industries. After lunch, Jiang Miao explained some things and then he and Shuya secretly headed to the Wansheng knitting factory on Tingfei Road in the city. Despite the acquisition, Jiang Miao didn't change the factory's name, it retained its original name. Their arrival caused a flurry of activity for factory manager Huang Guangye and technical director Ming Feng. Jiang Miao simply shook his head. "Okay, why are you so nervous? I just check on the progress. How the workers continue their work." "Boss, madam, what do you want to see?" "I lead the way." Huang Guangye's forehead was covered in sweat. Clearly, the recent internal crackdowns had left them feeling terrified. "Let's take a look at the extraction of silk protein first." "Okay, boss, madam, this way, please." Led by Huang Guangye and Ming Feng, they arrived at the experimental workshop, which had been renovated just last month. After donning protective clothing, they entered the workshop. The facilities inside the workshop were very simple. The first step was to crush the silk soybeans. However, The degree of crushing was very critical. They couldn't pulverize them, but only crush them to a certain degree, otherwise the silk protein structure within the soybeans would be destroyed. Next, physical pressing is performed to extract the soybean oil, followed by chemical refining to remove any remaining oil from the soybean meal. The next step involves using enzymes such as amylase to hydrolyze and separate the starch, cellulose, and hemicellulose in the soybean meal. The remaining dregs of soybean residue are silk proteins, with a purity of approximately 98%. But this isn't the end of the story, as the silk proteins at this point need to be modified using a calcium peroxide solution. Finally, they undergo washing and drying before becoming the raw material for spinning silk. Entering the spinning workshop. This process is very similar to the traditional silk spinning and cocooning process. Ming Feng explained these processes to Jiang Miao and his wife. Boss, after various experiments, we developed a relatively complete processing method for these soybean silks. Jiang Miao nodded slightly. He was well aware that the laboratory and industrial production are two different things. For example, the force used to crush the soybeans, the intensity of the crushing, the types of chemical reagents used to chemically extract soybean oil, the types of enzymes used in the enzymatic hydrolysis reaction, the concentration of the calcium peroxide solution, and the temperature of each solution, all these details require experimental testing in the laboratory. After all, the production process for soybean silk is completely new and cannot be copied from silk or soy protein rayon. It can only be used as a reference. Looking at the trial production spindles in the spinning workshop, Ming Feng explained, many of these spindles are failures. Only these dozen or so are usable. Have you tested the performance of these successful yarns? Yes. We conduct detailed tests on every yarn produced in the experiment. The performance of these 3 spindles is almost 99% similar to that of natural silk. What about allergies? We paid a high price to hire 5 people with varying degrees of allergies to silk, rayon, and chemical fibers. We had them come into contact with our bean silk and found that anyone allergic to silk also developed an allergy to bean silk, but those allergic to rayon and chemical fibers did not. Ming Feng continued, we also tested a small amount of spider silk like bean silk, and none of the 5 allergy testers had a reaction. But after we expanded the testing to all 136 employees in the factory, 1 employee had a mild allergic reaction to the spider silk. Jiang Miao was very clear about this. Everyone's allergic reaction is different. But generally speaking, the allergy to bean silk is similar to that to silk and spider silk, and overall it's much better than other rayon and chemical fibers. Shuya asked about the silk. Director Ming, do you have any woven cloth? Yes, boss, madam. The silk is in the next workshop. We arrived at the weaving workshop. Dozens of rolls of silk had already been produced. Shuya picked up one of the rolls of cloth and asked, can all of this be made into clothes? Ming Feng shook his head. More than half were failed experiments. Only this part is barely usable. However, the process hasn't been officially finalized yet, and we're still refining and adjusting it. Jiang Miao asked, how long would it take to produce natural silk similar to what's available on the market? Ming Feng thought for a moment. It might take about another month. The silk processing technology is barely usable, but it's not very efficient right now. The subsequent spinning, weaving, printing, and dyeing processes can definitely draw inspiration from the techniques used for silk. Jiang Miao nodded. Okay, a little lower efficiency doesn't matter. This year's production is experimental, after all. But you need to produce a batch of cloth in July. I plan to make a batch of clothes and bedding. Boss, how much cloth do you need? Enough to make clothes and bedding for a few thousand people. I plan to give a batch to all employees as Mid-Autumn Festival gifts. Jiang Miao didn't mention making clothes for cousin Shuya. After all, setting up a dedicated production line to make a few sets of clothes would be too extravagant. It would be better to produce in small batches, give them to all employees as holiday gifts, and then include the clothes and bedding for cousin Shuya in this batch of production. This would be a good opportunity to resume production at the knitting factory. After all, the factory has been closed for nearly 10 years, and many of the veteran workers have found other jobs. If we want to expand the production of silk clothing and bedding in the future, we must have a sufficient number of skilled workers. Although many knitting factories now use automated production can only be used for general purposes and cannot provide personalized customization. Haileyafeng Company will definitely become a high-end clothing brand in the future, and high-end custom clothing requires a large number of highly skilled tailors. Wang Guangye quickly began promoting his company to his hometown. Boss, if your company wants to develop a high-end clothing factory, I suggest acquiring a knitting factory in Zhejiang province. Many knitting factories there have closed down in recent years, and there's a large pool of skilled workers there. Jiang Miao, however, didn't object to Huang Guangye's actions. Well, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai, as the home of silk, do have a large number of skilled workers, and they also possess many intangible cultural heritage crafts. We could consider incorporating these into our luxury brand. While Jiang Miao didn't object to Huang Guangye promoting business for his hometown, she wouldn't leave it to him. After all, it wasn't the right job for a local. Haileyafeng Company is currently implementing cross-regional appointments and further improving its management systems, such as its recusation system. This recusation system stipulates that company executives cannot be responsible for business in their hometowns. Except for Jiang Miao, the founder, no other executives can be responsible for business in their hometowns. I talked to Haibao later, and have him send someone to Eastern Zhejiang to conduct an investigation. Shuya brought up another matter. Director Huang, could you please give me some fabric that can be tested for allergies? I need to test it. No problem, Madam Boss. Huang Guangye quickly asked his assistant to prepare fabric samples for allergy testing. Thank you for your help, Shuya smiled and nodded. A little flattered, Huang Guangye quickly waved his hand. You're welcome. It's all part of our job. Continue to refine your process. I think you'd be busy next year, Jiang Miao reminded her. Upon hearing this, Huang Guangye immediately realized, next year? Will Xianxi soybeans be planted on a large scale next year? Yes, not only do we need to perfect the technology, but we also need to prepare personnel in advance, especially technical and management personnel. Write a report to the Human Resources Department as soon as possible and ask them to expand the knitting factory's staff to 500 by the end of the year. Huang Guangye was quick-witted. Yes, I will make sure it happens as soon as possible. Besides that, we must also make all preparations for expanding production. Okay, boss. Chapter 237. Exiting the Wansheng Knitting Factory on Tingfei Road. Across the street is the bus company's Tingfei Road hub, also its new headquarters. After several months of renovation, the hub is now covered in solar panels. Jiang Miao and Shuya approach from across the street. Wang Hanbo, the bus company's general manager, who had received the notice, greeted them at the door. Chairman Mr. Lin, welcome to your guidance. How were the bus company's operations in May? The group entered the hub. Chairman, the bus company is currently performing very well. We carried 13.71 million passengers in May, with passenger fares of 42.57 million yuan. Sales of various products totaled 35.11 million yuan, and charging service fees totaled 850,000 yuan. Jiang Miao wasn't surprised by Wang Hanbo's answer. After all, tourism in Shantou and Maishan was incredibly popular in May, with nearly 17 million tourists alone. Excluding double counting, it's estimated that approximately 7 to 8 million people entered Shantou and Maishan in the entire month of May. A significant number of these tourists took the dedicated tourist buses, and this, combined with the number of Shantou and Maishan locals, accounts for such a large number of trips. Do we have enough drivers at the moment? For now, we have enough, thanks to our head office for their help, Wang Hanbo said with a smile. We needed to quickly restart nearly 600 buses, but only managed to recruit a little over 100 drivers. To ensure tourism growth, Wang Hanbo borrowed over 100 drivers currently undergoing induction training from the logistics department. How many employees does the bus company have now? About 1,273, including 925 drivers, 51 maintenance and technical staff, 157 logistics staff, and the remainder are management staff. Jiang Miao looked up at the parking lot roof. How many square meters are the solar panels at this hub? About 50,000 square meters. It's summer now, and the daylight hours are long. Unless it's cloudy, we can generate about 80,000 kilowatt hours of electricity daily. Is the battery storage center adequate? Yes. After a tour of the bus company, Jiang Miao and his wife's motorcade quietly arrived at Shaking Village in Jiexing Town, east of the city. This is one of the first villages to receive tourism support. Jiang Miao had been here once before. Shaking Village's tourism offerings aren't agricultural, like in other villages, but rather museum-style. This is the ancient human site our company accidentally discovered while developing a durian plantation, Jiang Miao explained to Shuya. With his identification panel, Jiang Miao has also made significant contributions to archaeology. In addition to the previously discovered remains of the Shaking site, another portion remains hidden underground. Having visited the site once before, he knew the core distribution area of these sites and how many artifacts they contained. So, under the pretext of developing a durian plantation, he developed a specific area. During the process of renovating the terrace fields, he excavated these ancient human remains. He then worked with the city's Cultural Heritage Department to transform the area into a shaking ruins museum. The distribution of the shaking site is somewhat counterintuitive. These ruins are scattered across plateaus and mountainsides, rather than the river valleys, lakefronts, and riverside plains people often imagine. Shuya took photos with her phone. In front of her, in a glass display case, were a dozen ivory tusks. Are these ivory tusks from ancient Asian elephants? Yes, Jiangmiao nodded. This site was a tribal settlement from 2460 to 2800 years ago. Because the southern region was relatively underdeveloped at the time, there weren't many bronze artifacts here. A total of 29 bronze artifacts were unearthed from the entire shaking site, mostly small pieces. 3 of these bronze artifacts are particularly valuable because they bear inscriptions from both the Chu and Yu states. One of these bronze artifacts records the tribe's submission to Chu and the gift of bronze artifacts by the king of Chu. In addition, there are over 50 oracle bone inscriptions made from sea turtle shells, as well as numerous shell, stone, and wooden artifacts. This was a southern barbarian tribe in the late Neolithic period, and they acquired some bronze artifacts through exchanges with the northern states of Chu and Yu. We arrived at the west side of the museum. This is a burial area, filled with numerous human skeletons, including those of South China tigers, Asian elephants, ancient East Asian rhinoceroses, and ancient Lingnan crocodiles. This must be an ancient sacrificial pit and burial area. Shuya joked as she took photos. These are all animal bones. It seems this ancient tribe was much poorer than those at the Sangsingui ruins. It's definitely not as good as Sangsingui. Mainly because Lingnan doesn't have many copper and tin mines. Plus, in ancient times, this area had a subtropical monsoon climate, so the level of human development was definitely lower than in the Yangtze and Yellow River basins. Jiang Miao had traveled several major transportation routes across China, discovering numerous ancient ruins along the way. He was therefore very familiar with the distribution of ancient sites throughout the country. For example, the North China Plain is incredibly densely packed with underground ruins. The Yangtze River Basin and Northeast China are second only to the North China Plain in terms of site size, while the Pearl River Basin has the smallest number. However, the shaking site at least has some interesting finds. Jiang Miao had no intention of developing the other ancient sites within Shantao and Meizhou, primarily because they were of limited value. The value of an ancient site is primarily determined by its size, and the artifacts it has unearthed. The shaking site contains bronze artifacts, including inscribed bronze artifacts, directly linked to the Chu and Yu states, as well as numerous ivory, rhino horns, tiger bones, crocodile skins, coral, shells, conch shells, stone tools, and wooden artifacts. Only a site like this could be developed into a museum. However, how could sites with only a few earth pits and a small number of stone artifacts be developed? Would tourists be allowed to see the pits? The ticket price wouldn't even cover the museum's maintenance costs. The two of them emerged from the museum. At the entrance was a seafood stall and souvenir shop run by the Sand Pit Cooperative. Shuya entered the souvenir shop. This is the conch we saw earlier in the museum. The proprietress smiled and introduced them. Beautiful girl, this conch can be blown. Look! As she spoke, she picked up one of the conches with a small piece of the tail sawed off, inflated it, and blew it. Puff, puff, puff. In addition to conchs, there were also life-size replicas of bronze artifacts, such as the bronze mirror engraved with the reward from the state of Chu, which lined the souvenir shop. Then, there were all sorts of small trinkets, as well as inexpensive jewelry purchased from Taoa Town. Shuya bought a conch shell. Jiang Miao bought a life-size replica of crocodile leather armor, costing over 8,000 yuan. Made from crocodile hides farmed locally in Lingnan, this set of armor cost over 8,000 yuan. In fact, within the burial area of the shaking site, in addition to 5 relatively complete sets of crocodile leather armor, 8 relatively complete sets of rhinoceros leather armor were also excavated. However, rhinoceroses are now a protected species, so crocodile leather armor can only be produced as souvenirs. After buying souvenirs, the two of them visited the neighboring Kaibei tribe. The so-called Kaibei tribe was the name given to this tribe by the Chu state officials. After submitting to the Chu state, the tribe presented a large number of giant clams, pearls, and red corals to the state, earning it the name Kaibei tribe. This is one of the 27 character inscriptions on the back of the bronze mirror. This Kaibei tribe was actually a food stall. When Jiang Miao and his wife arrived, many tourists were baking sweet potatoes and making beggar's chicken. In addition to these common local cooking methods, There are also replicas of the ancient cooking methods of the Kaibe tribe, such as stone slab grilling, stone pot fish, and big clam pot fish. These are ancient cooking methods inferred from archaeological stone tools. However, the Kaibe tribe's big clam pot fish is obviously impossible to replicate, as the giant clams these ancient people used were giant clams now endangered. Even importing giant clams from South Pacific island countries is illegal. The current big clam pot is made using a custom-made ceramic pot. This shop's doing good business. Shuya sat next to the fan, looking out at the nearly packed venue, perhaps 100 or 200 people. Jiang Miao noticed that many of the tourists were families, apparently a good choice for families with children. They could both enjoy the sights and learn about the ancient ways of life. Mr. Jiang? Hearing the voice, Jiang Miao turned and saw Gu Haijing and his wife, accompanied by a little girl. Mr. Gu, long time no see. Is this your granddaughter? Gu Haijing smiled as he sat nearby. Mr. Jiang's eyes were sharp. This is Beiming's eldest daughter. I handed over the management of the company to her this year. Now I'm traveling with my wife and taking care of the grandchildren. I see. It's good to take a break. After all, the company will eventually be handed over to the younger generation. Mr. Jiang and his wife are out for a trip too? Yes. I happen to have some free time these days, so I took Shuya out for a walk. Gu Haijing smiled and said, Mr. Jiang's business is growing. Your company's salmon is a hot seller right now. It's just that the investment cost is quite high. Otherwise, I'd like to start a business. Low temperature indoor farms. Haha, for a company without the necessary technology, this investment is highly likely to result in losses. Oh, I analyzed this a few days ago, and there's indeed a significant risk of losses. I wonder how Mr. Jiang addresses this. Jiang Miao explained, currently, the wholesale price of our salmon is between 80 and 90 yuan per kilogram. Low temperature farms require maintaining low water temperatures, requiring approximately 30 kilowatt-hours of electricity per cubic meter per month. Our farm stocking density is 30 kilograms per cubic meter. Adding other expenses, the average monthly investment per salmon is 4.5 to 6.5 yuan. It takes 6 months to grow a pink salmon to 2 kilograms, with a cumulative cost of around 15 yuan per kilogram. By the time it leaves the factory, the gross profit per kilogram is around 70 yuan. Gu Haijing immediately understood the key point. Is it the breeding cycle? That's right. For every additional month of the breeding cycle, the overall breeding cost increases by approximately 4.5 to 9.5 yuan. Especially in the later stages, as the salmon grow larger, they require more space to move around and eat more, which gradually drives up breeding costs. Gu Haijing, having learned about the relevant situation, nodded slightly. Using the Norwegian land-based breeding model, the fastest growth period is 20 months. Furthermore, in those 20 months, the salmon only grow to a little over 3 kilograms. The cost per kilogram of Atlantic salmon is 35 to 40 yuan. Once the market price drops, the cost will increase. If the price falls below 40 yuan per kilogram, this farming model will become unprofitable and may even result in losses. Our company achieves profitability by shortening the farming cycle. Currently, the farming cycle for pink salmon is approximately 6 months, for sockeye salmon 8 months, for chub and coho salmon 12 months, and for king salmon 18 months. Can the size be achieved? Of course. For example, with our farming model, king salmon can grow to 12 to 13 kilograms in 18 months. The farming cost is around 17 yuan per kilogram, making the profit quite substantial. Gu Haijing was envious. This cost can crush imported king salmon. Our site costs are actually slightly higher than those of Norwegian companies. Our only advantages are feed costs, the farming cycle, and the advantages of local transportation. Gu Haijing remembered something. Mr. Jiang, I heard a Norwegian company has invested in a large land-based salmon farm in Xiangshan, Zhejiang province. Shouldn't they be able to reduce costs? Jiang Miao nodded slightly. Yes, the current cost of salmon at the Xiangshan farm is around 35 yuan per kilogram. Farming in Norway costs around 45 to 50 yuan per kilogram. At that, Gu Haijing understood the future of salmon. It seems imported salmon has no future. Just as Gu Haijing predicted, the future of imported salmon is certain to collapse. Farming costs in Northern Europe, South America, and New Zealand are all similar, around 40 to 45 yuan per kilogram. If shipped by air, the cost per kilogram is around 30 yuan, and if shipped by sea, the cost per kilogram is 10 to 20 yuan. Add to that the 7% tariff on imported salmon. How can imported salmon compete with domestically produced salmon? Even Norwegian companies have chosen to build aquaculture bases in China. Combined with Hailefeng's new salmon farming technology, imported salmon is bound to face a crushing defeat. Although he envied the profits of salmon farming, Gu Haijing didn't ask. He knew whether Hailefeng planned to license its products to others, as he could easily find out by checking its official website. Since Hailefeng's official website didn't announce any plans for licensing, he would still be rejected if he spoke now, which would only embarrass him. The two chatted for half an hour, and ate some baked sweet potatoes and beggar's chicken. During this time, Jiang Miao saw many delivery drivers in red uniforms picking up baked chicken and other products. These delivery drivers in red uniforms are actually from Fengmei Takeout, a subsidiary of the logistics division of Hailefeng. Fengmei Takeout currently operates primarily in Shantou and Meishan, with no presence elsewhere. The reason for its exclusive presence in Shantou and Meishan is partly because it is Hailefeng's headquarters, and partly because Hailefeng has a large network of contracted restaurants in the area, creating a comprehensive local food delivery supply chain. Fengmei Takeout lacks a comprehensive supply chain in other areas, and without one, Hailefeng would not operate a food delivery business there. Unlike other food delivery platforms, Fengmei Takeout is responsible to consumers and strictly controls the quality of its food delivery products. Restaurants are not permitted to freely access Fengmei Takeout. Currently, in the Shantou and Meishan areas, apart from Hailefeng's direct operations such as Jianhai Restaurant, Magon Cold Meals, and physical specialty stores, only 349 other restaurants have received market access. Fengmei Takeout will not list any products from any restaurant that refuses to accept Hailefeng's quality control. Another way Fengmei Takeout differs from other food delivery platforms is in the treatment and status of its delivery drivers. These drivers are all full-time employees of the company, and there's no such thing as temporary labor. After Fengmei Takeout officially launched in Shantou and Meishan in May, it virtually overnight emptied out more than half of Kangaroo Takeout's local delivery drivers. To compete with Fengmei Takeout, Kangaroo Takeout had to frantically distribute coupons locally and deploy delivery drivers from other areas to provide support. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Kangaroo Takeout's coupons were useless because all restaurants connected to Fengmei Takeout have severed their partnerships with Kangaroo Takeout. Fengmei Takeout is primarily offering discounts, with each order only paying a technical service fee of 5% of the order price. However, stores are required to pay another fee, an insurance deposit. This is a precautionary measure. If a store has a seriously problematic product, not only will it be kicked out of the supply chain, but the entire insurance deposit will also be deducted. This fee is only charged once, and generally costs 50,000 to 200,000 yuan. This fee affects not only Fengmei Takeout, but also the physical consumer. If any problems arise, the money will be deducted by Hailefeng. If a store decides not to open, and there are no major food safety issues, the insurance deposit is fully refundable. As for delivery costs, the customer's delivery fee is only about 50% of Kangaroo Takeout's. Adding up these fees, minus delivery worker salaries, and performance bonuses, and the 5 social insurances, and 1 housing fund, Fengmei only makes about 1 yuan on each delivery order. Squeezing costs and profits to such a low level, this alarmed Kangaroo Takeout. In an effort to stifle Fengmei Takeout, they went to great lengths, issuing coupons frantically in Shantou and Meizhou. At the same time, they reduced the commissions charged to local stores and increased the delivery workers' share of profits, attempting to suppress Fengmei Takeout through these tactics. Unfortunately, they seem to have forgotten the giant behind Fengmei. Kangaroo Takeout is just an internet platform, essentially without its own industrial chain. To compete with Fengmei Takeout, which enjoys a home field advantage, they would have to give up the vast majority of their profits and adopt the same low-price, low-profit model as Fengmei. At least in Shantou and Meizhou, Kangaroo Takeout can only survive on coupons. After all, Fengmei Takeout's supply chain relies on safety and high quality to attract customers. Given similar prices, many customers now prefer safer food. Hailefeng and its partner businesses and restaurants boldly allow guests to visit their kitchens and production facilities, and they also welcome counterfeiters to purchase and test their products. This is their confidence. Without a strict supply chain system, Kangaroo Takeout certainly cannot guarantee the quality of its food. In this regard, Fengmei Takeout is definitely ahead. Currently, Kangaroo Takeout can rely on its nationwide profits to compete with Fengmei Takeout. However, once Hailefeng completes its nationwide presence, they will be completely overwhelmed by its offensive. Chapter 238. Time goes back 5 hours. In the soybean silk processing laboratory of the Wansheng knitting factory, a dozen researchers were hard at work. Deputy Technical Director Yang Yuanjun rushed in, shouting, "The boss is here! Everyone get ready!" Oh, really? A bespectacled researcher accidentally knocked over a bottle of boric acid. Coming to his senses, he muttered, "Damn! What I said is true. Huizi? What's wrong?" Yang Yuanjun frowned. Ko Hui, wearing glasses, shook his head and replied with a dry laugh, "Nothing. Be careful. The boss takes this kind of thing very seriously. Don't let down your guard at this critical moment." Just then, the factory manager's assistant ran over and whispered something in Yang Yuanjun's ear. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't let his guard down. After all, it wasn't his decision to decide the boss's actions. He could only continue with his instructions. "Everyone, continue working. Follow the procedures in the laboratory safety manual." "Got it." Ko Hui focused on addressing his earlier mistake, quickly and safely disposing of the spilled boric acid solution. However, the artificial silk and spider silk contaminated by the boric acid solution could no longer be used. However, due to laboratory regulations, such scrapping required a clear reason. Fearing Yang Yuanjun would discover his mistake, he tried to cover it up. He pretended to handle the artificial silk and spider silk, using the directions of the boric acid treatment as an excuse to conceal the incident. As the experimental research progressed, Ko Hui frowned, as he discovered a very strange situation. The artificial spider silk, soaked in boric acid, had undergone a change that caught him off guard. Even as he went to eat fried rice noodles with spring mackerel across from Tingfei Road, he felt a bit uneasy. Another researcher took a sip of his Coke. "Huizi? Why do you look so absent-minded?" "Nothing, I'm just thinking about an experimental question." Ko Hui, of course, wouldn't tell anyone about his experiment. After all, such matters could be serious or minor, and if they reported him, the consequences would be disastrous. In the afternoon, he packed some samples and sent them to the Nanhu Research Center for molecular-level analysis. Unable to understand the specific cause of this peculiar change, Ko Hui didn't report it, but instead continued to replicate his morning research. He not only experimented with artificial spider silk, but also with yarn and silk fabric derived from it. When processing the silk and yarn, he didn't find any obvious problems. However, when processing the silk fabric, he discovered something. "So that's it?" Ko Hui muttered to himself. He looked at the artificial spider silk fabric before him, soaked in boric acid. After washing the acid and drying it in a dryer, other tests showed little change. The only significant change was in its airtightness. During the test, the airtightness of this silk fabric of normal density increased many times. Ko Hui was unable to determine the exact increase due to insufficient laboratory equipment. For the next week or so, Ko Hui continued conducting related experiments. Silk fabric treated with boric acid exhibits exceptional airtightness, especially high-count silk woven with a specialized weaving process. After treatment with a specific concentration of boric acid solution, its airtightness reaches near perfect levels. His experimental report also caught the attention of Technical Director Ming Feng and Deputy Technical Director Yang Yuanjun. The two requested electron microscopes and other experimental equipment from the headquarters laboratory and began conducting comprehensive tests on the silk fabrics. When the results of the electron microscope and other tests came in, everyone was astonished. Ming Feng raised his glasses. Boric acid reacts with an amino acid in the artificial spider silk protein to form a unique nanostructure. These structures combine to fill the gaps in the silk fabric. No wonder the airtightness is so high. Old Yang, please arrange for someone to extract the amino acids from this special spider silk protein. Okay, I do it right away. In fact, there are many different types of amino acids in nature. Although there are generally only 21 amino acids that make up proteins, there are many other amino acids in nature that don't participate in protein formation, such as various plant amino acids. The amino acids in this artificial spider silk protein are not proteinogenic amino acids, but plant-based amino acids from soybeans. However, due to the calcium peroxide solution used to treat the soy protein, these amino acids are also fixed in the soybean silk. The experiments continued. As the research deepened, the reaction between this amino acid and boric acid solution was also discovered. The results were disappointing. The reason was that, while the isolated amino acid would react with boric acid, it could not form a dense nanostructure. Of course, they were not completely unsuccessful. They discovered that this amino acid could not form a dense nanostructure on its own, but it could help silk fabric form an even denser nanostructure. Especially when glycerol was added as an auxiliary agent, the resulting nanostructure was almost airtight. This material's airtightness is approximately 7.4 times higher than the best commercially available airtight film. Even hydrogen, which has excellent permeability, has difficulty penetrating modified soybean silk cloth. Modified soybean silk cloth is also lightweight. While maintaining airtightness, it weighs approximately 160 to 190 grams per square meter. For example, at the minimum standard of 160 grams, its airtightness is still approximately 3.9 times that of current commercial products. If this material is used as an airbag to store hydrogen and helium, the annual leakage rates for 160-gram modified soybean silk cloth are 700,000 parts per million for hydrogen and 300,000 parts per million for helium, respectively. If 190-gram modified soybean silk cloth is used, the annual leakage rate for hydrogen is only 500,000 parts per million, and for helium is only 100,000 parts per million. Besides serving as a storage container for gases like hydrogen and helium, this material's greatest use is as an airbag for airships. For aircraft, the weight of every component is crucial, as every kilogram of weight removed from a component represents a kilogram of additional payload. Another advantage of using modified soybean silk fabric for airship airbags is its exceptional strength and elasticity, roughly 3 times that of carbon fiber. This eliminates the need for multiple composite layers, allowing the airbag to be constructed in a single step. Additionally, modified soybean silk thread can replace airship mooring cables. If combined with other materials, it can also serve as the airship's frame and skin. It is estimated that approximately 50% of the weight of the airship's airbag, skin, frame, and cables can be reduced. Take the Flying Whale LCA-60T airship, a joint venture between China and Gaul, as an example. This airship has a maximum payload of 60 tons and a maximum takeoff weight of 200 tons, resulting in a deadweight of just over 130 tons. Excluding the motor system, crew support system, instrumentation, and other components, which are difficult to deduct, the remaining components, such as the skin, frame, airbags, and cables, account for approximately 100 tons. In other words, if this bean silk material were fully used, the deadweight of the Flying Whale LCA-60T airship could be reduced to approximately 80 tons, and the payload could be increased to approximately 110 tons. If helium is replaced with hydrogen, while maintaining the same airbag volume, the payload could be increased to 126 tons. A payload of 126 tons can transport 5 20-foot containers and 4 40-foot containers. As for the risk of explosion in hydrogen airships, this is actually outdated common sense. With the current use of various technologies, hydrogen airships pose virtually no risk of explosion or fire. For example, using modified soybean silk material with high airtightness and ultra-low permeability for the airbag, the annual hydrogen leakage rate is only 0.7 parts per million. This hydrogen leaks between the outer skin and the airbag. With regular ventilation, there is essentially no accumulation of hydrogen in the interior layer. And the hydrogen inside the airbag, without the appropriate proportion of air or oxygen, will not burn or explode. As long as the airship is not used for passenger transport, but simply for transportation, or even upgraded to an unmanned airship, even if it explodes or catches fire, it will not cause serious casualties. However, when planning routes, they must avoid passing through cities and important facilities. Airships are inherently large, making them impossible to dock in cities. If hydrogen airbags are used instead, safety considerations necessitate building docking stations in suburban areas. Airships offer numerous advantages, especially when their payload is increased significantly, and the use of expensive, non-renewable helium is eliminated, making them extremely cost-effective. For example, the Beijing LCA-60T airship's internal airbag has a capacity of 180,000 cubic meters. Using high-purity helium would cost a starting price of 18 million yuan. Assuming a 2% to 5% annual leakage rate, the annual helium replenishment costs would be 360,000 to 900,000 yuan. If using bean silk and hydrogen, the cost of 180,000 cubic meters of hydrogen would be approximately 300,000 to 600,000 yuan. With an annual leakage rate of 0.7%, the annual hydrogen replenishment cost would be only a few hundred yuan. The current production cost of bean silk material is approximately 4,500 yuan per ton, which could be reduced to around 3,500 yuan per ton if mass-produced. Based on the structure of the Beijing LCA-60T airship, approximately 35 tons of bean silk material would be required, with a material cost of 122,500 yuan. Including other materials and supporting facilities, The cost of an airship with similar specifications to the Beijing LCA-60T could be reduced to around 3 million yuan. Considering the generally short lifespan of this semi-natural organic material, assuming a 10-year service life, the annual depreciation cost would be approximately 300,000 yuan. If the effective flight time is 7,200 hours per year, the hourly depreciation cost is approximately 42 yuan. With a full load of 126 tons, the depreciation cost per ton of cargo is 0.33 yuan per hour. However, the actual depreciation cost isn't that much. This is because the organic material components aren't expensive, while components like motors, instrumentation, and refrigeration systems have a lifespan of at least 20 years. After Jiang Miao learned about the Dusi lab, he gathered several executives at headquarters. "Boss, I'm confident our company's technical capabilities are unquestionable," said Qin Hanming, head of the market research department. "According to some of the information we gathered, domestic airship technology is currently quite low. Even AVIC primarily produces medium-sized sightseeing airships, lacking the technical expertise for large-scale transport airships. Therefore, our company will likely need to establish its own airship manufacturing subsidiary. There's no way around it. China hasn't prioritized airship transportation in the past, or perhaps there aren't many serious large-scale transport airship manufacturers in the world," said Lei Bo, head of the battery division, shaking his head. Gu Huaying, head of the logistics division, reviewed the Dusi material data and the airship concept proposed by lab director Meng Feng. Then he looked up and said, "I support this project." "Tell me what you think," Jiang Miao asked directly. "Boss, our logistics division's core business is currently transportation, and the core method of transportation is road transport, supplemented by water transport." "I know." Gu Huaying continued, "Among road transport costs, energy consumption and tolls are the core. Currently, our fuel truck costs account for approximately 60% of fuel costs, tolls for approximately 5%, labor costs for approximately 15%, fixed asset depreciation and maintenance for 10%, and other expenses for the remaining 10%. As he spoke, he wrote down these figures on the whiteboard. "In terms of energy consumption, we will gradually switch to electric trucks, and we expect energy costs to drop by approximately 10% to 17%. However, it's almost impossible to reduce tolls and bridge charges. In fact, Heliafeng Company's bridge tolls and bridge charges are a result of the Green Pass program. Otherwise, during normal logistics and transportation, tolls and bridge charges could account for 35% to 40% of the total cost." Gu Huaying said seriously, "Although we can benefit from the Green Pass program initially as our product range expands, such as the introduction of various deeply processed products, we will no longer be able to enjoy the benefits of the Green Pass program during transportation." "That makes sense. If we can't reduce transportation costs, it will be difficult for us to compete with other companies." Qin Hanming nodded slightly. Gu Huaying suggested to Jiang Miao, "Boss, if the cost of airship manufacturing can be reduced to this low, then we can definitely build some low-altitude dedicated routes, avoiding highway and bridge tolls. The annual savings in tolls and bridge fees would be astronomical." "Boss, according to the information collected by our market research department, the average annual toll and bridge fee for domestic tractors is around 91,000 yuan. Qin Hanming added, "If we use the specifications of Galu Enterprises' Flying Whale airship, which can be fully loaded with 126 tons of cargo, roughly equivalent to 4 to 5 tractors, the annual toll and bridge fee payment would be around 360,000 to 450,000 yuan. 10 years of toll revenue would be enough to buy a new airship." Jiang Miao knew that if the cost of manufacturing and maintaining an airship could be reduced, then the cost-effectiveness of an airship would indeed be much higher than that of a large truck. After all, airships consume very little energy and are not slow, typically reaching speeds of 100 to 120 kilometers per hour, and can even travel straight distances in the air. The Flying Whale LCA-60T airship, manufactured by Galu Enterprises, can fly at 100 kilometers per hour and, fully loaded, can fly 4,500 kilometers, consuming an average of 150 to 300 kilowatt-hours of electricity per hour. In other words, if Heliafeng's airship were designed and manufactured based on the Flying Whale LCA-60T, its power consumption would be similar. Based on a maximum cargo load of 126 tons, the average power consumption per ton of cargo per hour is 1.78 kilowatt-hours. At a cost of 1 yuan per kilowatt-hour, this translates to an electricity cost of 1.78 yuan per ton of cargo per hour. Add in a depreciation fee of 0.3 yuan per hour, and other expenses of 0.3 yuan, for a total of 2.38 yuan per hour. An airship can fly 60 to 120 kilometers per hour, and the average transportation cost per kilometer per ton of cargo is around 0.04 to 0.08 yuan. For a 1,000 kilometer flight, the cost per ton of cargo is 40 to 80 yuan. This cost significantly outperforms road transport and is even comparable to river and sea transport. If it weren't for the airship's limited payload, inland waterway transport wouldn't necessarily outperform it, as airships are 5 to 10 times faster. To some extent, once the manufacturing and gas costs of airships are reduced, their cost effectiveness is very high. While road transport can reach hundreds of kilometers per hour on highways, if road conditions are good, the problem is that these hundreds of kilometers of road transport require navigating winding roads. Airships, however, can fly in straight lines to the greatest extent possible, saving considerable distance. Speed is slightly faster than road transport, and the cruising range can easily reach several thousand kilometers. Traffic jams are virtually non-existent in low-altitude airspace, and payloads can reach over 100 tons. The cost per kilometer per ton of cargo is between 0.04 and 0.08 yuan. This performance capability will definitely carve out a significant niche within various transportation sectors. As for the inability to fly due to inclement weather, this isn't a unique drawback of airships. Aircraft, ships, and vehicles are also subject to disruptions from inclement weather. As for the issue of airships being unable to dock due to strong winds, this can actually be addressed through engineering measures. For example, a supporting airship station could be built, where cables could be used to quickly secure the airship and facilitate cargo transfers. Or, a super-large airship could be constructed, with an overall weight of several thousand tons, leveraging its weight for increased stability. After discussion, Jiang Miao agreed to the logistics division's proposal to develop transport airships. He instructed Gu Huaying to establish an airship manufacturing subsidiary dedicated to the research, development, and manufacture of transport airships. As for talent, China actually has a wealth of relevant talent. At most, they could hire a group of technicians, especially airship structural designers, who are exactly what Heliafeng needs. After all, Heliafeng has already solved most of the material issues. For things like motors, electronic equipment, instruments, and flight control systems, there are numerous domestic suppliers with sophisticated technology, so Heliafeng doesn't need to worry about them. As the world's largest and most comprehensive industrial nation, it has a wide range of component suppliers. Heliafeng's airship subsidiary only needs to design the airship. Manufacturing will be largely straightforward. Chapter 239. During the meeting, Jiang Miao discussed in depth the application prospects of bean silk materials and the layout plan for airship manufacturing. After the meeting, he and Qin Hanming set off for Gongping Town. South of Gongping Town, adjacent to Haifeng County, a vast expanse of vacant land has been leveled. Adjacent to the vacant land are 3 knitting mills and a school bag factory, all bankrupt and acquired by the company in March of this year. This factory area, covering 276 mu, approximately 1,500 mu, and along with the adjacent vacant land, has been designated as the production base for the battery division. Lei Bo, the head of the battery division, has been stationed there recently. Upon hearing that the boss was arriving, he hurriedly dressed and prepared to greet him. At the factory gate, "Boss, welcome to our company," Lei Bo said respectfully. "Manager Lei, thank you for your hard work." Jiang Miao smiled and patted his shoulder. "This is all I should do. Boss, Manager Qin, please come in. It's too dusty outside, so please don't disturb you too," Lei Bo said, stepping aside to lead the way. Jiang Miao noticed the dust hanging in the air and frowned. As they walked, he instructed, have the construction company install dust suppression equipment. Excessive dust not only affects the normal operation of the factory, but also causes trouble to nearby residents, and it's also detrimental to the company's image. Lei Bo nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. "Okay, boss," I immediately urged the construction company to make corrections and ensure they are implemented as soon as possible. The group did not head to the office building, but instead headed straight for the production workshop. After these months of interaction, Lei Bo had a clear understanding of his boss's style, so he led Jiang Miao and the others directly to the core area of the production workshop. He didn't take Jiang Miao on a tour of the usual workshops, where soybean meal processing took place, but instead led everyone to the sponge structure production area. This was the largest and most technologically advanced section of the entire battery factory. After donning protective clothing and helmets, and passing through the disinfection tunnel, everyone entered the sponge structure production area. Entering this area, they were greeted by neatly arranged incubators and a large number of customized red and blue LED lights, creating a sense of technology and the future. Lei Bo smiled and began to introduce everyone. Boss, Manager Qin, we recently optimized our production process based on General Manager Lin's second-generation technology. How are you improving it? Jiang Miao hadn't paid attention to the matter. He had been busy with seed breeding and rubber grass planting tests. Lei Bo pulled out a small notebook and found the recorded comparative data. There are 3 breakthroughs. First, raw material consumption has been reduced to 2/3 of the original amount, shortening the production cycle by 50%. Second, the cycle life has reached 1,200 deep charge and discharge tests, while still maintaining 92% capacity. Third, he paused for 2 seconds. The modular design reduces the risk of thermal runaway under extreme operating conditions by 67%. Qin Hanming, standing nearby, his pen scratching rapidly across his notebook. He looked up and asked Manager Lei, "What about cost control?" "That's the most surprising part." Lei Bo pulled out a relatively simple cost analysis chart. Currently, the unit cost of battery cells has dropped by 14.3%, and the system integration weight has been reduced by 23% compared to the previous generation. Now, each cubic meter of energy storage unit, including the casing, weighs 1.58 tons. Combined with the increased number of cycles, the cost per kilowatt-hour is approaching the critical point of 0.02 yuan. What about the second-generation batteries? Hearing Jiang Miao's question, Lei Bo quickly explained, "We're currently producing second-generation batteries, primarily for supply to certain classified organizations." Regarding the improved second-generation sponge batteries, officials, upon seeing the technical success of the technology, quickly took action, placing an order with Hailifeng Company 2 weeks ago for a batch of customized, high-performance batteries. After all, the second-generation batteries boast a maximum storage capacity of 600 kilowatt-hours per cubic meter of cells, and their cycle life has been significantly increased. Although Hailifeng Company has no plans to immediately release the second-generation batteries for the civilian market, that doesn't prevent officials from placing orders, as these high-performance second-generation sponge batteries have important applications in many critical sectors. Jiang Miao walked slowly through the production workshop and asked, "What is the current production capacity of first-generation and second-generation sponge batteries?" Lei Bo replied, based on the data he had, currently, the first-generation product is 72,000 cubic meters per month, and the second-generation product is 5,000 cubic meters per month. When will the new factory be operational? The construction company stated that Phase 1 will likely be operational in August, Phase 2 by the end of this year, and Phase 3 by April of next year. Lei Bo continued, each phase will have 500 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of factory space, with a monthly production capacity of 100,000 to 200,000 cubic meters of cells. Once all the plants are completed, the annual production capacity of sponge cells will be 3.6 million to 7.2 million cubic meters. This capacity is more than sufficient. Because it's not just Hailifeng that's expanding production, Beijing Energy Battery and Guodian Battery, which also received the technology license, have similar annual production capacities. After all, the core user of sponge batteries at this stage is the energy storage industry, while the electric vehicle industry has yet to fully transition to a battery swap model. Among them, Future Auto, which has a fundamental advantage, has made the transition relatively quickly, having already announced in August that it would release a battery swap vehicle fully compatible with sponge battery specifications. Even a certain automaker with battery production capabilities has quietly announced its entry into the battery swap vehicle market. After inspecting the battery factory in Gongping Town, Jiang Miao went to the Nandian Power Dispatching Center in Shanmei. Jiang Lenkai, the head of the dispatching center, greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, we were one family 500 years ago." Jiang Miao nodded slightly. "Director Jiang, is your experiment going well?" "Very well, and I have to thank Mr. Jiang for his strong support," Jiang Lenkai replied with a smile. Nandian Group recently conducted a test run with an off-grid operation in Shanmei, and these were the experimental results Jiang Miao inquired about. The purpose of this test was to conduct preliminary research for future cost reduction and efficiency improvements. To achieve the goal of a household electricity price of 0.3 yuan per kilowatt-hour by 2030, the power grid must develop a cost reduction and efficiency enhancing plan. How does this cost reduction and efficiency enhancing plan relate to the grid disconnection test? The most crucial connection lies in testing the establishment of independent distributed microgrids, which is also the key to addressing grid costs. Currently, The grid's overall cost per kilowatt-hour delivered to a user is approximately 0.5 to 0.7 yuan. The cost structure for each kilowatt-hour delivered to a user includes generation costs of 0.25 to 0.35 yuan, transmission and distribution costs of 0.15 to 0.2 yuan, special funds of 0.05 to 0.08 yuan, and taxes and fees of 0.05 to 0.07 yuan. Thanks to affordable energy storage systems, particularly Heliofeng's improved and second-generation sponge batteries, the cost of photovoltaic and wind power generation can be reduced to around 0.04 to 0.12 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Therefore, the government has set a timetable of 0.1 yuan for wind and photovoltaic power generation before 2030. This is to pressure these new energy companies to complete their transformations as quickly as possible and strive to reduce their power generation capacity to below 0.1 yuan, thus allowing them to profit from the price difference. At the same time, the government will also adjust special funds and taxes, which together can bring the total to 0.06 yuan per kilowatt-hour. This means that the power grid still needs to cut a significant portion of its transmission and distribution costs. How can this be reduced? The key lies in microgrids. Understand that ultra-high voltage construction costs exceed 10 million yuan per kilometer. In some special locations, such as the Cross-Yangtze River cable, the cost per kilometer can reach nearly 100 million yuan. Furthermore, long-distance transmission increases power losses as the distance increases. In some areas with small populations, grid lines must be laid to ensure regular electricity supply. This is especially true in remote villages, where access to electricity inevitably requires high transmission and distribution costs. This requires the development of microgrids to address rural electricity needs, directly utilizing photovoltaic panels and sponge batteries. It is estimated that this approach, combined with appropriate off-peak and off-peak regulation, can reduce transmission and distribution costs by approximately 30%. By reducing the construction of some EHV lines, transmission and distribution costs can be reduced to 0.08 to 0.1 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Together, the overall cost can be reduced to 0.24 to 0.26 yuan per kilowatt-hour, or an average of 0.25 yuan per kilowatt-hour. With the overall electricity price floor at 0.3 yuan per kilowatt-hour, the average gross profit per kilowatt-hour is 0.05 yuan. Of course, in some areas, residential electricity costs are only 0.5 yuan per kilowatt-hour, which is a decent profit. The power grid charges each battery swapping company 0.5 yuan per kilowatt-hour for electricity. Furthermore, during this power system transformation, the nuclear and thermal power industries are unable to suppress generation costs, but these two types of power generation cannot be completely eliminated. Thus, the power grid can only add 0.05 yuan per kilowatt-hour to the overall electricity price. This added fee brings the overall price to 0.35 yuan per kilowatt-hour. This is a minimum subsidy for thermal and nuclear power plants, as well as some medium and large hydropower stations. Face this adjustment, many in the new energy industry are exclaiming that the tide has turned. Previously, photovoltaic and wind power received subsidies. Now, nuclear, thermal, and hydropower stations receive subsidies. During this process, small hydropower stations are essentially doomed. They are outdated production capacity destined for phase-out, ineligible for subsidies, and their power generation costs are relatively high. They're likely to resort to mining. Jiang Miao spent less than 20 minutes at the Shamei dispatch center of the Nandian Group before returning to company headquarters. Upon his return, he heard a report from his business secretary, Lu Deming. "Boss, an hour ago, Goldwind Technology sent us an application for an inspection." "Goldwind Technology?" Qin Hanming, standing nearby, prompted. "Boss, they're one of the largest domestic wind power equipment manufacturers." Jiang Miao raised his eyebrows. "Oh, what are they looking for? Sponge batteries?" Lu Deming quickly replied, "There is indeed a project investigating sponge batteries. Goldwind Technology operates many wind power stations in China, but they're here to investigate another project, our recently patented high-strength artificial spider silk. They do have a pretty good nose, but do they know our company's rules?" Lu Deming nodded. "I already replied, and they said there's no problem. If the inspection meets their expectations, they're willing to accept our payment first after delivery policy. Heliofeng Company doesn't indulge the bad habits of domestic companies. It has always offered payment first after delivery. Generally, they pay 30% upfront, then 60% upon product acceptance, and a final 10% after the product is operational. This model applies not only to Haliafeng's downstream companies, but also to its upstream suppliers. The company follows this rule by paying a 30% advance payment to mitigate overcapacity. Even state-owned enterprises, acting as upstream suppliers, are required to pay Haliafeng a 30% advance payment. Furthermore, any single breach of contract by an enterprise will place it on Haliafeng's blacklist. This has forced many companies to change their practices when dealing with Haliafeng. Furthermore, Haliafeng has specific restrictions on its technology licensing partners, preventing them from engaging in delivery first, payment later practices to secure orders. This behavior is a self-defeating internal conflict for every industry. Jiangmiao has no control over other industries, but companies using Haliafeng's technology must abide by Jiangmiao's rules. This is an undeniable, ironclad rule. After all, Haliafeng doesn't grant you technology licenses, not as an invitation to engage in unhealthy competition with them. Goldwind Technology's willingness to accept Haliafeng's rules is the basis for cooperation. Otherwise, Jiangmiao wouldn't have wasted his time meeting with them. In fact, many domestic companies are now closely monitoring any developments at Haliafeng. Haliafeng's recent flurry of patent registrations for artificial spider silk and artificial silk has immediately attracted significant attention from many companies. For example, Goldwind Technology, which applied for an inspection, discovered that several of Haliafeng's artificial spider silk patents may be significantly relevant to their wind turbine blade manufacturing. Originally, Goldwind Technology was focused on patents related to sponge battery improvements, but after stumbling upon one of the patents for artificial spider silk, they took it seriously. The patent is titled Artificial Spider Silk Fiber Material Prepared by a Special Process. No. DS12. It describes an artificial spider silk fiber material with high strength, high rigidity, moderate elasticity, and ultra-lightweight. This was an unexpected development, as both natural and artificial spider silk, after modification, have low rigidity, at least significantly lower than carbon fiber and glass fiber, making them unsuitable for use as raw materials for rigid components. However, after 3 repeated treatments with boric acid and glycerol, a uniquely dense, nanostructured artificial spider silk yarn is formed, significantly enhancing its rigidity. On average, each treatment with boric acid and glycerin results in varying degrees of improvement in strength and stiffness. After a single treatment, stiffness reaches approximately 62 GPa. After a second treatment, stiffness increases again, reaching approximately 145 GPa. After a third treatment, stiffness jumps again, reaching an astonishing 477 GPa. A stiffness of 477 GPa surpasses the upper limit of carbon fiber stiffness, which is 400 GPa. This stiffness is second only to carbon nanotubes, which can reach 500 to 1000 GPa. However, the stiffness of carbon nanotubes is truly theoretical. If a carbon nanotube bundle is produced using a weaving process and combined with other composite materials, the stiffness is only around 50 to 200 GPa. The ideal is promising, but the reality is quite bleak. This situation arises primarily due to the processing of carbon nanotubes, which makes them prone to various structural defects when combined with other materials and woven into bundled fibers. The modification process for artificial spider silk, however, is quite different. Currently, Haliafeng's Duci laboratory does not process the raw materials when processing artificial spider silk. Instead, it first processes the raw materials through textile technology to form the desired semi-finished products, such as yarn and silk fabric, and then performs the modification process. This modification process forms a special nanostructure on the surface of the yarn or silk fabric. Continuous treatments will make these surface nanostructures increasingly dense and reduce defects. Typically, by the third treatment, the spider silk yarn surface is impermeably covered in nanostructures, and these nanostructures are firmly bonded to the silk itself. This is the fundamental reason for the sudden change in stiffness and strength of artificial spider silk yarn after modification. Fundamentally, artificial spider silk begins with suboptimal stiffness, but through artificial modification and enhancement, a dramatic performance jump occurs. Carbon nanotubes, on the other hand, initially possess very high strength at the microscopic scale, but after later composite processing, structural defects develop, causing their performance to plummet. The two approaches are diametrically opposed. This is why Haliafeng Company envisioned an ultra-lightweight airship. The reason is that this artificial spider silk yarn is incredibly strong. If used as a structural support, reducing the weight by half would be a simple matter. Furthermore, due to its inherent toughness, artificial spider silk also has excellent impact absorption capabilities, nearly twice that of steel. This material can be used not only as a material for wind turbine blades, but also for body armor, vehicle frames, vehicle armor, high-strength cables, aircraft frames and hulls, and more. However, the only weakness of modified artificial spider silk yarn is its poor heat resistance. Even with the protection of a special nanostructured shell, its upper temperature limit is still only 246 degrees Celsius. Performance changes begin to occur at temperatures exceeding 200 degrees Celsius. However, this characteristic also brings another potential benefit. If the shell is damaged, it can be quickly repaired by applying a mixture of glycerin and borax powder and then heating it with a hot air blower. Goldwind technology is attracted by the material's high strength and rigidity. As long as the price doesn't exceed that of carbon fiber, this material would be extremely valuable. After all, even with carbon fiber, wind turbine fan blades, often hundreds of meters long, weigh around 20 tons per blade. If a blade were made of a blend of glass and carbon fiber, the weight would be even higher. By switching to modified artificial spider silk yarn fibers, carbon fiber blades can reduce weight by 15%, carbon fiber and glass fiber blends by 35%, and glass fiber blades by 50%. This isn't just about blade weight. It also affects power generation efficiency. Using lighter, higher strength materials can significantly improve wind turbine efficiency. Goldwind technology used supercomputers and, after incorporating this material, found that wind turbine efficiency could increase by 20% to 50%. In the past, Goldwind technology probably wouldn't have been so interested. After all, before the advent of sponge batteries, wind power projects faced significant risks due to the withdrawal of wind power subsidies, which meant they had a long profit cycle. But things are different now. With sponge batteries as energy storage systems, the ability to absorb wind power is no longer a limitation. Now, the higher the power generation efficiency of each wind turbine, the greater the profit. Chapter 240. Compared to Goldwind technology, which is still applying for appointments, another company is moving even faster. That's Dajiang Innovation in Pengcheng, having built a battery processing plant in the Shenzhen-Shantou Cooperation Zone. Since some aspects of the sponge battery processing process are very simple, especially the subsequent assembly, any small factory can produce them. The battery production department at Heliafeng Company hasn't had time to develop batteries suitable for drones recently. This is also due to the lack of standardized battery specifications in the domestic drone industry. As a result, Dajiang Innovation has had to establish its own battery assembly plant. Lu Di, vice president of Dajiang Innovation, who has recently been stationed in the Shenzhen-Shantou Cooperation Zone, has been working on custom sponge battery production. Their factory purchases sponge structures from Heliafeng Company and processes them in-house. The purchase price per cubic meter of sponge structure is 20,000 yuan, and after adding other components, the total cost is around 30,000 yuan. The high cost is due, in part, to the high cost of sponge cells and, in part, to the packaging issues of the sponge batteries. Inside the Dajiang battery factory in Avu Town, Lu Di listened to the descriptions of several technical leaders. Li Lingfeng, the battery factory's technical director, held up a small battery and said, to adapt it for drone use, we recently adjusted the specifications of the sponge cells. We also changed the outer shell from a fiberglass mesh to a carbon fiber seal, enhancing overall strength and heat dissipation. What's the change in battery weight? Lu Di asked, primarily concerned about the change. Li Lingfeng replied slowly, don't worry, Mr. Lu. Since we replaced the fiberglass outer shell with a lighter carbon fiber one, even though the number of positive and negative electrodes in the battery pack has increased due to the use of multiple series and parallel cells, the overall weight has still decreased by approximately 3.1%. What about the battery capacity? According to our battery specifications, if a drone is equipped with a similar weight, the battery capacity, and thus the flight range can generally be doubled. Lu Di remembered something and asked his assistant, Xiaowen, had the parts we ordered from Heliafeng's laboratory yesterday arrived? Yes, they should be at the logistics warehouse. Have you arranged for someone to bring them over? Okay, Mr. Lu. Watching Xiaowen trotting away, Li Lingfeng turned and asked, Mr. Lu, what other parts did you order? Lu Di shook his head. No, it's the drone's outer shell, blades, and brackets. I recently noticed that Heliafeng has been rapidly registering patents for many new materials, and I discovered that several of them have great potential. So, I contacted Heliafeng's research and development department and ordered a batch of parts for experiments. While the two were talking, Xiaowen had already arranged for workers to unload sealed boxes of various sizes from a shipping container into an empty factory building. Lu Di, along with the drone assembly technicians and testers he had brought from Pingcheng headquarters, arrived at the empty factory building. Several workers opened the sealed box and, following the assembly technician's instructions, sorted the components into boxes. Using assembly tools brought from Pingcheng headquarters, the technicians skillfully completed the assembly of a T-40 drone. The batteries included not only their previous models, but also specially made sponge batteries fresh from a local factory. The 12-kilogram sponge battery pack had an effective capacity of 3.15 kilowatt-hours. The original battery also weighed 12 kilograms and had an effective capacity of only 1.57 kilowatt-hours. The difference was significant. But that wasn't the point. Lu Di and his team weren't here to test the new battery today. Their company had already conducted more than a dozen tests before. Soon, another T-40 drone was assembled. But this one was a little different from the first T-40. 5 hours had passed, and the drones were still being assembled in the factory. Lu Di and his team, along with the testers, were already in a vacant lot next door, conducting various drone tests. The T-40A, using the original battery, has increased its range by nearly 20%. While listening to the test team leader's report, Lu Di reviewed the test report in his hand. The original T-40 drone weighs 38 kilograms without the battery. With the battery, it weighs 50 kilograms. With a payload of 40 kilograms, the maximum takeoff weight is 90 kilograms, though its maximum takeoff weight is 101 kilograms. The T-40A, currently in testing, uses components made from modified soybean silk fiber, reducing its weight by 10 kilograms and improving its flight performance by approximately 20%. The T-40B and T-40C have reduced their weight by 20 kilograms and 28 kilograms, respectively. Preliminary testing has shown that even the T-40C, the extreme weight reduction solution chosen by the Land Force and T-40 design teams, remains flyable. The next test will examine the flight performance of these T-40 drones with different weight reduction solutions using the new battery. The results are again impressive. The T-40A's flight performance has increased by 113%. The T-40B's endurance increased by 133%. The T-40C's endurance increased by 149%. The next day, just after dawn, Lu and his team continued the testing work they hadn't completed the previous day. Today's testing focused on increasing payload. This test was crucial because they wanted to see how much payload the drone could carry simultaneously after switching to the new material. Many might think the simplest solution would be to increase payload in proportion to the weight reduction. However, this is impossible. The center of gravity of the fuselage and the payload are distributed differently. In particular, the several supports that serve as load-bearing axes must be able to withstand the increased weight. The testing proceeded smoothly. At noon, Wang Tao, chairman of Dajiang Innovation, arrived at the battery factory from Pingcheng. "Old Lu, how's it going?" Lu led the way, explaining the situation. "Currently, the tests are going very well. Even with the extreme weight reduction solution, it can still withstand tests at a maximum takeoff weight of 101 kilograms. I read some of your reports on the way. The extreme weight reduction solution is the T-40C, right?" "Yes, Mr. Wang." Lu nodded slightly. "The T-40C's maximum load reaches 79 kilograms. How's the load-bearing axis?" "Not a big deal. Visually, there's no significant deformation or cracking. However, we need to get it inspected in the lab for details." Wang Tao stood under a parasol. Lu quickly handed him a hard hat and splash goggles. Around the parasol were over 20 sandbags, and a temporary shelter had been set up using tempered glass windows. As he donned the gear, Wang Tao asked, "I heard there was an accident this morning?" "Yes. A tester got too anxious and got nicked by an out-of-control drone propeller." "How's he?" "Nothing serious. I arranged for him to rest for a month." Wang Tao squatted down, looked at a test drone, and touched its propeller blades. They were indeed very thin. Given their high rigidity, once they spun at high speed, they acted like a chainsaw. "What are your thoughts on this?" Lu Di offered his opinion. "If we really want to use this new material for propellers in the future, we have to make a grid cage. Otherwise, it's too aggressive. If it cuts the throat, aorta, or something like that, it could be fatal. Making a grid cage would affect flight efficiency and increase weight." Hearing this, Lu Di proposed a solution. "Then let's adopt another approach. Revert the propeller to the original material. Propellers don't weigh much anyway. Well, the new material is so rigid. This thing is like a blade. Spinning at high speeds is too dangerous. There's no need to take the risk." After watching the test for a while, Wang Tao stood in front of the electric fan and asked again, "Old Lu, has Heliafeng Company given us a price for this material? Or for custom parts?" "Not yet. They only recently developed this material, and I heard from their manager that mass production won't begin until next year, once they resolve the raw material supply issue." "Next year? That's okay." Wang Tao understood the situation. "Mr. Wang, my thinking is this. If we're going to adopt new materials, we need to optimize the center of gravity distribution of some of our current models. We definitely have to purchase parts in small batches from Heliafeng. They're currently manufacturing in small batches in their lab." Wang Tao nodded. "That makes sense. This investment is absolutely necessary. Indeed, the combination of new batteries and new materials will double the performance of our old models. Heliafeng is incredible. I heard they have even better performing batteries." Lu Di marveled. Hearing that last part, Wang Tao smiled and whispered, "It's already in use." "It's already in use? So quickly?" Lu Di's eyes widened. "We're definitely a step behind in the news." "That's true." Lu Di nodded slightly. Although Wang Tao knew that the high-performance second-generation sponge battery had been secretly put into use, they didn't realize that sponge batteries have applications beyond just batteries. If anyone has studied the main components of sponge batteries, they know that adding auxiliary agents can turn them into incendiary bombs. Therefore, after obtaining the high-performance second-generation sponge battery, many organizations began to tinker with it. After sacrificing some performance, they added a host of auxiliary materials. Once the second-generation sponge battery exploded, it could produce a napalm-like effect. This device's applications were suddenly greatly expanded. However, Wang Tao and the others were clearly unaware of the situation. Unnoticed, the testing on the open ground entered a fever pitch. This included extreme load-bearing tests and extreme destruction tests. In fact, this wasn't enough. There were also tests for low and high temperatures, oceans, and deserts. However, these tests required specialized facilities. The facilities in the Abu Town Industrial Zone were too rudimentary, so the remaining tests had to be conducted at specialized testing bases. In the evening, the sun was setting. "Old Lu, let's call it a day. Mr. Wang, there's nothing good to eat here in Abu. Why don't we go to Haifeng County? I treat you tonight." Wang Tao smiled and nodded. "Okay, you treat me tonight." After packing up, the group drove to Haifeng County. Lu Di, who had been to Haifeng County many times, led the group to a village near Lianhua Mountain. "Old Lu, what good food is there in this village?" "Mr. Wang, this village is one of the tourist areas partnered with the Heliafeng Company. I've been here a few times, and the food at the food stalls is pretty good." Wang Tao peered out the car window at the view outside. The small square at the entrance to the village was filled with various cars and several buses. It didn't look like a mountain village at all. After getting out of the car, Lu Di led the group to a stall called Lianhua Mountain Xingwang Food Stall and asked for a private room. The window of the private room faced Lianhua Mountain. The setting sun cast streaks of light across the mountain jungle. A stream flowed through the forest not far away. After we were seated, the waiter was scalding the dishes with hot water. Lu Di smiled and began to introduce the restaurant. "Mr. Wang, the food here is quite good, but aside from the food, the rest isn't very exciting. Does Heliafeng also operate a tourism business?" Wang Tao took a sip of tea. Heliafeng does have a wide range of industries, but their primary focus is agriculture. The battery factory's technical director, Li Lingfeng, joked, "Other domestic battery companies are going to bleed." They probably never imagined that the company that would defeat them would be an agricultural company. "No one dares underestimate Heliafeng anymore," Wang Tao sighed. It was because Dajiang Innovation valued Heliafeng that they were the first to discover the emergence of modified soybean silk materials, and subsequently reached a cooperation agreement with them. If they were like those battery manufacturers, they would likely be eliminated from the market in a few years. After all, the key technical aspects of drones lie in motors, flight control systems, batteries, and airframe materials. Clearly, Dajiang Innovation does not have its own battery, motor, or airframe material industries. It is essentially an assembly plant and an internet company. Therefore, they must constantly monitor the development of various related technologies. If they fail to keep pace with the advancements in these new technologies, they could quickly fall behind their competitors and be eliminated from the market. Sponge batteries and modified soybean silk materials are new technologies that could transform the drone industry. If Dajiang Innovation fails to pay attention to the emergence of modified soybean silk, and other competitors discover it, they could easily use this material to reduce drone weight, improve endurance, and increase payload. This presents a crisis. Seizing this opportunity presents an opportunity. Failure to seize this opportunity presents a danger. In this era of fierce competition, the market won't wait for you to catch up slowly. Once you're overtaken by competitors, you could face a precipitous collapse. For example, the dozen or so domestic battery manufacturers currently exist. While they can cling to life for a while thanks to the overseas lithium battery market and lithium batteries for home appliances and mobile phones, if they don't find a solution, they'd likely collapse within a few years. However, many entrepreneurs, including Wang Tao, are not optimistic about the prospects for solid-state batteries. The reason for Wang Tao's judgment lies in the supply of raw materials. Solid-state batteries are extremely dependent on the supply of rare elements, which means their production costs cannot be reduced. After all, rare elements aren't limited to the battery industry, they are also used in other high-tech industries, such as semiconductors, medical devices, scientific research equipment, aerospace, and nuclear power. Wang Tao, a science and engineering man, is well aware of the prices of rare elements. They are unlikely to be dirt cheap in the next few decades. As for graphene batteries, they only look good in presentations. Even if they achieve the desired performance, the production costs are unlikely to be low, given the complex process. As for Heliofeng's sponge batteries, Dajiang Innovation, having built a sponge battery assembly plant, has a very clear understanding of the costs of each component. Among the components of a sponge battery, the most expensive is the aluminum nitride used as the inner liner. When purchased in large quantities, the other components together account for less than 1% of the total sales price. As for the core sponge structure, it is produced by microorganisms, so the cost is not expected to be much higher. In other words, no matter how low the cost of solid-state batteries is, they can't compare to sponge batteries. Many industries today prioritize cost-effectiveness over performance. For example, sponge batteries, currently widely used in energy storage systems, offer near-perfect cost-effectiveness, reaching a cost of 0.02 yuan per kilowatt-hour. This cost is clearly unmatched by ordinary batteries. Mr. Wang, try the durian this store gave you. Lu Di's voice interrupted Wang Tao's thoughts. He glanced at the durian on the table. Are durians here so cheap they're just given away? It's the place of origin, after all. I think Siam's durian market is going to crash next year, Lu Di gloated. Li Lingfeng shared his inside scoop. Siam is definitely getting anxious lately, but it seems like the higher-ups aren't treating them well. If they don't solve the problems of online fraud and human trafficking, they probably won't be treated well. Wang Tao picked up a piece of durian. We really should teach those guys a lesson. Lu Di also smiled and picked up a piece of durian. At least Heliofeng's durian is safe. We can't see how durian imported from abroad is handled. Mr. Lu is right. Heliofeng's products are indeed of high quality. They dare to let people test them at will, which shows their confidence. Tasting a piece of durian, Wang Tao wiped his mouth with a tissue. We need to release an improved model of our drone as soon as possible. The cargo drone market in Cheongzhou is rapidly expanding. Lu Di nodded in agreement. I agree. With performance nearly doubled, drones are becoming even more valuable in mountain cargo operations. It's also improved significantly. Coupled with the current severe aging of the rural population, the market for agricultural transport drones has great potential. Wang Tao suddenly remembered something. By the way, old Lu, I heard you say a few days ago that Heliofeng Company registered a subsidiary for airship manufacturing? That's true. I guess they're planning to use sponge batteries and modified soybean silk materials to build airships. If the airship's weight can be reduced by more than half, its transport capacity could be greatly increased. Dajiang Company, having already tested the new material on drones, was well aware of this. If drones can be used, then airships can certainly be used. Chapter 241. June 24, 2027. Jiang Miao signed his 35th acquisition contract this year. Heliofeng Company has now officially been upgraded to a group, with a staggering 43 wholly owned subsidiaries, in addition to 15 joint ventures. Wholly owned subsidiaries include Hero Dairy and Fome Takeout. These subsidiaries cover a wide range of industries, including aquaculture, feed, agricultural technical services, agricultural planting, agricultural product processing, textiles, papermaking, sugar production, edible oil, pre-prepared meals, power generation, batteries, gas, snacks, retail, dairy products, tourism, logistics, seedlings, catering, airship manufacturing, automobile manufacturing, testing services, and charging and battery replacement services. That's right, Heliofeng Company currently has an automobile manufacturing business. Just in June, After more than 3 months of secret negotiations, Heliafeng Company officially acquired WM Motors Huangzhou and Yongjia factories for 3.5 billion yuan. Just when Goldwind Technology came to inspect the new materials, Heliafeng Company has taken over WM Motors' 2 assembly plants for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks of adjustments and restoration, factory management is beginning to run smoothly. However, there is definitely no production capacity, as Heliafeng Company does not intend to acquire the WM Motor brand. Instead, it intends to establish its own operations independently, and has no intention of becoming a contract manufacturer. Without orders, there is naturally no production capacity. Heliafeng Company's automotive subsidiary has already obtained all necessary licenses. The subsidiary is named Pancher Automobile. Pancher symbolizes stability and indestructibility, which aligns with the company's technological advantages in passive safety, body structure. The English name Pancher retains its Chinese pronunciation, reinforcing its cultural uniqueness. This is Jiang Miao's brand positioning for Pancher Auto. Why use safety as Pancher Auto's brand positioning? The reason lies in Jiang Miao's own abilities. He can easily detect problems with current in-vehicle intelligent networking systems, and can also easily control various smart cars. Many people are unaware of this terrifying danger. But Jiang Miao has already perceived the enormous risks. In recent years, AI technology has rapidly developed, and humanity has become increasingly dependent on it. However, development often has 2 sides. AI is like a double-edged sword. With the increasing number of smart devices, if AI goes out of control or is secretly controlled by someone, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. If a smartphone or tablet were to explode, as long as it weren't equipped with C4 or other devices, the impact would generally be minimal, and there's a good chance of escape. However, if a smart car loses control at high speeds, the death rate for those inside would be extremely high. As for the safety assurances offered by car companies, just listen. After all, car companies can remotely lock a car's battery. Clearly, the car owner has less control than the car company. In this scenario, if the intelligent system malfunctions, the driver is very likely to lose control of the vehicle. This isn't a conflict between electric and gasoline-powered vehicles, but rather a conflict between mechanical and intelligent vehicles. After all, most gasoline-powered vehicles now use a significant amount of electronic equipment for auxiliary control and features like autonomous driving. Especially as AI becomes increasingly powerful, if an organization specifically trains hacker-style AI to attack a car's onboard intelligent systems, how can ordinary car owners prevent or resist it? Therefore, in March of this year, Jiang Miao secretly had the company identify potential auto factories to acquire, with the goal of producing a safe car. The safe car he envisioned wasn't just physically secure, but also cyber-secure. Boss, here are brief information about the 2 auto factories. Please review them, said Li Fei, general manager of Pancher Auto. Jiang Miao flipped through the documents, which provided a general overview of the Yongjia and Huangzhou factories. Running 2 shifts, the Yongjia factory has an annual production capacity of 200,000 vehicles, and the Huangzhou factory has an annual production capacity of 150,000 vehicles. The combined annual production capacity of the 2 factories is 350,000 vehicles, which also accounts for the acquisition price. If these were brand new factories, the investment in these 2 factories would be very high. According to the documents, the Yongjia factory covers approximately 1,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, and houses 4 major process workshops: stamping, welding, painting, and final assembly. The total investment was approximately 6.7 billion yuan. Completed in 2018, it boasts a high level of automation and has previously produced models such as the WMEX5 and W6. The Huangzhou factory covers approximately 800 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, and has a total investment of approximately 20.2 billion yuan. It is slated to begin production in 2020 and is positioned as a production base for new energy vehicles and SUVs. After years of idleness, the value of the factory and equipment has plummeted. If the land weren't still valuable, Heliafeng Company would never have offered 3.5 billion yuan. Jiang Miao closed the document and looked at the middle-aged man with Mediterranean hair sitting next to Li Fei. Director Wang, how's the progress in your design department? Pancher Auto's technical director, Wang Muhua, stood up and replied, Boss, our automotive design department has completed the first draft, but further refinement is needed. We're currently working on the prototype. This is the first draft, please review it. Taking the document, Jiang Miao glanced over it, then asked, Did you incorporate a significant amount of soybean silk material into your design? Yes, boss. We believe modified soybean silk fiber can replace a significant portion of carbon fiber, steel, and aluminum alloy. This improvement can significantly reduce the vehicle's weight. Jiang Miao glanced at the section regarding material replacement. If all replaceable parts were replaced with modified soybean silk fiber composites, the vehicle's weight could be reduced by 30% to 40% excluding batteries. This improvement would not only reduce the vehicle's weight, but also significantly increase its overall strength. For example, the design involved extensive testing. Wang Muhua's team leveraged their connections to have the soybean silk laboratory produce a small batch of a dozen simple vehicle frames. These frames were then installed on commercially available vehicles and subjected to various impact and crush tests. When a 10-ton steel coil was dropped from a height of 1 meter, the new material vehicle body dissipated 94% of the kinetic energy through its energy-absorbing structure. The remaining energy was dispersed through the rigid frame, preventing the passenger compartment from collapsing. Because modified soybean fiber composites are processed differently from steel and aluminum alloys, their exceptional strength is undeniably high. Car structures made of steel and aluminum alloys often require welding, rivets, and screws for fastening and connection. This processing method leads to inherent weaknesses, such as weak welds. However, structures made from modified soybean fiber composites can be formed in one piece. As long as the structure is designed in advance, it can be achieved through weaving, bundling, and templates. The one-piece structure, supported by such high-strength materials, is extremely strong. Furthermore, due to its one-piece construction, the car doesn't deform easily when impacted, instead dissipating the impact force through overall deflection. During Wang Muhua's team's testing, a high-speed rolling steel coil knocked a car flying. A car made of ordinary steel or aluminum alloy would be crushed like a discus if hit head-on by a high-speed rolling steel coil. However, a car made of new materials cannot crush the core of the car's cabin, whether it's a 1-meter high impact or a high-speed rolling impact from the front, side, or back. In contrast, sharp steel bars and dense bricks and stones pose a certain threat to cars made of new materials. For example, if dense steel bars penetrate from the front, the car's frame can indeed block the steel, but the car's glass cannot withstand it, and the driver and passengers can easily be penetrated through the upper body by the steel. In short, cars made of new materials are incredibly strong. In various crash tests, large area impacts are actually the safest. As long as they avoid collisions with densely packed sharp, tubular objects, the survival rate for a typical collision can reach 95%. Of course, this survival rate assumes the car is not speeding. If the car is speeding, even if the body can withstand the impact, the resulting reaction force will still cause serious damage to the driver and passengers' internal organs and bones. Unconsciously, Jiang Miao had flipped to the battery section of the draft plan. He discovered that Wang Muhua's team's battery design was extremely large, almost twice the size of an ordinary electric car. Why are the batteries designed so large? Upon hearing this question, Wang Muhua immediately explained, "Boss, after we use the new material, the car's weight will be reduced by about 30% to 40%. Although the car is lighter, its wind resistance and high-speed stability will also be reduced due to the reduced weight." I understand. Jiang Miao already understood Wang Muhua's team's thinking. Therefore, we use batteries to supplement the weight, so that the overall weight of the car maintains a dynamic balance. And since batteries are now generally integrated into the chassis, when we increase the battery weight, the center of gravity of the car is pushed downward, further improving the car's stability. This approach does improve the car's stability. Wang Muhua continued, because the battery weight has been nearly doubled, the new car's battery capacity will also be further increased. If the previous sponge battery only slightly increased the car's range, then with a new material body, the overall range of electric vehicles can reach approximately 2.5 times that of traditional electric vehicles. This improvement reduces range anxiety during driving, and can also reduce the density of battery swap stations. However, Jiang Miao, Li Fei, Wang Muhua, and others aren't concerned about the density of battery swap stations, as various investors have recently been investing in battery swap station projects. This includes the 3 major oil companies, which are primarily focused on the traditional fuel industry. They are rapidly deploying battery swap projects by leveraging their gas station networks. Thus, there will undoubtedly be a large number of battery swap station projects in the future, so there's no need to worry about finding a place to swap batteries. Instead, Jiang Miao had to consider the safety of car batteries. He picked up the phone and dialed Lei Bo, head of the battery division. "Hello, Manager Lei, it's me. Boss, what can I do for you? Are you at headquarters? I'm running some business at the bus company. Do you need me to go back to headquarters?" No, I just want to ask about the status of a previously scheduled project, the safety battery project. Safety battery? Lei Bo on the other end of the line immediately realized there are currently two options for this project. Tell me about it. Jiang Miao pulled out a notebook and pen. The first option is to use aluminum hydroxide powder, which can reduce the explosiveness of the soybean oil in the sponge battery, but this solution will result in a 13% decrease in the number of cycles of the sponge battery. What about the second option? The second option is to use phosphate esters. Soybean oil combined with phosphate esters will also reduce its combustion characteristics, but the consequence is that the battery's upper limit of charge and discharge power drops to 88 kilowatts, and the energy density drops to 330 kilowatt-hours per cubic meter. It will also lead to excessively high phosphorus content in biodiesel refining. If the phosphate esters cannot be completely removed, the phosphorus content in the biodiesel combustion waste may be too high, causing exhaust pollution. Jiang Miao thought for a moment. Abandon the phosphate ester option and adopt the first option. Okay, boss, Lei Bo continued. I suggest joint research and development with Beijing Energy Battery and Guodian Battery to quickly determine the flame retardant composition for power batteries. Okay, you arrange it. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Miao put down his pen and looked at Li Fei and Wang Muhua, who were sitting upright. Sponge batteries contain soybean oil. If exposed to a fire source, they could catch fire. What are your thoughts? Li Fei pondered for a moment. Essentially, to reduce combustion, we must either suppress the combustion properties of the combustible material or isolate it from oxidants. Jiang Miao didn't look up and continued to jot down Li Fei's ideas. I believe there are 3 ways to enhance the new car's fire resistance. Li Fei paused for a few seconds. First, strengthen the overall strength of the battery compartment to prevent deformation during impact, which could cause the battery compartment to rupture and leak the soybean oil. That's one approach. Jiang Miao agreed. The second point is the safe battery solution the boss just mentioned. By adding aluminum hydroxide powder, the soybean oil solution inside the battery will have less flammability. Third, I'm thinking of installing several baking soda fire extinguishing devices inside the battery compartment. We could even consider placing a baking soda fire barrier directly on the battery compartment. Upon encountering high temperatures, it would instantly explode, covering the leaked soybean oil with baking soda. Jiang Miao turned to Wang Muhua and asked, Director Wang, is the third method technically challenging? Wang Muhua nodded. Mr. Li's third solution isn't technically difficult. It just requires adding some weight. However, considering the new car's weight can be significantly reduced, adjusting the battery weight could free up some weight for the fire prevention system. Okay, our Pancher automobile brand positioning is safety. We strive to maximize vehicle safety without compromising performance. That's our philosophy. Jiang Miao had decided on a 3-pronged approach. Wang Muhua replied, taking notes, I understand. We will incorporate Mr. Li's 3 improvement ideas into the new car plan as soon as possible. Well, let's talk about cybersecurity next. Jiang Miao flipped to the section on auxiliary systems in the draft plan. Autonomous driving and in-vehicle intelligence systems are becoming increasingly powerful, but their safety remains highly uncertain. We must take this seriously. Qin Xingzhu, the head of the network division, who had been silent until then, knew he was about to speak. He stood up and said, Boss, Mr. Li, Director Wang, regarding cybersecurity, I believe it's impossible to guarantee absolute security at the software level. Manager Qin, are you suggesting that our new car should forgo intelligent systems? Li Fei frowned. Qin Xingzhu's expression was serious. Our department has discovered vulnerabilities in various automotive intelligent systems through technology. Some time ago, I led a team to use AI to train a hacking AI specifically designed to decipher automotive intelligent systems. With this AI, we were able to compromise the systems of most domestic smart cars in just about 3 hours. What? Li Fei was shocked. Wang Muhua suggested another idea. Could AI be used to strengthen firewalls? However, Qin Xingzhu's next words immediately poured cold water on their response. How can the computing power of a car's chips compete with the computing power of a professional hacker or even a large server? Faced with this fundamental question, Li Fei and Wang Muhua were speechless for a moment. Computing power is the inherent weakness of in-vehicle intelligent systems. Hackers or organizations could easily mobilize large servers to brute force attack the car's intelligent systems. As long as the car's intelligent systems are connected to the internet, there's a high possibility of compromise. Li Fei was troubled. If the internet is physically disconnected, many of the car's functions will be unusable. No, there's a solution. Wang Muhua came up with a solution. The car's functions that require internet access are primarily navigation, autonomous driving, and assisted driving. By separating the navigation system and removing autonomous and assisted driving, the other internal car systems won't need to be connected to the internet. Qin Xingzhu narrowed his eyes and warned, Director Wang, I need to remind you that if you use foreign automotive chips, the other party may have implemented a backdoor in the chip. This type of backdoor can sometimes be actively connected to the internet through smart devices, like smartphones and tablets. Can't even use foreign chips? Li Fei was overwhelmed. Wang Muhua shook his head. It doesn't matter. Domestic automotive chips are fine, so there's no problem with not using foreign ones. Jiang Miao finally spoke. Let's make this decision for now. We isolate the car from direct control by the internet system as much as possible. We also use safe domestic automotive chips. We also set up a fully mechanical backup system to prevent a problem with the onboard chip from paralyzing the car. Okay, I follow my boss's instructions and refine the design of the new car. Wang Muhua nodded. While he wasn't sure about the prospects for this type of safe car, if the experience was good, Wang Muhua would buy one. After all, no one wants to trust their life to an intelligent system that might go haywire. Chapter 242. Gansu Province, Minxin County. A large area near the western desert is now covered in soybeans. The soybeans, having only been growing for over a month, have transformed the surrounding yellow sand into a vibrant green. In the open space west of the county seat, an industrial zone stretching for more than 10 kilometers is under construction. In addition to the industrial zone, there are also supporting employee housing, a large water storage station, and other facilities. As for the reason for building such a large industrial facility in the area, it is partly to facilitate proximity to raw material production and partly to maintain confidentiality. Xianxi soybeans are extremely important, not only within Heliafeng Company, but also to the government, who believe they are crucial to many strategic matters. They fully support Heliafeng Company's plan to create an isolated industrial and planting zone in Minxin County. This support includes changes to Minxin County's industrial structure. Starting next year, Minxin County will no longer allow the cultivation of Xianxi soybeans, or any other crops other than naturally growing pasture grasses. The purpose of prohibiting the cultivation of other crops is to shift local agricultural water use toward domestic and industrial use, thereby increasing the local population's carrying capacity. Minxin County currently has a population of only 170,000, and the local annual available water resources are a mere 120 million cubic meters. After deducting 30 million cubic meters of ecological water replenishment, there remains 90 million cubic meters. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If industrial development is to be pursued, other local agricultural sectors must be sacrificed. Not only is crop production prohibited, but even animal husbandry is prohibited, as raising pigs, cattle, and sheep requires significant amounts of fresh water. As for whether banning other agricultural and animal husbandry activities will deprive local farmers of their livelihoods, there's no need to worry. Local farmers are currently being recruited to work on farms or in the urban service sector. In the future, Minxin County will develop a series of high-tech industries centered around Xianxi soybeans. These include soybean silk fabrics, high-strength modified soybean silk fiber materials, composite materials, soybean oil refining, biodiesel extraction, high-strength ultra-lightweight component production, and airship manufacturing. These industries are estimated to require over 100,000 workers, ensuring their domestic water supply, as well as industrial water supply for the high-tech industrial park. A dedicated desert isolation zone, over 10 kilometers wide, has been established near the Xianxi soybean cultivation area. The perimeter of this isolation zone is planned to be equipped with 3 layers of barbed wire, along with outposts, fire stations, drone shielding towers, and an independent surveillance network. These facilities are currently under intensive construction. The crushing plant and soybean meal processing plant are all located within this isolation zone. After all, the value of Xianxi soybeans is incredibly high, far exceeding that of Cinda soybeans. It's imperative to delay foreign access to them as much as possible. As long as the initial technology and patents are controlled domestically, and the industrial layout is complete, even if foreign countries eventually acquire Xianxi soybeans, they won't be able to threaten series in related industries. Currently, Minxin County has a total of 800,000 mu, approximately 1,000 acres, of Xianxi soybeans planted, which will increase to 3 million mu, approximately 1,000 acres, next year. Subsequent plantings will be adjusted based on market changes and industry needs, but the overall planting scale will not fall below 10 million mu, approximately 1,000 acres. This year, 800,000 mu of Shinsi soybeans will yield approximately 80,000 tons of bean silk fiber. After modification, this will yield approximately 120,000 tons of high-strength bean silk fiber. To promote the development of the Minchin County Bean Silk Industrial Park, Heliafeng Company borrowed 20 billion yuan in special development funds from local banks and introduced state-owned capital to strengthen the overall strength of the industry. Currently, within the Heliafeng Minchin Development Group shareholding structure, Heliafeng Company holds 51% of the group's shares and management rights, while state-owned capital holds 49% as a financial investment and participates in financial oversight. Such a massive investment has enabled the entire industrial park to spring up like mushrooms after a rain. To meet the deadline, the construction workforce for the entire industrial park has reached tens of thousands. To support the project's expedited implementation, officials temporarily added a significant number of freight trains to the Lanzhou-Zhangjiakou high-speed railway line, which just opened this year. These trains will transport steel, cement, various construction materials, and daily necessities. This has enabled the project to progress at a remarkably rapid pace. The first phase of the oil pressing plant and soybean meal processing plant has been completed, capable of processing 1 million tons of soybeans and 1 million tons of soybean meal annually. At the same time, Heliafeng Company's own investment in the airship manufacturing plant is also progressing rapidly. However, this project is not progressing rapidly, primarily because the docks for the airships are extremely large and require fully enclosed indoor docks. This is because the new airships currently being designed are extremely large. Blue Whale 1 has a maximum payload of 200 tons, a 270,000 cubic meter hydrogen balloon, a length of 275 meters, a diameter of 48 meters, and a maximum takeoff weight of 320 tons. The Blue Whale 2 has a maximum payload of 500 tons, a 670,000 cubic meter hydrogen envelope, a length of 350 meters, a diameter of 60 meters, and a maximum takeoff weight of 800 tons. The Blue Whale 3 has a maximum payload of 2,000 tons, a 2.7 million cubic meter hydrogen envelope, a length of 580 meters, a diameter of 100 meters, and a maximum takeoff weight of 3,200 tons. These are the three airships currently being designed by the Heliafeng Airship Manufacturing Plant. Due to different manufacturing processes, to ensure maximum strength of the airship frame, the frame must be woven and then modified to form a single piece, thus avoiding structural defects. Only by manufacturing the airship frame in this way can the airship's deadweight be minimized and its payload increased. Length is not a major issue. The key lies in the height and width generated by the diameter. For example, the Blue Whale 3 has a diameter of 100 meters. With the cargo racks at the bottom and the autonomous driving chamber, the height reaches approximately 105 meters. Taking into account the height and width margins in the construction area, the entire dock's width and height must reach at least 150 meters. This large-span upper dome structure places great demands on the construction difficulty and the strength of the building materials. Considering cost, Heliafeng Company has chosen not to use traditional steel structures, cables, or carbon fiber, but instead plans to employ modified soybean fiber. The lower foundation and pedestal will be constructed of reinforced concrete, while the upper walls and frame will be constructed of soybean fiber composite material, with internal and external fire retardant coatings and an outer UV-resistant coating. The design team responsible for this dock, after careful calculations, determined that the use of this new material would reduce the weight of the upper portion of the indoor airship dock by approximately 80%, and the overall construction cost of the facility by approximately 60%. The significant cost reduction stems from the 80% lighter upper structure, which reduces the weight the foundation must bear by 80%. Foundations with different load-bearing capacities inevitably have significant cost differences. The production cost of Heliafeng's modified soybean silk fiber is approximately 8,000 yuan per ton. The amount of modified soybean silk fiber added to composite materials typically ranges from 30% to 80%. The ex-factory price of Heliafeng Minchin Group's new material building components is 20,000 yuan per ton, with a gross profit of approximately 12,000 to 14,000 yuan per ton. This price is not high, compared to traditional large-span steel products that cost around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan per ton. Furthermore, the high strength of the new material allows for extremely lightweight components, facilitating transportation, loading, unloading, and installation. If traditional high-strength steel were used, even if a steel mill were willing to manufacture large-span, one-piece components, Few cranes would be able to lift them. One-piece components made with the new material are approximately 80% lighter than steel components of the same proportion, making them easily maneuverable even with a small crane. However, at this stage, the Hailifeng Machine Group's component factory is not yet completed, and the raw materials haven't been grown. Therefore, the upper portion of the airship dock can only be produced and installed after the local celestial soybean harvest in September. Meanwhile, the soybean fiber laboratory at Hailifeng's headquarters has been working overtime these days to produce a large amount of modified soybean fiber, fabric, and components using the celestial soybeans harvested in the second quarter of the experimental field. In a town in Lufeng, the company has established a temporary airship test base. Over 50 aviation engineers, airship designers, and technicians recently recruited from across the country are assembling a large airship outdoors. Jiang Miao also came here to inspect. Hailifeng Airship Company General Manager Wan Gaofeng, Technical Director Ho Xian, and Dusi Laboratory Director Yang Yuanjun were all present. This site was formerly an abandoned quarry. Standing halfway up the mountain, Jiang Miao and the others could overlook the quarry valley. Inside the valley were several large tower cranes, along with several cranes of varying sizes, used for lifting auxiliary components. Boss, the keel of Experiment 1 has been laid, and all the airbags have been installed. The customized hydrogen liquefied storage tanks and inflation and exhaust equipment are in place. Ho Xian, Technical Director of the Airship Company and designer of the Blue Whale airship, meticulously outlined the progress. Is it ready for testing now? Jiang Miao asked because Wan Gaofeng, General Manager of the Airship Company, had invited him to participate in the test flight ceremony 2 days ago. Ho Xian nodded. All right, with the frame and airbags, plus some control systems, we can start testing. The rest of the skin and electric propellers will be tested later. Jiang Miao realized. So, today we're mainly testing the payload? Yes, boss. Judging from the current situation, it'd probably take another hour or two, right? Jiang Miao estimated the situation. Yes, after all, filling the canyon with 2.7 million cubic meters of hydrogen will take some time. Jiang Miao picked up the telescope and looked at the valley about a kilometer away. Dozens of high-powered industrial fans and ducts were constantly ventilating the canyon. Ho Xian was clearly well aware of the potential of 2.7 million cubic meters of hydrogen. If it were accidentally triggered, the force would be equivalent to over 8,000 tons of TNT. Therefore, they increased ventilation to prevent hydrogen leaks from accumulating at the valley floor and reaching explosive concentrations. Numerous hydrogen concentration detectors had already been installed at the valley floor and on the airship's frame, and several staff members were closely monitoring their data. Behind this observation platform, midway up the mountain, was a blast-proof shelter constructed from a natural cave. This was also the reason for setting up the experimental base in the valley. The area was relatively sparsely populated, and Hailifeng Company had already paid for dozens of local villagers to relocate to other areas due to concerns about hydrogen explosions. Time slipped by. 2 hours had passed unnoticed. The staff member responsible for monitoring the progress of the airbag inflation reported to Ho Xian. Director Ho, inflation is complete. The hydrogen concentration in the airframe has not exceeded the set value, and is within the safe range. Excellent, continue monitoring. Ho Xian picked up the intercom. Balancing team, read this, please report back. Balancing team, read this. Balancing team, read this. Balancing team, follow the original plan and execute test plan 1. Balancing team, read this. Several members of the balancing team connected the airship's cargo cables to the containers below. A total of 50 containers were connected, each weighing 20 tons, for a total of 1,000 tons. Director Ho, balancing connections are complete. Recheck the connections. Yes. Half an hour later. Director Ho, check completed, the connections meet the requirements. Evacuate. The balancing team withdrew. Evacuation complete. Roger that. Ho Xian quickly instructed, the stabilization team will begin to release the mooring cables in an orderly manner. Roger that team, I got that. The 8 mooring cables gradually loosened, and the airship began to float upward, slowly following suit. Jiang Miao's telescope focused on the airship's undercarriage, particularly the load-bearing beams. The thousands of tons of weight seemed to bear no strain. The beams showed no noticeable deformation in the telescope's view, clearly within their limits. The detectors mounted on these beams also detected no significant deformation. The test continued. The staff continuously increased the weight of the ballast, testing whether the 2.7 million cubic meters of hydrogen gas envelope could hold a 2,000-ton payload. 3 hours later, the ballast weight finally exceeded 2,000 tons, but the configuration team continued to add more, as the weight of the ballast needed to account for the subsequent weight of the skin, autopilot cabin, electric propellers, auxiliary control equipment, and battery boxes. It wasn't until the experimental airship's total weight reached 3,250 tons that the counterweight pinned it near the ground, preventing it from ascending. However, when the airship's total weight dropped to 3,150 tons, it resumed its upward drift, apparently in line with the design critical float point of 3,200 tons. After receiving the freshly released test data, Ho Xian reported to Jiang Yao, "Boss, the maximum load capacity is basically in line with expectations. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, the airship's payload decreased by approximately 11% due to the decrease in air density. If we need to safely cross higher altitudes in the future, we may need to reduce the payload." Jiang Miao stroked his stubble and smiled as he asked, "Director Ho, do you think our company's airships could be used for canal connections?" "Canal connections?" Ho Xian was stunned for a moment, then pondered the matter. After a moment, he picked up his phone and, using the AI on it, researched the current state of inland waterway transport vessels. After reviewing the data collected by the AI on various inland transport vessels, he looked up and replied, "Boss, if we consider the Blue Whale 3's 2,000-ton near-ground payload, and its payload at 1,500 meters above sea level is 1,680 tons, it can pull a 1,000-ton inland transport vessel. Because a 1,000-ton inland transport vessel, with its own weight and fuel, has a maximum capacity of around 1,600 tons, with the average capacity being around 1,400 to 1,500 tons. Wang Gaofeng, who was also analyzing this idea, offered his own thoughts. Among the canals currently under construction in China, the watersheds of the Jiangxi-Guangdong Canal, the Jiangxi-Zhujiang Canal, and the Hunan-Guangxi Canal all have elevations around 1,000 meters. If airship cranes can be used for docking, it would be a real possibility. It's certainly something we can consider, as far as the cost is concerned. Ho Xian supplemented Wang Gaofeng with some data. As for the cost, I just checked. The toll for the 3 gorgeous ship locks on the Yangtze River is over 400 yuan for a 1,000-ton transport vessel. For a container ship, the price is even lower, generally around 350 yuan. Is that so? Wang Gaofeng knew the Blue Whale airship's payload capacity. Our energy cost is about 0.01 yuan per ton per kilometer. If we want to bypass the 3 Gorges Dam and sail 50 kilometers, the energy cost per ton is 0.5 yuan. Based on a 1,500-ton payload, the energy cost is 750 yuan. Adding depreciation and other expenses, the cost is about 1,000 yuan. It's certainly something we can consider. Ho Xian nodded slightly. That's right. Especially along the waterways between the Nanling Mountains and Wui Mountain, due to the terrain, even if a canal is built, there will be limits to how much water can be carried. While Wang Gaofeng wasn't an inland waterway transport professional, a brief analysis confirmed that these canals' limitations meant that navigation speed and efficiency were extremely low for a canal with dense locks. He continued, due to the large amount of hydrogen our large airships carry, they probably can't get close to cities. They have to serve as supplementary transportation in sparsely populated areas. The canal shuttle business you envision has real potential. Well, if a safe, low-altitude waterway can be planned near the canal, we could consider using a crane for shuttle. Wang Gaofeng added, of course, if we could design a fast-lift container cage for use on container ships, perhaps we could lift the containers directly without having to bring the ship aboard, reducing costs by about a third. Yang Yuanjun, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke up. Actually, finding the shortest, low-altitude route near the locks is the most cost-effective solution. Ho Xian shook his head. Yes. I'm just worried that the dam management won't approve of the airship getting too close. After all, if thousands of tons of cargo were to fall during the lifting process, it would be extremely destructive to the dam. Wang Gaofeng also understood that transshipment distance was crucial. If the cumulative transshipment near the locks is within 20 kilometers, then our costs will be very close to those of the locks. After listening to the discussion, Jiang Miao immediately made a decision. Then the airship company and the logistics department will form a research team to follow up on the airship connection project at the canal. Okay. Wang Gaofeng naturally had no objection. Chapter 243. Jiang Miao watched today's airship test. Before leaving, he instructed Wang Gaofeng, the head of the airship company, Gaofeng, although the safety design can prevent the hydrogen airbag from exploding, necessary safety testing must still be conducted. Understanding his boss's instructions, Wang Gaofeng nodded. I understand. However, the Lufeng airship test base is not suitable for testing. I suggest waiting until the Minqin base is completed in September and establishing a safety testing center in the desert surrounding Minqin. Okay, you decide. To ensure safety, it's estimated that more than a dozen full-size airships will need to be bombed to determine their true safety in the event of an emergency. These tests will cost several hundred million yuan. But these investments are necessary. When Jiang Miao returned, the sun had already set. On the road, the evening breeze blew gently, bringing a touch of coolness to the sweltering July. On the road from Lufeng back to the city, he occasionally saw many vehicles transporting lychee and longan wood. Since May, due to the huge success of Heliafeng's new durian technology, many local farmers have begun seeking cooperation. These longan and lychee trees are from farmers who have switched to durian cultivation. They cut down the lychee and longan trees in their old orchards and sell the wood to timber buyers. These lychee and longan trees are typically resold to charcoal factories for charcoal production, or directly to restaurants preparing roast goose and pork. Of course, Heliafeng generally does not cooperate with small farmers in durian cultivation, mainly because management is difficult. Usually, the company partners with local cooperatives, agricultural companies, and large-scale farmers. In reality, rural areas are relatively depopulated now, with many families relocating to urban areas. This facilitates consolidated management. Many farmers rent orchards and sloping land from friends and relatives who have relocated to cities, pooling their resources to meet the minimum 10 mu, approximately 10 mu, required for a contractual agreement. After all, the previous cultivation model was incredibly difficult to manage. The plots were extremely small and scattered, and even sending agricultural technicians to Haifeng and Lufeng for guidance was a waste of manpower and resources. The company's agricultural cooperation division has meticulously divided the durian-growing regions of Shanmei and Cheongju. For example, Shanmei itself is divided according to season and region: summer zone, May to September urban area, Gongping town, and Lua County. Autumn and winter zone, August to December Haifeng area, and winter and spring zone, January to May Lufeng area. These growing areas can be regulated with special chemicals to ensure regular durian flowering and fruiting, ensuring year-round durian production. It's actually fine to cut down these local lychees and longans. Jiang Miao's family used to grow lychees and longans, but they have uneven yields, and harvesting them is extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive, essentially requiring manual labor. Furthermore, Shanmei's local lychee and longan varieties lack competitiveness. For example, in good years, some varieties of lychees fetch only a few cents. In bad years, though they fetch a few yuan, the yield is low, and there may even be no harvest at all. Additionally, the rural labor force is dwindling, with the older generation no longer able to work, and the younger generation finding lychee and longan cultivation unprofitable. As a result, many local lychee and longan orchards are effectively semi-wild. The economic downturn in recent years has forced many young people to return home. Local agriculture has shifted to durian cultivation, attracting a significant number of these returning young people. Seeing these lychee and longan trees, Jiang Miao couldn't help but recall something. The Heliafeng Company's R&D department launched projects for genetically modified lychee and longan rootstocks in April of this year. Genetically modified rootstock technology can be artificially engineered to be extremely drought and cold resistant, while also possessing specialized nutrient-storing roots that support year-round flowering and fruiting for fruit trees and commercial trees. Especially in regions like Ling'an, where temperatures rarely drop below zero year-round, harvests can be achieved year-round. This technology is extremely useful. Take lychees, for example. If the flowering and fruiting periods weren't artificially adjusted through genetically modified rootstocks, domestic lychees would be concentrated in the summer each year. This seasonal fruit presents two major problems. The first is the risk of trampling on the market. Especially in bumper years, fruit farmers face price pressures from buyers, leaving them with no room for resistance. The second issue is the concentration of risk. China's main lychee-producing areas are in Lingnan, Guangxi, Fujian, and Cheongju, known as the F4 region of South China. This region is prone to typhoons, making lychees prone to typhoons during the summer, when they're on the market, causing heavy losses for fruit farmers. Genetically modified rootstock technology can address both of these issues. By spreading the flowering and fruiting seasons, the risks will also be dispersed. At the same time, the market price of lychees will be more evenly distributed, preventing significant fluctuations. This benefits both growers and consumers. Jiang Miao was not deeply involved in the development of genetically modified lychee and longan rootstocks, primarily providing technical guidance. After all, genetically modified rootstock technology has already become relatively mature within Haliafeng's R&D department. With the help of the Nuwa system and Jiang Miao's guidance, relatively mature genetically modified rootstocks can generally be achieved in 2 to 3 years. Currently, Jiang Miao's focus is on breeding new varieties, as well as genetically modified pistachio and cherry rootstocks. In addition to the rubber grass and pea beans he has been cultivating, this new variety breeding effort also includes previously researched sugarcane and cassava. He has also assigned several tasks to the genetically modified rootstock laboratory, including research on grafted kapok, genetically modified camellia rootstocks, and genetically modified citrus rootstocks, using the mature genetically modified kapok rootstock as a foundation. Some of these breeding research projects are still struggling, while others have already yielded fruitful results. For example, the sugarcane breeding project. Because Jiang Miao personally led the project, it progressed rapidly. Starting with the first generation of sugarcane varieties last year, the fourth generation has now been developed through targeted genetic screening. 3 of these sugarcane varieties are already undergoing experimental planting. These varieties are named Muja No. 1, Muja No. 2, and Muja No. 3. The name Muja is naturally well-founded. Theoretically, the maximum sugar content of sugarcane is approximately 30%. Common sugarcane varieties currently on the market, such as Yunja 081609, can reach a maximum sugar content of 19.2%. So why can't sugarcane break the 30% sugar content barrier? The reason is that excessive sugar content causes cellular dehydration. Biological organisms instinctively resist evolving sugar content exceeding 30% because it's incompatible with evolutionary trends for survival. Jiang Miao was naturally aware of this. Thus, his solution was 3-pronged: high yield, fruiting, and specialization. Through a series of cultivation processes, Jiang Miao discovered that sugarcane yield per mu had an upper limit. Even with ample water, fertilizer, light, and heat, sugarcane yields were only around 18 tons per mu, making it difficult to break this limit. The fruiting group's cultivation was equally fruitless. Even using many wild sugarcane varieties, they were unable to cultivate a variety with both high sugar content and high fruit yield per mu. In contrast, the specialized group, through a series of induced mutations, developed a unique bud mutation, which became the parental source of the wheatcane series. The wheatcane series, unlike sugarcane's traditional grass-like nature, saw its stems' lignin content soar, almost rivaling that of bamboo, another giant of the grass family. This evolutionary process has resulted in cane sugarcane stems becoming similar to bamboo, with hollow sections forming their internal structure. However, unlike bamboo, the interior of the cane sugarcane sections is not truly hollow, but rather serves as a structure for storing sugar and water. Furthermore, the diameter of the specialized cane sugarcane stems continues to grow. In the 1,500 mu, approximately 1,500 mu, experimental field, after 6 months of planting, the cane stems have generally grown to approximately 7 centimeters in diameter and are still growing. Also, the cane sugarcane root system and leaves, like bamboo, have become exceptionally developed, practically rooted in the soil, while the leaves have become smaller and more densely packed. So how is the sugarcane harvested? The answer is no. Instead, similar to collecting maple syrup in the north, a hole is drilled in the lower cane node, a stainless steel sealing joint is installed, and a pumping device is used to continuously extract the sugary solution from the cane. On average, this can be done once a month, each time for about 3 days. Currently, each acre of cane can produce approximately 600 kilograms of sugar solution, with a sugar content of approximately 24%. Currently, each acre of cane can produce 7,200 kilograms of sugar solution annually, yielding approximately 1,728 kilograms of sucrose. According to monthly yield measurements by technicians at the experimental planting base, the sugar yield per acre of cane is showing an increasing trend. Jiang Miao observed through the inspection panel that the cane stems can generally grow to a diameter of about 15 centimeters, potentially reaching an annual yield of approximately 20,000 kilograms per acre. Extracting sucrose from sugar slurry is easier than using sugarcane for pressing. It requires no decolorization or impurity filtration, and can be directly fed into the production line for concentration, producing white sugar. As long as stainless steel connections are installed up front, the sugar slurry can be pumped out regularly each month, saving a significant portion of the labor costs associated with harvesting sugarcane. According to data from the identification panel, sugarcane can maintain high yields for approximately 15 to 20 years. In the later stages, when new plantings are made, the wick can be sold. After all, the structure of sugarcane is similar to bamboo, and the stems are very thick, making them suitable for use as bamboo. Cultivating sugarcane has 3 other advantages. First, sugarcane is well suited to sloping and mountainous land. Because it doesn't need to be harvested, it can be grown using plastic hoses connected to stainless steel connectors. This utilizes the height difference between slopes and mountains, saving electricity for pumping the sugar slurry. Second, it benefits sugar mills. After all, sugarcane can be grown almost year-round in South China, eliminating the need for mills to worry about seasonal sugar making. Third, it facilitates transportation. Solid sugarcane requires manual or mechanical lifting, while liquid sugar is pumped directly using water pumps and then transported to the mills by tanker trucks. In addition, sugarcane yields significantly more white sugar per mu than sugarcane. For example, Guangxi Province, China's primary sugarcane producing region, cultivates approximately 11.3 million mu of sugarcane annually, producing between 6 and 7 million tons. If sugarcane were to be planted instead, theoretically, these 11.3 million mu could produce approximately 19 million tons of sugar in the initial stage, and approximately 54.24 million tons during peak production. Remember, in recent years, China's annual sugarcane production has been just over 8 million tons. The advantages of switching to sugarcane are enormous. It is estimated that traditional sugarcane will only be used to produce fruit, and its status as a sugar crop will likely plummet. Sugarcane has numerous benefits, but considering the risks, 1 or 2 planting areas will definitely be established in each of the F4 regions of South China to prevent typhoons or extreme weather from devastating the area. Guangxi Province will undoubtedly be the primary planting area. Although it's still in the experimental planting phase, Helyafeng Company has already established a subsidiary responsible for sugar production, Nandwa Sugar Industry. Nandwa Sugar Liquid is already being deployed in the Liezhou Peninsula and Guangxi Province, with hundreds of thousands of acres expected to be planted for testing by the end of this year. A sugar production plant is also under construction. As the fleeting roadside scenery flashed by, Jiang Miao's motorcade returned to Magong town. Having just returned, Shuya was holding her daughter and chatting with her senior brother Luo Yulin in the living room. As he slipped on his slippers, he asked Yulin, "How's it going?" Luo Yulin immediately stood up and said, "Boss, I'm here today mainly to report something." "Sit down, you're welcome." Jiang Miao sat down and took a sip of the Phoenix Dansong tea that Li Wenna had poured. Luo Yulin took a seat without further delay. He handed over a document and explained his purpose directly. The new antibiotic we began researching last year has completed the cultivation of a high-yield strain and the production process for extracting the antibiotic. The clinical trial laboratory has also completed animal testing, and we are currently applying for human trials. Putting down his teacup, Jiang Miao picked up the document and looked through it for a moment. When he saw the clinical trial report, his eyebrows suddenly raised, then he looked up and asked, "Yulin, are you familiar with the animal study in Group 3047? Boss, this is one of the reasons I'm here to report." Luo Yulin pointed to the page in the report. During the experiment, the clinical trial laboratory discovered that the drug can disrupt the tumor microenvironment, allowing the mice's immune system to re-recognize tumor cells and kill them. This can't be attributed to the new antibiotic, right? Jiang Miao asked as he read. Luo Yulin nodded and replied, "Boss, you're right. We collaborated with the clinical trial laboratory to repeat the experiment many times and ultimately discovered that it's a byproduct of the bacteria that's causing damage to a portion of the tumor microenvironment." Jiang Miao had already turned to the section Luo Yulin mentioned. This compound is a mutated protein produced by the bacteria under high temperatures. Its mechanism of action is to bind to certain cells, transforming them into foreign entities. This in turn triggers the immune system to attack these alien cells, ultimately eliminating them through the body's own immune system. However, this mutated protein does not infect all cells. In the report, Luo Yulin's team conducted a detailed study of this mutated protein and discovered that its production mechanism is highly specific and closely related to the raw materials used in the bacterial culture medium. They experimented with several different biological culture media and found that using a culture medium similar to HeLa cells could produce a mutated protein specifically designed to infect cancer cells. This customized mutated protein, when injected intravenously, quickly infects cancer cells within the body, but not normal cells. Infected cancer cells are rapidly alienated and then recognized by the immune system. Furthermore, once infected, the mutated protein interferes with the cell's self-replication, preventing their rapid proliferation. The report also mentioned that Luo Yulin's team experimented with using normal mouse cells as culture medium. The resulting mutant protein, when injected intravenously into the mice, could infect normal cells, but because it lacked the ability to replicate, it only caused severe allergic reactions. In addition, the clinical trial laboratory has conducted numerous experiments. For example, using surgically assisted methods to directly inject the protein into the tumor area could effectively utilize its properties. For some visceral tumors, surgically assisted injections can effectively and rapidly infect tumor cells. This is especially true for tumors in the brain, such as diffuse gliomas. Due to the blood-brain barrier, intravenously injected mutant proteins generally cannot penetrate the brain, rendering them ineffective in infecting the tumor, necessitating surgically assisted injections. Jiang Miao carefully examined the report on the infection and treatment effects of various tumors. Even with pancreatic cancer and diffuse glioma, which are considered terminal illnesses, the immune system kills these cancer cells within 2 to 3 weeks after infection with the mutant protein injected intravenously. The survival rate of mice used in the experiment was as high as 93%. If surgical resection is used in conjunction with the injection, the survival rate can be greatly increased. This is especially true for larger tumors, which require surgical resection for optimal treatment. With the presence of the mutant protein, there is no need to worry about cancer cells spreading throughout the body, as cancer cells that have left the tumor core are more susceptible to infection by the mutant protein. If those extra-large tumors aren't surgically removed, while the mutant protein will quickly infect the tumor's interior, the immune system's frantic attack can easily lead to severe local inflammation, even causing pus and blood to burst throughout the body. The mice that died during the experiment died because pus and blood from the tumor leaked into their internal organs, causing severe shock and infection. Jiang Miao put down the documents and instructed, "This discovery is extremely valuable, Yulin. Boss, please give me your instructions. You and the clinical trial laboratory should intensify your research. Also, please complete the application for human trials as soon as possible. I will facilitate their approval." "Okay." Luo Yulin beamed. "Boss, please name this mutant protein. Since your team discovered it, you decide?" Jiang Miao didn't care about such matters. But Luo Yulin insisted, "Boss, our team all hopes you can name this mutant protein." "Is that so?" Jiang Miao pondered. "Let's call it Yulin protein. Isn't that a bad idea?" Luo Yulin waved his hand quickly. Jiang Miao said directly, "Let's just settle it. Overseas, people often use the names of inventors and discoverers, so don't hesitate." "Thank you, boss, for your guidance." Luo Yulin was thrilled and deeply grateful to Jiang Miao. Chapter 244. Unconsciously, time has arrived in July. The durian season in Shanmei is drawing to a close. The local weather in early and midsummer this year was relatively good. Although there was some rain, it didn't last for a week or two, which is beneficial for ensuring the quality of the durian. Generally speaking, to ensure the quality of the durian, if there are 2 or 3 days of heavy rain, the durian for a week after the rain can only be harvested as durian puree and byproducts, and cannot be sold as fresh fruit. If there are only 1 or 2 brief showers, a break of 1 or 2 days is sufficient. This mandatory regulation is designed to ensure the quality of the fresh fruit. Durian grown during periods of excessive rain can easily become watery and bland. Even in the durian planting areas approved by Heliafing Company, which are all mountainous and sloping, rain fruit is unavoidable if there are continuous heavy rains. When rain fruit appears, the best solution is to take it to a factory for further processing. It must never be sold as fresh fruit, as this could easily damage its reputation. This is also one of Heliafing Company's strengths. If the durian cultivation industry operates under a free-for-all model, no matter how repeatedly the government or industry associations warn, those driven by greed will still choose to sell fresh fruit. Just like the kiwi fruit in Zhouzhi County, the local Kiwi Fruit Association does repeatedly emphasize when to harvest, but there's no binding force at all, relying entirely on farmers' discretion. If someone gives in to temptation, they easily pick the fruit prematurely, causing it to die and never ripen. Only a strong management model like the one at Heliafing can prevent a loss of control. Just as Heliafing Company was steadily developing, a new round of the iron or trade war erupted. Jiang Miao had naturally seen the relevant intelligence. In the first week of July, iron ore prices had risen by nearly 13%, and prices were still rising. Flipping through the relevant reports from the Market Research Department, Jiang Miao's brows furrowed unconsciously. He saw in the report that the price of imported borax had soared from 3,400 yuan per ton at the beginning of the year to around 4,800 yuan. This rising price trend made Jiang Miao frown. Currently, boric acid and glycerin are the core consumable auxiliary materials for modified soybean threads. Each ton of modified soybean threads requires approximately 120 to 340 kilograms of high-concentration boric acid, depending on the product specifications. If tens of millions of tons of modified soybean threads were to be produced annually in the future, millions of tons of high-concentration boric acid would be consumed annually. Currently, China can only produce 400,000 tons of borax annually and imports approximately 300,000 tons from Rio Tinto in the Ottoman Empire and Gale. Using current technology, each ton of borax can produce an average of 0.6 tons of boric acid. Taking into account raw material and price costs, each ton of boric acid costs approximately 9,000 yuan. Several million tons of boric acid would require large-scale imports of borax, at least several million tons, which would undoubtedly rapidly drive up the international market price of borax. Jiang Miao looked at the Market Research Department's report on domestic boron ore, and his expression darkened even more. China's boron ore reserves are only 35 million tons, of which only 20% to 40% is recoverable. Even including some hidden mining areas, it still cannot sustain the annual consumption of several million tons. Without imports, it's impossible to expand the production capacity of modified soybean silk. Imports would rapidly drive up the international price of borax. Jiang Miao tapped his fingers lightly on his desk, lost in thought as he read the reports. Since this resource war, the domestic lithium battery industry, thanks to the emergence of sponge batteries, has enjoyed very smooth lithium ore imports. Foreign investors have shown little interest in disrupting this sector. Clearly, Western investors understand that lithium batteries are no longer crucial, and even if they do, they only be targeting themselves. After all, foreign investors are only now adopting lithium batteries, while many domestic power and energy storage batteries are already undergoing upgrades and preparing to fully switch to sponge batteries. Thus, Western investors haven't targeted lithium mines. However, they have set their sights on copper and bauxite. The fundamental reason for this is that China's current electric power technology and electric transportation are booming, requiring vast quantities of copper and bauxite. For example, in African copper mines, even in areas where copper development is unfeasible, Western investors have mobilized various forces to disrupt transportation routes, preventing the smooth export of mined copper. After all, several major copper-producing countries in Africa are landlocked. Any refusal by coastal regions to allow access, instability, or disruption of transportation routes could make transporting the minerals difficult. Domestic companies have been forced to use transport aircraft to partially replace the transportation of copper ingots, alleviating the problem of insufficient land transportation capacity. As for the bauxite-producing region, unrest has persisted in recent months, essentially halting both mining and transportation. Australian bauxite prices are taking advantage of this opportunity. After observing these developments, Jiang Miao increasingly felt that relying on imports was unacceptable for the supply of boric acid. For example, domestic borax imports are currently concentrated in two core suppliers, the Ottoman Empire and the Gale Kingdom. This relatively single supply channel is too fragile. He closed his eyes and rested, a variety of information flowing through his mind. This information was all from what he had previously browsed or collected through the identification panel. The borax supply problem. When imports were no longer an option and domestic borax production capacity was insufficient, the best solution was to directly eliminate the source of the problem and simply not use boric acid. Jiang Miao quickly found two alternatives to boric acid in his mental database. One was silicic acid. The other was phosphoric acid. Like boric acid, silicic acid is a weak acid, and its central atom is in its highest valence state. The silicon atom in silicic acid and the boron atom in boric acid both form tetrahedral structures with oxygen atoms. Silicic acid can form polyacids similar to boric acid, such as metasilicic acid and polysilicic acid. They all undergo partial ionization in aqueous solution, but the degree of ionization is relatively low. Phosphoric acid has similar properties to boric acid. It is also a ternary weak acid and undergoes stepwise ionization in aqueous solution. Under certain conditions, phosphoric acid can also form various acid salts, such as dihydrogen phosphate and hydrogen phosphate. Boric acid can also form similar acid salts. Both react with certain metal ions to form insoluble salts. For example, boric acid reacts with magnesium ions to form magnesium borate precipitates, and phosphoric acid reacts with calcium ions to form calcium phosphate precipitates. Jiang Miao believes that both silicic acid and phosphoric acid can effectively solve supply problems. Silicic acid raw materials are widely found in soil and rocks. As for phosphoric acid, thanks to Haliafeng's advanced technology, United Mining has established a phosphate mining base in the northern part of Zelamu City, in the southern desert. Using biomining technology, they can produce approximately 80,000 tons of phosphate annually at low cost. Large-scale mining isn't difficult. With official support, phosphate production capacity could reach millions of tons in less than a year, and tens of millions of tons annually within 10 years. Thus, whether it's silicic acid or phosphoric acid, foreign countries have no way of interfering with domestic production. Considering that large-scale production of modified soybean threads will begin in September, even though only about 1 million mu of silk soybeans will be produced in September, only about 120,000 tons of soybean threads can be produced, requiring approximately 20,000 tons of boric acid. This would account for approximately 4.7% of China's annual borax consumption. This is just the beginning. Western capital is certainly not blind. Once they realize the sharp increase in domestic borax consumption, coupled with the strategic importance of modified soybean threads, they will certainly not allow China to easily develop the soybean thread industry. And the Ottomans are more cunning than huskies. If they can extort a large sum of money, they will definitely cooperate with Western capital. After much deliberation, Jiang Miao decided that he had to take action himself. After arranging other tasks, he went to the fiber lab at headquarters and began researching how to use silicic acid, phosphoric acid, and even sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and hydrochloric acid to create artificial fibers similar to the boric acid-modified soybean silk. In fact, people at the Dusi lab were already researching alternative products, but progress was slow, and the resulting products were subpar. Jiang Miao first reviewed the relevant research reports from the Dusi lab. He discovered that the researchers were all imitating Ko-Hui's modification schemes, without much originality. Although some properties of silicic acid and phosphoric acid are similar to those of boric acid, there are certainly many significant differences between the two. A complete imitation of the boric acid modification scheme would be unfeasible. Using the identification panel, he could see the various changes during each reaction. In less than 3 days, Jiang Miao had identified the reaction and structural products he needed. Using diatomaceous earth, glycerin, dilute hydrochloric acid, and concentrated silicic acid as raw materials, along with bean silk, and following a specific process, diatom bean silk can be produced. Diatom bean silk has a maximum stiffness of 496 GPa, a maximum tensile strength of 2.64 GPa, a density of 1.5 to 1.9 grams per cubic centimeter, a heat resistance of 306 degrees Celsius, and an impact kinetic energy absorption rate 2.76 times that of ordinary steel. Its service life is also significantly longer than that of boron bean silk. Aside from its slightly higher weight, its other properties are superior, particularly its high temperature resistance, which has exceeded 300 degrees Celsius. The disadvantages of silicon bean silk are its slightly higher unit weight and slightly lower elasticity, but it can already replace a large portion of boron bean silk. In his research on silicon bean silk, Jiang Miao also discovered several unique silicon bean silk fibers. Silicon bean silk number 1 is a boron bean silk alternative. There are 3 other types: silicon bean silk number 2, silicon bean silk number 3, and silicon bean silk number 4. Silicon bean silk number 2 is also called hollow diatom tube or mercury silica tube because the bean silk component inside it has been completely removed through high temperature treatment. The hollow diatom tube, which has been stripped of its bean silk component, is actually a type of silicon nanotube. Its function isn't inherent in strength or stiffness, because after removing the bean silk protein, its strength and stiffness are comparable to those of ordinary glass fiber. The reason Jiang Miao assigned this material a special designation is primarily because, when the hollow diatom tubes are filled with mercury, as long as the mercury is in liquid form, they can achieve superconductivity. In other words, a hollow diatom tube with liquid mercury is a room temperature superconductor. After all, mercury's melting point is minus 38.87 degrees Celsius, and its boiling point is 356.6 degrees Celsius. Within this range, mercury is liquid. Although mercury is highly toxic, its safety can be guaranteed as long as it is properly sealed. Outweighing the slight risk of toxicity, its room temperature superconductivity is its true value. Jiang Miao never imagined that he would complete the development of a room temperature superconductor under such a fortuitous set of circumstances. He had decided to remove the protein from the silicon bean silk to test its high temperature resistance. After decomposing the protein at high temperatures, he discovered during testing that the new material exhibited unusual conductivity, prompting him to conduct in-depth research. Silicon bean silk number 3 is similar to silicon bean silk number 2, but its hollow core is made by extruding graphite powder and then sintering it at high temperature. For this reason, Silicon bean silk number 3 is also called graphite diatom tube or silicon carbide tube. Its unique characteristics include high temperature resistance, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures of 2,854 degrees Celsius, and exceptional hardness, almost comparable to diamond. It can also be used as a semiconductor material. Of course, if that were the only goal, ordinary silicon carbide would also do the job. The reason silicon carbide tubes are given this designation is that this new material possesses properties similar to carbon nanotubes, high strength, reaching a stiffness of 885 GPa. Furthermore, its production is simpler than carbon nanotubes, allowing for the easy production of tens of meters in length. Furthermore, it possesses high temperature resistance, a property not found in carbon nanotubes. As for silicon bean silk number 4, it is also a new material derived from hollow diatom tubes. Number 4 uses a chemical deposition technique to form a dense layer of silver on its surface, hence the name silver-coated silicon tube. When electricity is applied to the silver-coated hollow diatom tubes, a microelectric field is generated within the tubes. Any metal particles drawn into these tubes are accelerated by the Lorentz force. Because the nanometer-sized hollow tubes are vacuum-filled, the electromagnetically accelerated metal particles quickly reach extremely high speeds. What could this thing be used for? A miniature electromagnetic cannon? Jiang Miao was still pondering, but he felt this material might have some potential. After all, in his lab, he had used the smallest diameter artificial spider silk as raw material to create hollow tubes with pores, just 18 nanometers in diameter. This thing can generally only pass metal ions, or single particles. It can be used to eject metal particles through electromagnetic acceleration, or to forcibly absorb particles from the surface of a semiconductor. Jiang Miao didn't know how to use it for a moment, but he still recorded the material's properties and manufacturing process. In fact, diatom bean silk number 1 was the main purpose of his research this time. By the time he completed this series of research, it was already September. He secretly traveled once again to the Minchin base in the northwest. This time, besides arranging technical updates, he also casually inspected the northwest region, as this was Jiang Miao's first time there. Meanwhile, the airship company had also built a test site covering over 50 square kilometers in the desert surrounding Minchin County. Boom! Thousands of cubic meters of hydrogen balloons exploded within the enclosed test area, sending up clouds of yellow sand. In his underground bunker, Wan Gaofeng, the general manager of the airship company, lowered his binoculars and said, "Baomu, you monitor the tests for the next few days. I need to go to the Minchin base to run some errands." Chen Baomu, the head of the test base, nodded and said, "Okay." As for Wan Gaofeng's business, Chen Baomu was very tactful and didn't ask casually. Before taking charge of the test base, he had received professional confidentiality training. Heliafeng Company, unlike ordinary private enterprises, involves a large number of confidential and sensitive technologies. Therefore, many employees who may come into contact with sensitive and confidential technologies undergo comprehensive confidentiality training. Wan Gaofeng continued, "Baomu, please compile the recent explosion test report and print a copy for me by this afternoon." "No problem." That afternoon, Wan Gaofeng returned to Minchin base via a hidden road in an off-road vehicle. Upon arrival at Minchin, he headed straight to the airship factory. Of the 10 airship docks, the foundations and supporting facilities for 4 were nearly complete, only the dome was needed. On the way back, he saw a number of Shinsi soybeans already being harvested. He then arrived at the Dusi component factory. "What? Temporarily unable to produce?" The factory manager, Ma Donghai, reluctantly explained, "Mr. Wan, it's not my fault. The boss asked us to revise the process. Some of the processes and supporting facilities are currently being renovated." "Why?" Wan Gaofeng was bewildered. Ma Donghai whispered, "I heard it's because of the trade war. The boss doesn't want to use boric acid as a raw material, worried about the security of the import channels and the price increase." Hearing this, Wan Gaofeng frowned. "But will the product made with the new process meet the standards?" "Don't worry, I looked at the product specifications. It's just a little heavier than the old model, but the strength and durability are significantly improved." "Is that so?" Wan Gaofeng suddenly thought of another question. "Donghai, give me a copy of the new product specifications. I need the dome design team to recalculate them to avoid any problems." "Okay, I send it to you on WeChat." Wan Gaofeng nodded. "Yes, I send it directly. It's just product specifications, so they don't need to be kept confidential." "Okay, wait a moment." Ma Donghai lowered his head to work on his phone. Soon, Several copies of the product specifications were sent to Wang Gaofeng's phone. Wang Gaofeng received the product specifications and quickly called the dome design team at the airship dock, asking them to analyze the new product components as soon as possible to see if they could be built according to the original plan. The people in the dome design team were almost going crazy. If Heliafeng Company hadn't paid them very quickly, they would have wanted to curse. Chapter 245. Jiang Miao and his group took the high-speed rail to Chang'an, a core city in the northwest. He didn't immediately head to Minqing County, but instead stayed in Chang'an. The Phase 3 clinical trial he had coordinated in July was approved at the end of August, and Heliafeng Hospital had also partnered with 3 public hospitals to serve as pilot hospitals for the clinical trial. One of these public hospitals was in Chang'an. Jiang Miao happened to be passing through Chang'an today, so he stopped to check out the hospital's clinical trial progress. "Hello, Professor He." Professor He, the hospital's chief neurosurgeon, also smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, Professor Jiang." After shaking hands, Jiang Miao stood at the ward door and glanced through the crack at the patients inside. "Professor He, how are the patients doing?" "They're doing fine. One patient has been treated for 20 days, and the CT scan and laboratory results are all within expectations." Professor He took the medical report from his doctoral student. "This patient has a relatively severe diffuse glioma in a very difficult location. Surgery would likely severely damage brain function. Even if surgery is performed, the tumor is growing rapidly and will soon compress the brainstem. Several people have already entered the ward." Jiang Miao glanced at the medical records, then at the patient's condition. "Professor He, are you considering cranial drainage surgery in conjunction with treatment?" Professor He nodded slightly. "Yes, Professor Jiang, your vision is sharp. Here's my thinking. After the Yulin protein infects tumor cells, the patient's immune system will launch a fierce attack, leading to widespread cell death. The tumor is already concentrated and in the brain, making it difficult to remove. Therefore, I will implant a drainage tube into the tumor. I just observed. Professor He is worried that the patient's body won't be able to withstand the side effects, so he's adopting a phased approach?" Professor He nodded again, inwardly astonished at Jiang Miao's medical expertise, secretly marveling. A reputation truly lives up to its reputation. Professor Jiang hits the nail on the head. "I approach this way because I'm worried about the side effects of the treatment. After 20 days of trial and error, we gained some understanding. Now, on average, we inject a dose of Yulin protein into the patient's cranial tumor every 5 days. This infects a small number of tumor cells, allowing the patient's immune system to kill them. The dead cells are then removed from the body through a drainage tube." "How are the allergic reactions?" "One patient had a severe allergic reaction, with a rash on their body, and required medication to treat the allergic reaction. The other 4 patients had milder reactions." Jiang Miao was well aware of allergic reactions. They were essentially impossible to eliminate. This is because Yulin protein's therapeutic mechanism is to infect tumor cells and induce the body's immune system to attack them. If Yulin protein lacks its allergenic properties, its ability to induce the immune system to attack tumor cells would be weakened, rendering it ineffective as a treatment. In other words, Yulin protein is a double-edged sword. To achieve therapeutic benefits, patients must endure an allergic reaction. If there is no allergic reaction, it means the body fails to recognize the harmfulness of Yulin protein, leading to the immune system's silence on Yulin protein and the tumor cells it infects. Professor He also knew the reason. The therapeutic mechanism of Yulin protein is bound to cause an allergic reaction, but as long as the allergic reaction is not life-threatening, the benefits outweigh the risks. Jiang Miao took the medical record, examined it for a moment, and whispered, "Professor He, do you understand the cause of this patient's condition?" "I'm not sure." "What has Professor Jiang discovered?" Professor He didn't dare ignore Jiang Miao's opinion. "Where are his family members?" Hearing Jiang Miao's words, the doctoral intern nearby quickly called over the patient's family member standing on the other side of the bed. "Mr. Li, this is Professor Jiang, the CEO of a new drug development company. He would like to know about your situation. You must answer truthfully." A middle-aged man with wrinkled face approached and said nervously, "Hello, Professor Jiang, I am the patient's father. Ask any questions you have. I will answer truthfully." Jiang Miao glanced at the middle-aged man and frowned. Seeing this, the middle-aged man grew even more nervous. "Have you renovated your house in the past few years? Or moved into a new one?" "Huh? The middle-aged man paused, then answered truthfully, "Yes, we renovated our house 2 years ago." "Do you use a lot of cheap synthetic wood in your home?" "Well," the middle-aged man thought for a moment, his face suddenly pale. A lot. Jiang Miao shook his head. When you get home, throw away all the synthetic wood furniture in your house. Either replace it with plastic or iron. I estimate the formaldehyde and other harmful gases in your home are seriously exceeding the standard. Don't be reluctant to throw them away. Some cheap synthetic wood can continue to release formaldehyde and harmful gases for over a decade. Okay, Professor Jiang. The middle-aged man's head was pounding like crazy, his face pale, clearly frightened. Jiang Miao knew full well that many people who renovate have no experience, or they're looking for a bargain and buy cheap materials. Although many synthetic wood products on the market are labeled as meeting formaldehyde emission standards, manufacturers will never tell you that individual products do meet the standards. However, once you use a large number of cheap synthetic wood products in your home, the formaldehyde and harmful gases released by a large number of compliant synthetic wood products will accumulate indoors, leading to serious formaldehyde and harmful gas emissions exceeding the standard. To make matters worse, commercial housing is now a very sealed environment. Especially in winter, the interior is basically airtight. Underfloor heating, many synthetic furniture and building materials will increase the release of formaldehyde and harmful gases. To solve the problem of excessive formaldehyde and harmful gases indoors, either maintain good ventilation or abandon synthetic wood furniture and building materials, and switch to materials such as plastic, solid wood, tile, iron, and aluminum alloy. As for purchasing more expensive synthetic wood, the improvement effect is actually limited. Because many synthetic wood furniture items, individually, mostly meet standards. However, if too many synthetic wood furniture and building materials are used in the same interior space, the combined effect is bound to exceed standards. As for so-called solid wood furniture, if the unit price is too low, don't expect to buy real solid wood. After all, domestic natural wood production capacity is limited, and imported natural wood, after passing through several hands, is bound to be expensive. Families with limited financial resources are likely to end up with synthetic wood that's masquerading as solid wood. Rather than taking a chance, it's better to face reality and buy iron and plastic furniture, which are actually safer and offer a better value. Accompanied by Professor He, Jiang Miao visited the other patients participating in the trial. These patients all had diffuse gliomas. Not only do the patients participating in the clinical trial have their medical expenses covered by the Haliafeng company, but they also receive an additional 10,000 yuan per month in special subsidies. In reality, these patients and their families are desperate, so they're taking this desperate measure. After all, diffuse gliomas are extremely prone to recurrence and often become entangled in the brain, making them difficult to completely remove surgically. Often, after one surgery, they relapse again a few years later. With luck, patients can survive for more than a decade after a single surgery, and some even survive for over 20 years. But with less luck, relapses can occur within 2 or 3 years. Every surgery is a huge risk for patients with diffuse gliomas, as diffuse gliomas are inextricably linked to the brain. Accidentally cutting into neural structures and brain tissue could lead to various functional impairments. For example, after surgery, patients may experience hearing loss, loss of smell, or loss of sight, or paralysis and loss of coordination, or even complete vegetative state. Uline protein treatment is a relatively safe option. It doesn't require direct surgical removal of the tumor within the cranial cavity. Instead, it relies on the body's immune system to eliminate tumor cells, sparing normal cells. The only significant complication is that the uline protein treatment process must be conducted entirely in the hospital. After all, uline protein can cause allergic reactions in patients. Without constant monitoring in the hospital, a severe allergic reaction could potentially result in the patient's death. In addition, tumor cells are killed within the body. If too many are eliminated in a short period of time, pus and blood can accumulate, triggering a severe inflammatory reaction. This necessitates adjunctive treatments such as drainage or resection. For example, Professor He's treatment plan involves surgically implanting a drainage tube, combined with uline protein therapy. After visiting the 5 cancer patients participating in the clinical trial, Jiang Miao, at the invitation of the hospital's director, held a small academic symposium at the same hospital. Given that everyone was short on time, Jiang Miao didn't ask them to schedule a special time. Instead, they ate together and participated in the symposium during lunch. Professor Jiang, please bear with me for the simple food, said Director Zhu Guiji with a smile. Jiang Miao shook his head. I eat ordinary meals at home too. After finishing half his meal, Jiang Miao got straight to the point. Don't take it too seriously, let's just treat it as a conversation between friends. I just throw out some ideas. As you may know, I work in seed breeding, so I have some knowledge of genetic technology. There are many cutting-edge ideas for cancer treatment and understanding the tumor microenvironment. The discovery of uline protein was actually an unexpected result. Jiang Miao briefly explained the origin of uline protein and introduced the antibiotic Ancursu hydrochloride, which Heliofeng Company is currently conducting clinical trials. There are several reasons for this name. Hydrochloric acid represents the process. After this antibiotic is produced from a bacterial extract, it must be treated with hydrochloric acid to stabilize the drug and reduce some side effects. Ancursu refers to the fact that this antibiotic has the side effect of causing drowsiness in patients, and it can also target many stubborn, drug-resistant bacteria. Hello, Professor Jiang. A chief physician introduced himself and asked Jiang Miao, I recently reviewed Professor Lin's paper. She and her student, He Yue, mentioned a medical technology for treating lupus erythematosus. I'd like to know what the current development prospects are for this technology. Jiang Miao replied directly, my wife and her student's research has actually validated the technology, as the student herself is a lupus patient. Has it been put into practical use? Yes, clinical trials are currently underway at Heliofeng Hospital. A total of 50 patients have participated in the treatment, and the results are very good. All patients can now lead normal lives. As long as they take effective medication and pay attention to their diet, they generally won't experience relapses. After hearing Jiang Miao's answer, several chief physicians in related fields began to discuss quietly. The same chief physician who had asked the question earlier asked curiously, Professor Jiang, I read about this medical technology and the related papers. I'm afraid it would be very expensive to develop a specific medication for the patient, right? The core cost in this regard is labor. Specific medications are commonly found in drugs and nutrients, primarily natural plant extracts. Our hospital has a dedicated specific medication formulation laboratory. They usually determine the specific medication's ingredients, and then simply formulate it according to those proportions. Jiang Miao paused for a moment before continuing. As for the cost, the initial genetic testing and medication preparation process will cost approximately 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, and the monthly medication costs will be around 300 to 400 yuan. After medical insurance? We're a private hospital, so there's no way we can use medical insurance for this fee. Jiang Miao shook his head. 300 to 400 yuan a month for medication, for this specially formulated, high-performance drug, isn't really that high, a pharmacist whispered. After all, a pharmacist specializing in medication preparation, along with all the equipment, represents a significant expense. Heliofeng Hospital offers such a low fee to maximize patient benefits. After all, the core ingredients in these high-performance drugs are common chemical drugs, nutrients, and plant extracts. These ingredients are relatively fixed, though the proportions vary slightly. The drug costs only a few yuan. The most significant cost is labor. Each prescription requires at least 2 specialized pharmacists, plus ingredient testing, which adds up to over 100 yuan. Taking into account equipment depreciation, loss of drug reserves, and site costs, the gross profit margin for a lupus treatment drug is only around 30% to 40%. For the pharmaceutical industry, this profit margin is relatively low. After all, this type of drug cannot be mass-produced and requires specialized personnel and specialized medicine. The fact that Heliofeng has managed to reduce costs to such a low level is a testament to the various methods employed by Heliofeng. If other pharmaceutical companies were to follow their model, the estimated monthly drug costs would be at least tens of thousands of yuan. For drug ingredient testing alone, ordinary institutions would charge a one-time fee starting at several thousand yuan. According to Heliofeng Hospital's current experience, a team of pharmacists can normally dispense medication to only 384 patients per month, at an average of 1 patient every half an hour. Based on a fee of approximately 350 yuan per person, monthly revenue is 134,400 yuan. The salaries of 2 pharmacists, plus other benefits, total approximately 30,000 yuan per month, and other costs are around 60,000 yuan. In the future, as the scope of treatment expands, the number of specialized dispensing pharmacists may be several hundred. After all, the potential number of lupus patients in China has reached millions. Even if only 1/10 of these patients seek customized medication, that's a total of 100,000 people. If each patient receives a 3-month supply of medication, at least 30,000 patients will come to purchase the medication each month, requiring a minimum of 172 pharmacists in the dispensing laboratory. Of course, Heliofeng Hospital will undoubtedly introduce fully automated dispensing equipment in the future to reduce labor costs. The doctors present all found Heliofeng Hospital's model very cumbersome. After all, the one-person, one-prescription model makes labor costs inherently difficult to control. Jiang Miao briefly explained how to identify genetic targets for lupus patients. Many doctors, especially when told that confidential technology would be used, realized that such technology would be difficult to implement on a large scale. In fact, the aforementioned one-person, one-prescription model, coupled with the need for specialized pharmacists to dispense medications, makes it difficult for many public hospitals to emulate this approach. In this case, more patients means more pharmacists, specialized testing equipment, and a larger inventory of pharmaceutical raw materials are needed. Furthermore, specialized genetic target analysis personnel are required, and adjusting drug treatment plans can take 2 to 3 months. These factors are incredibly complex. Without a large patient population, the costs of equipment, personnel, and raw materials are simply unbearable. However, if a large patient population were available, the various applications required by public hospitals would be more complex, especially those requiring additional staffing, which generally wouldn't be approved quickly. Thus, even if this treatment technology were to be widely adopted, it likely wouldn't be simply rolled out to all hospitals. Many doctors present envisioned a collaborative model in which Heliafing Hospital would provide technical and pharmaceutical services, with local hospitals providing support in the early stages. For example, blood drawing, testing, and monitoring medication intake could all be handled by local hospitals. Heliafing Hospital would only need to determine the patient's genetic targets and the specific drug formula. Once the formula is determined, it would simply mail the medication to the patient on a regular basis. The Heliafing Specialty Store app is already planning to add a dedicated drug app to customize medications for patients. As for selling this medication, it's certainly not that simple. Without special permission, patients will likely have to come to Shanmei's Heliafing Hospital to purchase it themselves. Online purchases and mail delivery are not possible. After all, it's difficult to individually apply for patents and marketing authorizations for these special effect drugs, so they can only be supplied to patients through special prescriptions in hospitals. Selling special effect drugs through apps must undergo rigorous approval procedures. And drug management is a very strict matter. Patients living farther away will have to wait for Heliafing Hospital to expand to nearby areas before they can more conveniently obtain special effect drugs. Currently, there are only 2 hospitals in Heliafing, Shanmei Heliafing Hospital and Zelamo Heliafing Hospital. Other areas may have to wait 2 to 3 years. In fact, Heliafing Company is also promoting the development of medical tourism, building several specialized sanatoriums throughout Shanmei to serve cancer and lupus patients from other areas. While Yulin protein will undoubtedly be commercially available in the future, Jiang Miao is very clear that to maximize its therapeutic effectiveness, it is best to use autologous tumor cells as a bacterial culture medium, allowing the Yulin protein to be specialized to infect specific tumor cells. General-purpose Yulin protein is only effective against most common tumor cells. Some tumor cells may be immune to general-purpose Yulin protein, necessitating a customized version. To customize Yulin protein, the patient must come to Heliafing Hospital in person, have live tumor cells extracted, and then have them cultured in the laboratory. This is a relatively suitable treatment option for less common tumor types. After all, some rare tumor types may only have a few dozen patients nationwide. Pharmaceutical companies can't afford to set up a dedicated production line just for a few dozen patients, and individual hospitals can't stockpile this type of drug. Only after a patient comes for treatment and finds the generic Yulin protein ineffective will they be recommended to Heliafing Hospital for a customized drug. In fact, even generic Yulin protein isn't stockpiled by regular hospitals. As a specialized protein, it must be stored at low temperatures, and its shelf life is only about 3 or 4 months. In the future, hospitals will likely first conduct genetic testing on patients' tumor cells to confirm the presence of corresponding gene targets. They will then purchase generic Yulin protein from Zinkangle Pharmaceuticals. If the test results do not reveal a receptor target for the generic Yulin protein, the patient will be referred to Heliafing Hospital. This is a relatively reasonable approach. After all, small batches of customized Yulin protein, produced using laboratory methods, are relatively inexpensive. The production cost per patient is approximately a few thousand yuan. Adding other expenses, the total cost of treatment for a single patient can be reduced to less than 100,000 yuan, with treatment lasting 1 to 2 months. Of course, this only applies to patients in the early and middle stages of cancer. For patients in the late stages, the cost will undoubtedly be much higher. For patients in the late stages of cancer, the challenge is not just eliminating the cancer cells, they also face organ dysfunction. For example, in the case of advanced lung cancer, Even if the cancer cells are eliminated, the patient's lung tissue will not recover. Complications such as pulmonary edema and pneumonia may develop during treatment, which will likely require a ventilator or even an artificial lung. In the late stages of organ-specific tumors, organ function is often irreversibly damaged, making treatment difficult. If possible, complete organ removal of the cancerous organ can be considered, followed by organ transplantation and concurrent anti-cancer treatment. However, rejection of allogenic organ transplants is currently a significant problem, and suitable donor organs are relatively scarce. Unless organ cloning technology is successful and cloned organs are readily available, the overall cost of treatment for patients with advanced cancer will undoubtedly be high. Jiang Miao spoke with the hospital's doctors for over an hour before taking his leave. That afternoon, the group boarded the high-speed rail again for Gansu province. Meanwhile, within the Minxin High-Tech Industrial Park, many related companies were also researching the silicon bean silk that had been piloted on a small scale yesterday. Some companies directly weave the silicon bean silk, then use silicon bean silk thread to weave it into various component shapes, then use a glue injection process to create custom parts. For example, Pancher Auto's Minxin Parts R&D Center will use silicon bean silk thread to weave the vehicle frame and body, then inject glue with a special fire-resistant epoxy resin, creating a single-piece frame. To reduce weight, the entire frame features a densely woven and hollow design. The freshly produced composite frame was immediately subjected to various impact, crush, drop, and incineration tests. While the chassis is primarily made of silicon bean yarn, to enhance overall fire resistance, researchers at the R&D Center use silicon carbide tubes mixed with fire-resistant epoxy resin as the base layer. In the test site, even if the sponge shell was completely destroyed and the batteries ignited, the flames were unable to burn through the chassis floor. The silicon carbide tubes, with their specially woven structure, have excellent thermal conductivity. Therefore, a dedicated rapid heat dissipation box has been installed in the upper rear section of the chassis, containing a component similar to air conditioner refrigerant. This rapid heat dissipation box ensures that after the combustion under the chassis, the cabin temperature is maintained within a relatively stable range. During the test, even with all the batteries burning to their maximum capacity, they could still maintain the cabin temperature below 40 degrees Celsius for approximately 15 minutes, preventing passengers from becoming overheated. Chapter 246. September 23rd. Jiang Miao and his group slowly advanced northward along the road parallel to the Shiyang River. After exiting the high-speed rail from Liangzhou City, the security convoy prepared in advance by the security department drove them towards Minxin County. The driving speed was slow, with safety as the main priority. Entering the southern edge of Minxin County, one could see golden soybean fields blending seamlessly with the surrounding desert. Entering the checkpoint in southern Minxin County, a policy of lenient entry and strict exit was implemented. All soybean-related items were strictly controlled. Not a single bean or leaf was allowed out of Minxin County. In the southern part of Minxin County, the soybean varieties grown were Xianxi No. 1 and Xianxi No. 2, both of which produce a silk protein similar to that of silkworms. Xianxi No. 3 and Xianxi No. 4, on the other hand, produce a spider silk protein similar to that of spider silk. These two varieties are primarily grown in the northern part of Minxin County, deep in the heart of the desert. This planting plan is based on the fact that silk-like proteins cannot be processed into specialized materials, making them slightly less valuable than soybean varieties that resemble spider silk proteins. Among these varieties, Xianxi No. 4 is the most valuable, as after deep processing, its fibers can reach a cross-sectional diameter of as little as 19.4 nanometers, making it the core raw material for producing ultrafine silicon nanotubes. In the laboratory, Jiang Miao uses a laser of a specific frequency to sinter diatom silk. This not only destroys the internal protein structure, but also fuses the phosphorus and carbon components of the protein with the silicon shell, creating pores of varying sizes ranging from 8 to 18 nanometers in diameter. Controlling the pore size at varying scales is a crucial process. For example, mercury silicon tubes appear to be simply mercury injected into a silicon tube, but in reality, there's more to it than meets the eye. Three crucial considerations are the pore size of the silicon nanotubes, the thickness of the silicon shell within a certain range, and the absence of residual carbon, phosphorus, and nitrogen within the tube. The pore size can be controlled by pre-treating the bean silk fibers to achieve the required diameter of the bean silk protein. For example, the inner pore diameter of the mercury silicon tube is required to be between 86 and 88 nanometers. To prevent residual nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and carbon on the inner wall, Copper plating is used to secure the diatom bean silk. Then, heating is used to separate the inner wall of the silicon shell from the bean silk protein. Mechanical force is then used to slowly extract the bean silk from the inner wall. Of course, this process isn't perfect. It's easy for the silk to break during the extraction process, leaving some strands of it trapped. Another process, vertical sublimation, involves heating the soy protein inside a silicon tube with a laser of a specific frequency, causing it to rapidly sublime into a gas that escapes from the tube. However, this method also has drawbacks. Phosphorus, potassium, and calcium easily deposit on the tube's inner wall, affecting the nanotube's conductivity. Jiang Miao devised a complementary process, silver coating these vertically sublimated silicon tubes to transform them into electromagnetic tubes. Then, by adding a large amount of nanoiron powder and applying electromagnetic acceleration, the nanoiron powder rubs against the tube's inner wall, grinding away any remaining deposits. Finally, the nanoiron powder and the outer silver coating are removed, resulting in a remarkably pure silicon nanotube. Such a complex process, destined for use in superconducting mercury silicon nanotubes, would inevitably lead to higher costs. Passing through several checkpoints, the convoy finally arrived in Minchin County. Surrounded by a ring of soybean farms, Minchin County experienced 7 or 8 layers of reduced wind and sand. As for the potential dryness caused by the silk soybeans, this had little impact on Minchin, as the area is already very dry. After exiting the car, Jiang Miao felt the dryness of the air. Don't miss it if you're passing by. Static-free silk clothes. A loudspeaker at a roadside clothing store blared various promotional announcements. Jiang Miao approached. The shop owner, with her sharp eyes, saw Jiang Miao surrounded by a crowd and knew he was a prominent figure. She greeted him with a smile. "Welcome, sir. Look, these are all made from Minchin silk. You're really quick. This fabric has only been produced for less than 2 weeks, and you're already making clothes?" Jiang Miao joked, touching several sets of clothing. The proprietress smiled and said, "My son is a supervisor at a fabric factory. He funded me to open a clothing store. He said this fabric is very good, almost as good as natural silk." Jiang Miao didn't comment on the fact that the manager's relatives and friends opened a shop. He smiled and asked, "From your accent, the proprietress, you're from southern Jiangsu, right?" "Yes. My husband and I are both from southern Jiangsu. We just came to Minchin to open a shop last month, and my daughter runs an online store," the proprietress answered truthfully. "Isn't the climate in the northwest difficult to adapt to?" The proprietress nodded. "It's very dry here. My husband and I stay indoors. Turning on a humidifier makes it more comfortable." Jiang Miao tried on several outfits. "They're very comfortable. Wrap them all up." "No problem, sir." The proprietress beamed, and she skillfully packed the clothes. Jiang Miao took the opportunity to check out the price tags. They weren't very expensive. For example, long-sleeve shirts were around 120 to 150 yuan. Underwear, pajamas, and the like were similarly priced, ranging from 50 to 300 yuan. This price was on the low side. This was actually due to the cost of the bean silk fabric. Natural silk costs 200,000 to 300,000 yuan per ton. The raw material cost of artificial silk produced from bean silk is 6,000 yuan per ton. On average, 2.4 tons of soybeans are used to produce 1 ton of artificial silk. Including processing costs, the factory cost per ton of artificial silk is about 6,500 yuan. After adding in the profit margin, the factory price per ton of artificial silk is 13,000 yuan. However, the industrial chain at the Minchin High-Tech Industrial Park operates directly from soybeans to fabric. Therefore, after factoring in the costs of further processing, the average cost per ton of artificial silk is approximately 16,500 yuan. Silk fabrics come in many different types, depending on the craftsmanship and specifications, and each type has a different unit weight. Georgette, light, transparent, and slightly wrinkled, it generally weighs between 60 and 100 grams per square meter. Crepe de chine. It has a finely wrinkled surface and a soft feel, typically weighing between 80 and 120 grams per square meter. Plain crepe satin. It has a soft sheen and a smooth feel, typically weighing between 120 and 160 grams per square meter. Heavy crepe. Thicker than double crepe, generally weighing between 160 and 250 grams per square meter. Imitation tussa silk. Features a unique style and a slightly stiffer feel, typically weighing between 180 and 300 grams per square meter. Sangbo satin. The fabric is heavier, weighing between 250 and 400 grams per square meter. These different types of silk fabrics demonstrate the very low cost of artificial silk made from soybean silk. For Georgette-type silk, 1 ton of soybean silk can produce approximately 14,000 square meters of fabric, at an average cost of 1.17 yuan per square meter. The factory wholesale price, generally calculated by kilogram, is around 100 yuan per kilogram, which translates to 100,000 yuan per ton of fabric. This price is already very cheap. The reason for not referring to the price of natural silk is that soybean silk production capacity will continue to increase in the future, making reference to natural silk meaningless. If production capacity is only a few 100,000 tons, one could consider referencing the market price of natural silk. However, the problem is that domestic soybean silk production capacity will reach millions, or even tens of millions, of tons in the future. In this case, how can one refer to natural silk? If prices are still based on natural silk, then these artificial silks will likely just rot in warehouses. After all, the average market price of natural silk fabric is around 500 to 1,000 yuan per kilogram, meaning that real silk clothing is quite expensive. The high price of the product will inevitably lead to a smaller consumer base, and overall consumption will inevitably be low. The high price will prevent soybean silk from expanding sales. The production capacity of soybean silk is bound to be substantial. To maintain its soybean imports from South America, China must consume its excess soybean production capacity. Although only approximately 24 million mu of soybean fields have been opened in the northwest this year, the actual scale of soybean cultivation in China is 86 million mu. Yes, 86 million mu. This is because soybean cultivation has largely replaced conventional soybeans in the Northeast Plain, the Huanghuai Plain, and the Guangdong Plain. This year, in the Northeast, in particular, the intercropping of soybeans with corn has extended the soybean growing cycle by about a month and a half, but has also significantly increased overall returns. The yield of soybeans per mu in the Northeast is consistently over 310 kilograms. Combined with the corn harvest, nitrogen fertilizer costs have decreased by nearly 30%. Although this only increases income by approximately 500 yuan per mu, for large-scale farmers with hundreds of mu of plantings, this translates to an increase of nearly 50,000 yuan per 100 mu. Currently, the 86 million mu, approximately 1.5 million hectares, of soybean fields alone can produce approximately 26 million tons of soybeans in the autumn. Having tasted success, many large grain growers in northeast China are already planning to expand their plantings next year. It's possible that the entire northeast's corn fields will be transformed into a mixed soybean and corn crop. The total corn planting area in northeast China has reached approximately 225 million mu, approximately 1.5 million hectares. If all corn is mixed with soybeans, even if only one soybean crop is harvested, the annual production capacity can still reach approximately 69.75 million tons. Adding the Huanghuai Plain, the Guangdong Plain, the Lus Plateau, and other regions, it is estimated that within a few years, China's soybean production capacity will be increased to 200 to 300 million tons. If soybean uses aren't expanded quickly at this point, the soybean market price is likely to plummet again. After all, planting Senza soybeans won't significantly impact the cultivation of other crops, and they can quickly accumulate organic matter in farmland. Even if the price plummets to a few cents per pound, farmers will be willing to plant them. Of course, a drop to a few cents per pound is unlikely. This brings us to another issue, oil prices. No matter how large soybean oil production capacity is, its value won't drop too low. This is because soybean oil can be refined into biodiesel and aviation fuel. This means that as long as fuel prices don't fall to a few cents per pound, soybean oil has a guaranteed floor. This situation also led domestically to choose the high oil Senza No. 2 variety when promoting varieties. It has an oil content of approximately 29% and a crude protein content of around 40%. Each ton of Senza No. 2 can produce 290 kilograms of soybean oil. If the raw material is very pure, 290 kilograms of soybean oil can be refined into approximately 280 kilograms of biodiesel. Domestic biodiesel prices are quoted at 7,000 yuan per ton, or approximately 1,960 yuan, for 280 kilograms. Therefore, the current farm gate price for the high oil yield Xiando No. 2 remains around 2.4 to 2.5 yuan per kilogram. Since last year, the three oil giants have established several biodiesel, bioaviation fuel, and bioship fuel production bases. A number of private enterprises have also entered this market. Currently, Joyou New Energy, the first domestic company to develop and commercialize biodiesel production technology from waste oils, has become the largest domestic biodiesel producer and exporter using Shindo soybeans, with an annual production capacity of 1 million tons. Following closely behind is Jia Environmental Protection, which has a biodiesel production capacity of 850,000 tons. Hainan Energy Technology has also achieved a biodiesel production capacity of 700,000 tons. The 500,000-ton biodiesel production base of the Emonan branch of Haliafeng Company will also be operational in October this year. These companies began upgrading their production lines last year to better adapt to the soybean oil biodiesel production process. Currently, the raw material cost of Shindo No. 2 is approximately 2,450 yuan per ton. 1 ton of soybeans yields 290 kilograms of soybean oil and 710 kilograms of soybean meal. The recent price of soybean meal is around 2,100 yuan per ton. 710 kilograms of soybean meal can be sold for 1,491 yuan. 2,450 minus 1,491 is equal to 959, which is the raw material cost of 290 kilograms of soybean oil, an average of 3.3 yuan per kilogram. The current production cost of edible soybean oil is approximately 3,800 yuan per ton. If soybeans are directly refined into biodiesel, the cost of industrial soybean oil is 3,600 yuan per ton, as deodorization and edible quality considerations are not required. After refining into biodiesel, the cost is approximately 4,000 yuan per ton. Although biodiesel production capacity is currently limited and has not yet impacted domestic fuel prices, nearly all domestic fuel industry practitioners are aware that biodiesel will soon impact domestic fuel prices. Add to this the annual growth in the electric vehicle market, and conventional fuel prices are undoubtedly bound to fall in the future. Even after accounting for taxes and other costs, the expectation that fuel prices will fall to 6,000 yuan per ton has become a consensus among all fuel industry practitioners. Although Cinza soybeans currently command a purchase price of 2,450 yuan per ton, this price will undoubtedly continue to decline until a new supply-demand equilibrium is reached between price and market conditions. Of course, the current price of Cinza soybeans can remain stable for a while, primarily because many crushing companies purchase domestic soybean oil and then sell the resulting imported genetically modified soybean oil to biodiesel refiners. Why is this oil swap occurring? The reason is that Cinza soybeans offer superior quality and are non-GMO, making them more popular with consumers. The current market price of imported genetically modified soybean oil is only 3,100 yuan per ton, 200 yuan cheaper than Cinza soybean oil. For biodiesel refiners, the cheaper the better. The biodiesel industry provides a bottom line, ensuring that Cinza soybean prices are unlikely to fall below 2 yuan per kilogram. However, the vast production capacity of soybean meal, or soy protein, has become a major concern for China. Currently, soybean meal is still the primary use for animal feed, followed by food processing as a raw material. Organic fertilizer production ranks third, and sponge battery consumption is fourth. Therefore, soybean meal production capacity will undoubtedly exceed demand in the future. Although sponge batteries will consume a significant amount of soybean meal in their later stages, maintaining regular sponge battery replacement will undoubtedly require a significant amount of soybean meal. Currently, each cubic meter of sponge battery cell consumes approximately 0.32 tons of soybean meal. Assuming an annual replacement rate of 50 million cubic meters of sponge cells, this could require an annual consumption of 10 to 20 million tons of soybean meal. This consumption represents only about 1/10 of the 100 to 200 million tons of soybean meal production capacity, still not a significant proportion. However, Xianxi soybeans are a classified crop and are not suitable for large-scale promotion in densely populated areas, especially for private enterprises and individual businesses, who are unlikely to obtain franchise cultivation licenses. In the future, Xianxi soybeans will only be cultivated in designated, independent areas in Gansu province, Western Mongolia, and the western regions. Of course, Jiangmiao isn't overly concerned about future soybean meal overcapacity. The reason lies in another technology possessed by Haliafeng Company, microbial fuel cell technology. Currently, many companies are seeking partnerships with Haliafeng Company to build biofuel bases. Such biofuel bases can utilize soybean meal as a raw material for microbial fuel cells, generating electricity. The waste residue can be fermented to produce methane, and the remaining residue can be used as organic fertilizer. According to the latest technology, using high-content soybean meal with inulin and straw powder as raw materials, each ton of soybean meal, combined with 0.48 tons of inulin and 1.4 tons of straw powder, can generate 2,436 kilowatt-hours of electricity, 968 cubic meters of biogas, and 3.5 tons of high-nitrogen organic fertilizer. The combined value of these outputs is approximately 5,000 yuan, especially the high-nitrogen organic fertilizer, which can be exported internationally. After all, high-quality, high-nitrogen organic fertilizer can fetch over 1,000 yuan per ton. In foreign countries where genus soybeans cannot be grown, replenishing soil nitrogen requires either chemical fertilizers or organic fertilizers. As long as the combined output value can reach 5,000 yuan, the profit can reach approximately 1,000 yuan. In the future, domestic soybean meal and inulin production capacity will continue to grow, and prices will continue to fall. At that time, this combined production model of power generation, biogas, and organic fertilizer will become valuable. This means that the global feed, biodiesel, organic fertilizer, soap, and plant protein industries will be completely controlled by China. There's no way around it. Unless foreign countries completely close themselves off, as long as international trade exists, they won't be able to resist Serbia's cheap feed, cheap plant protein, and cheap organic fertilizer. Sometimes, the more concentrated an industry is, the lower the production costs, and the more comprehensive the supply chain, the less likely it is for outsiders to surpass it. Since last year, Serbia's share of global feed production has increased significantly. For example, in the first 3 quarters of this year, domestic animal protein feed accounted for 86% of global imports. China's domestic production capacity of Egyptian catfish fishmeal was 4.87 million tons last year, and in the first 3 quarters of this year, it reached 6.42 million tons, with an estimated annual capacity approaching 8.5 million tons. Even if other regions don't want to import, they can't withstand the extreme weather conditions of recent years, and have been forced to grit their teeth and purchase feed from Serbia's various feed companies. To balance the trade deficit, China has increased imports of various minerals. Even coal, lithium, tungsten, antimony, molybdenum, magnesite, graphite, and rare earths, which are abundant domestic resources, have been imported on a large scale this year. Other minerals currently in short supply, such as iron ore, copper, bauxite, natural gas, oil, potash, and phosphate, have also seen increased imports. Many previously operated mining areas in China have been converted to conservation operations, maintaining the mining industry while conserving domestic resource reserves. Of course, many imported resources are also used as strategic reserves. For example, Helyafing Company, which recently enjoyed ample funding, plans to import 1 million tons of borax from abroad as a strategic reserve over the next 5 years. Although some of the properties of borax bean silk are inferior to those of silica bean silk, its relatively lightweight makes it virtually irreplaceable in the airship industry, and for higher tightness, lightweight materials. As the parent company of Minshin Group, Helyafing Company needs to anticipate a surge in borax demand in the future. Taking advantage of the current low price of imported borax, it is increasing imports and stockpiling it. In the event of an emergency, the reserve can be used to cope with several years of future emergencies. As for other minerals, Helyafing Company has also recently increased imports and reserves. For example, the mercury silicon tube room temperature superconducting technology, currently highly confidential, requires mercury. As of September, Helyafing Company, using a hidden cover, sought approximately 10,000 tons of cinnabar concentrate powder with a mercury content of approximately 50%. Several companies in Spain and Italy have already accepted this order, primarily due to Helyafing's high bid and the fact that cinnabar ore is a minor mineral in the international market, resulting in a relatively small number of buyers. Faceted by economic difficulties, Spain and Italy, without further ado, began expanding production. Helyafing has no plans to publicly disclose its mercury silicon tube room temperature superconductor for the next few years. Even if it does use it, it will be kept secret. Thus, taking advantage of the recent period of inactivity, they are rushing to import more cinnabar ore for stockpiling. They are buying as much as they can from Spain and Italy, 2 major cinnabar-producing countries, and ideally, depleting their reserves. After all, global mercury resources currently total only 700,000 tons, with only 300,000 tons recoverable. Spain holds the world's largest reserves, at 90,000 tons, while Italy holds the third largest, at 69,000 tons. China holds the second largest reserves, at 84,000 tons. Considering the widespread use of room temperature superconductors, this mercury is definitely not enough. Once Helyafing's technology becomes public, the value of cinnabar ore is expected to skyrocket hundreds of times. If we don't stockpile now, we won't have the chance later. Chapter 247. After purchasing a few pieces of bean silk clothing, Jiang Miao took a car to the high-tech industrial park west of Minxin County. Upon his arrival, the crowd that greeted him at the entrance to the industrial park included, in addition to Wan Gaofeng, general manager of the airship company, Bao Wenda, general manager of the Minxin Group, Li Xueming, and Chang Xiang, deputy general managers. Boss! Long time no see. Wan Gaofeng greeted. Boss, welcome to your guidance. Bao Wenda's expression was slightly reserved. The others greeted him one by one. Jiang Miao nodded slightly to them. You all worked hard. Let's chat inside. Boss, this way please. Bao Wenda then stepped aside and led the way from the left front. The Minxin Group's office building was nothing special, consisting of 6 buildings similar to those in ordinary employee residential areas. Upon entering the office building, Bao Wenda's assistant had already made tea. Jiang Miao sat on a sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. This conference room happened to be on the top floor, and through the one-way glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see the nearby industrial park. However, the airship company's airship manufacturing base couldn't be seen from here. This was because the airship manufacturing base was 32 kilometers away from the office building and employee housing complex, and 3 large sand dunes had been specially preserved in between. The reason for placing the airship manufacturing base so far away, and the large sand dunes being specially preserved as a barrier, was that the airship manufacturing base would need to store large quantities of hydrogen in the future. It wouldn't be suitable to be too close to other factories and residential areas, thus avoiding unnecessary losses in the event of an accident. He picked up his teacup and took a sip of green tea. Jiang Miao looked at Bao Wenda and asked, Manager Bao, what is Minxin Group's current artificial silk production capacity? Bao Wenda immediately sat up straight and replied, Boss, our group's factories can currently produce 100,000 tons of rayon silk per month. However, there's a shortage of raw materials this year, so I had them control their production capacity and resume full production in June of next year. How are fabric sales? Deputy General Manager Li Xueming, a thin, middle-aged man in charge of marketing, replied cautiously, Boss, sales are going very well. We established a knitting factory in Weicheng with 3,000 employees, specializing in a wide variety of clothing styles. Because our products are affordable and high quality, they've recently been selling very well in northern China. We also benefited from the right timing and location, Bao Wenda explained. The weather in the northwest is dry during autumn and winter, and traditional chemical fiber fabrics are difficult to avoid static electricity during these times. Our rayon silk is almost identical to natural silk in all aspects, effectively preventing static electricity and making it very comfortable to wear. As for environmental protection, the Minxin Group doesn't place much emphasis on it, simply labeling it environmentally friendly material. After all, consumers prioritize value for money, and comfort over so-called environmental protection. Natural silk is also environmentally friendly, but its price puts it out of reach for ordinary consumers. Haliafeng's alpaca fabric is also environmentally friendly, but its comfort is significantly inferior to that of ordinary chemical fiber and cotton clothing. Currently, it faces difficulties in expanding the consumer market, and production can only be maintained through a strategy of small profits and high sales. Bean silk fabric stands out not only because of its environmental protection, but more importantly, its value for money and comfort. Bao Wenda continued, currently, our factory can produce approximately 33 million square meters of bean silk fabric per month. Besides consumption by our own knitting mills, the remainder is sold to other knitting mills in China. This production capacity is certainly insufficient for domestic consumption. It should be noted that in recent years, China's annual fabric production has reached nearly 28 billion square meters. This scale has actually shrunk significantly. At its peak, such as in 2018, China produced 69.8 billion square meters of fabric a year. While a large portion of this fabric is exported, domestic consumption is certainly significant. Assuming an annual per capita consumption of 5 square meters, China, with a population of 1.4 billion, can consume at least 7 billion square meters of bean silk fabric annually. Li Xueming, who is even more familiar with the domestic market, described his perspective to Jiang Miao. Boss, I believe bean silk clothing will definitely become mainstream in China in the future. While bean silk fabric is as delicate as natural silk, that's not a problem. After all, many consumers change their clothes annually, or even quarterly. Clothing made from bean silk fabric is inexpensive, so consumers won't treasure it as much, which encourages renewal and repeat purchases. Our knitting factory's standard styles, including the cheapest bean silk t-shirt, are only 48 yuan each, with a gross profit of around 25 yuan. This is a high-volume consumer product. As he spoke, Li Xuemin pulled several mass-produced t-shirts from a box. Jiang Miao felt the clothes. The quality was excellent. Although the styles were ordinary, 48 yuan for a bean silk t-shirt was a steal. This product's primary goal is to sell at a low profit margin and quickly, while also consuming production capacity and maintaining scale. Bean silk fabric, without special treatment, is not durable, and is just as durable as natural silk. Minxin Group naturally wouldn't bother producing durable bean silk fabric. There's no need. Low durability bean silk fabric can encourage repeat purchases, which helps maintain the industry's scale. If the fabric were made incredibly durable, allowing consumers to use it for over a decade, the result would be a continuous reduction in production capacity, potentially leading to bankruptcy. Cheap, low durability, yet comfortable, combined with low profit margins and high turnover, can also generate huge profits. Making 20 or 30 yuan per piece of clothing, if everyone in the country consumes 2 or 3 pieces per year, that translates to tens of billions in profit. Li Xuemin continued to discuss brands. We also developed a strategy for high value-added luxury brands. Currently, our group has 2 brands, Minxin New Silk, which focuses on the budget segment, and Xianxi, which focuses on the luxury segment. In fact, Helyafeng Company has also established a joint venture with the state-owned operating company in Cheongzhou to form the Helyafeng Cheongzhou Textile Group, which specializes in the production of alpaca fabrics. This group also operates 2 clothing brands, the budget-friendly Pure Era and the luxury Red Coral. Jiang Miao thought of the Cheongzhou Textile Group and instructed, "You can collaborate with them in the future." They also have 2 clothing brands. Bean silk and alpaca are both environmentally friendly fabrics, and clothing made from alpaca fabrics is quite popular in the hot southern regions. Jiang Miao wasn't exaggerating on this point. In the hot and humid southern regions, alpaca cotton blended fabrics are extremely popular in Cheongzhou, Lingnan, and Guangxi provinces. Alpaca fabric is particularly useful during the southerly winds of summer. Although bean silk fabric is slightly better than alpaca fabric in regulating body temperature and dissipating heat, it's not as durable in the south. High temperatures, heavy sweating, and frequent washing and changing will quickly age bean silk fabric. In contrast, alpaca fabric is more resistant to frequent washing and changing in the southern summer. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. By the way, Winda, how are you guys doing with the instructions I gave you earlier? Bao Winda was momentarily stunned, and Chang Xiang, standing beside him, reminded him, "Boss, you should be asking about the origin labeling." "Yes, that's it." Bao Winda then remembered and quickly replied, "Boss, we already labeled the product information, uniformly marking the origin as Gansu Province and the western regions, and we announced all our partner companies. Although Minxin Group hasn't established a production base in the western regions yet, it will definitely enter the southern deserts of the western regions next year to develop a planting area for Xianxi soybeans, and is currently selecting a suitable location. The main reason for labeling the origin information is that Helyafeng Company wants to annoy some international clothing brands. What's even more uncomfortable for some international clothing brands is that Minxin Group has implemented a highly hypocritical wholesale model. That is, the price of bean silk fabric produced and processed locally is a uniform 100 yuan per kilogram. If the fabric is exported abroad for further processing, the price of bean silk fabric per kilogram will be 300 to 500 yuan, which is the same as the price of natural silk fabric. Want to buy cheap fabric and make clothes in Southeast Asia? Forget it. Either accept prices equivalent to natural silk, or simply produce domestically. The dozen or so clothing brands that announced they would not use cotton from the western regions are in a state of turmoil. Helyafeng and Minxin Group are deliberately trying to antagonize them, preventing them from purchasing bean silk fabric because of the previous incident. After all, bean silk fabric is currently an exclusive product of Minxin Group, with no similar products available domestically or abroad. This is how they leverage the confidence of those international clothing brands. Even if these clothing brands don't buy it, others will. In the current fierce competition, missing out on the bean silk fabric opportunity could have serious consequences. Many domestic clothing brands are moving very quickly. Just over 20 days after the mass production of bean silk fabric began, over 200 clothing and home textile brands, large and small, came to purchase it. Amid the conversation, Li Xuemin, who is in charge of marketing, kept looking down at his phone because he had a number of executives from major brands visiting and needed to be entertained. Jiang Miao also noticed this and said with a smile, "Deputy Manager Li has been very busy lately." "Sorry, boss, We have representatives from several major companies here to discuss cooperation. Li Xuemin felt a little embarrassed. He shook his head. It's okay. Go ahead and do your work. Company matters are more important. I'm just here for a tour. Thank you for your understanding, boss. I take my leave now. President Bao, President Wan, Vice President Chang, I see you tonight. Goodbye. After Li Xuemin left, Jiang Miao didn't pay much attention. After discussing the production and sales of conventional bean silk products, he inquired about unconventional bean silk products. Balwinda, well prepared, answered fluently. Boss, the production workshop for flexible, higher tightness boron cloth is currently operating at high capacity, producing approximately 1,000 tons per month. The flexible, higher tightness boron cloth currently used by the airship company weighs 134 grams per square meter, and there are 7.46 million square meters. Jiang Miao looked at Wan Gaofeng. Gaofeng, how do you design the airbags at your airship company? Wan Gaofeng handed him a brief introduction to a recently designed airship. To facilitate production at our specialty fabric factory, we use standard specifications. We usually use cylinders and hemispheres with volumes of 10,000, 30,000, and 50,000 cubic meters. Taking the document, Jiang Miao flipped through it. While looking at it, he asked, did your design team adopt the current shape to create dynamic lift for the airship? Yes, boss. Several engineers on our design team previously worked on aircraft design. They thought it was worth a try. Our materials are strong enough, especially the recently developed silicon carbide tubes. If used as the core skeleton of an airship, their strength would be enough to give it the dynamic lift of an airplane wing. The new airship design adopts a structure similar to an airplane wing, with a pronounced curve in the upper section and a flat surface in the lower section. This design creates dynamic lift. The design team not only used supercomputer simulations, but also used small models in wind tunnels to simulate dynamic lift at varying air densities and flight speeds at altitudes from 500 to 5,000 meters. Jiang Miao flipped to the wind tunnel test report. The results were consistent with design expectations. If the flight altitude is below 500 meters above sea level, the airship can increase its payload by 16% to 23% through dynamic lift, while increasing energy consumption by approximately 5% to 11%. This represents a positive improvement. If the flight altitude is above 500 meters, but below 5,000 meters, the airship's static buoyancy decreases due to the decrease in air density, offsetting the gain in dynamic lift. However, this situation helps maintain the airship's overall payload, preventing a payload drop upon reaching high altitudes, which could prevent the airship from becoming unable to fly. This makes it easier for the airship to cross mountain ranges and operate in plateau areas. However, this design is not something other airship manufacturers can imitate. Without high-strength materials, the airship's massive structure would be disturbed by dynamic lift during flight, causing the central frame to fracture and ultimately disintegrate in midair. Only Heliafeng, with its material advantages, could design an airship in this way. After reviewing the second half of the airship company's design proposal, Jiang Miao looked at Wan Gaofeng again. Gaofeng, the design team is asking if silicon carbide tubes can be used as photovoltaic panels? Wan Gaofeng answered truthfully, yes, boss. One of the airship design engineers on the design team has previously experimented with using thin-film solar panels on the roof of an airship to improve its self-sustaining capabilities. He's familiar with the characteristics of silicon carbide and knows that photovoltaic panels currently use silicon carbide as a substrate. Therefore, he specifically asked if our company's silicon carbide tubes could be used as a photovoltaic panel material. Jiang Miao hadn't considered this application. He'd been too busy to conduct comprehensive testing and in-depth development of the material. However, he quickly searched his memory for information on silicon carbide photovoltaic panels. Currently, silicon carbide isn't typically used directly as the primary light-absorbing material in photovoltaic panels, but rather as an auxiliary material, such as in contact layers, in some photovoltaic cell structures to improve cell performance. However, considering only the theoretical efficiency of silicon carbide photovoltaic panels, it can generally reach over 20%. For applications such as gallium arsenide solar cells based on silicon carbide contact layers, reducing the amount of metal used on the front surface and increasing the surface area that transmits light can improve the photoelectric conversion efficiency, bringing gallium arsenide solar cells close to their theoretical single-junction efficiency of 27%. In photovoltaic inverters, silicon carbide power devices can increase conversion efficiency from 96% for traditional silicon-based devices to over 99%. From this information, Jiang Miao realized the enormous potential of silicon carbide tubes in photovoltaic panels. The reason lies in the production method of silicon carbide tubes. Silicon carbide tubes are produced by adding non-graphite powder to a silicon tube and then sintering it using a laser. If materials like gallium arsenide could be added to the graphite powder, their solar energy conversion efficiency might be further improved. Of course, simply adding materials like gallium arsenide won't improve the photoelectric conversion efficiency. The original photoelectric conversion efficiency is around 20%, equivalent to 200 watts per square meter, which is perfectly suitable for use on an airship. The current design of the largest Blue Whale 3 airship prototype has an upper area of approximately 100,000 square meters. If the entire system were covered in fabric woven from silicon carbide tubes, theoretically, 160,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity could be generated daily, assuming 8 hours of power generation per day. As for whether using silicon carbide tubes as the covering fabric would increase the overall weight, it actually wouldn't. Jiang Miao was so certain because he knew the original design used boron cloth as the covering material, apparently coated with a special light-blocking coating, and the overall weight of the covering reached approximately 70 tons. The diameter of a silicon carbide tube is only about 100 nanometers. Using a single layer weave, it weighs only about 246 grams per square meter. A 200,000 square meter covering would weigh approximately 50 tons. The removal of the light-blocking coating significantly reduces weight, and its exceptional strength allows for a single layer weave. Including the supporting photovoltaic components, the weight is roughly the same as the previous design. After all, silicon carbide tubes are much more heat-resistant than ordinary silicon carbide materials, requiring no light-blocking coating at all. Furthermore, their service life is 2 to 3 times longer than that of boron cloth. Jiang Miao instructed Balwinda, once the materials are produced, you should set up a photovoltaic R&D laboratory here to test the photovoltaic conversion efficiency of this ultra-thin silicon carbide tube fabric. If it can reach around 20%, there's no need to consider doping with gallium arsenide first. Just produce a batch directly for the airship company. No problem. Balwinda naturally welcomed such an offer. It was a good opportunity to diversify Minqin Group's industries. Speaking of new material production, how is the renovation of the special bean thread factory progressing? Balwinda pondered for a moment. Boss, we already renovated 2 workshops. Once the process data is in place, we expect to begin trial production after a week or 2 of debugging. Excellent. Jiang Miao was very satisfied with Minqin Group's progress. Chapter 248. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of October, a freezing cold day in Minqin County. After nearly a month of commissioning, the 2 specialty bean silk production workshops had completed their work and were now ready to produce both standard silicon bean silk yarn and silicon carbide tube yarn. At the same time, the other 2 new workshops were undergoing intensive renovations and were expected to be operational by the end of December. Over 50 relevant researchers had also arrived at the Minqin Photovoltaic Laboratory, newly established in October. Wang Yuguan, the laboratory's director who had joined from a photovoltaic company, and Sierra Weiling, a researcher recruited from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, had already received the freshly made silicon carbide tube material. As soon as they received the material, they were eager to experiment. Since the silicon carbide tubes are extremely thin, with diameters generally between 124 and 127 nanometers, the woven fine cloth was not transparent, but rather a pitch black color. After connecting the other components for the photovoltaic panel, Huang Yuguan looked up and instructed, "Turn on the testing equipment." "Okay, Director Huang. Start the simulated illumination system." "Yes." As the simulated light shone on the pitch black silicon carbide tube fabric, the equipment measuring current, voltage, and resistance began to receive various data. Chief researcher Sierra Weiling stared at the data on the instrument, quickly recording the feedback with a ballpoint pen. Half an hour later. "Dr. Xie, how's the result?" Sierra Weiling raised his head slightly. "The results are better than expected. The average photoelectric conversion efficiency is around 21.7%. "Oh!" Wang Yuguan was a bit surprised by the result. "If that's the data, then we can consider going into production directly." "Direct production is fine, Director Huang. Do you know how much this stuff costs?" Huang Yuguan had worked in the photovoltaic industry for 5 or 6 years, and was very familiar with the situation. He smiled and said, "The cost of this silicon carbide tube is very low. At least if we buy it internally, it'd be very cheap." "How much exactly?" "How much per square meter?" "The factory calculates the cost by the ton. The production cost of 1 ton is around 80,000 yuan. Sierra raised his glasses, his eyes filled with shock. 80,000 yuan per ton? He then picked up a document on his desk and flipped through the parameters. About 246 grams per square meter. 1 ton is about 4,065 square meters. Only 19.68 yuan per square meter? Holy crap! If this thing were to go on the market, traditional photovoltaic panel manufacturers would probably go bankrupt, Huang Yuan joked. Sierra didn't worry about such market issues. After all, when he worked at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he hadn't been involved in many actual industry battles. He stroked the prickly stubble on his chin. Director Huang, I heard the airship company plans to install this device on the upper part of the airship? Yes. With this level of performance, we probably don't need 100,000 square meters of photovoltaic power generation area. After all, such a large area would generate too much power. If the airship can't use that much power, it will have to abandon the power or add batteries. Huang Yuan replied as he pulled out a confidential custom tablet and found some design data from the airship company. The current largest airship, the Blue Whale 3, has a maximum power consumption of 1,150 kilowatt-hours per hour, and a maximum 24-hour power consumption of only 27,600 kilowatt-hours. Even with other power consumption for lifting cargo, compressing hydrogen, and refrigeration, the daily power consumption will not exceed 40,000 kilowatt-hours. If that's the case, 100,000 square meters of silicon carbide tube photovoltaic panels is indeed too much. Sierra picked up a ballpoint pen and calculated. Considering that it's just for supplemental use, I think 20,000 square meters will be sufficient. Huang Yuan agreed with this figure. 20,000 square meters, under ideal conditions, can generate an average of 34,700 kilowatt-hours of electricity per day, which can basically meet about 86% of the daily electricity demand. This can also reduce the battery installation scale, perhaps only requiring about half the previous batteries. Sierra smiled and shook his head. Forget it, let the airship company handle this matter. Let's study how to improve the technology. Indeed, everyone discussed how to improve the technology. After several hours of discussion, they came up with several improvement ideas, such as thickening the fabric, doping with gallium arsenide, and using a special weaving structure. At the same time, 2 other teams were conducting various tests on the silicon carbide tube photovoltaic panels. This includes service life assessment, age-related degradation rate, and usage and service life assessments in environments with high UV rays, strong sandstorms, high salinity, high temperatures, low temperatures, and vacuum radiation. At this moment, the dome structure of the airship dock also entered the installation phase. The first phase was the installation of the frame. The one-piece, ultralight arch bridge structure was easily lifted by the crane. Slowed down. The construction safety officer watched intently. Suddenly, a strong northwest wind blew in, carrying sand with it. The very light arch bridge frame was shaken continuously by the wind. The workers pulling and guiding the rope quickly secured the traction rope to the pre-prepared counterweights to prevent the frame from shaking. After a while, the wind died down. The construction commander quickly picked up his intercom and said, "Hurry up, get moving." As the hollowed-out mortise and tenon joints at the base of the frame slowly slotted into the high-strength steel columns reserved for the foundation, several workers worked tirelessly to lift the massive nuts and install them on the arm-thick screws. After installation, another group of workers used high-pressure air guns to blast away dust from the nuts, screws, and steel columns. They then quickly sprayed on a quick-drying protective paint and then covered them with a protective layer of engineering plastic. This dock was the smallest, measuring 300 meters long, 100 meters wide, and 100 meters high. From the ground, it appeared hemispherical from the front, but from the side, it resembled a half-buried cylinder. Due to design revisions, the domes of these docks, previously devoid of photovoltaic panels, will now be fitted with new photovoltaic panels to enhance the base's energy self-sufficiency. Just as the airship factory construction was in full swing, the 511 laboratory at the Minchin R&D Center, responsible for researching new materials applications, had also discovered a highly valuable application. The laboratory primarily studies the deep-dive applications of silicon carbide tubes. Chief researcher Zhang Shuli gazed at the experimental equipment before him, his face lit up with excitement. As the equipment's negative pressure system activated, a steady stream of pure water was pumped up from the wastewater tank at the bottom. In less than 20 minutes, approximately 90% of a cubic meter of wastewater had been removed. Zhang Shuli picked up the sampler, collected 20 samples, and sent them to the R&D Center's testing laboratory for a comprehensive compositional analysis. While waiting for the test report, they continued their experiments over a dozen times, using local municipal sewage, saltwater from a nearby salt lake, and chemically contaminated water prepared in-house by the laboratory. After receiving the test report, Dr. Zhang, good news, good news. A researcher's face beamed with joy. The results are out? Zhang Shuli suddenly jumped up from his seat. The researcher gasped, whoa! Out! It's ultra-pure water. Great, great. Zhang Shuli took the test report and examined it closely, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Dr. Zhang, we succeeded. Low-cost desalination technology never occurred to me. More than a dozen researchers were ecstatic. The pumping technology they were developing utilized a silicon carbide tube with an inner pore diameter of 46 to 49 nanometers. During the sintering process, aluminum and calcium powders were added to the graphite powder to create a unique inner wall structure. This new type of silicon carbide nanotube requires only a pressure difference between the two sides of the tube, and water molecules on the high-pressure side automatically flow to the low-pressure side. More precisely, the water molecules on the high-pressure side evaporate, a process driven by ultra-low temperature evaporation caused by the vacuum state within these silicon carbide nanotubes. Thus, this very small pressure difference allows the water on the high-pressure side to evaporate rapidly, and the water vapor molecules are then continuously drawn to the low-pressure side. In this way, maintaining low pressure on only one side allows for a continuous supply of ultra-pure water. Originally, Zhang Shuli and his team were using a horizontal pumping system, but this didn't yield ultra-pure water. Instead, the nanotubes became clogged with impurities. Until 2 days ago, they accidentally placed silicon carbide nanotubes vertically above the water column, seemingly opening up a new world. This placement allows water molecules to pass through the nanotubes as vapor, while other components are prevented from moving upward due to gravity. This ensures that the tubes won't easily become clogged, allowing for long-term operation. This is also the prerequisite for achieving ultra-low-cost seawater purification. Otherwise, the frequent replacement of silicon carbide nanotubes would be a significant expense. Furthermore, this low-pressure difference pumping system requires virtually no heat source to heat the seawater, further reducing costs. Zhang Shuli's excitement faded, but he quickly calmed down. He instructed, everyone, prepare the report as quickly as possible. I report this to my boss tonight. He won't forget your hard work. Yes. Don't worry. At this critical moment, we won't let you down. Zhang Shuli immediately assigned tasks, urging everyone in the lab to work overtime and carefully compile the experimental data. After all, this technology is incredibly important. The lab itself estimated that the small device alone could pump 65 cubic meters of ultra-pure water per day, consuming less than 3 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Adding equipment depreciation, site costs, and other miscellaneous expenses, the cost per cubic meter of ultra-pure water would be no more than 0.05 yuan. This cost would easily outperform all current seawater purification technologies. Chapter 249. Outside the window, a sharp northwest wind blew. Even though the area surrounding Minqing County had been transformed into a continuous expanse of soybean farms, the dust from more distant lands was still carried in by the powerful northwest wind. Jiang Miao listened to Zhang Shuli's report. These are the results of our lab's research. Zhang Shuli's face was filled with excitement and a hint of nervousness. Jiang Miao put down the report and said with a smile, "Thank you, Dr. Zhang and the researchers at the 511 lab, for your hard work. Rewards will be based on company regulations." "Thank you, boss." Zhang Shuli's heart suddenly began to pound. Although this research was derived from silicon carbide nanotubes, it was undeniable that Zhang Shuli's team had played a significant role in it. Therefore, their team would receive related products from this technology, along with 5% of the gross profit as patent incentives. Don't underestimate 5% of the gross profit. If this product were mass-produced, the annual gross profit would be considerable. Many people would instinctively assume that the first application of this technology would be seawater desalination. Desalination is indeed the first application area that will be put into use soon. But after reading the entire report from Lab 511, Jiang Miao quickly discovered a second application area, a very important one, even comparable to desalination. Jiang Miao instructed, "Dr. Zhang, when you return, borrow equipment from other labs. Say I approved it. I think about it." After a pause, he continued, "Lab 506 has several high-powered vacuum equipment. Let's borrow their equipment. I need to run an experiment. You should also prepare the vacuum evaporator." "Okay." Zhang Shuli had already guessed what Jiang Miao was going to do: verify the efficiency of water extraction under different vacuum levels. The next afternoon, after coordinating the equipment loan, Zhang Shuli called Jiang Miao. When Jiang Miao arrived, the test was already underway. Under the high vacuum, the sewage in the glass tank was dropping at a visible rate. In less than 3 minutes, a cubic meter of sewage had been drained. Continue, Jiang Miao said, watching them continue the experiment. Zhang Shuli and the others also began to increase the vacuum level, thereby increasing the negative pressure on one side. As the negative pressure continued to rise, the nano-evaporator's water extraction efficiency also increased. However, the good times didn't last long. As the negative pressure increased, harmful components in the sewage entered the clean water tank, and some large particles of pollutants gradually clogged the silicon carbide nanotubes. Everyone had anticipated this. The experimental plan was readjusted, and they worked until around 11:30 p.m. They finally found an optimal efficiency. Under a specific negative pressure, the water purification efficiency of silicon carbide nanotubes reached a relatively good price-performance ratio, producing approximately 87 cubic meters of ultrapure water per kilowatt-hour of electricity, more than double the previous rate. However, Jiang Miao did not stop Zhang Shuli's team's research. They needed to continue their experiments. However, the focus of the experiments was no longer on the efficiency of water extraction, but on the energy consumption per cubic meter of ultrapure water extracted by silicon carbide nanotubes of different lengths. The experiments continued for 5 days. Zhang Shuli's team now understood Jiang Miao's idea. Because silicon carbide nanotubes are difficult to grow longer than 1 meter, Zhang Shuli's team employed welding techniques, attaching a sealing metal ring to the bundle of silicon carbide nanotubes to connect the two strands. Using this method, they continued to extend the silicon carbide nanotubes. In 5 days, they had extended the silicon carbide nanotubes to 150 meters. The experiment was a resounding success. Even at 150 meters, the silicon carbide nanotubes could still effortlessly draw pure water from the sewage tank to the other end. However, during the experiment, they also discovered a problem. The initial vertical arrangement was necessary to allow room temperature water vapor to float upward, but this vertical length couldn't be too long. Once it exceeded approximately 4.5 meters, the water vapor would be easily affected by gravity and unable to continue rising, condensing inside the pipe at that height. Thus, after the first section of the pipe exceeded 3 meters, it had to bend, either parallel to the horizontal plane or slanted upwards, to allow the room temperature water vapor inside the pipe to flow more quickly. Another issue was temperature. Initially, they were conducting experiments inside the laboratory, so they naturally didn't notice the temperature issue. It wasn't until the tubes grew beyond the lab's capacity and were taken outdoors that problems arose. It was early November in Minchin County. The daytime temperature was still in the teens, but at night, it was near freezing. Room temperature water vapor inside silicon carbide nanotubes suddenly turns to liquid at temperatures near 0 degrees Celsius. This sudden change has serious consequences. The viscous liquid water clogs the pipes, reducing the efficiency of extracting purified water to about 1,000th of its previous value. In further experiments, the water vapor inside the silicon carbide nanotubes rapidly condensed into solid ice once the ambient temperature dropped below -23.6 degrees Celsius, blocking the interior of the silicon carbide nanotubes. This means that silicon carbide nanotubes cannot be used in environments below 0 degrees Celsius, as their efficiency would plummet or even cease to function. However, this experiment was highly successful. This is because they validated the concept of long-distance, low-cost water transportation. Since a 150-meter pipeline can extract and transport ultra-clean water without requiring much additional work, further extensions could be considered to experiment with low-cost water transportation from coastal areas to inland areas. In particular, for transporting water from low-altitude coastal areas to high-altitude areas, the energy consumption of silicon carbide nanotubes, which use water vapor as a transport method, is comparable to that of transporting water from planes. Zhang Shuli's team tested increasing the pipeline's inclination angle and found that as long as the inclination did not exceed 30 degrees, the extraction and water transportation efficiency was not affected. After all, water vapor naturally floats upward. A certain inclination allows the buoyancy of the water vapor to offset the Earth's gravity. This offset is even more pronounced at the nanoscale. As for the issue of water condensation and freezing at low temperatures, it's actually not a significant concern in northern China. After all, agricultural production in northern China is concentrated in spring, summer, and autumn. Winter water use is minimal, except in greenhouses and agricultural factories. It's entirely possible to fully extract and transport pure water in spring, summer, and autumn, suspending operations for maintenance in winter, or simply burying the pipelines deep underground and adding insulation. Generally, a burial depth greater than 3 meters ensures that the temperature inside the pipe remains above 0 degrees Celsius year-round. According to laboratory results, the current daily water delivery efficiency of a pipeline is the cross-sectional area of the pipeline multiplied by 1914. This means that for every square meter of cross-sectional area, 1914 cubic meters of water can be delivered per day, resulting in an annual delivery of 698,610 cubic meters. A pipeline with an internal diameter of 10 meters can deliver 54.93 million cubic meters of ultra-purified water annually. However, Jiang Miao also understands that pipeline cost is a crucial issue for the implementation of this technology. The current manufacturing cost of this type of silicon carbide nanotube is estimated to be around 110,000 yuan per ton, with a density of 1.8 grams per cubic centimeter. Approximately one-third of the water pumping and purification pipeline is made of silicon carbide nanotubes, and two-thirds of epoxy resin. For each meter of pipe with a cross-sectional area of 1 square meter, 0.79 tons of epoxy resin and 0.59 tons of specialized silicon carbide nanoparticles are required. Including the sealing alloy connectors and protective casing, the total cost is approximately 50,000 yuan per meter. Suppose we need to build a 10-meter diameter water pipeline from the Bohai Sea coast to the headwaters of the Laohua River, a total length of approximately 350 kilometers. The investment cost of the pipeline alone would be 1.37 trillion yuan, with an estimated service life of approximately 40 years and annual depreciation costs of at least 34.25 billion yuan. However, this investment would only produce 54.93 million cubic meters of ultra-clean water, with a depreciation cost of 623 yuan per cubic meter. Clearly, this is an uneconomical investment. However, there are solutions. One approach is to use cascade reservoirs and a natural water supply system with elevated gradients. For example, in coastal areas, water could be transported to the higher reaches of the mountains, leveraging the drop and topography to direct the water northward. This would allow the water to flow continuously northward, leveraging surrounding rivers and reservoirs. Using Jiang Miao's proposed Laohua River project as an example, a water pipeline could be built along the coast near Shanhaiguan, reaching Zhoushan, northwest of Shanhaiguan. Stepped reservoirs could be constructed along the Qinglong River, transporting water northward in reverse. The Zhoushan section would only require approximately 5 kilometers of pipeline. From Sanchijiatsi town, at the source of the Qinglong River, another 5 kilometers of pipeline could be constructed northwest across the mountains to Huangtiliangzi town, at the upper source of the Laohua River. This would require only about 10 kilometers of pipeline for the entire route, plus low-cost pumping stations at each step reservoir. However, this cost is still very high. If this project is truly to be applied for long-distance, low-cost water transportation, we can only hope that the technology matures and improves, reducing the cost of specialized pipelines. Otherwise, long-distance water transportation will be unsustainable. Of course, this isn't a complete solution. For example, tunnels could be dug to replace specialized pipelines, and cascade reservoirs could be used to pump water upwards in stages. Silicon carbide nanotubes would only require a steady supply of fresh water along the coast, and tens of meters of pumping pipes to the cascade reservoirs. Then the use of silicon carbide nanotubes would be reduced to a few hundred meters. For a 10-meter diameter pumping pipe, the investment cost per meter would be approximately 3.925 million yuan. This could be further reduced with later large-scale production. However, infrastructure investment has increased. Transportation tunnels and cascade reservoirs would require tens of billions of yuan. If 100 such pipelines were deployed, transporting 5.4 billion cubic meters of water annually, according to the most economical plan, the total project investment would be approximately 200 billion yuan. The project is expected to operate efficiently for 40 years, with annual depreciation of 5 billion yuan and a revenue of 5.4 billion cubic meters of fresh water. The average investment cost per cubic meter of fresh water is 0.925 yuan. This is clearly still too high. Unless the cost of specialized water pipelines drops to about one-third of its original value, the investment cost per cubic meter of fresh water will only drop to 0.39 yuan. Jiang Miao wasn't too disappointed by this situation. After all, one must eat one bite at a time. He instructed Zhang Shuli's team, "Your team's next task is to cooperate with the company to industrialize and mass-produce this product." "No problem, boss," Zhang Shuli said, nimbly pecking at rice. Another task is to find a way to reduce the production costs of silicon carbide nanotubes and specialized water pipelines. This also requires collaboration with the production department. Yes, Haliafeng Company has a dedicated Technical Industrialization Management Department, the Technology Application Department. In recent days, the Technology Application Department has been taking action. On the one hand, they are organizing relevant researchers to research efficient, low-cost mass production processes. On the other hand, they are asking the Human Resources Department to quickly assign personnel and establish a new business unit to lead the project's in-depth development and commercial operations. At this time, the department's manager, Wang Anhua, and deputy manager, Song Sijia, were also present. Also coming from a technical R&D background, but having long worked in industrial mass production management, Wang Anhua has a deeper understanding of technology mass production than those in the purely scientific research team. He has recently studied the technology for specialized silicon carbide nanotubes. Boss, here are the preliminary improvement plans. Please review them. Jiang Miao asked as he looked over them. You're really efficient. You come up with 3 improvement plans in less than 3 days. Every profession has its own expertise. Dr. Zhang hasn't led any professional technical production planning or process improvements. Wang Anhua smiled and said, the first improvement plan is the simplest and easiest to implement. Silicon carbide nanotubes only make up about 30% of the water pipeline, with the remaining 70% being epoxy resin. However, epoxy resin doesn't necessarily need to completely fill the pipe. Our engineers plan to use expanded foam as a filler material. This will provide both insulation and support, while also reducing overall weight and cost. Jiang Miao had already seen the estimated parameters for this improvement plan, a 32% weight reduction, and a cost reduction of approximately 8,000 yuan per cubic meter. The second solution involves the outer shell and sealing alloy ring. The original process was perfectly adequate in the lab, but it's clearly unsuitable for mass production, Wang Anhua continued, adding, so we used our company's new material, diatom filaments. These can be formed in one piece, and with the addition of the sealing ring, they meet the requirements perfectly. We expect to reduce the overall weight by another 35%, and the cost by another 7,000 yuan per cubic meter. The third improvement was that Dr. Zhang's team previously used a direct sintering deposition process, then drilled even finer silicon carbide nanotubes through the process. This process was too complex and had a very low yield. We plan to use multiple sintering cycles, sintering only 1/8 of the inner wall each time, for 8 consecutive sintering cycles. Jiang Miao didn't deny this plan, as the technical application department had already conducted supercomputer simulations, and concluded that this inner wall structure wouldn't affect the room temperature evaporation of water molecules. If the third option were adopted, the cost per ton of specialized silicon carbide nanotubes would be expected to drop from 110,000 yuan to approximately 67,000 yuan. This would reduce the cost of the specialized water pipeline by 13,000 yuan per cubic meter. Combined with the previous 2 improvements, this would reduce the total cost by 28,000 yuan, bringing the total cost down to 22,000 yuan per cubic meter. Although it hasn't yet reached 1/3 of the ideal level, further improvements could yield significant room for reduction. For example, reduced beam thread costs, energy costs, and water costs would all impact the production costs of downstream products. Your technical application department should arrange for the implementation of this technology as soon as possible. Wang Anhua replied solemnly, leave it to us. We will definitely live up to your trust. Well, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Miao checked his watch and said goodbye to everyone, as he had to rush to Beijing. It was November 7th. The results of this year's selection of new academicians will be officially announced in Beijing in 2 weeks. Not only was Jiang Miao elected to the Academy of Engineering, but Lin Shuya was also. This was primarily due to the sponge battery technology, for which Shuya was nominated, sparking domestic industrial revolution. Given that the selection process took place in the first half of the year, the selection committee discussed the matter internally and added Lin Shuya's name in June. Jiang Miao had already known the results. Since the couple couldn't fly, and considering that their dates would be easily discovered if they were close to their due dates, they traveled there at different times. Shuya had already boarded the high-speed train the night before, secretly escorted by a security team, making a low-key trip to Beijing. He had stayed in Minxin for an extra week primarily to review the research results of specialized silicon carbide nanotubes and discuss follow-up arrangements with the technical applications department. Now that time was almost up, they hurried to the high-speed rail station in Liangzhou City. Jiang Miao's departure had not affected the research work of Wang Anhua, Zhang Chuli, and others. Using silicon carbide nanotubes as cutting lines, they cut the specialized pipes into slices, each 2 centimeters thick. Each meter could be cut into 50 slices, each capable of functioning as a standalone water purifier. Other materials could then be used to manufacture the pipes, requiring only one water purifier to be installed at the head of the pipe. Inside the Minchin County Sewage Treatment Plant. Inside a makeshift container, a water purifier sits snugly against a sewage tank. After initial settling, the sewage is placed against the purifier. As the negative pressure system activates, a steady stream of room temperature water vapor is drawn upward. The room temperature water vapor emerging from the other side rapidly condenses into water droplets. These droplets settle at the bottom, where 4 pumping pipes on each side quickly draw purified water away. This cycle repeats, and a steady stream of purified water is extracted from the equipment. The sewage treatment plant manager and several technicians watched in astonishment. Too fast. The manager stared at the outlet in disbelief. The technician responsible for testing water quality quickly collected some water and took it to the plant's testing room for testing. Over an hour later, the test report came out, and the technician ran over with a hint of shock. "Director, it meets the standards. No pollutants were detected. It's purer than purified water." "Really?" The director, his eyes widening as he grabbed the report, turned and asked, shallowly, "What's the energy consumption? How much water is output?" "About 80 cubic meters per hour, which translates to about 1.4 kilowatt hours of electricity per hour," shallowly observed the meter reading. The director was so shocked that he blurted out, "Wow! If this equipment weren't expensive, it would outperform all the current sewage treatment equipment." Another veteran employee nodded slightly. "Indeed, our plant's maximum daily treatment capacity is 20,000 cubic meters. This equipment can process 1,914 cubic meters a day. 10 units could replace most of our sewage treatment equipment. Halyafeng Company's technical prowess is truly formidable," the director marveled. Chapter 250. November 10th. Jiang Miao and his group arrived in Beijing in a low-key manner. Shuya came to meet him upon arrival. Halyafeng Company had a dormitory complex in the suburbs of Beijing, where Jiang Miao, Shuya, and the others temporarily stayed. Security at a company-owned location like this was easier to manage, without the need for special hotel coordination. Jiang Miao looked out the window and saw 2 police cars parked on the curb at the dormitory entrance. It was clear that the local authorities took Jiang Miao and his wife very seriously. And upon his arrival that evening, He You's father, He Jintang, took him to meet several elderly people. No one knew what they discussed that night. The next day, news of Jiang Miao's arrival in Beijing spread throughout the academic and business circles. Those hoping to meet with Jiang Miao were inquiring, but such a meeting required more than just approval from Halyafeng Company. It also required review by relevant departments and Jiang Miao's personal consent. Therefore, not many people were granted permission to meet with Jiang Miao and his wife. In a villa in the dormitory area. Academicianly, long time no see. Please take a seat. Jiang Miao shook hands with Academicianly from the Feed Association. In a few days, I'd be calling you Professor Jiang and Academician Jiang, Academicianly joked. The two took their seats. Jiang Miao poured tea and smiled, shaking his head. Academicianly, you're joking. You can just call me by my name. After all, I'm your junior. Then I won't be shy, Miao. You won't have much time for the next week or so I keep this short. Academicianly didn't mince words. He continued, I'm visiting you for 2 main reasons. Academicianly, please feel free to speak. One thing, mainly about the Feed Association, is that domestic feed costs are constantly falling, and many companies are undecided about whether to expand production in the future. They'd like to ask for your opinion. Opinion? Jiang Miao took a sip of tea, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, Is the industry worried about future feed overcapacity, and that the market won't be able to absorb it? Yes. I discussed this with some of my industry acquaintances. Prices of both animal and plant proteins are falling, and production capacity is increasing year by year. The domestic market will soon reach saturation, and the foreign market is also at risk. There are many uncertainties. Jiang Miao nodded slightly. This trend is indeed very clear. Academicianly brought up another point. Your company's oil tea production in southern Jiangxi seems to be quite large this year. Will the plant protein from TC cakes be used in the feed industry? Hearing this, Jiang Miao shook his head. TC cakes have a relatively low protein content and are also toxic. Our company plans to use TC cakes as raw materials for microbial fuel cells, biogas, and organic fertilizer. Microbial fuel cells, biogas, organic fertilizer? I've seen your company's experimental projects with this technology before, and the profits are barely acceptable. Academician Lee was clearly familiar with these technologies. The project's overall gross profit margin is currently around 5% to 8%. Jiang Miao didn't hide anything. For example, Haida Group's pig farm is currently using this technology and only recently began full production. However, Haida Group uses pig manure as raw material, which allows for a gross profit margin of around 20% to 30%. Although tea seed cakes are waste, if they are used to extract plant protein, their value is undoubtedly much higher than that of pig manure. However, there is no way around it. China will inevitably face a severe overcapacity in plant protein production in the future, especially for plant protein used as feed. The production capacity of several 100 million tons of soybeans is enough to crush the plant protein production of other agricultural products. Thankfully, Haliafeng's tea seed oil industry has not been severely impacted, primarily due to its high quality, making it a high-quality edible oil even better than olive oil. Currently, Haliafeng's premium tea oil retails for 30 yuan per liter, approaching the 27 to 29 yuan per liter price of peanut oil. Across the Gannan branch, 240,000 mu of tea trees have entered the fruiting stage, providing ample production capacity. Currently, the fruit harvest season for tea oil is generally concentrated in late autumn and early winter. If tea seeds are stored indoors without special treatment, and under normal humidity and temperature conditions, they can generally be stored for 3 to 6 months. Especially in the humid southern regions, the shelf life may be shorter, while in the relatively dry northern regions, it may be slightly longer. However, within this time frame, tea seeds are prone to deterioration and mold growth over time. If tea seeds are stored in a dry, ventilated, low-temperature environment, for example, below 10 degrees Celsius and below 60% humidity, and the seeds are thoroughly dried to reduce the moisture content to around 8% to 12%, they can be stored for 1 to 2 years. However, Haliafeng Company did not adopt this method. The Gannan branch has developed its own unique, low-cost preservation technology. This involves using newly developed boron cloth, filled with nitrogen, and sealed in a sealed environment. This technology can extend the shelf life of tea seeds to approximately 1.5 years. However, under normal circumstances, the Gannan branch doesn't store camellia seeds for more than 1.5 years. They usually keep them after harvest, for a maximum of about 10 months. The reason for this is, of course, to ensure the factory has a year-round supply of fresh camellia seeds. Jiang Miao and academician Lee discussed the future of the feed industry. Both agreed that the industry must moderate its capacity expansion and prepare for a potential collapse in the foreign market. After all, judging from recent developments, while foreign countries have increased their imports of feed from Ceres, many regions are unwilling to accept Ceres' control over their feed and are engaging in various tactical maneuvers. Although domestic feed production costs are low, that doesn't mean foreign countries have no leverage to fight back. For example, raising taxes is a key means of controlling costs. If dairy and meat exports are abandoned, or if a region isn't already a meat or meat exporter, raising taxes on imported feed can suppress imports. Sometimes, many regions prioritize food security over cost. Especially in so-called developed regions like Europe, there's a natural resistance and distrust towards Ceres products. Even if refusing to import low-priced feed leads to higher meat production costs, it's actually not a big deal for some wealthy and powerful groups. Thus, Jiang Miao isn't blindly optimistic. This is another key reason why Haliafeng's feed industry hasn't expanded rapidly. Amidst the uncertainty of the international market and the surge in domestic low-priced feed, large-scale expansion of production is undoubtedly unwise. For example, Haida Group didn't expand production this year, instead focusing its efforts on developing integrated power, biogas, and organic fertilizer projects at each of its pig farms. By increasing industrial diversification, they can enhance their resilience to risks. Not only Haida Group, but other related agricultural enterprises are also developing industrial chains and diversifying their operations. For example, New Hope Group, in addition to developing farms and feed mills in South America, has introduced power, biogas, and organic fertilizer projects from Haliafeng in China. It has also developed large-scale soybean farms and forage production bases in the southern desert, and is also improving its beef and mutton farming industries. Each agricultural group is rapidly improving its industrial chain. Those that fail to keep up will only fall further and further behind, ultimately being eliminated by the market. Deepening domestic industrial chains, while cautiously exploring international markets, has become a consensus among large domestic agricultural enterprises. Academician Lee brought up another topic. Miao, Will you be promoting the Xianxi soybeans you produce in Minqin inland in the future? Jiang Miao shook his head. We don't have any plans for now. The main reason is that farmland inland is too fragmented, making it easy for foreign forces to steal seedlings. Therefore, for the time being, we can only establish isolated farms in Gansu province, Western Mongolia, and the western regions. That's a shame. If we could promote cultivation inland and northeast China, perhaps we could use up some of the excess soy protein, Academician Li said helplessly. Nothing is perfect. He refilled Academician Li's tea. Academician Li took a sip and continued, Professor Lin's sponge batteries will consume a large amount of plant protein in the future, which will help reduce domestic production capacity pressures. Academician Li actually couldn't have anticipated the dramatic transformation of China's plant protein supply in just a few years. Previously, nearly 100 million tons of soybeans were imported annually, a massive scale that everyone felt uneasy and anxious about. Now, they have to consider how to consume excess soybean production capacity. Faced with this happy dilemma, the domestic industry is scrambling for solutions. Just look at the current A-share market. Any company involved in soybean derivatives that can come up with a plausible product development model will see its stock price soar. For example, soybean oil candles, soybean oil soap, pharmaceutical raw materials refined from soybean oil, and derivatives derived from refined soybean meal. Even snack food companies are getting in on the action, developing soybean meal biscuits, potato chips, and roasted beans. As long as there's a derivative product, and given the plentiful raw materials, it's profitable. Many organic fertilizer companies are already developing various fermented soybean cake fertilizers and related liquid fertilizers. In the past, organic fertilizer companies wouldn't have dared even think about such a thing. After all, using soybean meal to ferment organic fertilizer was a major cost issue, and government regulations were restricting this application. Now, however, all restrictions have been lifted. Forget using soybean meal to make organic fertilizer, even using it to make bricks probably wouldn't be a problem. There is indeed a company that is deeply processing soybean meal raw material to produce rayon, which is then used in building materials. This area of activity is currently hot in the A-share market. Chapter 251. As soon as Academician Li left, He Jintang came to visit with an old colleague. The other party was looking for investment. Jiang Miao listened to the relevant conditions and recalled some local conditions. I won't hide it from Mr. Jiang. Yecheng's current situation is one of declining traditional industries. Although it has certain resource reserves, similar to the steel industry, production costs are rising, and it has basically lost its competitiveness. And the transportation location is not very convenient. Although there are tourist attractions such as the Yin Ruins, the Yecheng Ruins, the Red Flag Canal, and the Taihang Mountain Grand Canyon, these obviously cannot drive the overall development of Yecheng. Jiang Miao deeply agreed with this. His hometown, Shanmei, used to be worse off than Yecheng. After all, Yecheng had at least had a period of prosperity. It was only in the past decade or so, with increasing environmental pressure and the suppression of industry, that things began to struggle. However, he did not agree outright. Instead, he inquired in detail about Yecheng's situation. Yecheng also lacked potential in high-tech industries. The plan includes 3 high-tech industry sectors: new display materials, domestic computer systems, and drone production and research and development. Jiang Miao frowned after hearing this. Regarding new display materials, companies such as Shuyang Optoelectronics Technology Company Limited have already gathered 18 large-scale upstream and downstream enterprises in the new display materials industry, accelerating the development of a major national production base for high-end display materials. For example, the Shenyang Optoelectronics Project's products can be used in high-end applications such as foldable phones, filling a gap in Hunan Province's high-end display materials sector. As for domestic computer systems, Jiang Miao mentally condemned the product to failure. Yecheng's drone R&D and production are located in Baiguan District, with over 40 companies stationed there. It has also built the country's first 5G ubiquitous low-altitude test base, forming a comprehensive industrial chain development structure, from R&D and manufacturing to training and services. It seems promising, but that's just a nice-sounding statement. He's pessimistic about the development of these industries because they lack irreplaceable value. For example, Helyafeng Company could drive the development of Shanmei, Cheongzhou, and Minqin by establishing a local monopoly in a short period of time. Shanmei's high-end aquaculture and durian cultivation. Cheongzhou's mic bananas, durian cultivation, and abaca fiber production. Minqin's Xianxi soybean cultivation, bean silk materials, and airship manufacturing. Yecheng's 3 high-tech industries are just good names. In reality, the industrial layout is more or less the same across the country. The lack of monopoly means they can't capture the core benefits of the entire industry. Not only are these industries low profit, but they also face competition from homogeneous products from across the country. Jiang Miao fell into deep thought. He wouldn't blindly invest unless there was a way to establish a monopoly industry in the region. Arranging a few specialty agricultural projects is certainly within the Heliafeng company's grasp, but a few such projects alone clearly can't drive the entire region. After all, vegetables from the Central Plains struggle to compete with those from Shandong and Qilu, and fruit is difficult to monopolize. Fruits grown in Anyang can be grown throughout the North China Plain and the Lus Plateau, making it difficult to establish an absolute advantage. Unlike Shanghai and Cheongzhou, which are subtropical and tropical, durian and bananas can be monopolized in limited areas, and given the large domestic demand for imports. However, apples, peaches, plums, apricots, pears, kiwis, and grapes are cultivated on a large scale in the north. Heliafeng Company only has some interest in kiwis, but not much in other fruits. Currently, the fruits and crops Heliafeng Company could focus on developing in the north include celery beans, alfalfa, rubber grass, pistachios, strawberries, tomatoes, cherries, and kiwi fruit. In the Linzhou area of Yeqing, new technologies for pistachio and cherry cultivation could be considered, but Heliafeng Company itself has not yet developed any commercially viable varieties for either. After much deliberation, the decision was to develop industry, and specifically high-tech industries. Jiang Miao considered the high-tech technologies currently held by Heliafeng Company, seeking any suitable technologies for Yeqing. Sponge batteries and cars were ruled out for now. Airships could also be ruled out. Hydrogen-fueled cargo airships, due to safety concerns, could only be produced in remote western regions. Heliafeng Company planned to establish a production base for helium-fueled passenger airships in the Wei River Basin. The Wei River Basin was chosen because of the widespread distribution of helium resources in its Cenozoic geothermal wells. Well Weishan 13 contains helium concentrations ranging from 2.13% to 4.14%. Gas samples from 63 wells in the region have helium concentrations exceeding 1%, with the highest reaching 9.23%. Being close to areas rich in helium resources reduces transportation challenges and facilitates convenient refueling. These factors prevented airship manufacturing from being established in Yeqing. Suddenly, Jiang Miao came up with a technology. Also a bean silk derivative, it requires close proximity to the consumer market and requires local production. That's the Silicon Bean Silk Component Factory. Minxin Group's current local specialty component factory in Minxin allows small components to be transported by road and rail. Large components are relatively easy to transport nearby, but large-scale transportation will have to wait for the advent of cargo airships. Thus, local production has become a more convenient option for large silicon silk components. Thinking of silicon bean silk products, Jiang Miao thought about another material needed in the production process: diatomaceous earth. Many people might be confused. Isn't it just diatomaceous earth? Isn't it very common? Yes, it is. However, if there are specific restrictions, diatomaceous earth becomes less common. For example, if diatomaceous earth is limited to a specific type of diatom, that would be very troublesome. As of 2027, there are 20,987 diatom species with valid taxonomic records, and approximately 10,000 diatom species, for which no relevant taxonomic characteristics have yet been found. Overall, approximately 30,000 diatom species have been discovered, but some studies estimate that the actual number of diatom species in nature may be as high as 35,000. With such a vast array of diatom species, if diatomaceous earth were limited to a specific type, that type of diatomaceous earth would become extremely rare. While ordinary diatomaceous earth can be used to produce ordinary silicon bean silk, generally without significant problems, the production of specialized silicon bean silk products with a relatively high yield, such as superconducting mercury silicon nanotubes, room temperature evaporated silicon carbide nanotubes, high hardness silicon carbide nanotubes, and ultrafine silver-coated silicon nanotubes, requires the use of extremely pure, specific types of diatomaceous earth. While it's possible to purchase diatomaceous earth from specific production areas on the market and perform secondary selection and purification, this would significantly increase the cost. This is also a major reason for the relatively high cost of products, like silicon carbide nanotubes. Adding to Jiang Miao's troubles, there are two types of diatomaceous earth. One is native to Australia, and the other is native to southern Siberia. While similar diatomaceous earth exists in China, the available resources are very limited. Once large-scale production begins, imports will be the only way to meet this demand. This situation is definitely not what Jiang Miao wants. If import costs increase, the cost of high-purity, specialized diatomaceous earth after selection and purification will increase further driving up the production cost of silicon filaments. Rather than relying on imports, it would be better to cultivate diatoms that can produce diatomaceous earth with a specific structure through artificial breeding techniques, and then cultivate them on a large scale. The resulting cultivated diatomaceous earth is already very pure, reducing the difficulty of selection and purification. Furthermore, with the decreasing cost of feed and related nutrients in China, cultivating diatoms would actually reduce costs. After thinking it over, Jiang Miao said, I have a new industry we could consider locating in Yeqing. Professor Jiang, feel free to discuss it. Our subsidiary, Minqing Group, has recently been developing silicon bean thread products. I heard from Jean Tang that your company is planning to build a silicon bean thread-related factory in Yeqing. Yeqing does have a slight advantage in this regard. Linzhou has 120 million tons of quartzite reserves. Combined with quartzite and associated quartzite from other regions, it can meet your company's needs. Jiang Miao shook his head. Quartzite minerals are relevant. They're plentiful throughout the country. Yeqing is nestled against the Taihang Mountains, so there's no need to worry about quartzite supply. What I need is land. Land? Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. As long as Heliafeng is willing to invest, we can grant you an industrial park covering no less than 5,000 mu. However, Jiang Miao still shook his head. The land we need isn't industrial land, but agricultural land, or a mix of industrial and agricultural land. Jean Tang was also surprised. Are you looking to grow agricultural products? Your company's farms in the south and northwest of the desert are already sufficient, aren't they? Large-scale mechanized production is difficult to achieve here in Yeqing. Professor Jiang doesn't need to establish an agricultural production base here specifically because of us. Mr. He misunderstood. I want to establish a specialty aquatic product farm locally. Breeding base. Specialized aquaculture base? Mr. Jiang, you may not know this, but water resources in Anyang are quite scarce, and agricultural water use is quite high, making it difficult to allocate sufficient water for aquaculture. Jiang Miao smiled and said, Don't worry about that. We don't plan to use open-air aquaculture, but indoors, using highly efficient circulating water. We can even transfer all the city's polluted wastewater and domestic wastewater to our company. What do you plan to cultivate? Diatoms. Diatoms? What are they? Is they seaweed or something like that? This is used to produce special, high-purity diatomaceous earth. Some of our company's special silicon filaments require special, high-purity diatomaceous earth, and currently, about 68% of this raw material is imported from abroad, which is detrimental to our raw material safety. This was the first time Jean Tang had heard this. Can't domestic raw materials be substituted? Some can, but different types of diatomaceous earth can affect product performance. For products with extremely high requirements, high purity, specialized diatomaceous earth is essential. Jiang Miao's answer surprised both of them. Then how much land area does your company need? At least tens of thousands of acres initially. Industrially contaminated land won't matter. After all, we need to harden the soil after we build our indoor aquaculture ponds, which are primarily made of plastic. Tens of thousands of acres. If your company can use industrial and domestic wastewater, we can grant all the wasteland near the steel and chemical plants to Heliafeng Company. Jiang Miao nodded, okay. The two sides discussed the investment. As for the funding, Jiang Miao didn't need to worry about it at all. The local bank would approve a 5 billion yuan loan for Heliafeng Company. That evening, after hosting 6 waves of visitors, Jiang Miao finally had some quiet time. He and Shuya discussed the diatomaceous earth industry at noon. Shuya glanced at the relevant information on her laptop. Diatoms? If we simply produce diatomaceous earth, the utilization rate is relatively low. We could consider extracting its protein, carbohydrates, and fat. Jiang Miao, of course, understood the importance of comprehensive diatom utilization. In fact, under favorable conditions, fast-growing species, like Cyclotella, can quadruple in size in just 20 hours. Isn't breeding your forte? I do plan to use breeding methods to increase the growth rate of diatoms, as long as these diatom species can reach the same growth rate as Cyclotella. Jiang Miao continued with a smile. In an indoor aquaculture environment, using shallow trays, we can grow 5 kilograms of diatoms per cubic meter of water. If we quadruple the number of diatoms per day, that's 20 kilograms of living diatoms, which can be extracted into approximately 0.6 to 1.2 kilograms of high-purity diatomaceous earth. If shallow plate aquaculture is used, using multiple layers. With 666 cubic meters of aquaculture water per mu, approximately 1.5 acres, 400 to 800 kilograms of diatomaceous earth can be produced daily, yielding 146 to 292 tons per mu annually. Tens of thousands of mu, approximately 1.5 acres, could produce millions of tons of specialized diatomaceous earth. Jiangmiao had other ideas. For example, among the diatomaceous earth minerals currently mined on a large scale, only a few dozen are common. Diatomaceous earth formed by other diatoms is either buried underground due to geological reasons, lacks the conditions for mineralization, or is formed on a small and scattered scale. The tens of thousands of diatom species in nature have a wide variety of shells, and these shells sometimes exhibit some truly unique properties at the nanoscale. Even if it's a matter of luck, the shells of tens of thousands of diatom species represent a vast potential resource. If a few promising applications can be achieved, the investment will become even more cost-effective. Currently, producing diatomaceous earth in-house is simply a way to avoid bottlenecks in import channels and improve the security of the raw material supply. Experimental diatom breeding farms can also be established to develop new diatomaceous earth. Diatoms also have specialized types, such as high protein, high carbohydrate, and high fat. The protein content of different diatom species varies, generally ranging from 15% to 20%. For example, the protein content of the dry matter of Asahyna euglena is approximately 19.519%. Diatoms also contain significant amounts of carbohydrates, generally accounting for around 30% to 70% of their dry weight. The fat content of diatoms varies depending on the species, generally ranging from 20% to 50%. Some diatoms used in biofuel research have higher fat content. For example, Cyclotella minifolia, due to its high fatty acid content, is an ideal material for bioenergy production. Of course, the rapid growth of diatoms requires large amounts of carbon dioxide, hydrated silica, and other nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Combined with the costs of controlling temperature, pH, and light, the costs are undoubtedly high. If the goal is simply to produce diatomaceous earth, the efficiency is undoubtedly significantly lower. After all, ordinary diatomaceous earth only requires mining and screening. If high purity or specific types are not required, using ordinary diatomaceous earth is the optimal solution. However, when it comes to subsequent selection and purification, there is a clear difference between natural mineral diatomaceous earth and artificially propagated diatomaceous earth. Natural diatomaceous earth has a low initial mining cost, but the subsequent selection and purification costs are high. Artificial diatomaceous earth has a high initial production cost, but the subsequent selection and purification costs are low. The two are exactly the opposite. This is like graphite. The cost of ordinary mineral graphite is very low, but the price of high-purity specific types of graphite is very high. For example, the nanoscale, high-purity graphite powder used by Minsheng Group to produce silicon carbide nanotubes is extremely expensive, and only 2 domestic companies worldwide can mass-produce it. Once a product's raw materials reach the nanoscale, the price often remains high. Another typical example is the difference between ordinary bottled purified water and the pure water used in the semiconductor industry. Both are water, but the price difference is enormous. For this reason, the high-purity specialty diatomaceous earth required for some high-end manufacturing applications is more suitable for artificially cultivated diatomaceous earth. After all, within a farm, a single algae species can be selected from the outset, something that is nearly impossible to achieve in a natural breeding environment. Even if the production cost of 1 ton of high-purity specialty diatomaceous earth reached 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, it would still be better than the current level, as Minsheng Group currently purchases food-grade diatomaceous earth for around 3,000 yuan per ton. However, this purity is still insufficient. Further purification is required to increase the purity to 99.9%. After purification, the cost soars to around 12,000 yuan per ton. Even more problematic is that these diatomaceous earths are hybrids. Diatomaceous earth composed entirely of a single diatom species is practically unavailable on the market. This mixture of diatomaceous earth with other diatom shells becomes a key factor affecting product yield. Because they are all diatom shells, separation through screening is difficult. Therefore, it became imperative for Heliofeng Company to establish its own artificial diatom cultivation base to cultivate single-component diatomaceous earth. Jiangmiao chatted with Shuya for over an hour, during which he also took the opportunity to send several emails to company executives, asking them to arrange a recent visit to Yecheng to prepare for the construction of the Yecheng diatom cultivation base next year. Chapter 252. Third day in Beijing. Jiang Miao met two unexpected guests. Mr. Chen, Mr. Yang, please take a seat. As soon as they sat down, Chen Nanxian got straight to the point. Mr. Jiang, I'm here to visit you today. I won't beat around the bush. After all, Mr. Jiang's time is limited. What can Mr. Chen do for you? Jiang Miao was curious about the other party's purpose, as Heliafeng and Yangtze Memory Technologies didn't have any business dealings. Chen Nanxian didn't hesitate and stated his purpose directly. Mr. Jiang, I'm here on behalf of someone. Sichuan Technology, which provides us with water purification equipment, hopes to attract strategic investment from your company. Sichuan Technology? Strategic investment? Jiang Miao was stunned at first, then realized. They want to acquire our silicon carbide nanotubes, right? They do have that in mind. If possible, they're willing to issue an additional 20% of their shares at a price of 1 yuan in exchange for exclusive licensing of silicon carbide nanotubes. An exclusive license is impossible. Jiang Miao flatly refused. As for obtaining a 20% stake in Sichuan Technology, Jiang Miao held little appeal. Let them communicate directly with our company. We don't refuse procurement cooperation, but the prerequisite is that water purification equipment using silicon carbide nanotubes cannot be exported. Cannot be exported? Yang Shining, standing nearby, had never encountered an entrepreneur who had so actively rejected the foreign market. Mr. Yang, you may not know that silicon carbide nanotubes are even more important in seawater desalination and wastewater treatment than the semiconductor pure water industry. This is because the energy cost of extracting pure water is very low, around 0.015 yuan per cubic meter. Upon hearing this answer, both Yang Shining and Chen Nanxian showed a hint of shock on their faces. So low. Chen Nanxian now understood why Jiang Miao had stopped exporting this equipment and raw materials. He probably didn't need Heliafeng to ban it themselves. The government would have already placed this technology under special protection. Yang Shining asked curiously, Mr. Jiang, what is the purity of the pure water produced by this technology? Theoretically, it's pure water, because it's room temperature water vapor generated by vacuum negative pressure, and the nanotubes only absorb water vapor. However, if we want to achieve the level used in the semiconductor industry, we need to consider using vacuum containers and ultra-low-soluble materials to prevent contamination of the pure water. After hearing Jiang Miao's explanation, Yang Shining had a rough idea of the technology's principles. So that's it. It's purified through room temperature evaporation technology. No wonder it's so energy efficient. However, Chen Nanxian wasn't too optimistic. He thought of mini current. A big question about reverse osmosis materials. Mr. Jiang, what's the lifespan of this material? With normal use, it should last about 40 years. What? Chen Nanxian's eyes widened. Did I hear correctly? 40 years? Not 4 or 10. Exactly 40 years. Because this material is arranged vertically, during the pure water extraction process, other dissolved components in the water don't evaporate and float up through the nanotubes, so there's no problem of pipe clogging. Although Chen Nanxian was shocked, his face was filled with joy. That's right. It seems our semiconductor factories will be able to use low-cost pure water in the future. It's important to note that the cost of pure water in the semiconductor industry can often reach around 3% to 8% of total expenditure, making it a significant expense. In particular, the cost of domestic water purification equipment remains high, and the cost of pure water processing is relatively high. This is primarily due to the fact that core components are controlled by foreign companies. In recent years, in an effort to suppress the domestic semiconductor industry, foreign countries have either imposed purchase restrictions on related core components, directly cut off supply, raised prices, or only allowed the sale of lower quality products. Pure water production equipment has been affected by this. Sichuan Technology recently discovered the existence of silicon carbide nanotubes after discovering that Heliafeng was registering related technologies on a large scale. They initially didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until a few days ago, when Heliafeng acquired a water purifier company, that they realized the problem. Because they were familiar with Heliafeng's development model, they knew that if a technology was already mature, Heliafeng would definitely make advanced preparations. Since they had acquired a large-scale water purifier company, it was clear that the technology related to silicon carbide nanotubes was mature and could soon be mass-produced. If they still haven't reacted at this point, then Sichuan Technology's management would be remarkably slow. After all, many of Heliafeng's previous industries had a clear path forward before they took off. But they couldn't find an opportunity at the moment, so after much deliberation, they turned to Chen Nanxian, who happened to be in Beijing, and asked him to help them express their desire for cooperation to Jiang Miao. After discussing Jichuan technology, Chen Nanxian didn't leave, but instead chatted with Jiang Miao about semiconductor materials. Mr. Jiang, your company is developing rapidly in the materials field. Perhaps we have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Yang Shining, standing nearby, echoed, Heliafeng Company's new material research and development capabilities are indeed very strong. For example, silicon carbide nanotubes have a wide range of applications in the semiconductor field. Jiang Miao thought of the silver-coated nanotubes he had previously developed. Speaking of new materials, I discovered a new material a while ago, but I haven't figured out its specific applications. I'm wondering if you have any insights. Oh! What material is it? Chen Nanxian asked curiously. It's a derivative of silicon bean silk material, a silver-coated silicon nanotube with a minimum pore diameter of 14 to 16 nanometers. It can attract and eject charged particles through electromagnetic acceleration. Mr. Jiang, you mean pore diameters of 14 to 16 nanometers? And it can eject and attract charged particles? Chen Nanxian's breathing suddenly quickened. Yes, that's the minimum scale. Chen Nanxian pressed. Are there any limits to the charged particles that can be ejected and attracted? Jiang Miao answered truthfully no. As long as they are charged particles, and their particle size is less than 10 nanometers, they can pass through the pipe. So is the speed of electromagnetic acceleration fixed or adjustable? Yes, it can be adjusted. Chen Nanxian and Yang Shining exchanged glances, each revealing surprise and excitement. Eager to wait, Chen Nanxian quickly suggested, Mr. Jiang, let's collaborate. I believe this material has enormous applications in the semiconductor industry. Semiconductors? Jiang Miao wasn't entirely familiar with the specifics of semiconductors. Mr. Chen, can you tell me how this material can be used in semiconductors? I only have a limited understanding of the semiconductor industry. Chen Nanxian, unfazed, explained in detail. The material you developed can eject charged particles at the nanometer scale. Its first application is in etching machines, where high-speed ejection of charged particles can be used to carve the desired circuits onto wafers. Yang Shining wanted to be more direct. We can actually go a step further and use injection molding to stack circuits at the nanometer scale. Isn't it said that 3 nanometer and 5 nanometer processes have been achieved overseas? My material is unlikely to achieve this scale, right? Jiang Miao said, puzzled. Yang Shining shook his head, explaining, Mr. Jiang, in reality, current lithography machines and etching machines are not capable of directly producing 3 nanometer and 5 nanometer circuits. Even 10 nanometer circuits are difficult. They're just calling them equivalent to 5 nanometer. Your material, however, can produce 3 nanometer and 5 nanometer circuits. Yes, a process similar to multiple exposure can be used. If Mr. Jiang's material doesn't have any other flaws, it's indeed possible to produce 3 nanometer to 5 nanometer circuits. Chen Nanxian said with a hint of excitement. Yang Shining's eyes were thoughtful. Compared to producing general-purpose chips, manufacturing memory chips is actually much easier to implement. Indeed, memory circuit structure is simple, and this material allows for multi-layer stacking, making it easier to manufacture memory chips. Chen Nanxian quickly proposed again to Jiang Miao, Mr. Jiang, I'm serious about this collaboration. This is a huge opportunity for both of our companies. Your company has no experience in semiconductor development, but we can provide assistance in that area. This is a win-win partnership. Jiang Miao didn't refuse. Our company truly has no experience developing semiconductor products. Building or acquiring a wafer fab right now probably wouldn't allow for rapid application. However, we're only at the beginning of research on this material. How about this? We can secretly establish an R&D center in Minxin to maintain confidentiality and allow for close-quarters research. Minxin? That's fine. Since we won't be involved in production initially, it wouldn't be a big deal to have an R&D base there. Jiang Miao certainly knew that Minxin wasn't suitable for a semiconductor production base. After all, semiconductors consume a lot of electricity and water, and they need to be located in a place with few earthquakes, which clearly doesn't fit the bill. So, he added, if the technology matures later, production will naturally take place at Yangtze Memory Technology's semiconductor base, and we just be the raw material supplier. No problem. Chen Nanxian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Miao didn't insist on establishing a semiconductor production base in Minxin. Jiang Miao continued, regarding this collaboration, I think it's best for both parties to keep it confidential. At least within our senior management. Other researchers must sign confidentiality agreements. Okay. Whether the technology will succeed is still uncertain. I agreed to keep it confidential. The two sides discussed for half an hour and finalized some details of the collaboration. Chen Nanxian and Yang Shining, who had left, immediately rushed back to headquarters and began mobilizing personnel, recruiting relevant researchers, and secretly establishing a technical team for the Minqin Semiconductor R&D Center. Chapter 253. November 17th. With 3 days left until the results of the academician election were announced, Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya finally had a rare day of quiet time. They toured Beijing's museums, the Beiling Great Wall, the Summer Palace, and other attractions. In the evening, they visited the Heliafeng Storage Center, also known as a warehouse supermarket, in the western suburbs of Beijing for a secret inspection. The storage center covers a vast area of 94 mu, approximately 16 acres, while the 5-story warehouse supermarket, which had only been operational 2 months earlier, spanned 10,000 square meters. Holding Shuya's hand, the couple strolled around the first floor of the warehouse supermarket. The first floor was the fresh produce section, featuring vegetables, fruits, side dishes, meat, eggs, milk, and seafood. Because it was a warehouse supermarket, the products on the shelves were all packaged in large portions or simply unpacked. Jiang Miao didn't join the crowds in the produce section, but instead stood a short distance away and observed. Durian is still as popular as ever, Shuya said, looking at the nearby durian section, where many customers were carrying boxes of durian. The durian farms in Cheongzhou should have started picking. The durian from Shantao and Maishan will have to wait another month. Li Zixuan, standing nearby, whispered, "Boss, the logistics division has purchased 10 container ships specifically for service along the domestic coast. These durians should be shipped north on these container ships." Hearing this report, Jiang Miao remembered something. "I saw an internal document a few days ago. Did the logistics division use a batch of experimental containers?" Li Zixuan, breathing heavily, replied, "Yes, boss. I just checked the parking lot of this storage center. There are indeed several new containers. Let's go take a look." Walking out of the side door of the warehouse supermarket, they saw several large container trucks in the parking lot. After Li Zixuan identified himself, Li Keming, the team leader of the logistics department stationed at the warehouse center, trotted over to the group. "Hoo-hoo. Boss, madam, welcome." Jiang Miao glanced at him. "Keming? Weren't you previously working at the Shanghai branch?" Flattened, Li Keming's face lit up with a hint of joy. "Boss, I was previously working at the Shanghai branch, but the company recently restructured its management and conducted regional transfers, so I moved from Shanghai to Beijing." "I see. Are you getting used to it here?" Li Keming shook his head. "Nothing's unusual. The company also has dormitories in Beijing, and we all move right in." "That's good." Jiang Miao glanced at the mist on his sunglasses. "I heard the logistics department recently invested in a batch of new containers. Do you have any samples here?" Li Keming pointed to a large container truck about 10 meters away. "Yes, boss. Look, the one with the black top is the new container. This is a 20-foot container, commonly known as a small container. Currently, our logistics division's container factory mainly produces 2 sizes of containers, 20-foot and 40-foot. Are the black parts silicon carbide photovoltaic panels?" Li Keming nodded. "Yes, this is a test product that Minqin Group released 2 weeks ago. The top half of the container is covered with silicon carbide photovoltaic panels. On a sunny day, it can generate about 30 kilowatt-hours of electricity per day. A large truck with a refrigerated container requires 2 to 2.5 kilowatt-hours of electricity per hour to maintain refrigeration, or 48 to 60 kilowatt-hours per day. Photovoltaic panels can cover about half of this energy consumption. In addition, the container has a built-in sponge battery that can store 400 kilowatt-hours of electricity. On a sunny day, this can provide enough electricity for 12 to 15 days. Jiang Miao raised his eyebrows. "Will this affect the container's capacity and payload?" "No. The container manufacturer has adopted new materials, replacing steel, aluminum alloy, and fiberglass. Currently, a common 20-foot refrigerated container on the market weighs around 3 tons. The 20-foot refrigerated containers produced by our company weigh around 2.5 tons, an increase of half a ton in effective weight." Li Keming added, "For a non-refrigerated 20-foot container shipped domestically, the container's deadweight is only around 0.5 tons, increasing the payload by 2.5 tons. Don't underestimate this 2.5-ton payload. It's important to note that there are strict regulations on the gross weight of containers. The maximum weight limit for a 20-foot container is 30 tons, while the maximum weight limit for 40-foot and 45-foot containers is 32 tons. This is because during container transportation, both the transport vehicles and the lifting equipment have load limits. A typical 20-foot container, with an internal volume of 33 cubic meters, would exceed the maximum load even if filled with water, not to mention the significant excess weight if filled with metal, glass, or rock. In other words, the new Heliofang container has a maximum payload of 29.5 tons for a 20-foot container and 27.5 tons for a 20-foot refrigerated container. The 2.5-ton increase in payload is a clear benefit for many relatively heavy and compact cargoes. After all, increasing payload without increasing the overall weight of the container is a natural benefit. What price did the container factory give your logistics department? A 20-foot standard container is 14,000 yuan each, and a 20-foot refrigerated container is 32,000 yuan each, roughly in line with market prices. At these prices, Heliofang's container factory is undoubtedly profitable. For example, a standard 20-foot container weighs 527 kilograms, of which 184 kilograms are made of high-strength silicon fiber. The ex-factory price of silicon fiber from Minxin Group is 30 yuan per kilogram. The total cost of the silicon fiber raw material is 5,520 yuan. Add in the over 200 kilograms of thermal insulation and flame retardant foam core and related processing costs, and the total cost of the container is approximately 8,000 yuan. This translates to a profit of 6,000 yuan per container. The reason for calculating profits is to ensure that brothers maintain a clear accounting structure. Although all subsidiaries are subsidiaries of Heliofang, to ensure future accounting management, each subsidiary calculates supply prices directly based on market prices, rather than using cost as the internal supply price. How's your trial going? Li Keming recalled some drivers' feedback. The usage is similar to that of ordinary containers, except that the new refrigerated containers require frequent cleaning of the upper photovoltaic panels. If not done promptly, dust will affect the panel's power generation efficiency. Across from our storage center is the company's battery swap station and comprehensive car service station. Cleaning is relatively simple at the moment, but the water cost for car washing in Beijing is too high, at 160 yuan per cubic meter. Li Zixuan whispered in Jiang Miao's ear. Boss, the water systems of several northern branches, including Jingcheng, have recently been upgraded, using water purification systems manufactured by the Minxin Group. I suspect the Shijiao Comprehensive Auto Service Station has also undergone upgrades. Oh, they're really quick. Let's go and take a look. Soon, everyone arrived at the Heliofang Comprehensive Auto Service Station across the street. Li Zixuan also notified the station manager, Roman. Roman, a short-haired, young 29-year-old employee, ran over breathlessly. Boss. Madam. Welcome to your guidance. I'm Roman, the station manager of Jingcheng Shijiao Automobile Service Station. Roman, has your service station recently upgraded its water recycling system? Hearing the boss's question, Roman's thoughts suddenly cleared. Our service station completed the upgrade in early November, and our entire water recycling rate has reached 97%. Come inside and take a look. Boss, madam, this way please. Roman led the way from the front left. Entering the comprehensive car service station, the first thing that caught my eye was the vast parking lot. Our service station covers 66 mu, approximately 166 acres, with a parking building occupying 33 mu, approximately 166 acres. With 2 underground floors and 5 above-ground floors, the total indoor area is 140,000 square meters. Each floor is equipped with lift parking systems, providing a total of 7,000 indoor parking spaces for cars. Of these, 2,000 are equipped for charging. Roman explained the situation as he led the way. Exiting the parking garage is a convenient battery swapping area, where only a few Future Auto vehicles are currently undergoing battery swapping. Future Auto has been working tirelessly for the past 4 or 5 months, officially launching models with batteries that meet the new standard in September and lowering the prices of some of its electric vehicles. 3 models have already been upgraded. Future Auto also offers a retrofit service for older vehicles, allowing you to upgrade them to use sponge batteries for just 3,000 yuan. Future Auto is also enjoying its first mover advantage. After all, the standards for sponge batteries are similar to those for Future Auto's onboard power batteries, making retrofitting and upgrading easy. Other automakers switching to battery swapping for electric vehicles face more complex modifications and must consider the ease of the replacement process, the safety of battery placement, and the shift in the vehicle's center of gravity. Even with these efforts, their speeds are undoubtedly slower than Future Auto's. Jiang Miao observed the battery swapping area for a while, and observed that battery swaps typically took around 5 to 7 minutes. In fact, the automated battery replacement process is incredibly fast, but it's the time it takes for drivers to pay and drive in and out that takes up a significant portion of the vehicle's time. Next to the battery swap area is the vehicle maintenance area, which serves Heliofeng's own logistics vehicles. It also provides maintenance services and towing services for drivers who park, charge, swap batteries, or shop. Next to the maintenance area is the car detailing area. To facilitate commuting for customers across the street, Heliofeng invested in 2 high-standard pedestrian overpasses equipped with 16 elevators. Many customers, pushing shopping carts, could take the elevator over the overpass directly to the parking lot and temporary parking spaces. Some nearby car owners also came specifically to have their cars washed. After a while, Jiang Miao saw a car pull into the semi-enclosed car wash area, where 2 car washers began to bustle. Roman explained the situation. Currently, the water used for car cleaning is recycled at a rate of 95%, and the water used in the bathroom is recycled at a rate of 98%. We also have indoor drainage and rainwater collection systems. Is there a distinction between water uses? Yes, there are currently 3 water systems: non-food cleaning water, food cleaning water, and drinking water. They all use separate pipelines and storage tanks. Our service station has 6 large water tanks underground, each capable of storing 5,000 cubic meters of water, for a total of 30,000 cubic meters of purified water. In fact, water treated by the new water purification equipment is essentially pure water, and can easily be distributed through the same pipeline. However, due to psychological considerations, a dedicated separate pipeline was used. After all, many people would find it difficult to accept that toilet water, as well as water carried by excrement, could be treated and recycled as drinking water. Therefore, the drinking water system uses collected rainwater and tap water, which is then treated by water purification equipment before being used as daily drinking water. Of course, considering the risk of electrolyte imbalance when using purified water as drinking water, the company has specially produced instant mineral tablets, which are regularly added to drinking water tanks to increase the mineral content of the water, equivalent to artificial mineral water. Currently, our service station is essentially self-sufficient in water. Unless there's no rain or snow for several consecutive months, we rarely need to purchase water from the water plant. Jiang Miao had no doubt about this. After implementing the new water purification system, the service station's internal water recycling rate can reach 97%. With the addition of natural rainfall, there's even more water. The International Space Station, still struggling in outer space, has an internal water recycling rate of only 98%. This means that the service station's water recycling system has an effective utilization rate comparable to that of the ISS. While this recycling rate may seem insignificant in the water-rich southern regions, in areas like the North China Plain, the Southern Desert, and the Northwest, where water resources are scarce, this system can essentially solve the water shortages of many cities. For example, Minqing County, home to the Minqing Group, has recently been discussing the recycling of all its wastewater. However, considering the psychological acceptance issue, it's unlikely that recycled wastewater will be used for drinking water, but it could certainly replace some domestic water. This requires modifying the water supply pipelines. If the water plant doesn't want to upgrade the pipelines, they'd likely just mix the two. After all, laying a dedicated water pipeline is a significant expense. In fact, as long as you get over the mental barrier, you can definitely use mixed recycled water. After all, both are pure water, containing absolutely no impurities. The mental barrier is key. The thought that tap water is partially derived from feces probably makes many people feel nauseous. This is why Heliofeng Company installed 3 sets of internal water pipes within its service station. In fact, some employees sometimes drink water directly from the sink faucet. Roman recounted an interesting anecdote. An employee at the warehouse supermarket across the street secretly took water home to drink. He used to drink tap water, and his hair began to fall out in his 30s. Now that he's switched to supermarket water, his hair loss has decreased. What happened next? Later, the warehouse supermarket was worried other employees would follow suit, so they issued a special regulation prohibiting internal employees from secretly taking water home. If they needed it, they could apply to the supermarket. A 15-liter bottle of internal drinking water cost 5 yuan. 5 yuan for 15 liters? Jiang Miao thought the price was reasonable. Actually, there are only about a dozen local employees who need it. Those living in our dormitories will soon be installing home water purifiers and mineral instant tablets, so they can basically have purified water at home. For those who drink purified water regularly, As long as they regularly eat vegetables, fruits, meat, eggs, and dairy, electrolyte imbalances are unlikely. Those who engage in long-term physical labor or frequent high-intensity exercise are most likely to experience electrolyte imbalances. This is especially true if they drink too much purified water all at once after sweating profusely. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many bottled purified waters on the market. Meow, do you think every household will have a water purifier in the future? Shuya asked with a smile, watching the bustling car detailing area. This is a general trend, especially in northern China, where the probability of installing home water purifiers is very high. He based this assessment primarily on the fact that water quality in northern China is generally poor and hard, and drinking too much water can easily lead to kidney stones and thrush. Furthermore, as time passes and we enter the later stages of the era of major infrastructure construction, many water pipes built a decade or two ago are beginning to show signs of aging and inadequate maintenance. Aging and inadequate maintenance of water pipes can further deteriorate water quality, such as rusty odors and reddish-brown water. This clearly conflicts with the people's pursuit of a better quality of life. Upgrading the water pipe network is clearly not a simple matter, especially as local land fiscal revenue decreases, leading to increased scrutiny in infrastructure investment. At this time, many residents with relatively better financial conditions will undoubtedly purchase water purifiers. Minxin Group's water purifiers have an effective service life of up to 40 years. Even if some components only last 20 years, they are still superior to the current water purifiers on the market that need to be replaced every few years. Furthermore, the Minxin Group's water purifiers are so effective that no other water purifier can rival them. They are truly aerospace grade. For users who consume dozens of cubic meters of water per month, purchasing a low-energy household water purifier can use less electricity than a water pump. For high-water users like restaurants, foot massage parlors, and large bathhouses, installing a separate internal water purifier can recycle their clean water. This method allows commercial businesses and even industries with high water consumption to achieve internal water recycling, significantly reducing purchases from water plants. Chapter 254. After Jiang Miao and his group visited the car service station's water recycling system, they returned to the warehouse supermarket via the pedestrian overpass. Across the pedestrian overpass, he saw many customers not only carrying large and small bags or pushing overflowing shopping carts, but also wearing silk clothing, which has become very popular in northern China recently. Looking at the brands, there were not only brands under the Minxin Group and Cheongzhou Textile Group, but also many domestic silk brands. Although artificial silk, like natural silk, cannot match the warmth of down, its skin-friendly and comfortable properties are unmatched by down. As a result, many people wore silk clothing as inner garments, and down jackets and sweaters as outer garments. This was especially true indoors. Beijing had already started heating, and indoor temperatures could reach around 20 degrees Celsius. Heating can dry out indoor spaces, making static electricity very likely to build up. Silk clothing, quilt covers, and bed sheets, which are less prone to static electricity, became hot-selling items. Inexpensive and high-quality rayon quickly became a favorite in the northern textile market. Minxin Group produces over 30 million square meters of rayon fabric each month, yet the market still struggles with supply. After all, if all of that 30 million square meters of fabric were used to make long-sleeve t-shirts, only 25 million pieces could be made at most. Furthermore, there are also products like underwear, pajamas, pillowcases, bed sheets, and dresses. With so many different products competing for over 30 million square meters of fabric each month, demand is bound to outstrip supply. Remember that North, Northeast, and Northwest China have a combined population of 370 million. Add in the southern market, even if only 1/10 of that population were to buy, demand would still outstrip supply. Minxin Group's silk clothing is practically sold out as soon as it's produced. Word of mouth can sometimes spread like a virus. Many customers, impressed by their purchases, recommend it to friends and family. This spreads from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, potentially triggering a buying frenzy. However, this also depends on product quality. If a product's quality is shoddy, consumers may turn a blind eye to it, no matter how much advertising is given. As Jiang Miao and his wife descended the pedestrian overpass, they encountered customers wearing silk clothing along the way. This was a perfect combination of timing, location, and people. Back at the warehouse center, Li Qiming and Gao Xining, the manager of the warehouse supermarket, were already waiting. This time, they went directly to the second floor of the warehouse supermarket, which sells clothing, home textiles, and fabrics. Xining, How are the textiles section doing? Boss, silk is the best seller right now. It's practically sold out as soon as it's put on the shelves. We even seen scalpers, Gao Xining said, pointing to some empty shelves. What about wool? Shuya picked up a dozen wool scarves. Wool is okay. Blankets are a popular wool product. I heard the Monan branch has imported a production process similar to Persian carpets from Hunan province, and a lot of the excess wool is being turned into carpets. Jiang Miao picked up a rug with an intricate pattern, which was very heavy. How much is this one? Gao Xining glanced at the label. This is 3 square meters, priced at 900 yuan, or 860 yuan for members. Jiang Miao put down the rug. I remember Hunan province being the main production area for Persian carpets, right? Li Zixuan explained quietly, boss, that's true. Many Persian carpets sold in foreign tourist areas are actually made domestically, and the price is usually several thousand yuan per square meter. How is the quality of our products? Gao Xining replied with a smile. So far, the consumer feedback is pretty good. We haven't received any negative feedback. Jiang Miao noticed the Abaca carpet sales area nearby, which was also bustling with customers. He asked quietly, are Abaca carpets popular? Yes, boss. Abaca carpets are mainly inexpensive, only 50 to 80 yuan per square meter. They're much more cost-effective than wool carpets, especially for living and dining room carpets. They don't mind getting dirty, and many wealthy customers simply throw them away and replace them after a while. Is that true? This was the first time Jiang Miao had heard of such a situation. It's mainly because linen products are cheap. A typical living room carpet of 6 or 7 square meters costs only 3 or 400 yuan, and they only need to be replaced once a year. For some Beijing residents, this is an acceptable option. Picked up a linen cotton shirt nearby, Gao Xining continued. Many customers wear Abaca cotton blended clothing like this for about a season, then throw it away and buy new. How much is this clothing? 240 yuan for a dozen. 20 yuan a piece? Pretty cheap. Gao Xining smiled wryly. It's mainly because Cheongzhou Textile Group produced too much, and with winter in northern China, linen cotton clothing isn't warm enough, so we're having a clearance sale. We were originally planning to sell it for 360 yuan. What was the purchase price? A dozen, about 180 yuan. While they were chatting, several customers took these cheap linen cotton shirts and pants. Jiang Miao spotted a middle-aged man carrying a dozen shirts and pants and asked with a smile, "Hey man, you're buying so many. It's winter now, so you probably won't be able to wear them all, right?" The man was quite perceptive. Seeing the tense yet casually dressed young men around Jiang Miao, a veteran of the military, he could tell they were professional security guards. He figured they must have met some important figures who had come to experience life in the countryside. He wasn't too nervous though. After all, he wasn't a thief. He smiled and replied, "I run a Sichuan restaurant. These clothes smell like cooking fumes once they're in the kitchen. It's a shame to wear overpriced clothes in the kitchen, and it's too hot there. These clothes are breathable, so I can throw them away after a month or two." "I see. You look so radiant, man. Business must be good this year, right?" Jiang Miao continued. The older brother spoke eloquently. "Haha, just making a living. I make 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a month. Sichuan cuisine is more popular in winter, so during the summer off-season, I can make over 10,000 yuan a month. That's not bad. It's all about making a living. The economy is much better this year than in previous years. I was planning to return home last year, but I didn't expect the economy to pick up this year. I'm glad I didn't go back. The economy will definitely be better in the future, especially for those of you in the restaurant industry. People in China love to eat. I can't guarantee other industries, but the restaurant industry will definitely be good." "Haha, thank you for your kind words. Competition in the restaurant industry is fierce these days. Without a specialty dish or two, you really can't compete with those chain restaurants." The two chatted for a few minutes, and the older man left with his shopping cart. Jiang Miao didn't go up any further because the third floor was for electronics, and the fourth floor for groceries, and there weren't many products there at the moment. For example, products like home water purifiers would be sold in the third floor electronics section in the future. He returned to the fresh produce section on the first floor. Jiang Miao took another look at the aquatic products. The hairy crabs from the Shanmei Lufeng breeding base are now available. As indoor bred products, each one is quite large and almost always full of roe. This is one of the benefits of indoor breeding, as it allows for temperature control, regulating the crab's growth cycle, and ensuring a monthly supply of fully roe-filled crabs. In addition to hairy crabs, there were also lobsters. The lobsters, weighing over a pound, had just come off the seafood transport truck, and several customers who had been waiting for a long time each bought 2 or 3. One of the customers, who probably owned a restaurant, immediately bought over a dozen lobsters. In addition, live salmon, oysters, prawns, white-leg shrimp, crab roe, Arctic sweet shrimp, and mantis shrimp are all in high demand. The combination of affordable and high-quality products, coupled with the Heliafeng Company's consistent quality assurance, has garnered a large and loyal customer base. Jiang Miao recently reviewed a briefing for the Heliafeng Store app, which boasts 134 million registered users, making it one of the few shopping websites in China to surpass 100 million users, after Taobao, Pinduoduo, and JD.com. Heliafeng Company has established a vast industrial ecosystem in Cheongzhou, Lingnan, Jiangxi Province, and the eastern part of the desert. This encompasses not only Heliafeng Company's own businesses, but also partnered individuals and businesses. Currently, 72,000 individuals and 1,573 partnered businesses have signed contracts with the Agricultural Cooperative Division. Such a vast industrial ecosystem is sufficient to support the rich product categories of a shopping app. This has had a significant impact on other shopping websites. Chapter 255. Cheongzhou, Gratitude City. Lin Winnie, head of the Gratitude City office of the Cheongzhou branch of Heliafeng Company, was leading Zhang Xinqing and others on an inspection tour of a local farm owned by the company. This is Datian Town, a hilly and plateau-like terrain. Therefore, Heliafeng Company has contracted 8,600 mu of mountain land for durian cultivation. In addition to the new technology durian, the durian farm also cultivates alfalfa, white clover, and other forage grasses in the understory. However, the durian and forage grasses are not growing well at this time. Lin Winnie explained with a wry smile, Mr. Zhang, it's not that we're bad at management. Gratitude City is prone to droughts every winter and spring, especially in recent years, when extreme weather has become frequent. For example, last winter and spring, the area experienced a 119-day drought. Zhang Xinqing wasn't the type to look for trouble. After all, weather conditions like this are sometimes beyond human intervention. Furthermore, he had come this time to address local water issues. How are you progressing on the work I instructed you to do half a month ago? It's done. We negotiated cooperation terms with the local authorities, and they agreed to our water allocation plan. We also acquired 5 factories along the coast, and are currently renovating them. Excellent. Zhang Xinqing was very satisfied with the progress of the work here. The so-called water allocation plan involves Heliafeng Company investing in a desalination plant and selling purified water at a low price to Gratitude Plain in Gratitude City. Mountainous areas upstream, such as Datian Town, can then draw a certain percentage of water from nearby reservoirs for industrial and agricultural production. This would both reduce the problem of water transfer from the coast to the inland and address water needs for inland agriculture and industry. Lin Winnie detailed the locations of the 5 plants. Currently, the 5 desalination plants are located in Highway Town, Duntu Town, Shilong Town, Gansheng Town, and Pusuan Town. According to the company's requirements, each of the sites we purchase can meet the standard of supplying 50 million cubic meters of water to the surrounding area annually. Zhang Xinqing examined the layout on the map and then shook his head. That's not enough. We need to increase the density to 10. The desalination plants in Highway Town and Duntu Town, near Gratitude Plain, must reach an annual production capacity of 100 million cubic meters. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I arrange this as soon as I get back. Lin Winnie knew his influence was limited. He only needed to complete the tasks assigned by his superiors. Whether the project was profitable was irrelevant. After all, if the sky fell, there would be taller people to hold it up. Profitability was naturally not a concern. Although western Cheongzhou receives up to 1,750 millimeters of annual rainfall, the problem is that the local rainfall is seasonal, concentrated in the summer and coinciding with the peak typhoon season. Furthermore, Cheongzhou's terrain is not conducive to rainfall storage. If it weren't for the continuous construction of water conservancy projects in recent decades, the water shortages in winter and spring would be even more severe. Although the Shirlu Reservoir, Deguangba Reservoir, Tandong Reservoir, Gaopoling Reservoir, Tuoshing Reservoir, Changmao Reservoir, Din Reservoir, Shermin Reservoir, and Sankagu Reservoir have been built, they still cannot completely alleviate local water needs during the dry season. This is especially true for agricultural production, which consumes the most water. Currently, many local farms use traditional flood irrigation. The equipment for precision drip irrigation is too expensive, making it an uneconomical investment for many farmers. A large portion of Haliafeng Company's mountain durian production is irrigated with drip irrigation. Many local durian growers, who partner with Haliafeng, also use drip irrigation to reduce water use and avoid subsequent water shortages during droughts. Zhang Xinqing spent over 2 hours inspecting the durian farm in Datian Town before continuing on to Sanjia Town. Sanjia Town, located in the heart of the Gratitude Plain, is a major rice and fruit-growing town in the area. To the west of Sanjia Town, near the Zhanghua River, lies a factory acquired by Haliafeng Company and converted into a paper and silk spinning mill. Because Gratitude Plain currently cultivates nearly 76,000 mu of mac bananas, a large amount of abaca is produced annually. However, during the abaca production process, not all fibers are suitable for textiles. Some fibers do not meet standards, or processing losses occur, resulting in approximately 10% to 20% defective fibers. This defective fiber can be used for papermaking. Furthermore, the area is also a rice-producing region, and rice straw can also be used for papermaking. The Sanjia Town Paper Mill is a subsidiary of the Cheongzhou Textile Group, a subsidiary of the Haliafeng Company. When Zhang Xinqing arrived at the factory, they had not received any relevant notification. This is part of the internal management model of the Haliafeng Company. Typically, the factory is notified on short notice after management arrives on site, giving neither the factory nor the farms time to prepare in advance. Upon arrival, Zhang Xinqing frowned. Although it's 2 or 3 kilometers from the residential area, the odor is clearly not being properly handled. We need to rectify this. Lin Winnie, standing nearby, remained silent. He was directly under the company's management, several layers removed from the Cheongzhou Textile Group, and it wasn't his responsibility to worry about such matters. The factory director, Miao Dongyan, who had just come out to greet him, looked a little uneasy. Mr. Zhang, we rectify this as soon as possible. Still, Zhang Xinqing didn't take it lightly. He directly scolded him. How do you manage this? Where are the workers' gas masks and helmets? The temperature and humidity in the factory are too high. The workers are uncomfortable wearing gas masks and helmets, Miao Dongyan replied stiffly. Can't the factory install air conditioning? This is a company safety standard. Don't try to fool me. If something goes wrong, will you be responsible? Zhang Xinqing said angrily. Yes, we fix it immediately. And the management of these raw materials, the site looks like a mess. How are you managing it? Zhang Xinqing scolded him. The management of the Sanjia Town Paper Mill was terrified. In just a few minutes, he had discovered so many problems. Although Zhang Xinqing understood that this was a byproduct of the company's rapid expansion, he was still furious at the management skills of some of the middle management. After scolding them, he also ordered them to make swift corrections. Zhang Xinqing then visited the factory's production workshop to inspect the operation of the new equipment. The papermaking industry has been under pressure from environmental regulations for years, and many papermakers have switched to importing pulp to address environmental scrutiny. This paper mill only began trial production last month in October of this year. Since it hasn't officially started production yet, all environmental protection equipment isn't in place yet. On the south side of the factory are more than a dozen sewage storage and sedimentation tanks, where wastewater from the production workshops flows. Because it's still in the trial production phase, the wastewater in the tanks isn't large, but it does emit a foul odor. Zhang Xinqing and others, wearing gas masks, helmets, and life jackets, surveyed the tanks before them. What's the capacity of these tanks? A total of 150,000 cubic meters, covering an area of 15,000 square meters, and 10 meters deep. Zhang Xinqing frowned. This factory produces 100,000 tons of pulp annually, right? Yes. Before arriving, Zhang Xinqing had his assistant gather relevant information, which explains his frown. 100,000 tons of pulp requires at least 20 million cubic meters of water. Even with recycled water, that's still 2 to 3 million cubic meters of fresh water consumed annually. The original design of these sewage tanks is definitely insufficient. Miao Dongyan stood aside awkwardly. It's definitely insufficient. Despite the 150,000 cubic meter capacity of these sewage tanks, traditional sewage treatment isn't very efficient. It requires physical precipitation, chemical neutralization, activated carbon filtration, and other processes, and only a small amount of wastewater can be processed each day. Zhang Xinqing glanced at Miao Dongyan meaningfully. Not only was his management skills inadequate, but he also tended to do things half-heartedly. He couldn't continue managing the factory, or else something bad would happen. The existing sewage tank and wastewater treatment system were inadequate, and he didn't submit a report, instead just doing things half-heartedly. This wasn't a problem of poor management, but a problem of work attitude. However, he didn't react immediately. After all, direct action wasn't appropriate. He instead requested the supervisory department send someone over to investigate the situation at Cheongjo Textile Group. Miao Dong'an, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, quickly changed the subject. The new equipment is very effective. It can process 150,000 cubic meters of wastewater daily, and our factory's current water recycling rate is around 80%. Hearing this water recycling rate, Zhang Xinqing felt dissatisfied again. You have to understand that using Minxin Group's water purification equipment, unless the thermal power plant needs to use cooling water for cooling, causing some water to be discharged as steam, any water recycling rate below 90% indicates poor system design or management. Zhang Xinqing observed it for a while, and discovered several problems. The first problem was that the sewage tank and the water purification tank were completely open, allowing a lot of water to evaporate naturally. The second problem was that the sewage tanks were not managed separately. Even as an outsider, he knew that paper mill wastewater was divided into 3 types, each with different components. If they were mixed, it would increase the difficulty of subsequent sludge treatment. The third issue is that the sludge isn't being fully dehydrated. He observed that the sludge pumped from the bottom of the sewage pool always contained considerable water. After all, since it could be sucked up using sludge extraction equipment, the water content must be quite high. For a paper mill, water costs are crucial. Even with relatively good processes, each ton of pulp requires approximately 100 cubic meters of water. Some older mills with poor processes can even require 300 cubic meters of fresh water per ton of pulp. Don't assume that using recycled water will reduce costs. In reality, the cost reduction isn't significant, as recycled water requires treatment costs. Using wood and bamboo pulp, the most common process in China, water consumption is approximately 100 cubic meters per ton. At an industrial water cost of 3 yuan per cubic meter, the water cost is 300 yuan. The Sanjia Town paper mill uses rice straw and abaca as raw materials, so water consumption reaches approximately 300 cubic meters per ton of pulp. If the water recycling rate is only 80%, then each ton of pulp still requires 60 cubic meters of fresh water, which is still too high. A water recycling rate of at least 95% is necessary to minimize water costs. Zhang Xinqing didn't directly address the issue, but instead asked, Director Miao, do you think there's potential to improve this water recycling rate? Huh? That's difficult, and the investment cost is too high. It's better not to change it. Miao Dong'an shook his head. I understand. That's it. Zhang Xinqing felt more and more determined to remove this guy from his position as soon as possible. He's completely clueless. With this level of management, he suspected he'd gotten in through the back door. Even if he can't innovate, can't he copy others? Helyafeng Company has so many factories under its purview, each a living template, and yet they can't even copy others. They're simply hopeless. The factory's sewage pools and water purification tanks could be covered with photovoltaic panels, reducing evaporation and generating electricity. How much does a set of sludge pressing equipment cost? They can't even do the math. What's more, the sludge needs to be transported to so many factories for subsequent processing. The higher the water content, the higher the transportation costs. I can only say this person isn't a qualified manager. Anyone with a bit of common sense, after looking at the company's other factories, could come up with an improvement plan. Increasing the water recycling rate by 1% would reduce the market cost of pulp by 8.9 yuan per ton. Increasing the water recycling rate to 95% would reduce the cost of pulp by 133.5 yuan per ton. Zhang Xinqing left the Sanjia Town paper mill furious. Lin Wenyi, accompanying him, could see Zhang Xinqing's anger, but adhering to the principle of too much talk leads to mistakes, he remained silent throughout the process. The convoy arrived at Duntu Town. The Duntu Town desalination plant is located on the coast. It was formerly an aquaculture farm, which was acquired and is currently undergoing renovation. Standing on the nearby highway, Zhang Xinqing could see the progress of a portion of the desalination plant's renovations. He took a look but didn't go inside. As for construction quality management, he wasn't overly concerned. With the third-party inspection company responsible for the inspection, and the company's internal project inspection office, there was virtually no chance of shoddy work. He said calmly, the salt produced by desalination is a problem. This issue has actually been discussed internally within the company. After all, each cubic meter of seawater contains approximately 35 kilograms of various inorganic salts. The Duntu Town desalination plant plans to produce 100 million cubic meters of freshwater annually, which means it will have to produce at least 3.5 million tons of salt annually. Grandmother City has 10 desalination plants, producing a combined 600 million cubic meters of freshwater annually, generating approximately 21 million tons of salt. It seems like only 21 million tons. The domestic chemical industry, food processing, edible salt, fertilizer and potash industries can easily consume 21 million tons of crude salt. However, this idea is doomed to fail. Desalination plants will undoubtedly be deployed in more coastal areas than just Cheongjo Graining City. The Bohai Rim region, led by Beijing, will require tens of billions of tons of fresh water annually, generating hundreds of millions of tons of crude salt. Such a massive amount of crude salt cannot be fully utilized. Either edible salt, chemical salt, or fertilizer potash can consume this much production capacity. Thus, only a small portion of this crude salt will be purchased by chemical companies. The rest will either be discharged back into the ocean or buried in abandoned mines. Direct discharge into the sea carries certain risks. A large amount of crude salt will rapidly increase the salinity of nearby waters, severely impacting surrounding marine life and, in severe cases, even causing widespread die-offs. The die-off is only a minor issue. The real problem is that the increased salinity in localized waters will alter the movement of seawater. The dynamics of ocean currents are primarily influenced by salinity and temperature. Ocean currents, in turn, are related to climate. Therefore, even small amounts of crude salt discharged into the sea can still be regulated by the ocean's own vast volume. However, if hundreds of millions of tons of crude salt were discharged annually, the consequences would undoubtedly be a massive ecological and climate disaster. This is especially true for the Bohai Sea, a major future desalination region. The Bohai Sea is a semi-enclosed inland sea with a long water exchange cycle, approximately 30 years. Large amounts of salt input would cause a significant increase in overall salinity. If the Bohai Sea's total water volume is estimated to be approximately 1.7 trillion cubic meters, the discharge of 200 million tons of salt would equate to an annual increase in salinity of approximately 1.2 per thousand, a long-term cumulative increase far exceeding the tolerance threshold for marine life. High salinity waters are dense and can form vertical stratification, hindering the exchange of oxygen and nutrients between upper and lower layers, exacerbating hypoxia at the bottom and leading to the expansion of dead zones. While the Bohai Sea can exchange water with the Pacific Ocean, thereby diluting some of its salinity, the problem is that the Chilu region of the Yellow Sea will also be a major source of desalination, which will also increase the salinity of the Yellow Sea. This will extend the time it takes for the Bohai Sea, which is isolated from the Yellow Sea, to interact with the Pacific Ocean. Therefore, directly discharging crude salt into the sea is undoubtedly detrimental to both the environment and the environment. Site burial becomes an inevitable option. However, site burial is not without risks. Because abandoned mining areas often contain groundwater, if large quantities of crude salt are added and come into contact with the groundwater, it can easily turn the surrounding groundwater into saltwater, leading to widespread salinization of the surrounding land, a potentially serious consequence. A safe and sealed storage system must be constructed to prevent the crude salt from leaking into the surrounding environment. This represents a significant investment. In fact, if desalination leads to a massive increase in coastal water use in the future, resulting in an increase in freshwater discharge from rivers into the ocean, it could be considered to discharge some crude salt into the ocean to maintain its salinity balance. However, this requires supercomputer simulations, the collaboration of numerous professional scientists, and the establishment of a dynamic global ocean and climate monitoring system before desalination can be carried out. Otherwise, it is best not to attempt it rashly to avoid irreversible consequences. Zhang Xinqing is conducting industrial research and planning in Gratitude City. The results of Jiang Miao and Lin Shuya's academician elections were officially announced on November 21st. While many people online had speculated that Jiang Miao would be elected, many were surprised that Lin Shuya would also receive the award this year. However, after the results were announced, many people paused and reflected, and then felt that it made sense. After all, sponge battery technology is not much different from synthesis soybeans. This technology has profoundly changed the domestic and global battery and new energy industry landscape, making it a legitimate candidate for academician status. At the same time, online discussion also surged. This wasn't just happening in China. The international internet was also buzzing with discussion. Chapter 256. Animal Observation Network. The entire election process for the new academicians was live-streamed, and several scholars were invited to comment. Dom Gandhi, another host, and 3 scholars watched the live broadcast from the Great Hall. Seeing Jiang Miao giving a speech on stage, Gandhi smiled and asked, Mr. Jiang Miao's membership in the Chinese Academy of Engineering is undoubtedly well-deserved, but why is he also a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? I'm a little confused. Professor Zhao, one of the scholars standing nearby, raised his glasses and said, I read Mr. Jiang Miao's papers, and he's certainly well-deserved to be an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. Large-scale applications, like the Cinza soybeans, certainly meet the selection criteria of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. However, the selection criteria of the Chinese Academy of Sciences tend to be more theoretical. I haven't seen any relevant papers online, but perhaps there are confidentiality requirements for these papers. Professor He, who wasn't wearing sunglasses, chimed in, It's possible there are confidential papers involved, but I'm not very familiar with the biological field. Xiao Geng might know something. Dr. Geng smiled and said, Judging from Mr. Jiang Miao's published papers, his theories are quite unique, or perhaps quite innovative. Sometimes, when I browse through them, I feel a distinct sense of disconnection. Oh! Dr. Geng, could you explain this to us? Dong Gandhi immediately redirected the conversation. It would take too long to explain this in detail, so I just briefly mention a few points. Dr. Geng paused, then continued, Mr. Jiang Miao's relevant papers can be divided into 3 areas: agricultural breeding, gene targets, and biomaterials. Actually, while these appear to be 3 fields, they can actually be viewed as one: agricultural breeding and biomaterials, derived from gene targeting and gene editing technologies. After hearing Dr. Geng's description, Dong Gandhi, Professor He, and Professor Zhao all seemed lost in thought. Many viewers watching the live stream also understood something. This is especially true for researchers working in biological fields at classified domestic institutions. The Nuwa system they are currently using comes from Haliafeng Company, or more precisely, from Jiang Miao. Those individuals are well aware that Jiang Miao is not only exceptional in applied fields, but his theoretical contributions are even more valuable. It's just that these theories are confidential and cannot be made public. This is why many of Jiang Miao and his wife's papers, despite being co-authors, appear disjointed and span multiple fields. This is because they lack crucial biological theory. Dr. Geng shared his speculation. However, we haven't seen any relevant biological theories in the publicly available paper. Clearly, the core theory is currently unavailable. I suspect this theoretical content is the basis for Mr. Jiang Miao's appointment as an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It's quite possible, but wouldn't this information be extremely sensitive? Dong Gandhi expressed some concern, as this was a live stream, after all. Don't worry, host, Dr. Geng said, half-jokingly. Even a humble probiotics doctor like me has made some guesses. Biologists around the world share similar assumptions. So, foreign scholars have also hypothesized this? Dong Gandhi asked, raising his glasses. My advisor and I attended several global biotechnology forums this year, and many foreign scholars asked about this. They asked if Professor Jiang Miao had discovered a completely new biological theory. Although Professor He specializes in theoretical physics, he's quite interested in biological theory and asked, Xiao Geng, why do you think foreign scholars have such hypotheses? Haha, it's a very simple reason: the number of results. Dr. Geng didn't hide his answer. Professor Zhao also realized, yes, Xiao Geng has a point. Dr. Geng explained, listing off his achievements. Since 2024, Mr. Jiang Miao has completed 26 achievements, both large and small, including artificial propagation technology for eels, transgenic rootstocks for pan and strawberries, fairy beans, mic bananas, and durian. If we add academician Lin's achievements and confidential technologies that have not been made public, even with the assistance of other researchers, the number of achievements is still enormous. Dong Gandhi's eyes were filled with obvious surprise. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. Now that you said it, I'm shocked. The other host nodded, yes. These technological achievements are very successful, and many of them are of extremely high strategic value. With such a rapid emergence, it's no wonder that foreign scholars suspect Mr. Jiang Miao of having a unique biological theory. Professor He asked curiously, Xiao Geng, you study biology. What do you think Mr. Jiang Miao's biological theory is? Can you guess? Yes. I'm very curious too, and I'm sure the audience is too, Dong Gandhi said. At this point, the live stream's comments were flooded with comments like curious baby, open the door to check the water meter, and so on. Dr. Geng didn't think this kind of thing couldn't be discussed. After all, biological academia both domestically and internationally had already engaged in various speculations, and had even secretly explored some of the situation. After all, as the Nuwa system's user base grew, even if only a small number of people were exposed to a small portion of the content, information leaks were inevitable. It was a core secret, unknown to the outside world, and there was no way to detect the research base hidden within Taman Chagan farm. He half-jokingly said, "It should be a theoretical model that can quickly screen gene targets, as this is the direction many biological researchers are currently working towards. This theoretical model can improve the efficiency of biological breeding, thereby achieving a large number of breeding results in a short period of time." Dong Gandhi asked somewhat puzzledly, "Dr. Gung, I heard that current gene editing technology can already produce any desired trait?" Gene editing technology can indeed do this, but there is a prerequisite. You must know the function of the gene. This is the difficulty of gene editing technology. Dong Gandhi, based on his own understanding, said, "Can I put it this way? Gene editing technology is like a gun, and how to make the bullet fired from this gun accurately hit the bull's eye is the key." That's pretty much it. Another host brought up a new topic. "Dr. Gung, with the ever-increasing advancements in genetic technology, do you think gene-edited babies could be widely used in the future?" This topic garnered considerable interest. Dr. Gung expressed caution, even concern. The technical prerequisites for producing gene-edited babies are currently in place, but this involves scientific ethics in the biological field. "I believe that even if gene-editing technology is to be used on humans in the future, it must be strictly regulated, otherwise it could easily lead to catastrophic consequences." Professor He joked, "Perhaps within our lifetime, we see the new human versus the natural human." Professor Zhao, who understood the mechanisms of society better, shook his head and sighed, "Technology is developing. If we don't use it, others will. This situation is very difficult to control." "This is indeed very difficult to handle," Dr. Gunn agreed. "This is somewhat similar to the dark forest theory from the three-body problem," Dong Gandhi said slowly, his face thoughtful. "Currently, at least a dozen countries around the world have relevant biotechnology. Biotechnology touches on various fields, including medicine, food, ecology, and national defense, and is certainly not easily subject to oversight, creating blind spots. Within these blind spots, everyone suspects others are secretly conducting gene editing experiments on humans. Faced with this situation, the only solution is to conduct similar research. Unless the world is unified, this chain of suspicion will not be easily resolved." While the comments on Animal Observation Network are somewhat harsh, they have indeed sparked many concerns about biotechnology. After all, there was a previous case of illegal human fetal gene editing in China. After serving his sentence, the researcher continued his research on human gene editing and even planned new genetic experiments. Of course, don't be fooled by the online outcry. In reality, the discussion isn't intense, primarily because many people don't care about such matters. The internet sometimes amplifies such discussions, but in reality, the vast majority of people in China are a silent majority. Many people glance at the discussion and then forget about it. There are also many malicious forces secretly fanning the flames. For example, a video by another well-known science blogger exaggerated the potential for genetic modification, gene editing, and the weaponization of biotechnology. However, this intimidating propaganda has had an unexpected consequence. The number of people supporting genetic modification and gene editing has actually increased rapidly. This is because many people are genuinely frightened. Additionally, Western influences have always been at the forefront of inhumanity. This has led many to worry. If Western powers gain control of these technologies, will they use them to create weapons or target China? The answer is clearly yes. During the explosive growth of AI technology in China over the past 2 years, many Western internet companies quietly removed clauses prohibiting the use of AI technology in weapons development. In other words, while Western powers may now verbally prohibit the weaponization of biotechnology, they may change their tune in a few years. This sense of crisis has triggered concerns among many. The fear of enemies acquiring biological weapons has outweighed other negative impacts on biotechnology. This was clearly an unexpected outcome for many behind-the-scenes forces, but once the words have been spoken, there's virtually no way to take them back. People tend to be conditioned by preconceived notions. Sometimes, the most effective way to change a mindset isn't through endless propaganda, but by waiting for those stubborn elders to die. Just like the food safety rumors we debunk year after year, many elderly people still believe these rumors from decades ago, regurgitating them to young people every holiday. Take Helyafeng Company's new technology durian. Some elderly people, believing it's rife with technology and labor, refuse to eat it and forbid their families from eating it. In fact, Helyafeng Company's durian is safer and fresher than Siamese durian. After all, The concept of safe food is Heliafeng Company's corporate brand. Unfortunately, many people's suspicions are unbearable. However, those marketing accounts wouldn't dare spread rumors about Heliafeng's durian and other products unless they had solid evidence, or they'd be sent to jail by Heliafeng's legal department in a matter of seconds. But in reality, there's no way to dispel the rumors circulating on the streets. Many elderly people love hearing these rumors, and fruit shop and vegetable vendors are the ones most likely to spread them. They're a perfect match. Why does this happen? Vegetable vendors and fruit shops rely on regular customers, creating a breeding ground for rumors. These individual vendors spread rumors to discredit other vendors' products, creating the illusion that their products are the best, that they're all grown in-house, or that they're all good, while others' products are sprayed with pesticides, preservatives, and hormones. Elderly people, however, love to hear this kind of talk and then buy the seller's overpriced products. This is exactly the same tactic used by many live streaming influencers online. The same refrain: other people's products are bad, mine are good. In fact, pesticides are becoming increasingly less toxic, and many are rapidly degradable. For example, the recently established pesticide and fertilizer division of Heliafeng Company has launched over a dozen low-toxic, or even non-toxic, pesticides. These pesticides work by targeting genetically modified pheromones that repel and frighten insects, thereby inducing them to leave the growing area. Besides being low-toxic and non-toxic, these pheromone repellents have two other advantages. One is that they don't develop resistance, and the other is that they don't eliminate beneficial insects. This is a significant difference from traditional chemical pesticides. Of course, this type of pheromone repellent pesticide is not without its drawbacks. These include a complex formula, essentially one insect-specific pesticide, extremely rapid environmental degradation, typically lasting only 4 or 5 days, high reliance on natural plant materials for production. Heliafeng Company's pheromone repellent uses 33 core raw materials, including common ones like mugwort, chrysanthemum, camellia seed cake, soybean meal, calla lily, highly toxic cassava, tongue tree, rubber tree, ginkgo biloba, euphorbium ulmens, and cactus. Many of these plants are relatively common, even commercial crops. It's not that the extracts from these plants specifically repel insects, but rather that they are specifically formulated to reduce costs. Other plants contain the same or similar ingredients, but why aren't they used? The reason lies in the need for cost control. For example, an aromatic hydrocarbon extracted from agarwood leaves, combined with other natural extracts and supplementary ingredients, can effectively repel spider mites, maintaining its effectiveness for approximately 18 days in the absence of heavy rain. However, the concentration of this aromatic hydrocarbon in agarwood leaves is very low, with only 0.8 milligrams extracted per ton. The production cost is too high, making it uneconomical for widespread use. Unless chemical synthesis is possible, this formula will remain shelved. Currently, Heliafeng Company's pheromone repellent farming employs a highly effective application strategy, initially applying the pheromone in the central area of the farm, then extending it in a circular pattern to repel specific insects from the farm. A barrier zone is then established around the farm, and automated spray towers are used to regularly maintain the pheromone concentration within the zone, deterring pests from entering the farm. This method can significantly reduce pesticide use. The larger and more concentrated the farm area, the more cost-effective the pheromone barrier zone. As for the few that slip through the net, their ecological niche within the farm is already difficult to maintain. After all, there are other insect-eating animals within the farm. These insect-eating animals expose these few to numerous predators, making it difficult for their population to expand. Furthermore, when Heliafeng Company uses information repellent agents, it doesn't drive away all pests at once, but rather develops different strategies for each category. If the insects are already present in the country, they can't be expelled all at once. Instead, a certain population density must be maintained to maintain ecological balance. If the pests are invasive from abroad, comprehensive expulsion is used to completely drive them out of the farm. Of course, Heliafeng Company isn't the kind of company that exploits its neighbors. This pheromone repellent alone can't eliminate insects, so they quickly accumulate in the surrounding forests and farmland, easily leading to pest infestations in these areas. This is another use of pheromone isolation belts. Beyond the pheromone isolation belt, another temporary pheromone isolation belt can lock the pests in a specific area. Then, using highly toxic yet easily degradable pesticides, they can be eliminated all at once, preventing them from escaping and harming surrounding farmland and forests. For this reason, Heliafeng Company, as well as its partner growers and businesses, are gradually adopting this efficient and low-cost pest control method. The core area of the farm generally doesn't require insecticide spraying for 6 months, but instead requires bacterial and fungal control. There's no way around this. Bacteria and fungi can't be completely eradicated. Even indoor farms can only reduce the living space of harmful microorganisms through regular disinfection, soil replacement, and the cultivation of beneficial microorganisms. Therefore, among domestic agricultural products at this stage, Heliofing's agricultural products offer the best safety. Not only is the cultivation process excellent, but the entire supply chain is also strictly managed. Chapter 257. Just when Lin Shuya was elected an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, Henan University completely closed the comment sections on its official social media accounts, as well as on all videos and articles published on its WeChat public accounts. They clearly knew that if Lin Shuya actually received academician status, those netizens, not afraid of trouble, would surely flood the comments with sarcastic remarks and messages. Thus, they closed the comments section in advance. However, this self-deception earned them even more scorn from netizens, with many deliberately posting videos with titles like Henan University message board and Henan University comment section. Immediately, a large number of netizens rushed in and began to criticize Henan University. In the comment section of one video, Zelimo Khan's personal bodyguard at Henan University, "Congratulations to your outstanding student Lin Shuya for being elected an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering." Boston Square Face at Henan University, "Are you happy? New humans must win at Henan University. Today is such a great day." Brainwave Mashangong, "Good news, good news. Yulin protein has been approved and will undergo larger-scale clinical trials in 50 public hospitals nationwide. I wonder if Guanyulin is eligible for membership in the Chinese Academy of Engineering? When the stars shine at Brainwave Mashangong, based on the clinical trial results released so far, Yulin protein has effectively cured 37 cancer patients. If this kind of achievement doesn't qualify him for membership in the Chinese Academy of Engineering, then who can? Mastering Shockwave Mingming, 2 academicians. Come claim them now. If you don't, other schools will be vying for them. Jinling University, "Congratulations to our outstanding alumnus, Dr. Guan Yulin, for being awarded distinguished professorship and honorary doctorate. I'm Ajin. Lion Mountain Agricultural University has made a fortune, having 2 academician-level alumni at once. This is a big surprise. I visited the Heliofing factory a few days ago, and it's definitely one of the best-managed food factories I ever seen." All sorts of sarcastic comments quickly flooded the counterfeit videos. Even Henan University mobilized students to report the incident on various video sites and social media platforms, but it didn't suppress the situation. Instead, students within Henan University secretly exposed the incident, sending it quickly trending. Combined with other related news, it quickly fueled the discussion. Students previously bullied by the Du Boiluan father and son are now active online again. After all, this is the age of traffic. These students, having already graduated, naturally won't give them face. Furthermore, with the Du father and son already a pariah, many students are deliberately exaggerating, even fabricating stories. Many people, eager to profit from the victim's misfortune, naturally choose to kick him when he's down, desperately trying to portray themselves as victims, attracting traffic and facilitating future sales and monetization. Of course, these events are only a small fraction of the recent internet buzz. The real buzz is centered around Jiang Miao and his wife, including their achievements, their little-known biological theory, and discussions about biotechnology. As for the feud between Henan University and Lin Shuya, Guan Yulin, and others, only a few who enjoy stirring up trouble are paying attention. Henan University, seeing the online narrative spiraling, has simply chosen to lie low, playing the ostrich role, refusing to respond to any of these reports, pretending not to have seen or heard anything. In fact, this was the most appropriate response. Any other approach would either only exacerbate the situation or make them embarrassed. Unless they could humble themselves, proactively apologize to Lin Shuya, Guan Yulin, and the others, and offer a thorough and reasonable explanation for what had happened, they could only handle the situation coldly. In reality, Lin Shuya didn't care about this matter at all. After all, the culprits, the Du family father and son, had already received their due punishment, and the rest of the matter was no longer relevant. Meanwhile, near San Francisco, Gale Country, in a secret underground base. How's the investigation going? Where's the information on that biological theory? Hearing this, Robert, breathless, cautiously replied, "Director, we can only confirm that such a theoretical model exists and has been put into practice. However, We haven't yet investigated the specific location of the system derived from this theoretical model. Does that even require investigation? The tone was filled with contempt and anger. Gulp. Robert swallowed slightly, then began to explain. Boss, the research base at Haliafeng's headquarters shouldn't have this system. They must have known we would focus on infiltrating there. Humph, your infiltration results are just one kill after another? I seriously doubt your ability. Robert broke out in a cold sweat, wiping it away calmly. He replied awkwardly, It's mainly because Haliafeng's security system is too strict, and they hardly accept any returned scholars or technicians with overseas backgrounds. That's not an excuse. No one is unbribable. Even if you can't bribe the internal researchers, can't you bribe their relatives? Another bald man immediately defended himself. Director Sean, Haliafeng requires that all immediate family members of researchers reside in designated areas and are not allowed to travel abroad at will. We have no way of contacting these people. Sean's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, but he didn't take his anger out on his subordinates, as they were citing objective reasons. After thinking for a moment, Sean ordered in a low voice, Continue to intensify your efforts. We must find a way to obtain this technology. This is crucial to the future of Gale Nation. Yes, Robert and the bald man replied, their heads held high. Go! Yes! Watching the two men leave, Sean rubbed his temples, mentally pondering how to explain this to the boss behind the scenes. What he had said earlier about the future of Gale Nation being at stake was just empty talk. The real reason was that various major conglomerates, and the families behind them were hoping to obtain this technology to achieve some hidden agenda. After much deliberation, he decided he couldn't just report it straight away. So, Sean picked up the phone and called the head of the open source intelligence analysis team. Half an hour later, a middle-aged blond man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and carrying a briefcase under his arm knocked on the door. Good evening, Mr. Sean. Joseph, please sit down. I hope you have some good news for me, or I have a rough night. Sean poured him a cup of black coffee. Joseph Needham put down the briefcase, his lips curled up. Mr. Sean, I do have some good news. Go ahead. Adding 8 sugar cubes and stirring his coffee, Needham spoke slowly. The first one is about Ceres's recent purchase of mercury, ore from Spain and Italy. This? What have you discovered? Sean frowned. Joseph Needham narrowed his eyes and said, although there's no direct evidence, based on previous information, we can basically confirm that this mercury ore was secretly purchased by Haliafeng Company. Oh! And why? Mr. Sean, do you know Dr. Zhang's habits? Habits? Sean recalled the information about Jiang Yao. He has a good habit of being very environmentally friendly. Therefore, the residents near his company have a very good opinion of him. Needham took a sip of his coffee. Sean was puzzled. What's wrong with this habit? Haha, mercury ore is a highly polluting mineral that's not very good for the environment. The companies purchasing mercury ore this time have paid close attention to this aspect. They have established very comprehensive isolation measures at their ore storage locations. Is that so? Sean now somewhat agreed with Needham's assessment. If only one company were doing this, it could be explained as coincidence. But if several companies are doing the same, and they currently have no other businesses but are simply purchasing mercury ore from the international market, it can only mean one thing. They're all owned by a single person. Sean, having worked in intelligence for so many years, is very sensitive to such situations, and immediately confirmed the accuracy of this intelligence. He looked at him with a look of doubt and astonishment. Why is Haliafeng purchasing so much mercury ore? Joseph Needham put down his coffee cup. Given Haliafeng's covert purchase of mercury ore, this mineral is likely extremely important to them. After all, they previously developed an alternative technology to avoid borax import issues. Now they're using this secretive method for procurement, which only means that this mineral is currently unavailable. Excellent. Whatever they want to do with the mercury, we won't let them. Sean noted this in his memo, and instructed the man behind the scenes to disrupt Haliafeng's primary channel for obtaining mercury. Seeing Sean finish his notes, Needham picked up the briefcase and pulled out a document. Second discovery, this is it. Sean took the document, glanced at 2 pages, and his expression suddenly darkened. The cover of the document prominently read, Iron Ore and Bauxite Market Forecast Report. We collaborated with scholars from several think tanks and discovered that Haliafeng Company is using silicon filament materials to produce a variety of products, including automotive parts, airships, containers, and buildings. These products will replace a significant portion of steel and aluminum alloys, indirectly leading to a continuous decline in demand for iron ore and bauxite in series. Can they truly replace them? Of course. While we can't bring samples back, we can still do research in series through various channels. Sean's expression grew increasingly serious as he continued to flip through the research report. Based on the current performance of silicon filament materials, its production cost is very low. An average ton of silicon filament is estimated to cost only 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. It may appear higher than steel, but remember that its density is relatively low and its strength is very high. Under similar strength standards, silicon filament only requires 1/10 the weight of steel, yet its structural strength is essentially sufficient. Therefore, it can effectively replace steel, aluminum alloys, carbon fiber, and glass fiber, while also reducing costs and increasing efficiency. As a result, Ceres's demand for steel and aluminum alloys will drop significantly. Add to that the vast scrap resources generated by years of large-scale iron and steel smelting, and Ceres can readily achieve internal circulation of steel and aluminum alloys, eliminating the need for external mineral replenishment. Furthermore, as the international market for iron ore and bauxite becomes increasingly unstable, Ceres will be forced to promote silicon filaments as a substitute for other materials. Trouble. Damn it! Damn Heliofeng Company. Damn Jiang Miao. Sean cursed as he read. However, Needham remained remarkably calm. He continued, the third discovery concerns seawater desalination. Heliofeng Company's new technology already enables low-cost desalination. This technology will solve the future water shortage along the northern coast of East Asia. Sean put down the documents and sighed helplessly. Why wasn't this genius born in Gale country? Chapter 258. November 25th. Jiang Miao and his wife were still in Beijing. However, Jiang Miao remained closely monitoring company and domestic and international affairs, devoting at least 2 hours each day to reviewing and addressing them. The CEO of that Spanish mercury mining company was in a car accident? Has he figured it out yet? He sneered inwardly as he looked at the contents on his laptop screen. He opened the company's internal resource reserve database. Over the past 4 months, Heliofeng's subsidiary, a shell company, has imported a cumulative 12,700 tons of high-purity cinnabar ore from various overseas channels, equivalent to 10,000 tons of pure mercury. This ore is stored in small coastal cities in Cheongzhou, Lingnan, Liaodong, and Qilu. Jiang Miao had long anticipated the instability of foreign import channels. After all, mercury ore is a relatively rare and seldom used mineral, as the Minamata Convention, adopted internationally in 2013, restricts the mining and use of mercury and its products. As for finding alternatives, Heliofeng's 147th laboratory is currently conducting research in this area, and some research has been successful. Gallium itself can also be combined with specific nanosilicon tubes to form a room-temperature superconductor. The problem is that currently, the world's discovered reserves of gallium are only 280,000 tons, of which approximately 190,000 tons are in series. However, gallium ore is not a pure mineral. It is commonly found as a byproduct in bauxite, iron ore, coal, and lead zinc ores. Therefore, the core method of producing gallium is secondary refining of the tailings from bauxite electrolysis. If gallium is extracted solely from bauxite, only about 1 ton of gallium can be produced for every million tons of bauxite produced. This energy consumption would bankrupt most companies and countries. You should know that producing 1 ton of electrolytic aluminum requires 14,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity and approximately 5 tons of bauxite. Processing 1 million tons of bauxite requires approximately 2.8 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity. If gallium production lines were added outside the electrolytic aluminum production system, the production cost of gallium metal would skyrocket. So who is currently the world's largest electrolytic aluminum producer? The answer is self-evident. Because electrolytic aluminum is extremely power-intensive, the world's largest power generation region is also the world's largest electrolytic aluminum producer. They are tied together. According to data from the International Aluminum Institute, II, global electrolytic aluminum production is projected to reach 74.63 million tons in 2026. Of this, Serbia's electrolytic aluminum production is expected to reach approximately 46.97 million tons, accounting for approximately 60% of global production, making it the world's largest electrolytic aluminum producer. Without the electrolytic aluminum industry, there would be no gallium metal production industry. Rather than shifting to Southeast Asia and India as the West envisioned, the global electrolytic aluminum industry is becoming increasingly concentrated in Serbia. The reason is falling electricity prices. As energy storage bases come online, electricity prices have already dropped significantly in some regions, such as Yunnan province. Yunnan Aluminum Group's electricity costs for electrolytic aluminum production have dropped from 0.47 yuan per kilowatt-hour to 0.36 yuan per kilowatt-hour through its own energy storage system and photovoltaic power generation. Yunnan Aluminum Group's electricity costs for electrolytic aluminum have also dropped from approximately 6,345 yuan per ton to approximately 4,860 yuan per ton. This is a significant decrease. This has further widened the gap with international electrolytic aluminum companies, reducing the cost-effectiveness of foreign electrolytic aluminum and making it difficult for series electrolytic aluminum to compete. However, although China is the world's largest producer of gallium metal, Jiangmiao has no plans to use it as a raw material for room-temperature superconductors. After all, the market price of gallium is around 1.8 million yuan per ton, while 99% pure mercury only costs around 840,000 yuan per ton. Add to that the widespread applications of gallium in electronics, aerospace, precision instruments, and other industries. If it were now used as a room-temperature superconductor, the price would likely skyrocket. Mercury, on the other hand, is relatively more reliable. Of course, if news leaked that mercury could be used to produce room-temperature superconductors, the price would also skyrocket. Jiang Miao glanced at the map in his study, focusing on the southeastern part of Gansu province, which he had recently passed by. Part of the Qinling Mountains, this area is home to numerous mercury mines, including several large veins, with a combined reserve of at least 260,000 tons. Some of these mines could be developed. As for foreign import channels, although they are unstable, Heliofeng Company will not give up and will continue importing. While mercury imports from Spain and Italy were experiencing issues, the situation wasn't necessarily the same in other regions. After all, some regions lacked other minerals and, due to their inherent need for capital, mercury exports became their economic lifeline. Birds die for food, and people die for wealth. Western capitalism couldn't stop the locals' desire for profit. As long as Heliofeng Company didn't disclose the use of its mercury, it could continue importing it at a lower price. The development of room-temperature superconductors, however, could only be used internally for a short period of time, and only within confidential industries to prevent leaks. After formulating his industrial strategy, Jiang Miao made a phone call, instructing the investment division to invest in southeastern Gansu province, focusing on acquiring several prospecting rights in the Qinling Mountains. These mercury minerals will undoubtedly be as valuable as platinum in the future. At the same time, he also instructed the Majia Procurement Office to increase imports of various rare elements, especially those the company will need in the future or currently uses. They should import as much as possible, even if they can't use them all, so they can be stockpiled. In contrast, Heliofeng Company has shown little interest in energy minerals like coal, oil, and natural gas. With the transformation of the new energy industry, the status of these energy minerals will undoubtedly continue to decline, leaving only chemical applications. And even this chemical application will be further weakened. After all, bean silk products can replace many plastic products, and the new rubber grass variety that will be planted on a large scale in the southern desert next year will produce a large amount of natural rubber, further squeezing the share of synthetic rubber. This will undoubtedly affect petroleum and coal chemical products to varying degrees. On the other hand, the value of rare elements will not decline significantly, no matter how the times change. As human technology becomes more advanced and sophisticated, the demand for rare elements is also showing a growing trend. Therefore, continuously importing rare elements from abroad is the better option. In fact, it's not just Heliofeng that's increasing imports. Other domestic companies with ample cash flow, as well as government officials, are also seeking ways to increase rare element imports. These imports have further increased the international prices of many rare elements, but this also contributes to trade balance. Many regions have formed a new economic cycle by selling minerals, and then purchasing large quantities of industrial and agricultural products from Ceres, creating a new economic cycle. This has put Western powers' plans to obstruct Ceres's global mining operations in an unsustainable predicament. After all, when profitability is high, local tyrants in many regions are increasingly reluctant to cooperate with Western forces. Unless Western conglomerates are willing to purchase these minerals at comparable prices, no matter who becomes the local tyrant, they will not abandon this trade. To cut off someone's business is like killing their parents. To keep others obedient, you must give them food. Although Heliofeng's durian expansion has caused domestic durian prices to drop to around 15 to 22 yuan per kilogram, Southeast Asia's durian imports have not decreased, only profits have decreased. The current durian cultivation scale promoted by Heliofeng covers 2.5 million mu, approximately 1.5 million hectares, producing approximately 15 million tons of fresh durian annually. At 10 kilograms per person, and assuming a pulp yield of around 35%, this translates to 3.5 kilograms of durian pulp per person annually. This consumption is not significant, especially when averaged over 365 days a year. Moreover, Malaysian brands like Muzang King still dominate the high-end market, though they're not as arrogant as before and don't dare to act recklessly. After the Heliafeng durian crisis, it became clear to all parties in Southeast Asia that if they still act recklessly, Heliafeng could easily promote the localization of other durian varieties, even sweeping up tropical fruits like mangosteen and rambutan, completely destroying the international market. The Southeast Asian fruit industry would then be completely destroyed. The durian crisis was just a small lesson. Since June of this year, the number of domestic companies obtaining mining licenses in Southeast Asia has increased by 16% in a short period of time, evidently indicating a relaxation of mining restrictions. Deposits of various minor metals and rare elements are constantly being discovered. Many companies, like Heliafeng, are gradually building their own resource reserves. After all, without purchasing more minerals, there's no way to eliminate the trade deficit. To expand sales of industrial products, increasing mineral imports has become the only viable option. Thinking about rare elements and minor metals and minerals, Jiang Miao thought of another platinum product: soybeans. Soybean meal, soybean oil, soybean silk, and other derivatives produced from soybeans have essentially become a form of platinum due to the rapid increase in domestic soybean production capacity. Cotton was once called platinum because of its important applications in the textile and chemical industries. Now, soybeans are also called platinum by many domestic practitioners. In the Northwest region in particular, several desert farms reclaimed land this year enjoyed a bumper harvest in the autumn. The industrial upgrade brought about by soybeans has begun to impact all sectors of the country. Online commentators are calling this year the beginning of the platinum age. Of course, among the soybeans of this platinum age, the true white gold lies in the radish soybeans, whose soy protein is valued at approximately 6,000 yuan per ton. Currently, farms are selling radish soybeans for around 4,000 yuan per ton. Each ton of radish soybeans, with a 15% moisture content, can yield approximately 200 kilograms of soybean oil and 650 kilograms of soybean meal, from which approximately 450 kilograms of soy protein can be extracted. These products are of considerable value. Currently, people from all over the western regions are seeking connections in Beijing, hoping to meet with Jiang Miao. Apparently, they hope Heliafeng will invest in the region and introduce its high-value celestial soybeans. Jiang Miao has met with quite a few people these days, but he hasn't immediately agreed to invest. Before investing in a region, one must thoroughly research the local conditions. Currently, both the southern and northern western regions are suitable for growing celestial soybeans. However, due to confidentiality requirements, the more isolated Darim Basin in the southern western regions is more suitable. In addition to isolation, water resources are also a requirement. Although Heliafeng already has efficient and low-cost water purification technology, allowing it to use urban wastewater for industrial production, the local water resource limit still needs to be considered. The ideal investment approach would be to invest in a local soybean farm, along with a small portion of soybean deep processing, and then export the majority of the soybeans to the eastern region via airships. Just as Jiang Miao finished his work for the day, Shuya entered the study with a plate of cut fruit. Finished? Yeah, just now. He forked up a piece of pineapple and took a bite. Aya, how was your academic exchange at PBC University today? It was okay. PBC University has a strong foundation in basic research, and they even invited me to see some of their research, Shuya said calmly, rubbing his shoulders. Jiang Miao didn't take it too seriously. After all, it's a top university in China. They must have a large pool of talent, so it's normal to see some achievements. I've seen a promising project. Perhaps our company should consider investing in it. Really? Sometimes, promising technology doesn't necessarily mean it's worth investing in. Jiang Miao forked another piece of mango. Tell me, what project is it? Shuya didn't refute her point. She smiled and said, it's a nanosensor project. Nanosensors? Jiang Miao put down her fork. Dr. Gao Shuyuan, the head of the research team for this project, gave me some details about their project. They were established several years ago, but they only achieved a breakthrough this year. Shuya sat down and continued, recounting what she had seen today. Is their project's breakthrough related to our company? Jiang Miao raised a brow. Silicon carbide nanotubes? I knew you guessed the answer the moment I mentioned it. Shuya continued with a smile. Although Dr. Gao's team had previously developed nanosensors, they had been unable to implement them due to material issues. There's no way to guarantee the long-term stable operation of nanosensors, which makes their costs extremely high and their reliability difficult to improve. It wasn't until September of this year that they came into contact with the silicon carbide nanotubes produced by our company, which enabled the project to make rapid progress. Jiang Miao lay on the sofa, rubbing his eyes gently. What specific application field is the sensor in their project for? Human body detection. Human body detection? Shuya slowly explained. They use technology to deposit, sinter, and combine specific structures within the silicon carbide nanotubes. These structures become specialized sensors. Hearing this, Jiang Miao also piqued his interest. What can they measure? They already completed testing for many blood indicators, including common ones like glucose, triglycerides, and uric acid. They can measure 15 blood-related indicators. Jiang Miao stroked his stubble. What about accuracy? According to Dr. Gao, accuracy depends on the density of the needles. Needle density? Jiang Miao immediately understood the general technical direction of the project. Is the accuracy of their individual sensors low? So they plan to increase the overall accuracy by using denser nanoneedles? Shuya replied with a smile. That's right. The accuracy of a single sensor is only about 20% to 30%, and it's easily affected by interference from other components. Therefore, Dr. Gao's team has improved overall accuracy by using dense nanoneedles, a specially developed algorithm model, and AI-assisted methods. Currently, a blood glucose sensor requires around 15 nanoneedles to achieve an accuracy of around 98%, and uric acid requires 22 nanoneedles to achieve 98% accuracy. Other indicators are also within the 15 to 25 nanoneedle range. Jiang Miao pondered this and realized that, based on this metric, it was actually quite impressive. Although it might seem like a large number, these are nanofine needles after all. Even if hundreds of them were added together, their diameter would only be a dozen microns. How big is a dozen microns in diameter? The average diameter of a human hair is only 40 to 400 microns. Being penetrated by such a tiny needle wouldn't even cause pain. Furthermore, silicon carbide nanotubes are extremely hard and strong, resisting even violent impacts, pressure, and shocks. Ordinary silicon carbide materials, while very hard, lack strength and are easily shattered. However, silicon carbide nanotubes are different. Their strength is equally high. This prevents broken nanosensors from remaining in the body. It should be noted that the protective level used in the production of silicon carbide nanotubes is the same as that used in the production and processing of asbestos products. This is because the tiny nanoneedles formed by silicon carbide nanotubes are difficult for the body to decompose and excrete once inside, posing a similar hazard to asbestos. Thankfully, this material is extremely strong and resistant to breaking into fragments. Once processed and fixed, as long as its structure is not forcibly damaged, the hazard is greatly reduced as it decomposes naturally. They shouldn't be short of investment, right? Jiang Miao suddenly asked. Shuya nodded. Wadeyaki University certainly doesn't lack funds, but silicon carbide nanotubes are our company's patent, and they hope to attract strategic investment from us through equity. Okay. Hand this over to the investment department tomorrow and have them contact this team. Does it require a controlling stake? Jiang Miao shook his head. Not necessarily. A 20% to 30% stake will suffice, and we just make a financial investment. Okay, I explain tomorrow. While this project is valuable, Heliofeng isn't overly greedy. While the medical device has enormous potential, Heliofeng controls the underlying raw materials, so there's no need to worry about a potential backlash. They might even worry about Heliofeng copying the technology. After all, the technology for detecting nanoneedles isn't difficult. It all comes down to materials, which is precisely Heliofeng's strength. Chapter 259. Shanmei, Hongqiao Town. Heliofeng Hongqiao Town freeze-dried food factory. Watching the wastewater from washing fruits and vegetables quickly being reused through the circulating water purification system, factory manager Lin Lun was extremely satisfied. Old He, how is the water consumption in the washing workshop now? Old He, the line leader, whispered back, Director, consumption has decreased by about 98% compared to before. New technology is amazing, especially for a factory like ours that washes large quantities of fruits and vegetables daily. This can significantly reduce costs. Lin Lun thought as if the factory's month-end financial statements had improved a bit. It can indeed reduce costs a lot, Old He agreed. Although their factory relied on the Heliofeng company's support and received a 2.3 yuan per cubic meter water discount from the local government, compared to their own treatment, they only paid 0.015 yuan per cubic meter for electricity, plus 0.003 yuan per cubic meter for depreciation, resulting in a significant reduction in overall costs. Take the use of 100 cubic meters of fresh water as an example. Before the new technology was implemented, the total cost was 230 yuan. After the new technology was implemented, the total cost dropped to 6,364 yuan. This represents only about 2.7% of the previous cost. Over the course of a year, this could save the cost of several sets of sewage treatment equipment. Lin Lun turned and saw the factory's technical director, Huang Meiqin, who was lost in thought. "Director Huang? What are you thinking about?" "Huh?" Huang Meiqin finally realized. "Does this water purification system have a backup?" "Yes, after all, our factory needs to have a backup set in case the equipment breaks down or needs repairs. It's still in the warehouse, and will be installed next month once the backup water treatment workshop is renovated." "Why are you asking?" Huang Meiqin had an idea she wanted to verify. "Director Lin, I like to research this equipment. I hope you can approve it." "This? Director Huang, what are you researching?" Lin Lun didn't agree immediately. After all, a set of equipment costs 50,000 yuan. Currently, Minqin Group produces 3 models of industrial-grade water purifiers, 1M087, 3M261, and 10M870. The 1M and 1M087 represent the evaporation contact surface of 1 square meter, and the same applies to the other 2 models. The 087 in the 1M087 industrial water purifier represents its ability to extract 87 cubic meters of purified water per hour, and the other models follow this naming convention. The 2 pieces of equipment at the Hongqiao Town freeze-dried food factory are both 1M087 industrial water purifiers. While their freeze-drying production line runs 24/7, the cleaning, sorting, and cutting workshops only operate 12 hours a day. Therefore, wastewater treatment doesn't need to be handled all at once. Some can be allocated to off-season periods. Furthermore, their factory's production capacity is relatively small. The main reason is the high production cost of freeze-dried foods. Even though their quality, taste, and value for money are top-notch on the market, the price tag remains high, keeping the market small. "Director Lin, I'm planning to research whether it's possible to use a water purifier to dry fruits and vegetables." "Drying fruits and vegetables with a water purifier?" Lin Lun was initially skeptical, but then felt it was feasible. Although he tended to be a bit of a slacker, he wasn't completely without ideas. He simply hadn't found the right path, so he opted to hold back. He thought for a moment, deciding the factory could afford to lose tens of thousands of yuan, and agreed. "I approve. Please write me a research and development project application, citing the factory's need to develop a new drying process, for funding, materials, and equipment." "No problem," Huang Meiqin said, eager to get started. The next day, after completing the relevant research project application, that afternoon, Huang Meiqin, along with several technicians, electricians, and maintenance workers, moved the equipment to the freeze-dried food laboratory. The maintenance worker removed the water purifier's outer casing and the coarse filter at the bottom, revealing a dense network of nanoneedles on the contact surface. A technician raised his glasses and said, "Director Huang, I checked some internal documentation. These nanoneedles are made of a special type of silicon carbide tube. They are extremely hard and strong, and can withstand temperatures as high as 2,800 degrees Celsius, making them difficult to damage under normal circumstances." "I understand. Let's start testing now," Huang Meiqin instructed. "Got it." Several people placed a pre-treated red mic banana into the vacuum chamber and installed the water purifier core. However, the results were far beyond their expectations. The moisture content in the vacuum chamber rapidly increased, quickly drawing out a significant amount of water. They quickly realized the situation, and a female technician noted, "That won't work. The negative pressure in the vacuum chamber will cause the water purifier core to reversely absorb moisture from the air." Huang Meiqin thought for a moment and said, "Then do the reverse. Place the banana on the other side and, after applying the negative pressure in the vacuum chamber, the moisture in the air in the ordinary chamber on the banana side will quickly be drawn into the water purifier core. Simultaneously, the moisture on the peeled banana surface will evaporate faster." But it took 37 hours of evaporation to complete the drying process. "This efficiency is even slower than our freeze-drying equipment," complained a bloodshot-eyed technician. The female technician taking notes offered another point. "The electricity bill is much lower than freeze-drying." Huang Meiqin frowned. "This efficiency is too slow. While the electricity bill is lower, The time cost is also something to consider. The bloodshot eye technician suggested, "Director, why not consider heating? The water purifier core can quickly dry the air. Raising the temperature can increase evaporation efficiency. Doesn't heating require electricity? And heating destroys the nutrients in fruits and vegetables. Freeze drying is better," another technician warned. Suddenly, Huang Meiqin noticed the banana in the glass container, which was relatively far from the nanoneedles. He quickly instructed, "Move the nanoneedles of the water purifier core closer to the banana to see if that improves drying efficiency." The experiment soon resumed. This time, their experiment was extremely fast. In particular, 10 bananas embedded in the nanoneedles were completely dried in less than 10 minutes. Damn! So fast? A technician, his eyes bloodshot, removed a banana that had been sucked lightly and placed it on a digital scale to measure it. It's significantly lighter than freeze-dried and heat-dried. I didn't expect the drying effect to be so good after just one contact. Crunch, crunch. Another technician broke off a piece and popped it into his mouth to chew. It's very dry, drier than typical freeze-dried bananas, but the banana flavor is almost completely preserved, and the sweetness is significantly enhanced. Huang Meiqin also ate a few pieces. It's definitely a little dry. If the dryness is controlled properly, it should be as dry as freeze-dried bananas. But we should have succeeded, right? The female technician recorded the data from this experiment. Huang Meiqin shook her head. "We can't be completely sure about just one banana. Let's try other products." Okay. Everyone excitedly began the experiment. They tested the various freeze-dried products currently produced by the factory. Outside the window, the sun set. Huang Meiqin and the others were still busy, but the smiles on their faces grew increasingly uncontrollable. The dozens of fruits and vegetables tested so far have all shown excellent drying results, with an average drying time of 3 to 6 minutes. All of this is done at room temperature and pressure, and the overall cost is approximately 97% lower than the previous freeze-drying process. Even factory manager Lin Lun, who had been keeping an eye on this matter, came with several members of the factory management team to taste these new dried fruits and vegetables. This is delicious. It retains almost 100% of the tomato flavor, and the moisture is just right. I think this dried okra is great. Director, I think we can improve our equipment as soon as possible. If we adopt a new drying process, our drying costs will drop by 97%. We can quickly expand our market by selling at a low price, thereby expanding our production scale. Lin Lun also made up his mind at this point. I think so too. Director Huang, please organize the technical information as soon as possible and submit it to the patent management department so they can apply for a patent as soon as possible. No problem. Huang Meiqin nodded. Also, Deputy Director Li, please contact the Minxin Group and have them produce a room temperature rapid dryer according to our requirements. Yes, leave it to me. The factory's management worked overtime overnight. On the one hand, they saw the broad potential of this technology. On the other hand, they also knew that this technology was very simple, but other companies or research teams hadn't noticed it. Once Minxin Group's various water purifiers were widely marketed, someone would undoubtedly discover its use. So, their priority now was to seize the initiative, secure the patent, and simultaneously expand the factory's production scale. Remember, a 1M087 industrial water purifier sells for 50,000 yuan, but its production cost is less than 3,000 yuan, resulting in a gross profit of 47,000 yuan. This is the power of high-tech industries. As for the Hongqiao Town freeze-dried food factory's patent, Minxin Group will pay the patent management department approximately 15% of the gross profit as a licensing fee. Of this, 5% will belong to the Hongqiao Town freeze-dried food factory. As the core team responsible for the patent's development, Huang Meiqin's team will receive 2%, and the remaining 3% will be shared by all factory employees. For technology development independently completed by the factory, the company's incentive ratio is higher. For technology developed by specialized R&D institutions, like the Research and Development Department, the incentive ratio is lower. The main difference between the two R&D models is that if losses occur within the factory management is held responsible. Many projects within the Research and Development Department are approved by Jiang Miao, so if they fail, Jiang Miao bears the primary responsibility, and the pressure of responsibility on the R&D team is less intense. This is the direct correlation between risk and reward. If factory management isn't held accountable, every factory will constantly pursue research projects, and the result will likely be a complete mess. This is why these restrictions exist. If Lin Lun approves the ambient temperature drying project, he will be held responsible. If losses occur, He, as the factory director, will be primarily responsible, and Huang Meiqin will be secondarily liable. With these restrictions, factory managers dare not arbitrarily approve research projects. They can only allocate a small portion of the factory's annual profits as research funding. Furthermore, these research funds cannot be used casually. The company's finance, research, and supervision departments will all send personnel to review them to prevent factory management from misappropriating funds under false pretenses. Huang Meiqin's team didn't rest on their laurels, but continued their research. Now that the project had yielded results, they naturally didn't hesitate and began increasing their investment. They had previously been researching freeze-dried fruit powder. With the new drying technology, they were able to maximize the preservation of fruit flavor while achieving low-cost production. For example, lemon honey powder uses ultra-dried lemon slices and dried honey crystals, then crushes them in a grinder to create a pure, natural lemon honey powder. There's also a nutritionally complete vegetable and fruit juice powder. A variety of fruits and vegetables are dried at room temperature and then blended into a specific blend. Simply mix with boiled water, and you get a cup of juice that's almost identical to freshly squeezed fruit or vegetable juice. After a week or so, the Magong Town Cannery also approached them about collaborating. Drying pre-prepared meals? Huang Meiqin looked at the pre-prepared meal samples brought by the cannery's director, Du Xiang. Du Xiang pointed to a dozen boxes of pre-prepared meal packages and said, "Yes, we like to try drying them to see if we can reduce the overall weight and shipping costs, without significantly altering the flavor of the food." "Okay, but your factory has to give us funding, or I won't do it," Huang Meiqin said, with the expression of a brother settling accounts. "I understand. Our factory can give you 1 million yuan. That's no problem." The two discussed the details of the collaborative research and development, then retained 6 technicians from the cannery to help at the freeze-dried food factory. In the laboratory, after sampling a dozen bags of pre-prepared meals, they looked at the dry, hard, and loose pre-prepared food on the plate and rehydrated it with hot water. The results were mixed. A large portion of the vegetables in the buns were reduced to a mush. Only the starchy potatoes and peas, and the fiber-rich beans, eggplant, and celery managed to maintain their shape. Leafy vegetables, tomatoes, carrots, onions, and radishes were practically wiped out. The flavor, however, remained largely unchanged. The meats generally remained largely unchanged, especially the lean meats, which were already quite dry. After draining and rehydrating, they retained their shape and flavor. The fatty meats, however, became incredibly soft and tender, practically melting in your mouth without needing to chew, giving you the sensation of consuming oil. It was obvious that the extraction process had destroyed the overall structure of the fat. Cooking fat already denatures its structure, and rehydrating it through extraction would undoubtedly make it very loose. That evening, Huang Meiqin and the others, who hadn't gone home, were still working on their research. "Director, it's time for a late-night snack." A technician took the tomato beef brisket recipe packet given to him today by the drying company, poured it into a container of instant noodles, and then poured hot water over it. After a while, he took a bite, and found the tomato beef brisket lacked a strong tomato flavor, so he added a handful of cherry tomatoes. "Smells great. Give me a bucket. Go make it yourself." Soon, several people had already prepared instant noodles. The recipe packet and instant noodles looked quite luxurious. "This tomato beef brisket tastes quite good. It's so satisfying to eat it in big bites." A technician forked a large piece of beef brisket. "Add a few cherry tomatoes, and you definitely break new ground." "Really?" Huang Meiqin didn't interrupt. As she ate, she pondered how to develop products using the new drying technology. A technician from the cannery slurped a mouthful of instant noodles and half-jokingly asked, "Director Huang, what do you think about combining pre-prepared meals and instant noodles?" "Pre-prepared meals and instant noodles?" Huang Meiqin shook her head. "What about the cost?" "Cost?" The technician pondered. "The small meal packets we make at our factory cost around 2.2 to 2.5 yuan. The cost at the Monan instant noodle factory shouldn't be that high, right?" The instant noodles they were eating were produced by their own company. To be more precise, they were the Jiayuan instant noodles brand from the Monan branch, with a retail price of around 4.5 yuan per bucket. Another technician picked up a bucket of instant noodles and said, "The factory price for these instant noodles is around 3.5 yuan, and the cost is probably just over 2 yuan. If we had recipe packets, it's not that we can't sell them, but the retail price would have to be raised to over 8 yuan to barely make a profit." The technician who had previously suggested combining recipe packets with instant noodles also considered some of the options. "Actually, you could consider using, For example, Egyptian fish, which is very cheap right now, to make meat patties, fish sausages, fish balls, etc. It wouldn't increase the cost too much. Oven, you could consider using mushrooms. The factory next door has a huge production of morels right now, so you could make morel recipe packets. Speaking of morels, our technology should be very useful for mushroom drying, right? Of course. Our room temperature drying technology can almost completely preserve the flavor of the ingredients, and mushrooms are particularly suitable for dehydration. I think they'd be looking for a partnership soon. Over their late-night snack, the group discussed various applications. Both traditional and innovative dried foods were within the scope of the discussion. Some even proposed quite bizarre directions. For example, the female technician responsible for recording experimental data proposed a rather unusual approach, the application of hemodialysis. Her mother suffered from uremia and had to go to the hospital for dialysis every week, which was extremely inconvenient and placed a heavy burden on the patient's family doctor. Wang Meichin didn't refute this research direction, but instead said she would write a report to the research department and have them conduct a feasibility study. After all, dialysis isn't simply about pumping water from the body, it involves separating harmful components from the blood, which doesn't require large amounts of separation. However, targeted separation of harmful components from the blood requires specialized silicon carbide nanotubes, and this isn't guaranteed to be effective. The small molecules and ions of harmful components in the dialysis process are indeed worth studying. For example, uric acid, urea, and creatinine are all small molecules, while potassium and hydrogen ions are ions. However, silicon carbide nanotubes may not be able to separate large proteins. Therefore, this research direction will likely need to be combined with other separation technologies to be applied to hemodialysis, ultimately achieving low-cost and convenient hemodialysis treatment. But at least it's a promising direction. After all, considering the current silicon carbide nanotubes, their separation costs are very low. Wang Meichin predicts that the research department will be interested in this area. Chapter 260. Meanwhile, the Minxin airship factory, having detonated 7 experimental airships in succession, finally collected various experimental data. They also determined the critical points for airship explosion, combustion, and leakage. During nearly 200 tests, the probability of an airship hydrogen bag leak causing an explosion was extremely low, especially during high-altitude flight. A leak in the airship's hydrogen bag would not cause an explosion. It would either leak directly into the air and drift higher into the atmosphere, or it would continuously emit and combust during the leak. The reason why explosions are unlikely is that hydrogen requires a specific concentration and a specific mixing ratio with oxygen for an explosion. This specific ratio is difficult to achieve during flight. After all, air movement is extremely high during flight, making it difficult for hydrogen to reach a specific concentration in a single area. Instead, combustion is the greatest risk of a hydrogen bag leak. To prepare for the possibility of a hydrogen leak during flight, and any subsequent combustion, the airship company has implemented technical improvements and developed its own emergency plans. For example, between the airbag and the air skin, a large, annular airbag filled with carbon dioxide is placed to isolate the hydrogen from oxygen. Even if hydrogen were to leak and ignite, it would immediately burn through the carbon dioxide airbag, causing the carbon dioxide to escape from the burn hole and counteract the burning hydrogen. The carbon dioxide airbag also has another purpose. By liquefying and vaporizing, it can adjust the airbag's buoyancy, facilitating overall buoyancy control. At the same time, the liquid CO2 storage tanks within the CO2 airbags will begin to release large amounts of CO2 upon receiving a signal from the internal hydrogen airbags burning or rupturing. This maintains the CO2 concentration within the airship and squeezes oxygen from the surrounding air, giving the pilot time to respond. Of course, these hydrogen airships are unmanned, so the pilots control them remotely, requiring time to respond to emergencies. As improvements were gradually implemented, the first transport airship capable of experimental flight, Blue Whale 1 Model 1001, was finally completed at the end of November. This airship is just over 200 meters long and stands over 50 meters tall. It contains 270,000 cubic meters of hydrogen airbags, and can carry a payload of 200 tons at altitudes below 3,000 meters. The maximum takeoff weight is 320 tons, and the maximum payload is 200 tons. The maximum flight altitude is 12,000 meters, and the cruising altitude is below 3,000 meters. The maximum flight speed is 150 kilometers per hour, with a cruising speed of 60 to 120 kilometers per hour. The maximum range is 13,500 kilometers, and at maximum payload, it is 4,500 kilometers. In the airship dock at the airship factory, hydrogen balloons were filled one by one. As a precaution, the dock was empty and filled with a large amount of carbon dioxide to isolate the oxygen. Ho Xian, chief designer of the Blue Whale airship, and Wan Gaofeng, general manager of the airship company, were both in a nearby underground bunker. Report: the airship's hydrogen bag has been inflated. Report: the mooring cable is under tension of 308 tons, which does not meet takeoff buoyancy requirements. Report: the hydrogen concentration in the airship's outer layer is 0, which meets takeoff requirements. Report: Wan Gaofeng glanced at his watch and ordered, begin collecting carbon dioxide from the dock. Roger. A large amount of air was drawn into the lightweight dome constructed of silicon filaments. Simultaneously, the air intake ducts at the bottom of the dock opened, extracting the carbon dioxide from within. Report: the tension in the airship's mooring cable is decreasing. As the carbon dioxide concentration inside the dock decreased, the airship's buoyancy also decreased. This is because carbon dioxide has a higher density near the ground, approximately 54% heavier than air, which results in a 54% increase in the airship's buoyancy. Soon, the carbon dioxide inside the dock was replaced by normal air, and the airship's buoyancy dropped to 200 tons. The airship's buoyancy meets takeoff requirements. Wan Gaofeng ordered again, open the dome. Roger that. The airlocks on the dome's roof automatically opened, and the base began to slowly move along the tracks on both sides. It appeared to be a massive structure, hundreds of meters long and hundreds of meters high, but in reality, thanks to its extensive use of lightweight silicon beam fiber composite materials, its overall weight was only about 15% of that of steel. The tracks allowed it to be slowly pulled. As the dome structure shifted to the sides, the central dock revealed its true form. A massive airship, its upper half covered in black silicon carbide photovoltaic panels, and its lower half painted a bluish-gray, appeared on the camera. Remote sensing satellites passing nearby in outer space could also see this massive object. Report: the dome is fully open. Remove the dock mooring cables. Roger. The dock mooring cables have been removed. Wan Gaofeng looked at the data on the control console. Only the airship's 4 built-in mooring cables remained. Each cable could independently withstand a tensile force of approximately 70 tons, ensuring the airship was securely secured. Remove the airship's mooring cables. Roger. As the airship's mooring cables were released, it slowly floated upward until its internal buoyancy control system adjusted its buoyancy, allowing it to stabilize at an altitude of 50 meters above the ground. Soon, under the pilot's remote control, the airship flew towards Minchin Airport, located south of the Minchin High-Tech Industrial Park. Minchin Airport staff detected the airship's approach via radar. The airship itself is equipped with communication systems, positioning systems, and other equipment. Due to its large size and equally large payload, it can carry a wide range of equipment, making it relatively easy to control. Additionally, the airship's slow speed also facilitates remote control by the pilot. Although the northwest wind in Minchin was extremely strong at that moment, the massive and incredibly heavy airship was not significantly deflected by the strong wind. Furthermore, today's automated equipment and wind regulation systems are no longer what they were decades ago. Various wind disturbances can be corrected through automated equipment. This is Minchin Airport. Airship number 1001, please return. Received. This is airship number 1001. We request to dock. 1001, you request clearance. Please dock at berth 5. Compared to the finicky airplane, the airship was equipped with a dense array of control and positioning equipment. It quickly anchored precisely 50 meters above berth 5 at Minchin Airport. A high-speed cargo tractor, carrying 6 20-foot containers, pulled the cargo racks directly beneath the airship. Then several staff members quickly pulled up the cargo cables dropped from the airship and secured them to the cargo racks. Airship 1001, the cargo rack cables are secured. Roger, please evacuate as soon as possible. Roger. 3 minutes later. The tractor and staff retreated to a safe area. Airship 1001, our personnel and equipment have been evacuated. You may lift the cargo. Roger. The airship's motors activated, pulling the cargo racks and containers upward. Soon, the containers and cargo racks were pulled into the cargo hold in the airship's belly and secured. After a while, the airship released its mooring cables and sped off toward Weicheng, Qin province. Because the airship was flying from northwest to southeast, it caught a tailwind, quickly increasing its speed to 120 kilometers per hour. To facilitate this test, The airship company established several communication relay stations along the route and dispatched a tracking fleet. However, the ground fleet would not intervene until the pilot's remote control failed. The direct flight from Minchin to Weicheng is approximately 750 kilometers. First, it passed through the southwestern Tanger Desert. The once uninhabited southwestern Tanger Desert had been transformed into soybean farms. However, from the air, the soybean farms in winter looked like large cubes, dotted with farm factories and dormitories. It wasn't until they passed the Yellow River's Black Mountain Gorge that they began to see any visible signs of human habitation. Entering densely populated areas, the airship had to maneuver to avoid flying over urban areas, specifically choosing a route through the wilderness. Gongha Town, near Pingchuan District. Wang Dali, who was wintering, had just gotten out of his car and glanced at his fields. Wow, it's so cold. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A massive blue-black object flew rapidly from the northwest. What is that? Wiping his eyes and taking another look, Wang Dali muttered to himself, what the hell is this? Although he had no idea what it was, he still took a video with his phone. Soon, the surrounding residents also noticed the behemoth. After skirting nearby Tsuwu Mountain, it arrived over Fusheng Town. The airship attracted considerable attention along the way. Deviating between cities and mountains increased the flight distance by approximately 70 kilometers. The flight covered a total of 820 kilometers, with an average speed of 116 kilometers per hour. After just 7 hours, it successfully arrived at Weicheng Airport near Weicheng. People in Weicheng could easily spot the massive object floating in the air. What the hell? An airship? It's huge. Residents near the airport, in particular, could just glance up and see the airship. Watching from below was truly breathtaking. A powerful sense of oppression. However, the airship didn't stay for long. After unloading 6 containers of artificial silk and loading 6 more tropical fruits, it flew back to Minchin without stopping. Throughout the entire voyage, including docking, unloading, and loading, the ground fleet provided no guidance or assistance. The aircraft relied entirely on the remote-controlled pilots near Minchin Airport. Although this low-altitude route was granted on a temporary basis, the regions it passed through were very accommodating. This test flight quickly sparked heated discussion online.